Icons of African American Protest. Trailblazing activists of the Civil Rights Movement. Volume 1. Gladys L. Knight. Volume 1. Ella Baker 127. Stokely Carmichael 53. Angela Davis 79105. James Farmer 131. Louis Farrakhan 155. Marcus Garvey 181. Fannie Lou Hamer 207. Dorothy Height 233. Jesse Jackson 259. Martin Luther King, Jr. 285. Volume 2. Spike Lee 311. John Lewis 337. Malcolm X 365. Thurgood Marshall 391. Huey P. Newton 417. Rosa Parks 44,367. Al Sharpton 493. 1945. 71. Whitney Young 597. Preface. According to dictionary.com, an icon is a sign or representation, an important and enduring symbol, or one who is the object of great attention and devotion. Protest is defined as an expression or declaration of objection, disapproval, or dissent. The 24 individuals featured in this book, Icons of African American Protest, trailblazing activists of the Civil Rights Movement, are worthy of renown because of their extraordinary contributions to the enduring fight against racism, injustice, and discrimination. Many are recognizable, such as Dr. Martin Luther King, Jr., Rosa Parks, and Malcolm X. Others, like Al Sharpton and Jesse Jackson, remain at the forefront of black protest in the 21st century. The fact that others, such as Ida B. Wells Barnett, James Farmer, and Elaine Brown, are less well known does not diminish the magnitude of their contribution, it simply illuminates the need to re-examine the heroes from the past. The purpose of the present work is therefore twofold. First, it fills in the gaps on the shelf by focusing on lesser-known individuals like Ida B. Wells Barnett, an urbane lady who launched an unprecedented crusade against lynching in the early 20th century. Second, it provides background and corollary material on truly famous individuals such as King and Parks. School textbooks highlight achievements and experiences of some African American leaders, but, due to space limitations, they often lack the depth that makes these figures come alive. These life stories, when told in detail as these two volumes strive to do, accomplish much. They reveal the extraordinary strength and sacrifice displayed by courageous men and women for the cause of freedom and civil rights. They provide in-depth information on the century-long battle that was waged against gross injustice to supplement the more general information that is available elsewhere, and they help ensure that these incredible individuals are never forgotten. The exploration of the lives of these great men and women was, for me, alternately alarming, extremely difficult to stomach, inspiring, and spellbinding. I often felt as if I were mingling with mythic heroes from some strange, frightening, and tumultuous past. At other times, their humanity, their insecurities, weaknesses, fears, ideological shifts, problematic marriages and divorces, illnesses, and exhaustion exposed them as flawed and fragile. The climate in which they toiled, the obstacles they faced, were intensely harrowing, and their victories were all too infrequent. Still, they persevered. The personalities of these leaders cover a broad spectrum of descriptors: vibrant, tame, intense, aggressive, and diffident, and their politics run the gamut from conservative to ultra-radical. Nevertheless, whatever techniques, modes, or tactics employed Thurgood Marshall's legal fights in the courtroom, Dr. King's reliance on nonviolent civil disobedience and direct action, or Huey P. Newton's advocacy of armed self-defense, they were all, in their time, radicals who strove against a climate of racism, discrimination, exclusion, oppression, violent abuse, ignorance, and neglect. Many surprising commonalities are revealed by a comparison of the individual essays. A. Philip Randolph, James Farmer, Martin Luther King, Dorothy Height, and Angela Davis were academic superstars, well educated and raised in relatively advantaged families. Others, like Fannie Lou Hamer and Malcolm X, epitomized the greater portion of African Americans, people with little formal education who hailed from the true blues regions of the South or the ghettos of the North. Due to societal expectations and traditions, most of the well-known activists were male. Most, if not all, had extremely supportive parents who stressed self-esteem, dignity, and pride, and were iconoclasts in their own right and, frequently, leaders in their communities. In appearance, these icons of African American protest were as diverse as any group of 24 in the general population. The conservatives, like Roy Wilkins, wore immaculate suits. The young adult activists, like Stokely Carmichael, wore overalls with sleeves rolled above the elbows. The rebels of the late 1960s and 1970s wore afros and dashikis, adopted Afrocentric names, and walked with a commanding strut and saluted with a clenched fist. Despite their differing temperaments, tactics, and ideologies, what most leaders wanted can be summed up by the following statement: we may have a different color skin, but we are still American and deserve and demand the same rights, protection, justice, freedoms, and opportunities as you. These leaders yielded their lives to those who criticized their protestations or worse, threatened, harassed, beat, jailed, or even martyred them for it. In exchange for their manifold sacrifices, these courageous men and women engendered unparalleled progress. Protest has always been a catalyst for change, reform, and critical development in society. Indeed, protest is at the cornerstone of America's own birth. Did not the first immigrants help America take its first steps upon the 12 preface road to greatness when they long ago protested against the oppression of their native government and established new edicts promoting the ideals of freedom and opportunity? Likewise, since the first African slave was forced to board a ship bound for America, protest has been a major motif in the African American experience. Protest was a critical weapon during the raging violence against blacks following the end of Reconstruction and throughout the Jim Crow years, and against the grisly conditions in the ghettos of the North. It was used to combat economic and political oppression, racism, discrimination, and exclusion from mainstream America. I believe this text will prove to be user-friendly and of interest and value to students, teachers, researchers, and the general public. To that end, the introduction summarizes the history of African American protest and the conditions that called for remonstration. It is followed by a timeline of relevant events. Entries are presented in alphabetical order, each containing simple subheadings that introduce childhood, young adulthood, and other milestones in the lives of the activist. Sidebars provide background information on key events, individuals, and organizations. Symbols are provided for important themes such as the freedom song "We Shall Overcome," the clenched fist of the Black Power movement, and the lynching noose. At the end of each entry, there is a See Also section and a Further Resources section to provide additional sources of information, both print and electronic, for each icon. Also provided are several appendices, including historical documents, quotes from the icons of protest themselves, a bibliography, a chronology, a glossary, and a detailed subject index. Words defined in the glossary are bold-faced the first time they appear in any of the essays. Preface 13. Acknowledgements. Special thanks go to so many people who have made this encyclopedia possible. I deeply appreciate Greenwood Publishing for their commitment to important subjects such as this one. This is the opportunity of a lifetime. I have been a voracious student of African American history since Mrs. Wotton facilitated a high school course on U.S. history, where I learned about slavery, the Civil War, Reconstruction, and the Civil Rights Movement. It was Mrs. Wotton who helped a group of us take a trip to the nation's capital, where we stood on the very steps where Martin Luther King thundered out his famous "I Have a Dream" speech before an enthralled sea of some 250,000 people at the March on Washington for Jobs and Freedom in 1963. I am deeply thankful to Michael Herman and Shauna Grob Jones, with whom I have had the great pleasure to work since 2002. Editors Christy Ward and John Wagner have been extraordinarily helpful every step of the way of this project. I would also like to extend my heartfelt appreciation to editors of other Greenwood books, Hans Ostrom, J. David Macy, Anand Prahlad, Richard Zacek, Walter Rucker, James Nathaniel, and all the behind-the-scenes players who have facilitated the publication and promotion of this volume. To Ellen Larson, a brilliant writer and indispensable advisor, encourager, and friend, I say thank you, thank you, thank you. You are absolutely the best. Special thanks to Terry Knight, a graduate of Spelman College and University of Michigan, who currently teaches high school English in Chicago, for writing the compelling introduction. To the remarkable individuals and activists I have known, the Black Student Union president, who constructed a list of demands including an appeal to diversify our predominantly white campus and gave them to the dean at a BSU meeting, the dean, who was at that meeting and listened patiently and responded accordingly, my mother, who participated in boycotts and sit-ins, Ursula, who wrote a paper on Malcolm X and received a failing grade because the teacher did not like her subject choice, Jackie Cord, who founded the first African American museum in the state of Washington, the courageous museum board that gave of their time, energy, and ideas, Jessica and Naya, who protested against the blackface performances on their university campus, the University of Puget Sound, which hosted the 2006 National Race and Pedagogy Conference, the chair of that conference and acclaimed author, Dexter Gordon. And the mother who challenged an entire public school system to be more inclusive of other cultures and address racially charged incidents. To all of you, I say thank you for your contributions and bravery. My parents, Larry and Mary Gibson, my sisters Ursula and Terry, and countless prayers were a boundless source of strength, encouragement, and inspiration. Thank you to all the friends who provided support and patiently accepted rain checks for dinners and movie outings, to Derek Pinkney, a great artist and sounding board, to my undergraduate advisor, David Droge, one of the best thinkers, doers, and professors I know, and to so many, many more, including you, the reader, whom I hope will be as profoundly moved as I was by the lives of these extraordinary icons. Introduction, Icons and Protesters of the 20th Century. The need for change bulldozed a road down the center of my mind. From Maya Angelou's I Know Why the Caged Bird Sings. Any living soul sighted or blind at any point in the 20th century has been an eyewitness to protest. Yet what does protest sound like? How does it taste? Can you smell it in the air? Or feel it in your bones? In her 1969 autobiographical work, I Know Why the Caged Bird Sings, Maya Angelou recalls the moment when protest awakened her to act upon the racial injustices that she faced growing up in Stamps, Arkansas. Angelou poetically asserts this universal truth: activism is a powerful inherent force that seeks to eliminate obstacles and create paths. Protest intersects oppositional elements to effect change, visibility and invisibility, external and internal influences, immediacy and patience, force and nonviolence. Civil disobedience is the road that leads to equality. African American protest, as all African American history, has its roots in slavery. In The People Could Fly, Virginia Hamilton recounts a version of the African folktale about slaves who desired freedom from an oppressive master. In Hamilton's version, an old African slave whispers words to help other African slaves fly to freedom. When he is caught, the old African slave flies away, unable to help all the slaves escape. However, he leaves the witnesses with a story to tell their children. In the folktale, the destination of the flying Africans is freedom in Africa. In the mind of Black America's greatest activists, freedom is equality and dignity. Traditionally, the greatness of any protest begins with the magic of words from one who possesses the keen insights of the universe. Few are bestowed with this knowledge. Furthermore, the opportunities for change must be taken in an instant with a simple action of grand consequence. It was this way for the flying Africans who escaped the fields of the brutal overseer, and it has been this way for African Americans in the 20th century seeking justice in their communities, workplaces, schools, prisons, and courts. Early 20th century protest. Protest grew up watching his parents being cheated in the game of sharecropping. The white man permitted his absence from school to help on the farm. He might eventually drop out of school to work in the field alongside his parents. In the evening, activism listened to his grandparents tell stories about slavery. Protest made clothes out of flour sacks, and when the sole black doctor's penicillin was not enough, activism used the leaves of a peach tree to draw out fever. As a young man, Protest looked for the words to help free the souls of black folk as he fought to expose and end brutal lynching, which claimed thousands of freedom seekers each year. Leaving injustice to chirp in the warm, damp night, those who could flew north. In great numbers, they filled southern cities in the north, where injustice lived in cramped spaces in tall buildings and walked surreptitiously down crowded avenues. Black activism looked back to Africa. He wrote about the crisis. Protest organized labor unions for his brothers and watched his sisters fight for women's rights. He founded associations and leagues to assist his brothers and sisters in every fight. At night, activism dreamt about the mule's burden and of peeling back the husk of the sorghum cane and sucking out the sweetness of molasses. Mid-century protest, Jim Crow and the Civil Rights era. Halfway through the century, the restlessness of activism increased. Jim Crow told blacks to order and eat their meals in the back of the restaurant, drink from different fountains, use dirty restrooms, and defer to whites in all situations. For many African Americans, segregated schools held second-hand textbooks and insufficient materials. To read and write, black students borrowed one of the school's encyclopedias and wrote reports about English heroes like Sir Walter Raleigh. The white man said to teach black girls to cook and clean and teach black boys to farm. However, many black teachers knew the secret of the old African slave and taught their students more than just the curriculum. Black students learned that they were not inferior to whites. High school graduates of the middle decades could dream of traveling the world, practicing law or medicine, and teaching, but the wake-up reality was fraught with institutional racism and blatant and subtle prejudice. Increasingly frustrated with the raw end of Jim Crow's deal, Protest aggressively sought school integration, formed committees, held conferences, and relied on the foundation of the association and the league. In 1961, activism soared down the nation's interstates singing spirituals in the key of militancy, seeking the elusive balance of peace, equality, and unity. Protest cooked breakfast for little black kids on their way to school. Protest marched, was beaten, and jailed, all the while singing freedom songs. 18 Introduction. Wearing an afro and straightened hair with waves and tight curls, a dashiki, a dress, or a suit with a bow tie. The face of freedom wore sideburns, seldom smiled, and declared, by any means necessary. Activism became one of the greatest leaders to teach nonviolence. He was a brave king who traveled the streets blacks were not supposed to travel and sat at counters where blacks were not supposed to sit. From the Lincoln Memorial in Washington, Protest shouted the words of the old African slave that lifted his ancestors in the sky, and watched the hundreds of thousands before him ascend from the lawn surrounding the reflecting pool. The great-granddaughters of slaves looked white people in the eye and refused to say yes ma'am or yes sir and sat wherever they wanted on the bus. When these civil descendants went to lunch downtown, they were told, "We don't serve niggers." They replied, "Well, we don't eat niggers either." Protest raised a sole fist and shed his and her own blood for dignity. Activism worked hard just to survive. Protest worked harder to survive and get an education. Continually ignored for promotions and raises, activism helped create jobs and demand federal aid for social programs. Activism moved to predominantly white neighborhoods. While her little black children played with white neighbor children, Protest kept a gun in her apron and watched the white parents. In an integrated school, black activism astonished her white teacher and classmates, who thought she was inept, when she recited British poet William Ernest Henley's Invictus. Protest is unconquerable, it is the grass that grows through the crack in the sidewalk. Up north, if you were a black man or woman, injustice might smile in your face and stab you in the back, but you were north where promised advantages and expectations hover just within a fight's reach. Down south, you knew where you stood, and you also knew you did not have to stand there, and with a mustard seed's faith, you moved to your rightful place. Activism was not born with second-class spirits. As Jim Crow staggered out and integration pressed in, protest took a glimpse of freedom's face. End of the century protest. Near the close of the 20th century, urban blight, poverty, and a host of political issues including the Vietnam War collided with the noble objectives of the civil rights movement and produced a kaleidoscope of detrimental social problems. Growing up during the middle of the 20th century, Protest had known that his future held prison or death at the hands of a white man, so Protest bulldozed his way through the ranks of the military, serving his country in Vietnam as an officer in the Marines. While stationed in Germany, Private Protest fought unequal treatment from white officers. Using the Army's own chain of command, Protest stated his case in appropriate sequence to each. Introduction 19. Officer, breaking one shackle at a time. Protest knew someone had to listen. Meanwhile, back home, activism enraged the Old Boys Network when he was elected as mayor of his hometown and encouraged his friend Protest to become a member of the city council. Multifarious firsts in many corporate and political arenas inspired activism. At the same time, the imprisoned and economically disadvantaged demanded Protest's energy. Constructive, affirmative, realistic, and injurious images of African Americans blazed across televisions, movie screens, and theater stages. The alphabet organizations of the civil rights movement seemed archived in history's black and white photographic memory as the complexity of modern injustice attempted to disown his Jim Crow roots. The materialistic lullaby of the late 20th century provided a false comfort and a divisive, too often violent element that turned black on black in ways that had not been seen before. Hardened by Amiri Baraka's Wise One, Protest carves another Baraka title, SOS, into the wooden desk that holds his young mind in history class. For this offense, he finds himself in detention writing a film script. His desire to share those flying words rattles off his tongue with lightning speed. Activism professes flying stories to college students and pushes a coalition around the world advocating, mediating, and encouraging others with the words of the old African slave. Although February celebrates freedom's heroes in 28 or 29 days a year, activism rides the bus to the state capitol on Black Legislature Day and fights for juvenile justice every day. Protest's spark still burns and marches against police brutality and gang violence. Protest in the new millennium. At the dawn of the 21st century, technology has expanded protest's means of communication and audiences, thus, the need for social change, too, grows exponentially. African Americans continue to respond to the voices of their predecessors in struggle, using every available medium: film, fiction, philanthropy, and even the information highway. Activism lives in the voices of university professors, community organizers, ministers, artists, presidential candidates, CEOs, and judges. The who, what, when, where, and how may be different, but the why remains the same: justice. The ability to acknowledge the essential equality of each human being is honorable, noble, and good. The ability to help others recognize that innate sameness is most honorable, the noblest, the purest good. As Americans continue to see barriers broken in all areas from city officials to the highest elected positions in the country, we must remain diligent in our responsibility to share these stories of protest and activism with our children. If we are to survive, the spirit of protest that resides within all of us must be nourished in our children. The cost of passive assimilation and XX introduction. Complacency is too high. We must teach our children to identify and follow the voice within that seeks positive change and inspires others to seek the same. We must encourage our children to develop the strength to admonish naysayers with an unavoidable truth: freedom elevates all of humanity. Slavery and Resistance to 1877. 1619 First record of Africans brought to North America as indentured servants. 1,644 black slaves successfully petition for freedom in New Netherlands. 1,708 African slaves revolt in Newton, Long Island, and are punished by death. 1,738 fugitive slaves from the southern English colonies live with the Creek Indians in Georgia and the Spanish in Florida. 1,739 Following the Stono Slave Rebellion in South Carolina, 30 enslaved Angolans elude capture for up to 30 years. 1,780 Elizabeth Freeman sues for her freedom in Massachusetts. 1,787 Richard Allen and Absalom Jones establish the Philadelphia Free African Society, one of the first free all-black societies formed to advocate black separatism and self-help programs. Slavery is made illegal in the Northwest Territory, i.e., the territory soon to comprise the states of Ohio, Indiana, Illinois, Michigan, and Wisconsin. 1,793 Fugitive slave law enacted that requires escaped slaves to return to their slave owners. 1,800 Gabriel Prosser leads a slave revolt in Richmond, Virginia. 1,804 New Jersey is the last state in the North to abolish slavery. Ohio becomes one of the first northern states to enact discriminatory black laws against free blacks. 1,808 Congress bans the importation of African slaves. 1,812 to 1,840s More than 3 decades of white riots against African Americans and abolitionists in the North. 1,814 Paul Coffey, one of the earliest proponents of the Back to Africa movement, transports 34 blacks to Sierra Leone. 1,816 Richard Allen founds the African Methodist Episcopal Church in Philadelphia. 1,817 African Americans in Philadelphia protest the American Colonization Society, an organization formed to transport blacks back to Africa. 1,820 The Missouri Compromise bans slavery north of the southern boundary of Missouri. 1,821 The ACS establishes the colony of Liberia in West Africa for blacks. 1,822 Denmark Vesey leads a slave revolt in South Carolina. 1,830 The first National Black Convention is held in the North to address issues such as slavery, voting rights, and integration. 1,831 Nat Turner leads a slave revolt in Southampton County, Virginia. 1,839 Africans revolt on the Spanish schooner Amistad but are recaptured during their attempt to return to Africa. Slave revolts, as well as suicide, were common forms of African resistance to slavery during the Middle Passage. 1,841 Abolitionists play an instrumental role in freeing the Africans of the Amistad after they had been recaptured. 1,843 Henry Highland Garnet, a militant abolitionist, delivers address to the slaves at the National Convention of Colored Citizens in Buffalo, New York. 1,845 Frederick Douglass publishes the narrative of the life of Frederick Douglass, an American slave, the first of 3 autobiographies. 1,846 Frederick Douglass, a former slave and prominent African American abolitionist, founds the North Star. 1,849 Harriet Tubman escapes slavery and becomes a major leader in the Underground Railroad movement. 1,851 A large migration of African Americans to Canada begins and lasts 8 years. 1,857 U.S. Supreme Court rules in the Dred Scott case that African Americans are not citizens. 1,861 Civil War begins. 1,863 President Abraham Lincoln issues the Emancipation Proclamation, bestowing freedom to all slaves within Confederate territory. 1,865 Civil War ends with the defeat of the Confederacy. Following the end of the Civil War, embittered Southerners violently attack newly freed slaves. President Abraham Lincoln is assassinated. Major General Gordon Granger announces in Galveston, Texas, that the slaves are free. Congress ratifies the 13th Amendment to the United States Constitution, officially abolishing slavery. 1,866 black codes are established throughout the South, severely restricting the rights of African Americans. African Americans, known as the Exodus Usters, migrate to Kansas in response to the violence, racism, and oppression of the South. Other migrations occur from the rural South to the urban South, to the West, and to the North. In Tennessee, ex-Confederates establish the Ku Klux Klan, one of numerous racist white organizations in the South. 1866 to 1868. During Reconstruction, schools for blacks are established and civil rights acts are passed. The South is divided into 5 military districts. African American politicians are elected for the first time ever in the South. Congress ratifies the 14th Amendment to the United States Constitution, granting citizenship, due process, and equal protection to former slaves. Following a fiery speech of protest against the passing of a bill to remove African Americans from political office, Henry McNeil Turner leads a walkout from the Capitol building in Georgia. 1870 Congress ratifies the 15th Amendment to the United States Constitution, giving black men the right to vote. 1875 Congress enacts the Civil Rights Act of 1875, guaranteeing African Americans the right to equal access to public accommodations. Black Nader, 1877 to 1901. 1877 Reconstruction ends in the South. Most of the gains received during Reconstruction are eliminated when political power is returned to conservative Democrats. 1878 Martin R. Delaney is one of the sponsors for the Liberian Exodus Joint Stock Steamship Company, which is formed to help transport black Southerners to Liberia. 1886 A race riot occurs in Washington County, Texas. 1890 The beginning of the era of the Black Women's Club movement. 1892 The lynching of 3 African American owners of the People's Grocery Company is the impetus for Ida B. Wells' anti-lynching campaign. 1896 The Supreme Court rules in Plessy v. Ferguson that racial segregation is constitutional. The Jim Crow era begins. The National Association of Colored Women is formed. Chronology of African American Protest XXV. 1898 Race riots break out in Phoenix, South Carolina and Wilmington, North Carolina. Early Civil Rights Movement, 1901 to 1955. 1905 W.E.B. Du Bois, William Monroe Trotter, and others found the Niagara Movement. 1906 Race riot in Brownsville, Texas. Race riot in Atlanta, Georgia. 1908 Race riot in Springfield, Illinois. 1909 The National Association for the Advancement of Colored People is founded in New York. 1910 W.E.B. Du Bois founds The Crisis, the official magazine of the NAACP. The National Urban League is founded in New York. The Great Migration, a mass exodus of blacks from the South to cities in the North, begins. Ida B. Wells founds the Alpha Suffrage Club of Chicago, the first African American suffrage association. 1914 Marcus Garvey establishes the Universal Negro Improvement Association. 1915 D.W. Griffith releases The Birth of a Nation. The NAACP is among the protesters of this film. 1917 United States enters World War I Race riot in East St. Louis, Illinois and Houston, Texas. Marcus Garvey delivers the address. The conspiracy of the East St. Louis riots. A. Philip Randolph and Chandler Owen establish the Messenger. 1918 Marcus Garvey establishes the Negro World. 1919 Race riots in Chicago, Illinois and Elaine, Arkansas. 1920 Congress ratifies the 19th Amendment to the United States Constitution, giving women the right to vote. Harlem, New York is the birthplace of the Harlem Renaissance, a period of intense developments in African American art, literature, and music. 1921 Race riot in Tulsa, Oklahoma. 1923 Race riot in Rosewood, Florida. 1930 The Chicago Tribune reports that 3,437 black men and 76 black women were lynched in America between the years 1882 and 1930. 1931 9 black youths are accused of raping 2 white women in the Scottsboro case. XXVI Chronology of African American Protest. 1941 President Franklin D. Roosevelt signs Executive Order 8802, mandating equal employment in defense plants and federal jobs. A. Philip Randolph plays a leading role in this victory. 1941 United States enters World War II. 1942 James L. Farmer and others found the Congress of Racial Equality. 1947 Corps participates in the Journey of Reconciliation. 1948 A. Philip Randolph plays a leading role in the protests that lead to President Harry S. Truman issuing an executive order to integrate the U.S. Armed Forces and the creation of a Fair Employment Board. 1952 Malcolm X becomes a minister of the Nation of Islam and advocates black nationalism, black separatism, and militancy. 1954 Thurgood Marshall is one of the attorneys in Brown v. Board of Education of Topeka, which declares that racial segregation in schools is unconstitutional. 1955 Roy Wilkins is named executive director of the NAACP. Modern Civil Rights Movement, 1955 to 1965. 1955 14-year-old Emmett Till is lynched for allegedly whistling at a white woman in Mississippi. The 2 men charged with the crime are acquitted by an all-white jury. Following Rosa Parks' refusal to give up her seat to a white passenger on a bus in Montgomery, Alabama, Dr. Martin Luther King, Jr. leads a triumphant bus boycott. 1957 The Southern Christian Leadership Conference is formed. Ella Baker and Bayard Rustin co-organize the prayer pilgrimage. 1100 paratroopers and the State National Guard provide protection for the first black students to integrate Little Rock Central High School in Arkansas. Dorothy Height becomes president of the National Council of Negro Women. 1964 African American students conduct a sit-in at a Woolworths in Greensboro, North Carolina. The Student Nonviolent Coordinating Committee is founded. 1961 President John F. Kennedy issues Executive Order 10925, creating the Committee on Equal Employment Opportunity and mandating affirmative action to ensure that hiring and employment practices are non-discriminatory. CORE and SNCC conduct freedom rides to test the new laws that prohibit segregation in interstate travel facilities. 1962 James Meredith is the first African American to enroll at the University of Mississippi. Rioting ensues, and President Kennedy sends 5,000 federal troops in response. 1962 Robert F. Williams' Radio Free Dixie airs from Cuba. 1963 During civil rights demonstrations in Birmingham, Alabama, fire hoses and police dogs are used against activists. Martin Luther King, Jr. writes the famous letter from Birmingham jail. Children are attacked and arrested at a children's crusade. Medgar Evers, a field secretary for Mississippi's NAACP, is murdered outside his home. Martin Luther King, Jr. delivers his famous I Have a Dream speech at the March on Washington for Jobs and Freedoms. 4 young African American girls are killed when a bomb explodes at the 16th Street Baptist Church in Birmingham, Alabama. President John F. Kennedy is assassinated. 1964 Fannie Lou Hamer assists with the Freedom Summer Project for voter registration, involving the Council of Federated Organizations. 3 civil rights workers are murdered by the Ku Klux Klan. Deacons for Defense and Justice is founded. President Lyndon B. Johnson signs the Civil Rights Act of 1964, eradicating segregation laws. Martin Luther King, Jr. receives the Nobel Peace Prize. President Lyndon B. Johnson presents War on Poverty program in his State of the Union address. Congress ratifies the 24th Amendment, abolishing the poll tax, which was created to deter black voting. Black Power Movement, 1965 to 1976. 1965 American military involvement in the Vietnam War begins. Malcolm X is assassinated. State troopers violently attack demonstrators led by Martin Luther King, Jr., as they march to Selma. This incident is known as Bloody Sunday. Leroy Jones establishes the Black Arts Repertory Theater, prompting the Black Arts movement and inspiring a massive appeal to black consciousness. XXVII Chronology of African American Protest. Congress passes the Voting Rights Act of 1965, eliminating discriminatory voting laws. African Americans riot in Watts, California. President Johnson issues Executive Order 11246, establishing affirmative action. President Johnson proposes the Great Society program during his State of the Union address. 1966 Stokely Carmichael presents his first Black Power speech. Huey Newton and Bobby Seale found the Black Panthers. 1967-59 Riots erupt in cities in the North. Major race riots take place in Newark, New Jersey and Detroit, Michigan. The Supreme Court rules in Loving v. Virginia that prohibiting interracial marriage is unconstitutional. President Johnson appoints Thurgood Marshall to the U.S. Supreme Court. The first National Black Power Conference is held in Newark, New Jersey. 1968 The Kerner Commission releases a report on their findings of what caused African American rioting. Martin Luther King, Jr. is assassinated in Memphis, Tennessee. Riots erupt soon after in more than 100 U.S. cities. President Johnson signs the Civil Rights Act of 1968, prohibiting discrimination in the sale, rental, and financing of housing. 1969 student strikes result in the first Black Studies program at San Francisco State College. 1969 James Foreman of SNCC interrupts worship services at Riverside Church in New York to present the Black Manifesto. 1970 Black feminism emerges. 1971 Jesse Jackson founds People United to Save Humanity. 1972 First National Black Political Convention in Gary, Indiana. Angela Davis is acquitted of kidnapping, murder, and conspiracy concerning an escape attempt at Marin County Hall of Justice. 1974 Elaine Brown becomes the first and only woman leader of the Black Panthers. 1976 A riot takes place in Pensacola, Florida. Modern protests, 1980. 1980 African Americans riot in Miami. Molefi Keita Santi publishes Afrocentricity. Chronology of African American Protest XXIX. 1982 African Americans riot in Miami. 1989 Spike Lee releases Do the Right Thing. 1992 African Americans riot in South Central Los Angeles after a jury acquits 4 white police officers for the videotaped beating of African American Rodney King. Maxine Waters, Democratic member of the United States House of Representatives, is a voice for rioters in Los Angeles. Spike Lee releases Malcolm X 1995 Louis Farrakhan holds Million Man March in Washington, D.C. 1996 California becomes the first of several states to ban affirmative action in college admissions and state contracts. 1997 John Singleton releases the film Rosewood, based on the race riot that occurred there in 1923. Spike Lee releases the documentary Four Little Girls about the 1965 bombing of the 16th Street Baptist Church in Birmingham. Million Woman March takes place in Philadelphia. 2000 Tavis Smiley and Tom Joyner co-host the first of annual town hall meetings called The State of the Black Union. 2005 Millions More March is held in Washington, D.C. to commemorate the 10th anniversary of the Million Man March. 2006 Spike Lee releases When the Levees Broke, a Requiem in 4 Acts, a documentary on the Hurricane Katrina tragedy in New Orleans. Jesse Jackson leads campaign against the use of the N-word. Jesse Jackson leads a rally and march in New Orleans. The theme is the right to return, vote, and rebuild. XXX Chronology of African American Protest. Ella Baker. Library of Congress. Ella Baker worked in a variety of positions in several of the prominent civil rights organizations, the National Association for the Advancement of Colored People, the Southern Christian Leadership Conference, and the Student Nonviolent Coordinating Committee. Indeed, she was instrumental in the founding of SNCC and remained for several years an indispensable advisor. By all accounts, her work with SNCC, in the early to mid-1960s, when the organization strived towards integrating society and pushing voter registration in black communities, was her pride and joy. Most everyone knew the slight, 50200 woman as Miss Ella. She was the one who sat quietly in a corner at the SNCC meetings. She was the oldest of them all, with graying hair, wearing a matronly dress with matching earrings. When things got heated as they normally did in a room filled with the mostly 20-something activists, she had a calming effect. All it took was a word or a question to redirect the passionate argument back to a productive discussion. This sagacious woman did not try to impose her point of view, gained from years of experience as an activist, on the youths. Rather, she gently and unobtrusively helped develop and equip them for their important work. Later, when the organization became more militant, casting out all its white members and adopting an ideology of separatism, Baker graciously bowed out. Baker was disappointed in this turn of events, but she still had work to do, work that she approached in the same quiet and inconspicuous way she had always used. She was never really a one-organization kind of woman. She always had a rally to go to or a committee meeting to attend. But whatever she engaged in, she did so out of the limelight, unlike so many of the highly visible personalities of her day. Martin Luther King, Jr. was one of the most famous civil rights leaders. His visibility put a face and voice to the civil rights movement, provoked media attention and sympathy, and spurred action from the slow-moving and overly cautious federal government. However, Baker was opposed to his attention-grabbing leadership style. She felt it took away from the importance of the ordinary people and put too much focus on one individual. Baker was different from extant civil rights leaders in other ways, too. For one thing, she was a woman. And she had no qualms about shedding her dresses for overalls to scour the hot rural roads to empower African Americans. Unlike the middle-class giants of the NAACP and SCLC, she talked to the locals in a casual and familiar way, attempting thus to close the economic gap that kept many poor African Americans from participating in the movement. Despite her meek demeanor, she was fiercely independent, preferring to blaze her own trail, which was one of the reasons she refused to affiliate herself solely with any one association. Miss Baker had a deep authoritative voice and a lot of nerve, cultivated, undoubtedly, during her childhood, when, still in pigtails, she had stood up to white children with her fist or a handful of rocks. She grew up to challenge a nation's racist and discriminatory laws. In 1986, she died a legend, despite her desire to remain out of the limelight. Childhood. Ella Josephine Baker was born on December 13, 1903, in Norfolk, Virginia. Although she was younger than her brother Curtis, she was appointed to walk him to and from school, to make sure he would not be ambushed by his classmates. Such was her presence and courage that when she was around, he did not get picked on or beat up. When Ella was about 6 years old, a white child called her a nigger. Her father and her brother stood on the sidelines and let Ella duke it out on her own. Another time, she threw rocks at a white child, the sheriff's son, who called her a nigger. Young Ella Baker was not the only one in her family to stand up to bullies or racist whites. As a child, she heard the stories of her defiant ancestors and grew up filled with pride for their courage. When her grandmother, a mulatto house slave, refused to obey the order of the slave master's wife to marry a light-skinned man rather than the dark-skinned man she had in mind, the mistress wanted to give her a lashing. The master prevented the whipping by ordering the grandmother to work in the field. It was said that the grandmother danced all night to demonstrate her unbroken spirit. Shortly thereafter, she married the dark-skinned man. Other rebellious ancestors included Uncle Alpheus, who argued with a white overseer over his profits from selling grain, and wealthy Grandpa Ross, who owned property and was a man of influence, thus defying one of the unspoken rules of the South that blacks had to stay in poverty. Thanks to examples such as these, the idea that African Americans could excel beyond their lot was as natural to Ella as the daily rise and fall of the sun in the sky. Grandpa Ross' affluence and role as founder and pastor of the Roanoke Chapel Baptist Church in North Carolina made him a leader in his community. He insisted that Ella sit at the head of the church, at the pulpit, where the visiting preacher was designated to sit. This angered her mom, for the pulpit was traditionally the realm of men, not of women or children. But for Ella, this was a rite of passage. One day, she would share power in a movement that was predominantly led by men. Georgiana Ross Baker, Ella's mother, an industrious and constantly busy woman, was a dominant figure in the Baker household. Blake, Ella's father, was fun-loving and affectionate, and frequently away from home because of his employment as a waiter on a ferry. He was the one who always made sure the kids had some fun, like the time he took them all to the circus. Georgiana was the homemaker, having decided to raise the 3 children, Ella Baker III, Maggie, and Curtis, instead of pursuing a teaching career. She nurtured the community as well, bustling about the neighborhood, providing for the needs of the hungry, the sick, and the downtrodden, whether they were white or black. Whether she wanted to or not, Ella was required to follow the example of her mother, who went about the town with a basket of medicine and food over one arm and a Bible in the other hand. Thus, as a young child, she trudged off every day to care for others as if she were her mother's shadow. In this way, Ella learned much about how to organize the women of the church and to do good works. When, in 1911, the family moved to Littleton, North Carolina, she was put in charge of the Sunshine Club. She was 8 years old. A year later, Ella officially joined the Baptist Church. Like so many black leaders in the civil rights movement, Ella was serious about her church. She read through the Bible several times, listened critically and analytically to the Sunday morning sermons, and, in an attempt to temper her spirited nature, determined to occupy herself with physical work. When she became angry, she was able to pacify her temper with hard work accompanied by loud singing. This habit followed her into her adult life, where she sought action, endless committees, reports, memos, not only to cool her frustrations with racial injustice but also to bring about change and betterment for all people. The difference was that, as an adult, it was the freedom songs of the civil rights movement that provided the sense of release. Church also afforded young Ella the opportunity to observe women in leadership roles, and to learn the art of speaking well, an activity at which she excelled. At a very young age, she developed the notion that content was more important than the emotive aspects of traditional African American sermonizing. From her mother, Ella learned the importance of education, of speaking correctly, of selfless giving, and of pursuing a better life. Georgiana taught her 3 children how to read before they started school and insisted that they pursue all opportunities for achievement. Georgiana also made sure her children were well versed in the tales of the high-achieving professionals in the family history, the postmistress, the registrar of deeds, and a congressman. If these men and women could accomplish what they did, then achievement for Ella and her siblings must be attainable too. Following grammar school, Ella attended Shaw University for secondary education and college, and quickly established herself as the campus firebrand. Shaw University was a Baptist school, and as such, the university prohibited what were deemed immoral crimes such as the use of tobacco, drinking alcohol, dancing, card playing, and men and women walking together on campus. For women, there were additional restrictions. They were forbidden to wear high-heeled shoes, go into the city, or wear silk stockings or earrings. Ella publicly protested that women should be allowed to wear silk stockings, especially if they had attractive legs to show off. She 4. Challenged the rule against men and women walking together on campus. After her first protest, she was given a talking to by the dean. After the second, she would have been expelled but for the fact that the faculty spoke to the dean on her behalf. Ella rebelled against stultifying tradition wherever she found it. When she was called to sing for white visitors, she refused to do so. While campus girls dolled up for the young men on campus, Ella pursued baseball, debate, and other extracurricular activities. As a campus leader, she traveled to New York and Indianapolis to YWCA conferences. By the time she graduated as class valedictorian in 1927, she had made up her mind not to follow the path of most of her classmates, who wanted to be teachers or to settle down and begin families of their own. Ella had other plans. She would move to New York, where she would stay with her cousin Martha until she had saved enough money for a place of her own and could start a new life. Starting out. In the 1920s and 1930s, Harlem was the place to be for whites as well as blacks. Although New York was not legally a Jim Crow state, African Americans still tended to live in racially exclusive communities, either because they were not welcome in white neighborhoods or out of preference. Harlem was an explosion of glittery lights, urban sophistication, fashion, vivacious music, literature, and art, all created, molded, and developed by African Americans themselves. The camaraderie amongst the natives and the newly transplanted Southerners, like Baker, helped ease the transition into this new and provocative world. That she traveled alone even though she was asthmatic was a testament to Ella's adventurousness and disregard for any obstacle, whether it was a social custom or her own health that might stand in her way. Baker was enthralled by the outpouring of radical thought she encountered, literally on every street corner. The soapbox speakers, socialists, communists, black nationalists, and a hodgepodge of freethinkers broadened the horizons of Baker's education. The orators were spirited people, much like Baker herself. Protest was common in Harlem in those days, as was the steady stream of picketers and marchers who trudged down well-known streets. Baker marveled at and was relieved by what she saw. She was not alone, and she would thrive in this environment. Despite her pioneer spirit, Baker did not initially consider a career in activism. She wanted to continue her education and become a medical missionary. She was able to take a few courses, such as sociology, at Columbia University and the New School, though she could not afford to be a full-time student. But that did not stop her from supplementing her education with what she heard on the street, where there was a wealth of information, perspectives, and knowledge free for the taking. To earn a living, Baker did as most other African American women did, she worked as a waitress and a domestic. She organized tours for the Chicago's World's Fair. As time went on, she dabbled in almost anything, eventually including journalism, which was undoubtedly much more satisfying. She was a staff member of the American West Indian News, and was later hired on as the office manager of the Negro National News. She contributed articles to various other black presses. But it was through the Negro National News that Baker had her first experience with community organizing. Young Negroes Cooperative League. Ella Baker knew George Schulier from working with him at the Negro National News office, for he was the publisher of that newspaper. In 1930, she helped him start up the Young Negroes Cooperative League, an organization geared to young activists between the ages of 18 and 35. Baker was herself 25 at the time and eager to be a part of the solution to the problems afflicting African Americans, problems that had been exacerbated by the Great Depression. The YNCL was designed to muster black consumer power through organizations such as cooperatives to increase economic growth in African American communities. In the YNCL's first year, Baker was the secretary-treasurer, and in 1931, the national director. She contributed her ideas and her time, helping to spur the organization's growth through fundraising, rousing speeches, and organizing offices in several communities. She eased comfortably into her responsibilities, forming strong relationships with the various communities with which she worked. It was during this period that her intense interest in working with young people began to grow. Baker's resume grew. She was chairman of the Youth Committee of 100, founder of the Young People's Community Forum, and advisor to the New York Youth Council of the NAACP. She organized an assortment of agitation activities. In 1934, when she met with a librarian to discuss the lack of African Americans employed at a branch in the New York City Public Library, she was not only listened to but also offered a job. One of her functions at the library was to facilitate the Mothers in the Park program to help mothers raise their children. National Negro Congress. By age 32, Baker had accumulated a great deal of work experience and credibility, and she was undoubtedly one of the who's who of African American leaders in the city. In 1935, she was asked to be the publicity director of the sponsoring committee of the National Negro Congress, a significant nod to her growing status. The NNC was an effort to coalesce the various African American activist groups by setting aside their diverse philosophical, political, and other differences in an attempt to present a united front against the raging issues that concerned African Americans, such as discrimination, segregation, and racial violence. This organization attracted representatives from the NAACP, the Urban League, Communists, and even the well-known A. Philip Randolph, distinguished leader of the Brotherhood of Sleeping Car Porters and a pioneer of the civil rights movement, who was elected its president. Hopes were dashed, however, when the organization folded shortly after Randolph resigned in 1940 due to his overwhelming commitment to the Brotherhood of Sleeping Car Porters and the fact that the Communists were taking over the organization. During this time, Baker, as usual, occupied herself with a wide range of causes. As ever, action was her response to the problems that enveloped her community. She lent her hands, her voice, and her mind to whatever cause needed her. In 1936, she became a teacher with the Works Progress Administration, one of a number of programs under President Franklin D. Roosevelt's New Deal to help alleviate the effects of the Great Depression. In 1937, she signed up as an assistant project supervisor. Although the New Deal was criticized by many African American leaders because it did not seem racially inclusive, Baker felt that it was better to be a part of the solution than to complain and do nothing, when there were people who needed help. Marriage. Ella met T.J. Robinson, who was 2 years younger than herself, while at Shaw University. Like Baker, he was interested in activism, and he had even been a member of Randolph's Brotherhood of Sleeping Car Porters. While Ella was in New York and Robinson was still living in North Carolina, they corresponded voraciously. Robinson made his intentions quite clear. He visited her in New York at least once before Baker finally gave in to his numerous marriage proposals. When they married in 1940, it was with the understanding that she would keep her maiden name in her professional work. Her reasons for this were varied. She felt she had the right, she was well known by her maiden name, and she believed she could protect her husband from becoming overshadowed by her own notoriety. National Association for the Advancement of Colored People. The National Association for the Advancement of Colored People was the premier organization for protest in the nation during much of the 20th century. With branches across the nation, and a national office right in Baker's own backyard, the NAACP represented for Baker the opportunity of a lifetime. She applied twice, in 1938 and in 1940, for the youth director position with the national office. She was passed over both times, despite her impressive resume and the fact that she was no stranger to the NAACP. In 1935, she had co-written an engaging article for The Crisis, the organ of the NAACP, entitled The Bronx Slave Market, which was the moniker bandied about in African American circles for Simpson Avenue, where African American women solicited themselves to white women for work. She had followed up that piece by holding a meeting with Adam Clayton Powell, Jr., who was then the city councilman. Baker had also given a speech at the 1936 NAACP conference to talk about her work in the YNCL. In 1941, Baker was finally offered a position with the NAACP as an assistant field secretary, not the youth position she had wanted. Nearing 40, Baker was a mature, experienced woman, and as no-nonsense as ever. Her physical appearance and comportment depicted an imposing presence, her large purse firmly tucked under her arm, her beaded hat set at a jaunty angle. Ella Baker strode forth with determination in her eye, her gait, her whole demeanor. Wherever she headed it was always with this hell-bent look. Given her horrific schedule, it's no wonder that she took off at great speed. Another description portrayed her as a little helter-skelter. And wherever she went, she created a whirlwind, leaving a scatter of papers, notes, leaflets, church programs, and phone numbers in her wake. The more disciplined people in the office always found her takeoff breathtaking, unorthodox, and disorganized. Though Baker was renowned for frequently missed deadlines, she was a stickler for organizational procedures and instructions. And she produced results. For her first 3 years with the NAACP, Baker traveled across the South, visiting Florida, Alabama, Georgia, South Carolina, North Carolina, and Virginia, on the road for at least 6 months out of the year. She gave speeches wherever she went for the dual purpose of raising money and increasing the membership. Much to the astonishment of the NAACP big guns back in New York, she was a huge success. Fundraising and leading a membership campaign were rigorous and challenging enough. Traveling alone was harrowing. Baker reported her myriad experiences with segregation as she traveled by train and bus back and forth to New York. Baker was not a turn-the-other-cheek kind of person. On one occasion she adamantly challenged the staff at the traveler's aid desk who did not want to give her the berth she had reserved. At the end of their bickering, she got the berth, plus double beds. Whenever Baker encountered racism on trains, she routinely wrote down names of the workers, so she could file a complaint. Once, she was lifted aggressively out of her seat in the dining car by a military police officer, because the curtain that divided the white and black section had not been put up. She addressed her fellow diners with a raucous "This man is overstepping his authority." Many of the other passengers sympathized with her. The NAACP, on the other hand, did not pursue a legal fight, but had Thurgood Marshall send off letters of complaint. The subsequent apologies did not satisfy Baker. Daisy Lampkin. Daisy Lampkin made history in the National Association for the Advancement of Colored People, when, in 1930, she became the first field secretary. She was also one of the few women who enjoyed leadership in a predominantly male organization. The year of Daisy Elizabeth Adams' birth is uncertain, but it is reported to be August 8, 1883. What is known is that she was born in Washington, D.C., but grew up in Reading, Pennsylvania. She was an only child and lived comfortably. Her father, George, was a porter, and her mother, Rosa, was a proctor. She moved to Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania in 1909, and 3 years later she married William Lampkin. Lampkin's efforts in the first 3 decades of the century were largely devoted to suffrage work, politics, and organizing. She became the president of the Negro Women's Equal Franchise Federation, and later became the chairwoman of the Allegheny County Negro Women's Republican League, vice chairwoman of the Negro Voters League of Pennsylvania, and vice chairwoman of the Colored Voters Division of the Republican National Committee. During World War I, she helped organize Urban League and NAACP chapters and was involved in women's organizations such as the National Council of Negro Women and the National Association of Colored Women. In the 1930s and 1940s, Lampkin limited her activities to the NAACP, though the time and energy she gave to the organization were extraordinary. It also contributed to her poor health. In 1930, she became the organization's first field secretary, a prestigious post in the NAACP. In 1935, she became national field secretary. Both roles required her to stay in the public eye, give speeches, and canvass for support across the nation. Lampkin's work set the standard for field secretaries to come. Her name was well known at the time, especially among members of the NAACP. Lampkin was known for her strength of character, extraordinary energy and accomplishments, and elaborate and stylish hats. She was a remarkable leader. Lampkin and her husband did not have children of their own. But they did raise a friend's daughter, Romaine Childs. Lampkin died on March 10, 1965. Ella Baker 9. Though Baker's efforts as a woman in a male-dominated movement were groundbreaking, she was not alone. More and more women joined local branches. Some were elected president or held other offices. And some worked alongside Baker within the national office. Baker made friends with several women in the NAACP. Among them were Daisy Lampkin, Charlotte Crump, and Lucille Black. Lampkin was a seasoned soldier of activism, an early 20th century feminist, who had been active in the women's suffrage front, a member of the National Association of Colored Women and of the National Council of Negro Women, vice president of the Pittsburgh Courier, and the first ever field secretary of the NAACP. Charlotte Crump was the coordinator of publicity and promotions at the NAACP, and Lucille Black was the national membership secretary. These friendships helped alleviate the hardships that Baker endured through her grueling work schedule and many frustrations. The women bonded through letters, both business and personal, telephone calls, lunch and dinner dates, and other social get-togethers, providing mutual support, camaraderie, and release from the day-to-day grind. Indeed, Baker built a rapport with nearly everyone she met at her various destinations during her travels as a field secretary. In this, Baker was an asset to the NAACP. She provided a personable, down-to-earth approach that the ordinary people appreciated and did not, in general, receive from most of the other representatives from the national office. Much of the secret to her success was the way in which she sought common ground with the people she spoke to and her way of speaking in a familiar language that people could readily understand, and interacting with them in a way that made them feel they were important to her. If anything, Baker wanted to give the membership more power than what the national office allowed. Early on, she pressed the executives of the NAACP to utilize the members in a more effective way to give them a purpose greater than simply being a number to add to NAACP's growing membership base. Baker was member-focused, not organization-focused, but the latter was what the bigwigs in the NAACP wanted to emphasize. Baker wanted to enhance the power and control of the local branches to determine what issues were important or pertinent to them and their communities. Baker attended to other causes outside of the NAACP. Education for blacks remained one of Baker's most passionate causes. She was a member of the Intergroup Committee on New York Public Schools, the New York City Board of Education's Commission on Integration, and a subcommittee on zoning. In the same year she went to work for the NAACP, she conceived of a fundraising campaign to help African American teachers fight for equal pay. In 1943, Baker accepted the NAACP position of Director of Branches, becoming the highest-ranking woman in the organization. In this role, she implemented many ideas and programs she felt would improve the areas in 10. The organization she felt were lacking. She started leadership training conferences and in-service training sessions and developed job descriptions and procedures and a successful national membership campaign. Her work helped increase the influence and strength of the organization, a contribution she was acknowledged for. But the high-profile role that Baker played did not shield her from office politics and conflict. Part of what made the NAACP so successful was that it was run like an efficient machine, with all of the parts working together toward a particular goal that was defined at the top and relayed down to the membership. And the membership was expected to follow its leaders. Walter White, the executive secretary of the NAACP, in particular, wielded substantial power to keep members in line with the position and philosophy of the organization. Baker saw for herself how White and W.E.B. Du Bois, the independent thinking scholar and one of the founders of the NAACP, clashed. When Du Bois returned for the second time to the NAACP to edit its organ, The Crisis, in 1944, his reception back at the office was chilly. White attempted to keep a tight rein on Du Bois, not allowing him to have his own office or administrative support and trying to censure what he could publish in the magazine. Du Bois stayed for only 4 years. Like Du Bois, Baker's repeated requests for administrative help were ignored. She became flustered over the fact that the talents of the members were overlooked and not appreciated for the resource they were. She wanted to empower the branches to pursue local causes. Baker vocalized these concerns from the day she began working with the NAACP, repeatedly raising these issues in memorandums, reports, and letters to the board and the executives. But White and the board were not interested in developing the massively growing membership base, a base that she had helped build. Both Baker and Du Bois, while employed by the NAACP, had the reputation of being radicals. And Baker, like Dubois, began to feel stifled by the national office. While she began discreetly looking for another job, Baker was confronted with drama at home. Maggie, her youngest sister, ill-equipped to raise her baby, gave her to Georgiana to raise, which she did until the death of her husband, and her old age made it impossible. Ella Baker, without hesitation, took the child, who in 1946 was 9 years old. She brought her to New York, although most of the time her niece was shuttled between her husband, friends, and neighbors, as Baker had tremendous commitments that kept her away from home. In the spring of 1946, Baker resigned from the national office of the NAACP, though this did not conclude her involvement with the local organization. After her departure, she served as a board member, president, and education director of the local branch in New York City. Life after the NAACP. Money was often tight in Baker's home, and the years after her resignation were as financially uncertain as ever. Baker continued to look for the sort of work that mattered to her and would contribute to the betterment of humanity. In 1946, the self-assured Baker mailed off her resume to Edward Lewis, the executive director of the New York Urban League, including in the letter an idea to help him with increasing membership and fundraising. She worked with the Urban League until, in 1947, she took a job with the Salvation Army and then with the New York Cancer Society. Cancer had taken the life of her cousin, Martha, with whom she had lived when she first arrived to New York. This death propelled Baker to action, and so she became a fundraiser for the New York City Cancer Committee and launched a crusade to promote public awareness on cancer and prevention. Baker did not slack on her obligations to the many other organizations with which she was involved. She still traveled to NAACP branches for speaking engagements, where she urged black people to support the NAACP as a frontal organization, press for fair labor laws, better health conditions, a fair employment practice committee, anti-poll tax legislation, and against every measure, proposal, and practice designed to oppress the underprivileged. Her influence with the members remained strong. She was an advisor to the New York Youth Council, earning the honor of Mother of the New York Youth Council for her role. Baker stayed involved with consumer organizations and volunteered her time on several committees, such as the Committee on Information Services of the Welfare Council of New York City, and the Consumer Advisory Committee of the President's Council of Economic Advisors. At home, she and her husband were deeply involved with the Tenants Association where they lived. It hardly appeared as if there was room for anything else on her calendar, but Baker would find a way. 1947 was a busy year. Journey of Reconciliation. In 1947, Bayard Rustin and Ella Baker collaborated on a project. It turned out to be an ideal match. Both Rustin and Baker preferred low-profile activism. Rustin had helped start civil rights organizations such as the Congress of Racial Equality and, later, the Southern Christian Leadership Conference. Like Ella, he shuttled between his various organizations, working on projects or teaming up with other like-minded individuals. Rustin and Baker consistently came up with innovative program ideas, taking full advantage of their many years of solid experience. It helped that the two worked well together. Ella Baker joined Rustin and other members of the Fellowship of Reconciliation to coordinate the Journey of Reconciliation, conceived to test the ruling of the United States Supreme Court that banned racial discrimination in interstate travel. To Baker's disappointment and frustration, she and the other women were not allowed to participate. It would be too dangerous. However, the Journey of Reconciliation ended uneventfully with the arrest of the black and white riders. Much later, in 1961, CORE and SNCC would coordinate in a remake of the 1947 Journey of Reconciliation, which they would call the Freedom Rides. Though Baker was not involved, women were invited to participate. In addition to numerous arrests, the Freedom Riders were brutally attacked. The attacks were a large reason that the Freedom Rides were so dynamic. New York City branch of NAACP. In the 1950s, Baker's involvement with the local branch of the NAACP in New York included a great deal of fundraising. She had always been a natural when it came to raising money for organizations. As part of a plan for the New York branch of the NAACP to raise $25,000, she challenged 1,000 individuals to raise $50 each. In 1953, she helped launch the Metropolitan Youth Conference on Equality and the Eastern Regional Training Conference. The first conference covered broad issues such as employment, housing, and veterans issues. The second conference addressed police brutality, an issue that would, in the 1960s, feed the tensions that triggered the urban riots in the North. That same year, Baker officiated a formal dinner at the New York State Conference. In 1953, Baker for the first time turned to politics. She was the president of the New York branch when Russell Crawford, the vice president, suggested that she run for the New York City Council. The possibility of extending her influence in the city was provocative, but she had to come to terms with her feelings about politics before she could make up her mind. To Baker, politicians could be corruptible, and traditional political parties were unappealing. Politically, Baker was independently minded, someone who held herself to her own high standards. Her solution was to agree to run under the Liberal Party and to simply be herself. Baker launched her campaign without any bells and whistles or fancy political speech-making, displaying a strong sense of what was needed in the city and a simple message. She proposed to do away with the slums and to provide affordable housing, daycare programs, and community activities for those who might otherwise spend their time loitering or turn to crime. Her campaign pitches addressed not only blacks but also the large population of disadvantaged immigrants and whites in the city. In the end, she was defeated. Following her failed bid for city council, Baker resumed her work at the local NAACP as the chair of a special committee established to deal with the potential threat of communist infiltration in the organization. This was, perhaps, Baker's most trying hour. The NAACP had turned inward to purge. Ella Baker 13. Anyone with ties, or the appearance of such, to communism. The 1950s had ushered in a second Red Scare, and everyone was suspect, especially activists or individuals and communities speaking against the American status quo in any way. Communists, as well as some African Americans, frequently sought each other out. African Americans, who had long been victims of oppression and exploitation, were prime candidates for the communists, who offered the enticement of social, economic, and political equality. What ultimately disenchanted those African Americans who considered becoming or actually became communists was the evolving revelation that this philosophy did not address racial issues, just economic class structure. Overall, communism did not appeal to most African Americans. Nonetheless, the NAACP, like many other organizations, worked hard to distance itself from it, sometimes employing the same melodramatic investigations, expulsions, and denouncements that characterized the period. Baker was not wholly convinced that red baiting was a good idea. Fundamentally, she was an independent thinker and endorsed individualism and independence in others. The fact that she had witnessed the unraveling of the National Negro Congress due to infiltration by communists complicated matters. But as a leader in the New York NAACP, Baker felt obligated to submit to her directives. She ultimately did, though she tried to find ways to plead on behalf of the accused when she felt compelled to and to express her misgivings to the national office. Montgomery bus boycott. While Baker reluctantly carried out her duties to identify and remove communists from the NAACP, a major demonstration was underway in Montgomery, Alabama. It all started when Rosa Parks, an African-American domestic and member of the local NAACP, refused to give up her seat to white passengers and was arrested. Parks happened to be Baker's friend. They had met back in 1946 at a NAACP leadership training seminar in Jacksonville, Florida. In 1955, Baker, hearing of Parks' arrest, rushed down to Montgomery, Alabama, and took part in the numerous discussions that followed to determine what the next step should be. Parks presented a critical opportunity for African American protest. Baker hoped that this opportunity would encompass some type of mass movement, and she helped direct the conversations to that end. The famed Montgomery bus boycott was the eventual result. In Friendship. In the year that saw the birth of the boycott in Alabama and the subsequent launching of the meritorious career of Dr. Martin Luther King, Jr., Ella. 14. Baker again met up with Bayard Rustin, along with Stanley Levison, a Jewish attorney, and others to form In Friendship. A. Philip Randolph was the organization's first chair, but he resigned shortly thereafter, due to his ongoing obligations to the Brotherhood of Sleeping Car Porters. In Friendship was not a highly visible organization. Its primary function was to fundraise for such efforts as school desegregation in the South, and leadership development and training, and for organizations like the Montgomery Improvement Association, which was established to coordinate the Montgomery bus boycott and the NAACP. Rallies that were coordinated by In Friendship drew African American entertainers and celebrities like Duke Ellington and Harry Belafonte. The funds In Friendship raised were seminal to the civil rights movement. However, fierce competition for monetary support forced In Friendship to eventually shut down in 1958. Southern Christian Leadership Conference. In 1957, Baker helped launch another, more successful and longer-lasting, organization, the Southern Christian Leadership. According to Baker, the SCLC was conceived by herself, Levison, and Rustin. Baker had great hopes for this organization. She dreamed it would become what the NAACP was not, an organization in which the members were allowed a greater and more significant role. The SCLC was dominated by middle-class men of the cloth. Traditionally, ministers held a special place in African American life, a fact rooted in the customs that were transferred from Africa. Religion was the cornerstone of African culture and traditions, and it continued to be so during slavery in America. After slavery, to be a preacher was just about the highest and most influential position an African American could attain. Black ministers were and still are highly regarded in the African American community. The potential for mobilizing a massive movement among churchgoers, following the successful Montgomery bus boycott, was compelling. Once again, Baker followed her own path. She was not a zealous churchgoer as an adult. She could not be easily charmed by anyone, not even by the charismatic king. And she was disinclined to fill the conventional role of the demure woman, which, as Baker's biographer, Joanne Grant, suggests, the ministers might have expected. Baker was King's first choice as someone to help set up the fledgling organization. Neither was she enthusiastic about moving to Atlanta, Georgia, in the segregated South. Nor was she pleased with the conflict that materialized after she reported to duty in 1958. Baker believed that her assertiveness played a part in the tension that defined her working relationship with King, the president, and Ralph Abernathy, the secretary-treasurer of the SCLC. Baker moved confidently in this realm. She felt that her voice was equal to theirs. Her grandfather had. Ella Baker 15. Taught her that when he had first set her at the pulpit that was designated for the visiting preacher. Baker had no trouble asserting her thoughts on the direction of the SCLC, as well as other issues. But her influence was limited. There is no denying the fact that in the early days Baker was instrumental in getting SCLC off the ground. The first office was set up in a hotel room. Baker had to make calls on the payphone outside and trundle to Ebenezer Baptist Church to make copies. In addition to managing the office as the executive director of SCLC, Baker was also in charge of coordinating registration drives across the South. Getting blacks to vote was an imposing task, even for the influential Baker. She had to contend with the reality of white opposition that came in the form of violence and intimidation. Baker's 5-week stint in Shreveport, Louisiana was, despite these hurdles, constructive. She worked long hours helping to coordinate and organize voter registration campaigns. Baker's other job duties included coordinating conferences, giving speeches, and, as ever, fundraising. It did not take Baker long to realize that the SCLC was not living up to her expectations. For one thing, she was stressed, overworked, and deprived of basic equipment and administrative support that would have alleviated the heavy demands put on her. She was working alone, operating a fast-growing civil rights organization. Like her experiences with the national office of the NAACP, Baker's repeated requests and recommendations, such as the one for a literacy program, were overlooked. One major disappointment to her was the fact that she and the SCLC leadership had different agendas for the organization. Baker stressed the importance of grassroots or community leadership, the SCLC project a national leader. King was quickly becoming the face of the civil rights movement, overshadowing the importance of the lesser-known or nameless individuals who participated in it. Baker's personal philosophy on leadership was poles apart from King's. Baker deliberately stayed out of the limelight and avoided the ever-present media that documented the tumultuous movement. Nonetheless, her name and face were well known, especially amongst the activists. Baker was also at odds with the leadership over the function of the participants involved in the SCLC. Baker believed that the talents of the youth and of the women's organizations that took part in the bus boycott could have been better utilized. Baker formally resigned from the SCLC on August 1, 1960. But once again, this did not conclude her involvement with the organization. Before Baker parted ways with the SCLC, she had to deal with a more personal problem. Just as it was becoming clear that the SCLC was not working out, so too was her marriage to Robinson coming to an end. Since Baker traveled so much, often living away from home, she did not let on that there were troubles. One might assume that it was her long stints away from home and her all-consuming preoccupation with one organization or 16. Another that caused the ultimate dissolution of her marriage, but it was not. Robinson's depression, triggered by his mother's death, was purportedly the cause. They divorced in 1959. Sit-in movement. On February 1, 1960, 4 African American college students walked single file into Woolworth's in Greensboro, North Carolina, sat down at a lunch counter, and refused to move. This was not the nation's first sit-in, but it was the first of a wave of demonstrations led by young adults that took place across the South. The NAACP observed these demonstrations with some apprehension and cautioned its own college-aged members not to take part. The SCLC, on the other hand, moved quickly to help galvanize the emergence of this new and exciting potential. When Baker heard about the sit-in in North Carolina, she informed King. But, true to form, these two leaders had different ideas on what relationship should be forged with the young activists. Baker felt that the youth should lead themselves. She wanted the SCLC to provide assistance but to not interfere with the governing of the students. King had wanted to extend an invitation to them to participate in a youth division of the SCLC, and he did so at the special conference, known as the Southwide Student Leadership Conference on Nonviolent Resistance to Segregation, which Baker coordinated in April of 1960. Over 200 students attended. In the end, the students agreed with Baker and the Student Nonviolent Coordinating Committee was forged. From this point forward, Baker became the advisor, advocate, consultant, and beloved surrogate mother for the newly formed organization. King also played a critical role in this delicate beginning. Both helped fundraise for the organization and publicly supported and validated it. But Baker's relationship was much more intimate than King's. She was, more than likely, one of the few adults allowed to attend SNCC meetings. These youths infused high energy, fresh innovation, and a razor-sharp edge to the civil rights movement. What they lacked in experience and organizational and leadership development, Baker more than made up for with her guidance and instruction. Student Nonviolent Coordinating Committee. The launching of SNCC was a time of great expectations and exhilarating change. SNCC's objective was to spark new life, new energy, into the civil rights movement in the form of direct action. Baker once again found herself in the thick of activity, leading the way to challenge the status quo and to improve the dire conditions facing African Americans. That summer, she resigned from the SCLC and looked forward to a new chapter with SNCC. Ella Baker 17. SNCC activists conferred the title of Mother to Baker. And that is what she was. Baker provided instruction on the logistics of how to structure and organize the group. She coordinated training workshops to equip them with the necessary tools to execute their plans, but she did not seek to control or interfere in their decision-making or the development of their ideology. Her intent was not to tell the members what to do, but to give them the room to grow as they determined for themselves. A testament to her philosophy, when SNCC members asked Baker to take a leadership position, she turned it down. Baker's policy of non-interference included periodic calculated interventions. At meetings, Baker withheld her own opinions. But when emotions ran high, or when she observed that the conversation was going nowhere, she gently and unobtrusively helped to alleviate the tension and to stimulate productive conversation. During one particularly intense meeting, Baker broke the tension with one of the most popular freedom songs, "We Shall Overcome." The song instantly thawed the swelling anger, frustration, and contention that showed itself from time to time. At other times, she conferred with specific individuals and in her subtle way made recommendations and suggestions for the individuals to consider, such as when she prodded a reluctant Charles McDew to become chairman of the organization. In this feminized role, Baker also served as a comforter. When young activists were the target of violent police action, jailed, and oftentimes traumatized or filled with rage, Baker came to their aid and provided them with emotional support and material needs. Hers was a tough love, for when the bruises had healed and the pain had subsided, she encouraged them to get back on their feet and face the struggle once more. In short, Baker's role was indispensable. When conflict threatened to tear the organization apart, Baker's serene wisdom saved the day. One of the big issues within SNCC concerned the question of which program to pursue, voter registration or direct action. With Baker, the answer was obvious. Implement both. Thus, the organization formed two separate staffs to handle each area of interest. Through the direct action programs, SNCC activists staged sit-ins and stand-ins at lunch counters, bus stations, movie theaters, and other segregated public facilities and mounted support campaigns for protesters who were arrested. Education reform was another area in which Baker contributed to SNCC. She had always been committed to education. Protest was, to her, not some spontaneous, thoughtless action, but involved careful training and development. Baker spearheaded workshops and training sessions to equip students with an understanding of the issues facing African Americans, the philosophy of nonviolence, and information on how to organize and implement demonstrations. In 1961 the civil rights movement was full of activity, and SNCC, helped by Baker as a free agent, made seminal contributions. In that year, 18. SNCC activists participated in the Freedom Rides. After the fiery confrontation between black militants and whites in Monroe, North Carolina cooled, Baker went there to see what she could do, what comfort she could offer. Baker also attended to the demonstrators who participated in the Albany movement in Georgia. There were consequences to activism in those days. Some risked their limbs and their lives at the hands of violent and racist whites. Others risked being ostracized from society. One young activist, Brenda Travis, a high school student, was sent to reform school because of her involvement in the civil rights movement. Baker temporarily became a guardian to her, helping her navigate through this difficult period in her life. She sent Travis to a boarding school in North Carolina where she could finish out her education. Other activism. Young Women's Christian Association. Ella Baker joined the staff of the Young Women's Christian Association in 1960, the same year she helped African American students found SNCC. The YWCA gave her an opportunity to further contribute to the growth of SNCC. Baker prodded sometimes laboriously young women to join SNCC. One of her main duties was to travel the South, particularly to white colleges and universities, to endorse integrated schools. She found a number of students who were willing to take part in the events of the civil rights movement going on around them, but the pressures from administration, parents, and the prevailing ideas of society deterred them. The civil rights movement was, at the time, not popular with many blacks or whites. The cost of protest was high, and to join in took a great deal of consideration as well as courage. White students faced dangers similar to those faced by blacks. To the students faced with parental and administration pressures, Baker gently insisted that they should do whatever they could, no matter how small. She was, overall, received well by the white students, just as she won the trust of the African American students of SNCC. Southern Conference Educational Fund. In 1963, Baker became a part-time consultant for the Southern Conference Educational Fund. Once again, she found herself in a job that permitted her to devote plenty of time to SNCC, as well as to merge her SNCC work into her new job responsibilities. Back in New York, Baker plunged into fundraising, working alongside the New York Friends of SNCC. In February of 1963, Baker single-handedly organized a benefit concert at Ella Baker 19. Carnegie Hall. In attendance were the likes of writer James Baldwin, singer Harry Belafonte, actress Diane Carroll, singer Nina Simone, actors Ossie Davis and Ruby Dee, jazz musician Thelonious Monk, and the Freedom Singers. Tony Bennett, the famous Italian-American jazz singer, was also present. The event raised more than $8,000. Later that year, she established the Fund for Educational and Legal Defense, which provided scholarships to SNCC activists. Freedom Singers. The Freedom Singers was a singing group formed in 1962 to help raise money for the Student Nonviolent Coordinating Committee. Singing has long been a tradition for African Americans, extending back to Africa. In Africa, singing was a daily event, a part of religious rituals as well as community life. There was a song for every occasion, while working, when a child was born, and when someone died. During good times and bad, singing was an essential part of life. A man from Zambia wrote in an article titled "Why I Love Africa," "Singing heals us, singing consoles us, singing soothes our souls, and singing generates hope." Some African songs were passed on from one generation to another. Others were new or extemporaneous. In America, black slaves continued this tradition. Although some slaves still remembered old African songs, many improvised new songs, the most common being spirituals. During slavery, many of these songs served multiple purposes, for worship and praise, expression of deep weariness and unhappiness, and encouragement to keep on keepin' on. Some songs contained codes to direct black slaves through the Underground Railroad, a network of secret routes from the slave plantations of the South to freedom in the North. The song "Follow the Drinking Gourd" contained within it a map to help escaped slaves get to freedom. Thanks to white and black scholars, a large number of these songs were recorded and preserved in the late 19th century. All-black groups such as the Jubilee Singers of Fisk University made those songs popular and helped to raise large amounts of money from whites. Spirituals continued to play an important role during the civil rights struggle. Matriarchs like Ella Baker and Fannie Lou Hamer regularly led activists in rousing songs. Freedom or protest songs were sung during marches and other demonstrations, as well as in jail when activists were arrested. The songs strengthened the hearts of the activists and served as expressions of resistance to racism and inequality. The Freedom Singers spread these songs across the nation and even recorded albums. Some of the songs included "Oh Freedom" and "This Little Light of Mine." 20. The SCEF was a civil rights organization, but it comprised an interracial cast of members and its program was based on the struggle for integration. Baker greatly admired the idea that the activists were more like-minded, more concerned with people, less hierarchical, and more democratic than those involved with the NAACP and SCLC. She enjoyed her consulting work, for her main duties were to coordinate educational conferences and workshops, such as the Conference on Time for Action in the Mid-South at Virginia State College and a Civil Liberties Conference in Atlanta, Georgia. When violence erupted in the South in 1963, Baker took time away from work to go to the troubled sites. Violence was a constant with protest. White racists, most notoriously the Ku Klux Klan, worked double time to intimidate activists. Shockingly, women, as well as children, often took part. When African Americans rioted in response to bombings in Birmingham, Baker was there. Wherever activists, especially SNCC members, were being attacked, she was there. In 1964, she focused her attention on the Council of Federated Organizations' thrilling new undertaking, the Mississippi Summer Project. Mississippi Freedom Summer. Mississippi Freedom Summer was the name of the new civil rights project. It was sponsored by the Council of Federated Organization, which was formed in 1962 to amalgamate four powerful civil rights organizations, the NAACP, CORE, SCLC, and SNCC. It also assembled a significant number of white and Jewish activists who participated in the Freedom Summer. SNCC, in particular, was not enthusiastic over the idea of including whites. But Baker felt, and told them at meetings, that the time was ripe to be inclusive. Her work with the YWCA and SCEF undoubtedly added to her confidence that an integrated approach to the struggle was the right way to go. The goals of the Mississippi Freedom Summer Project were to increase voter registration, to build so-called freedom schools, which were racially inclusive institutions, and, later, to assist with the efforts of the Mississippi Freedom Democratic Party. The MFDP had been established to challenge the all-white and traditionally racially oppressive Democrats. For her part, Baker was member of the Friends of Freedom in Mississippi and coordinator of the New York Ad Hoc Committee. Mississippi summers sweltered, and this one was no different. Indeed it was, if possible, worse than others. This was because Mississippi, a major hotbed for racist activity and oppression, was especially resistant to protests for change. Ella Baker 21. Bayard Rustin. Bayard Rustin was an integral part of the civil rights movement, yet his name was less well known than many others. One reason for this was because he was openly gay and had been a member of the Young Communist League in 1936 or 1937. For these reasons, Rustin chose to work behind the scenes, where he helped to orchestrate some of the most majestic actions during the first decade of nonviolent struggle. Rustin was born on March 17, 1912, in Westchester, Pennsylvania, and was raised by his grandparents. During these formative years, his grandmother made a deep impression on him. She was a radical. Unlike most African Americans, she did not belong to a Baptist church or any other traditional religion. She was a Quaker. However, she did attend her husband's African Methodist Episcopal Church. But that church's history was steeped in a radical tradition, that if we as black people cannot worship with whites on equal terms, we will create our own church. Julia, Rustin's grandmother, was also a member of the National Association for the Advancement of Colored People. Rustin attended Wilberforce University in Wilberforce, Ohio and Cheyney State Teachers College. She also completed an activist training program facilitated by the American Friends Service Committee. He moved to Harlem in 1937 and joined the Communist Party USA. After the start of World War II, the Communist Party USA was no longer heavily involved in race issues. Rustin moved on to work with A. Philip Randolph on an idea he had to carry out a massive march on Washington to protest racial segregation in the armed forces. However, Randolph canceled the march when President Franklin D. Roosevelt agreed to issue Executive Order 8802, which banned discrimination in defense-related jobs. Upset over what he perceived as Randolph's weakness, Rustin joined other organizations, such as the Fellowship of Reconciliation, the American Friends Service Committee, and the Socialist Party. In 1944, Rustin was sentenced to 3 years in prison for violating the Secret Service Act by evading the draft. The 1950s saw the beginning of Rustin's involvement in the modern civil rights movement. He advised Dr. Martin Luther King, Jr. during the Montgomery bus boycott in Alabama in 1955. He helped coordinate the Freedom Rides in 1961. With Randolph, he helped coordinate the March on Washington for Jobs and Freedom in 1963 and other demonstrations. Rustin continued to fight for human rights throughout the 1970s and 1980s until his death on August 24, 1987. 22. What the Mississippi Freedom Summer demanded was an upheaval of a long and seemingly impenetrable tradition of white supremacy. By exerting their potential political power through the right to vote, African Americans, a large portion of the South's population, presented a very real threat to white dominance and discriminatory laws. In response to this agitation, racist whites were ruthless. They started fires and bombed homes. What received the most attention was the abduction of 3 volunteers, James Chaney, and Michael Schwerner and Andrew Goodman, on June 21, 1964. All 3 were found dead. Baker's most significant contribution to the Freedom Summer Project was her work with the MFDP. In 1964, she was in charge of the MFDP offices in Atlantic City, New Jersey and in Washington, D.C. She gave a forceful speech at the August State Convention in Jackson, Mississippi. Her speech was followed by thunderous applause and the singing of the emotive protest song "Auntie Gonna Let Nobody Turn Me Round," as well as marching and more singing. Later, Baker made presentations and sent off letters to galvanize support for the party. When the MFDP delegates, mostly black, arrived at the 1964 Democratic Party National Convention in New Jersey, the delegates were bombarded with setbacks. President Lyndon B. Johnson was one of their biggest detractors. The future of his presidential career was at stake. Although blacks and supporters of civil rights rejoiced over the signing of the Civil Rights Act of 1964, his enemies seethed. And some of them at the convention were threatening to stage their own demonstration of protest, a walkout. President Johnson did not hold back in trying to impede the MFDP, pressuring King and other civil rights leaders, putting delegates under surveillance, and even trying to divert attention away from the televised testimonials presented before the Credentials Committee by African Americans who had experienced tragedy when trying to register to vote. Fannie Lou Hamer, a friend of Baker's and a key player in SNCC, was the star of the show during the testimonials. Her horrific tale of losing her job and being evicted from her home some 8 years earlier, and the painful and humiliating abuse she had experienced while jailed at the Montgomery County Jail in Winona, Mississippi, brought tears to her audience. Later, Hamer would help energize the activists at the convention with freedom songs. In the end, the delegates were forced to accept a compromise. They were allowed only 2 non-voting delegates to be seated at the convention, while the remaining seats remained in the control of the regular Mississippi delegates. Baker was disappointed by the outcome, but she was realistic. If a vote is likely to go against the powers that be, she asserted, they try to find ways of keeping that thing from coming to a vote. That was the way of the South. Ella Baker, 23. SNCC and the new program of militancy. During one heated moment at a SNCC meeting on February 23, 1965, as the debate over the direction of the organization raged, Baker pacified the group by singing "We Shall Overcome." Shortly thereafter, all the voices in the room rose together to join hers. But after losing at the Democratic Convention, many of the SNCC activists were becoming increasingly disillusioned. Circumstances made the philosophy of nonviolence a lot less palatable to them, the violence perpetrated against them, for one thing, and impatience with such organizations as the NAACP and SCLC for another. There were members who felt that SNCC should be black-run with black members only, and that the murder of whites was getting more attention and sympathy than the deaths of countless blacks. The murder of white activist Minister Jonathan Reeb upstaged that of black activist Jimmy Lee Jackson during the Selma to Montgomery marches. When frustrations got the better of James Forman at the Montgomery State Capitol building, he appealed to demonstrators to resort to violence if their remonstrations were not addressed. The official transformation to military and black separatist philosophy was sealed when Stokely Carmichael gave his Black Power speech in 1966 in Greenwood, Mississippi. During this transformation, Baker kept a typically low profile. She balanced her duties and kept pace with the changes that were emerging within SNCC. Back in New York, she continued to focus her efforts on voter registration and the MFDP. She continued to speak throughout the South, and joined a new organization, the Charter Group for a Pledge of Conscience. She reacquainted herself with Parents in Action and was a paid consultant to the Executive Council of the Episcopal Church. She also attended SNCC meetings. At a 1966 SNCC staff meeting in Tennessee, Carmichael was elected chair, ushering in a new era of militancy and black separatism for SNCC. Baker's response, given her integrationist stance, must have startled some. She defended the organization's ideological shift. From the start, Baker's approach with SNCC had been to support it, not to promote her own agenda or anyone else's for that matter, although her advice carried significant weight with SNCC leaders. She nurtured their independence, even if it meant a radical stance. She patiently explained to white supporters that this was a step that the young people needed to take. She firmly maintained that the youngsters must be allowed to make their own decisions, make their own mistakes. She believed that the stance was a temporary one and never abandoned her own allegiance to a unified fight, black and white together. Though she never shared the fervor for black separatism, she understood it. When SNCC ousted all of its white members and staff workers and withdrew from the Civil Rights Leadership Conference in 1968, there was no turning back. By the 1970s, the group had lost all the ground it had won. 24. Baker remained with the group until 1968. In the end, she saw the struggle for freedom, which the civil rights movement embodied, as one that would benefit all people. In a 1964 speech, Baker told attendees at a meeting in Hattiesburg, Mississippi that the fight they should take part in was not of Negroes, not of the Negroes of Mississippi, but for the freedom of the American spirit, for the freedom of the human spirit. The Black Power movement and beyond. During the Black Power movement, with its Afrocentric salutes and dashikis, Baker continued to forge her own trail. In this period, from the late 1960s through the 1970s, Baker remained a pivotal figure, performing the same types of protest work she had in the past as well as taking on new, more expansive responsibilities. Among the list of her affiliations were the NAACP, the Movement to Free Angela Davis, the Mass Organizing Party, the Jeanette Rankin Brigade, Prison Reform, the Campaign to Free the Harlem Five, the Coalition of Concerned Black Americans and the Independent Black Voters League, the Women's Movement for Peace, and the Puerto Rican Solidarity Movement. Needless to say, Baker always gave of her time to talk with individuals with questions about the civil rights movement. In 1975, Baker celebrated her 75th birthday at the Carnegie Endowment for Peace in New York City. Joanne Grant, a former member of SNCC, produced and directed Fundi, the story of Ella Baker between 1979 and 1981. By this time Baker was showing signs of senility. She had difficulty remembering experiences and required a tremendous amount of caretaking. In 1981, Baker sat beside Grant during the premiere of the award-winning documentary. She was still trim and dressed in her signature hat and neat dress. Her face showed her age, but intelligence and wisdom were still indelibly etched there. Here was a woman who had no children of her own, but who had adopted thousands in her pursuit for civil rights. Here was a woman who could not be defined by one action or one organization. She had always affiliated herself with multiple groups, some simultaneously. She had lent herself generously to any agency that shared her quest for rights for African Americans, for all marginalized people. Baker died on her 83rd birthday in 1986. Her funeral was attended by the individuals who represented her multifaceted connections. Integrationists, ministers, socialists, black Muslims, black revolutionaries, and ordinary folk. Although this woman had shunned the spotlight all her life, she was deeply respected and celebrated by many. See also Stokely Carmichael, W.E.B. Du Bois, Fannie Lou Hamer, Martin Luther King, Jr., Thurgood Marshall, Rosa Parks, A. Philip Randolph, and Roy Wilkins. Ella Baker 25. Further resources. Collier Thomas, Betty, and Franklin, V.P., eds. Sisters in the Struggle, African American Women in the Civil Rights Black Power Movement. New York, New York University Press, 2001. Crawford, Vicki L., Rouse, Jacqueline N., and Woods, Barbara, eds. Women in the Civil Rights Movement, Trailblazers and Torchbearers. Bloomington, Indiana University Press, 1990. EllaBakerCenter.org. Ella Baker Center for Human Rights. http://ellabakercenter.org/page.php ? Page ID =1. Fundi, The Story of Ella Baker. Directed by Joanne S. Grant. Los Angeles, New Day Films, 1981. Grant, Joanne. Ella Baker, Freedom Bound. New York, John Wiley & Sons, 1998. Ransby, Barbara. Ella Baker and the Black Freedom Movement, A Radical Democratic Vision. Chapel Hill, University of North Carolina Press, 2003. 26. David Fenton/Getty Images was the chairperson and Minister of Defense of the Black Panther Party for Self-Defense between 1974 and 1977. Elaine Brown grew up in the low-income, gang-ridden neighborhoods of Philadelphia, Pennsylvania in the 1940s and 1950s. She was raised by a doting single mom but had a true blues relationship with her biological father, a middle-class professional. She had street smarts and could talk fast and rough when she had to. In her teens, she acclimated herself to the culture and speech patterns of the prestigious, predominantly white, private school she attended. But in her home neighborhood, Elaine Brown was one of the girls. She navigated between these two very different worlds with agility, and when she grew up, her experiences would serve her well. Timid was not a word that was ever associated with Elaine Brown. Some called her ruthless, others called her crazy. In a speech in 2007 at a feminist convention, to explain her rise to power in the Black Panther Party, she referred to herself as the baddest sister in Oakland, California. She was and still is an alluring beauty, with light brown skin with reddish hues and a slightly aquiline nose. When she wore her hair in an afro, a plume of soft curls, she looked like the heroine of a 1970s classic. The Gatling gun style of speech she used when she needed to get a message across or wanted to be taken seriously had a chilling and unnerving effect on her listeners. Her eloquence, effectiveness, and reputation made her a prime candidate for the highest position, Minister of Defense in the Black Panther Party for Self-Defense, one of the most powerful militant organizations in the 1960s and 1970s. She was the first and only woman of the original Black Panthers to hold that position. It was bestowed upon her by the co-founder of the organization, Huey P. Newton, following his exile to Cuba to avoid charges that had been lodged against him in America. Bobby Seale, the other co-founder, would have made a more logical choice, but, according to Brown, Seale had been expelled from the organization over a disagreement with Newton. Newton had been the leader of the organization since its inception in 1966. In many ways, Brown was like Newton, except she was extroverted, less theoretically minded, and more hands-on. Newton kept in touch with her while he was in Cuba, but it was Brown who carried out the daily tasks of the organization. She also coordinated the expansion of its programs, spearheaded its influence in local politics, placed women in top positions, and made a name for herself. Notwithstanding her many contributions, her methods were sometimes considered controversial. Like Newton, Brown used violence and believed that it was justified and empowering. Accusations of violence, threats, and criminal activity for which there is some factual evidence made her more of an anti-hero than a hero. Conflict within the organization escalated when Newton returned to America to resume his position as Minister of Defense. Brown, uncertain of 28. What her role would be upon his return, chose, in 1977, to decamp with her daughter Erica Suzanne Brown to France rather than face Newton's unpredictable bursts of rage. They lived in France until 1996, when Brown and her daughter moved to Atlanta, Georgia. Since then, Brown has run for various political positions as a Green Party candidate and continues to lecture, speaking about her experiences with the Black Panther Party and her ongoing pursuit of liberation for the oppressed. Childhood. Elaine Brown, who was born on March 2, 1943, was morbidly afraid of the dark. When she had her nightly anxiety attacks, her mother Dorothy would turn on the lights and hold her until she fell asleep. There were other things that bothered her, too. The inner-city neighborhood on York Street in North Philadelphia where she lived terrified her. North Philadelphia was known for gang activity and violence, filthy air, and streets littered with trash. In the home that she shared with her mother, her aunt, and her grandparents, there were reminders everywhere of the oppressive want. Mice scurried through the house at night. Poverty was no stranger to her mother and her grandparents. Dorothy told her daughter regularly about the despair into which she had been born. Her family was so poor she could not often afford to buy shoes, so she fastened cardboard to the bottoms of her shoes with safety pins. Although Dorothy worked hard at the factory, where she pressed and packaged girls' dresses too luxurious for her to afford, she stole one every now and then for Elaine to wear. Dorothy tried to change their luck by playing the numbers, a form of illegal gambling, but her efforts were in vain. Dorothy was fiercely proud, as well as stoic. She rarely cried and felt that tenderness and open affection were phoniness, displays put on by upper-crust Negroes and white people. Elaine grew up keenly aware of the distinction between rich and poor, between whites and blacks. One of the main lessons she learned was that wealth and whiteness were associated with everything good, whereas poverty and blackness were associated with everything bad. She also learned, and this from her mother, that anything associated with blackness was inferior, whereas whiteness was superior. This notion had been established long ago, sustained during 500 years of slave-based economy in the South, and still formed the thinking patterns of many blacks and whites in her Philadelphia environment. Dorothy would say that Elaine's hair was a good grade because it was straight and not nappy. Elaine's classmates would tell her the same thing, and tell her how her features were like a white person's as a way of paying her a compliment. The reason that Elaine had light skin, white features, 29, and straight hair was because her grandfather was half Native American and her grandmother's mother had been raped by a white man. So many activities and mannerisms in Elaine's environment were classified as either white or black. The middle and upper class blacks behaved in ways and participated in activities that were attributed to whiteness. Elaine too had engaged in activities that she classified as white. She took ballet classes. Once a month, her mother took her to piano lessons, and even purchased a piano for Elaine to practice on. Elaine liked to go to the affluent black neighborhood where she received her piano instruction. It felt different. It looked better than York Street, and there she was not afraid. But the middle-class girls did not accept her, because they knew that she was poor. Elaine was embarrassed when she went to one girl's home to eat dinner and the girl's mother ridiculed her for the way she was eating. Elaine would not let that happen again. She got a book on etiquette and taught herself how to eat properly. Like any mother, Dorothy wanted the best for her daughter, so she tried to enroll Elaine in the best school possible. Thaddeus Stevens School of Practice, a predominantly white school, was difficult for anyone white or black to get into. There was a 4-year waiting list, but Dorothy did everything in her power to make it possible for Elaine to be accepted, collecting recommendations, making phone calls, and attending school board meetings. When Elaine entered kindergarten class at Thaddeus Stevens, she realized quickly that she did not fit in. For one thing, The songs were bright and sweet, unlike the sing-song rhymes, often laced with expletives, that she and her friends at home sang as they clapped their hands, stamped their feet, or jumped double dutch. Another difference was that the Thaddeus Stevens kids brought their lunch in brand new brown bags, while Elaine used reused soiled bags from a corner store. But she eventually found a way to assimilate. Stevens was situated in a good neighborhood, and she was happier there than on her home street. By second grade, Elaine was catching on. Making friends and remaking herself were the essential elements of fitting into the white culture and escaping the despair of her home. In the second grade, Elaine made friends with a Jewish girl. She went home with her almost daily, learning a lot about the Jewish culture in the process. Eventually, she wrote, "I discovered that my ultimate disguise could be manipulated through words, their words in their voices. I listened to them, paid attention to their grammar, their syntax, their cadence. I learned to speak exactly like white people, learned to enunciate their language, to say these and not these, and he'll be going rather than he be goin'." Elaine paid just as much attention to the culture and customs of the ghetto. But she compartmentalized both worlds, not letting either one know about. 30. The other. Toughness was a virtue in North Philly. She and her black friends, Nita and Barbara, would march around the neighborhood, chanting, "We are rough. We are tough. We are the girls who don't take no stuff." If confronted, Elaine could posture as well as the best of them. Elaine was in her early teens when her mother managed to save enough money to buy a nearby apartment in the projects in North Philadelphia. Despite this change, life continued to be permeated by poverty and gang culture. Elaine invited kids she called young bloods, young gang members whose territory included 21st and York Streets, to her 13th birthday party. While her mom was away, the youth smoked cigarettes, drank alcohol, and danced extremely close. Shortly thereafter, one of Elaine's friends told her that she was pregnant. The father was a member of a gang. The couple married, and she dropped out of junior high school. Elaine did not join a gang, but she understood gang rules, and she knew that gangs comprised mostly males. A girl was associated with a gang only if she was especially tough, or was the girlfriend of one of the gang members, or performed some auxiliary function. She knew of one girl gang, which targeted girls who had long hair and money. Gangs had rules that the members followed without question. The sense of belonging, the solidarity, and the crimes they committed were, Brown believed, a product of living in oppression and poverty. Elaine did not know her biological father. She did not even know his name until one day, while attending Cook Junior High, she found her mother crying. Her mother told her the whole story of how she had fallen in love with her biological father, only to be told that he had a wife. He and his wife adopted a child after Elaine's mother told him she was pregnant. Although her father, Horace Scott, was a neurosurgeon and a man of means, he was not financially supportive. He lived in an affluent neighborhood on Lincoln Drive in the neighborhood known as Germantown in Northwest Philadelphia. During this period, Brown and her mother moved to Tioga. There was not a lot to do in the new neighborhood. It was a little quieter there than either of her former homes, but she was further away from her old friends. Elaine spent a lot of time at home, making up songs and pretending to be a movie star. Sometime, in Brown's early years at the elite Philadelphia High School for Girls, she saw her father for the first time on a poster in the city. He was running for Congress on the Republican ticket. In her sophomore year, Brown met him. Upon their first meeting, her father told her how proud of her he was. She was a good student, though perhaps feisty-tongued with her teachers. In the classroom, Brown took on airs, emulating the behavior of the privileged white students. But Brown's good start with her father ended as abruptly as it had begun, when her mother had her ask him for $10 to 31. Buy food one day. Scott got angry. Brown fired back at him and stormed out of his office. While in high school, Brown spent a lot of time in Germantown, which was a middle-class black neighborhood. She dated Frank Constant, who lived in Germantown, until he went away to college. She later dated Bob Ludwig, who was Jewish, until he broke up with her because his mother threatened to disinherit him if he continued to date an African American. Brown was devastated. One night she was beaten up by 6 or 7 youngbloods who stopped her and her friends while they were on their way to a party in Germantown. Brown was unchallenged by high school. She was also bored with Temple University, where she enrolled in 1961 because there was nothing else to do. Other young women were going on to college or university, or getting married. During her brief time at college, she liked to go to coffee houses, where poetry readings were quite popular. In addition to singing, Brown liked to compose songs and poems. She wrote a number of songs about lost love. The days of her young life seemed to pass uneventfully, except for the close friendship she formed with a classmate named Billy James. They were considered the best dressers, the best dancers, and the most popular at the university. They drew people to them like magnets. And yet Brown was unhappy, even more so when Bob Ludwig returned to her life and then went back out of it again because she would not commit to him. She couldn't do it, because she was hurt by his original rejection of her because of her race. Brown goes west. After quitting school in 1961 and spending a few spiritless years working in an office, Brown left Philadelphia bound for California. She arrived in April 1965 with $300 in her purse. She told others that she was headed for California to pursue a songwriter career, though this was not entirely true. Brown felt isolated in Philadelphia. Historically, California was a symbol of opportunity, of freedom, and of a new life. And in California, Brown would, in fact, make a new life for herself, one that would bring her face to face with her racial identity and the Black Power movement. Brown's $300 did not last long. After a few weeks, she anxiously began to look for work. When she could no longer afford her apartment in Hollywood, she made friends with a hippie who offered her a room in his home. She sold books door to door and pawned the jewelry that had been gifted her in Philadelphia. Living with a hippie who was perpetually tripping on psychedelic drugs became unbearable. Brown took a job as a cocktail waitress in an adult club. It was while working in that club that she met Jack Kennedy. 32. Jack Kennedy and Elaine Brown had little in common. Jack Kennedy was 55 years old, white, an accomplished writer, married, and a communist. Brown was just 22, black, single, and she knew nothing about communism. But neither had a moral objection to entering into a relationship. Kennedy played a major role in Brown's metamorphosis, supplying the basis of Brown's early understanding of black consciousness and African American protest. During one of their first conversations, Kennedy told Brown that he had helped organize the March on Washington for Jobs and Freedom. Brown did not know much about the march. Because the civil rights movement was at that time waged largely in the South, directed against conspicuous laws and lawlessness, the struggle did not feel relevant to her. But through Kennedy, Brown's interest was piqued, and her understanding of philosophy, prominent African American figures and writers, and terms such as nonviolence and activism would blossom. She consumed the books he gave her to read with genuine enthusiasm. Although her mother had moved to California to be with her daughter, Brown's relationship with the married Kennedy created a wedge between them. A woman named Beverly Bruce, another African American who lived in the predominantly white apartment building where Brown lived, introduced Brown to the Black Power movement in Los Angeles. Bruce wore an afro and was a graduate student in the Masters of Education program at UCLA. She gave Brown a proponent's perspective of the movement, and something else Brown dearly desired, friendship. Philosophically, Bruce and Kennedy were in different camps. Bruce asserted that nonviolence was no longer relevant. Self-defense was, in some situations, a necessity, particularly in the impoverished black communities where police brutality was notorious. She talked excitedly about H. Rap Brown and Stokely Carmichael, two major figures who had helped herald in the movement of black pride and militancy. Brown listened, but she was not yet convinced. The young girls to whom she taught piano in the What's projects, 2 summers after the infamous riot, forced Brown to reconsider her detachment. She became involved when Bruce, knowing Brown loved to sing and play the piano and could do both well, asked her to volunteer. Brown agreed to help out, largely because Kennedy was out of town. It would be something to do. But coming into the Jordan Downs housing projects sent a rush of emotion over her. She had once been one of them. The fancy clothes she wore, and the shimmering hairpiece, could not change that. Brown was forced to realize how deeply she was entangled in a milieu of poverty, isolation, and hopelessness. Shortly thereafter, Brown met a member of the executive committee of the Black Congress while giving piano lessons at Jordan Downs and was invited to a meeting. 33. Exploration. Black Congress. Part of the attraction of joining the Black Congress, a conglomerate of local Black Power organizations, was that it presented an opportunity to belong to a community that shared a common identity and the goal of improving the situation for impoverished blacks. That Black identity was center stage was a particular benefit, since Brown had finally come to realize that blackness was not wrong or inferior. Being surrounded by positive black men and women, who were proud and confident within themselves, made it easy to become enamored with what she had once viewed with shame. There was much to learn in this new environment. There were terms and a philosophy with which she had to become familiar. This was especially critical since Brown was one of 2 individuals assigned to write the Black Congress's organ, Harambee, which in Swahili means pulling together. Brown grew comfortable with most aspects of the Black Power philosophy. At the core of most Black Power organizations was the endorsement of a militant, pro-Black response to the issues that African Americans faced in the North. Even in this, there were philosophical differences. Some Black Power proponents advocated Black separatism, Black nationalism, or some combination of the two. Others desired to see Black involvement in mainstream society, but not at the cost of washing out one's cultural identity. For that reason, some saw King's push for integration in the South as problematic, especially considering racial pride was not a part of his rhetoric. The agenda for some Black Power proponents included putting blacks in powerful, decision-making positions, thus exhibiting clear, unquestionable loyalty to the Black community. In the North, despite the absence of Jim Crow laws, blacks were not adequately represented in most social, economic, or political spheres. As a result, blacks received little if any attention, as their problems, such as poverty, joblessness, and inadequate resources in healthcare and education, mounted. The Black Power groups sought to address these issues in a grassroots manner, as well as issues beyond the reach of the community. Other issues, such as racism and discrimination, contributed greatly to the economic immobility of blacks and made blacks vulnerable to police abuse and harassment. To address the problem of police brutality, Black Power proponents endorsed the right to carry arms and did so, nervily, in public. This practice gave militant blacks a bad name, though in actuality the gun was a pragmatic response to police violence, and served to symbolically empower African Americans for themselves and others in their community. Historically, blacks endured abuses of all sorts quietly. Passivity was a coping mechanism utilized to survive the perils of living under oppression. The civil rights movement, prior to the advent of the militant approach, was based on nonviolent, passive resistance. Black Power was a coming out. 34. For blacks, not just with regard to militancy, but to racial pride as well. Both served to empower blacks. At the same time, the visibility of the gun and the Afrocentric trappings bewildered many whites, as well as some old-school blacks. Brown liked the fact that the Black Power movement played an essential role in the civil rights movement. But most people did not see it that way. Black Power felt so different than the approach of the African American leaders the media adored, like Roy Wilkins of the NAACP and Dr. Martin Luther King, Jr. of the SCLC. The fact that many Black Power proponents refused to work with whites and even based their ideologies on racial hatred made their struggle appear suspect. Some black power groups did not characterize all whites as victimizers. They were less culturalists than activists seeking to ameliorate a bad situation. The activism of the militant struggle in the civil rights movement included some boycotting and marching. Rallies played a greater role. Brown attended numerous rallies while a member of the Black Congress. At one rally, she met Angela Davis. This was prior to the high-profile media frenzy that was caused when Davis was fired from her teaching position at the University of California, Los Angeles for being a communist. Davis was one of very few women Brown met who played a part in local Black Power activities. The rallies energized Brown, but there were other aspects of the Black Power movement that Brown did not like. Ron Karenga was the leader of the Black Culturalist Organization US in 1965. Brown felt that Karenga was more concerned about maintaining his personal control over individuals than working together on behalf of the community. Brown also opposed the gender rules supported by all the men and most of the few women who participated. At a house party, Brown, in what would become her trademark feistiness, objected when told by one woman that the men, referring to them as warriors, were to eat before the women. Brown retorted by stating the following: "Excuse me, sister. Nobody said anything about our warriors when money was changing hands. I want my food now." Brown also was resistant to having to serve the men while they sat and talked amongst themselves, and to cleaning up after them. Black Student Alliance. The people with whom Brown was most impressed were those who were not power-hungry and those who were well-informed, smart, enthusiastic, driven, and less sexist than most. Harry Truly was one of these men who translated his ideas to reality. Truly established the Black Student Alliance to mobilize the potential of the black student unions. When she heard him speak, Brown was won over before he finished. She volunteered, though it added to a list of responsibilities that already 35 included a day job working in an office at UCLA and her work on the Harambee. Truly then appointed her alliance representative to the executive committee of the Black Congress. There were a dozen other representatives, but only one other woman. During meetings, Brown's less than complimentary opinion of Karenga worsened. She and a friend shared a secret: they liked to make fun of his effeminate voice or his squatty body or his tiny hands, and they snickered at him whenever the chance presented itself. At one executive meeting, she challenged him openly. A member of the Black Panther Party for Self-Defense visited one of the executive committee meetings and requested their support for the Minister of Defense of his organization, Huey P. Newton, who faced charges for, among other things, allegedly shooting and killing an officer. Karenga, the chair of the community, began to tell the Black Panther that he was not on the current agenda and would have to be placed on the agenda to speak. Before the Panther could respond, Brown interjected, "Well, I'd like to hear the rest of what this brother has to say." Karenga initiated a voting process. Only 2 individuals voted to permit Earl to speak. When Brown voted against Karenga, she undoubtedly reveled in it. Because the vote had to be unanimous, the Panther was allowed to speak. That was the first time Brown acknowledged seeing a Black Panther in person. She was enchanted. Of the numerous Black Power organizations, the Black Panther organization was the only one known to have backed its talk with real action. Word was out about the patrols that the Panthers staged, about how they toted guns, observing white officers as they interacted with blacks in the community. Brown was impressed by this, as well as by the appearance of the Panther. He wore a cool black leather jacket, a powder blue shirt, and a beret. Most organizations wore African garb. Brown detested having to wear African dress when occasions called her to dress in that fashion. She liked the urban look that seemed more relevant to her than nostalgic ethnic clothes. When Bunchy Carter announced that he was starting a Black Panther chapter in Los Angeles at a poetry reading sponsored by the Alliance, he got Brown's attention. Carter was different than the others. Brown perceived that Carter, like many of the males involved in Black Power organizations, was an ex-convict and a former gang member. He came across as someone with confidence. and he treated women with respect and acknowledged their important contributions. When, at this same poetry reading, Carter brandished a poster of Huey P. Newton, the audience took note. Newton looked princely sitting in a rattan chair, wearing the Panther uniform, with a spear in one hand and a rifle in the other. When Carter declared that this was the movement's leader, there was excitement and tension in the room, particularly from those who knew Karenga would not accept challenge gracefully. 36. Black Panther Party. Brown did not immediately join the Panthers, even though she was charmed by Carter and the potent reputation of the organization. She attended a rally on February 17, 1968, Huey P. Newton's birthday, to raise money for Newton's trial. In attendance were the prominent Black Power proponents, Stokely Carmichael, James Forman, Ron Karenga, H. Rap Brown, and Bunchy Carter. Not among the A-list speakers was Harry Truly, who had beret. A beret is a soft, round cap that fits on the crown of the head and is often worn at a slant. Members of the Black Panther Party, both men and women, wore berets to complete their uniforms, which included leather jackets, powder blue shirts, and black slacks. The women sometimes wore mini skirts. The black children who attended the Black Panther Liberation Schools wore berets with their white tops and black bottoms. Bobby Seale, co-founder of the Black Panther Party for Self-Defense, devised the uniform for the adults when he saw Huey P. Newton wearing a similar outfit. He devised the color scheme to symbolize the term black and blue, which is used to describe a physical bruise. Seale reasoned that since blacks had been historically abused and oppressed, the symbolism was apt. The idea for the beret came from the French underground in World War II, known as the Resistance, which he learned about by watching war movies. Though the French originated the military beret, it became common in many countries for various reasons. One of Newton's heroes, Ecobedo Che Guevara, an Argentine Marxist revolutionist who launched a guerrilla campaign to oust Cuban dictator Fulgencio Batista, wore a beret. In some countries, like America, only elite military forces wore berets, which were color-coded to signify a specific branch or special unit, such as the famous Green Berets. Individuals wear berets for various reasons. Historically, berets have been worn by those who want to disassociate themselves from mainstream society. Examples include the beatniks of the 1940s, or those who wish to imply an artistic, literary, or scholarly aptitude. The Black Panthers wore berets to heighten their visual impact on the black community, as well as to make clear the paramilitary nature of the organization. The leather jackets and black pants added to the aesthetic of cool, which was valued in the community and served to garner respect and increase the awe factor in the black community. 37. Actually left the movement, leaving Brown, temporarily, without her connection to the group. It did not take Brown long to make her way to the Black Congress building, where the Black Panthers had rented office space in April 1968. It was a difficult time. Earlier that month, Dr. King had been assassinated. Riots ensued in response to his murder. On April 6, a teenaged Panther named Bobby Hutton was killed during a shootout with Oakland police. Erica Huggins, who greeted Brown at the office, was intelligent and inviting. She spoke with Brown and asked her to come to the next membership meeting. Initiation into the Black Panther Party was not like anything Brown had experienced. There were disciplinary rules to learn, a Black Panther Party 10-point platform and program to memorize, and volumes of reading. New Panther recruits were also required to take political education classes, to learn how to use weapons, and to be able to administer emergency medical aid. Brown learned early on that the Panthers meant business. As riots raged in black communities throughout the nation's cities, the Panthers were actively involved, as Brown put it, trying to maintain calm in the community or to direct the madness. Nor was their toil restricted to black issues. The Panthers formed coalitions with other ethnic groups and whites. The essence of their ideology was liberation for all marginalized and oppressed people. With regard to women, Brown and the others were expected to tote guns, go on patrols, and contribute, in other ways, equally to the movement. This was a groundbreaking approach, but it was not always so eloquently executed by all the male members. Problems between the U.S. organization and Black Panthers quickly arose. Karenga was not happy that Carter and the Panthers had come to town. It was like Karenga was a gang leader and Carter a rival gang leader invading his territory, and Karenga was not keen on sharing. Exacerbating tensions was the fact that the two organizations clashed ideologically. Karenga was a cultural nationalist, and he based his program on a cultural identity and on putting down whites. Karenga's group criticized the Panthers for being racially lax, because they did not obligate their members to wear Afrocentric dress and take homeland names. The Panthers were known to make fun of Karenga's group as well. Bunchy Carter reprimanded the Panthers when some in Karenga's group threatened his life because a poster bearing Karenga's face had been defaced. Carter reprimanded his chapter, telling them that the black man is never our enemy, and he issued an executive order saying that he would discipline anyone found out to behave antagonistically toward another black person or black organization. That reprimand had a sobering effect on Brown. She was unnerved by Carter's warning and the subsequent confrontation between Carter and 38. Some of the Panthers who had chased down a suspicious car and pounced upon the unknown passenger. The stress of this event, compounded by her rigorous schedule, unnerved her. The spells that she had experienced while a child, which were triggered by being in the dark, came over her even when she was dating Jack Kennedy. This time, her panic propelled her to seek out a professional, who prescribed Thorazine to Brown. But this only transferred one set of problems for another. The Thorazine plunged Brown into a prolonged stupor. She stopped going to Black Panther meetings and took a job at a coffee house. John Huggins, Erica's husband, found out where Brown worked and visited her almost daily. Huggins talked to her and encouraged her to get off the Thorazine. When he asked her to return to the Panthers, she simply replied, "Can't, Johnny. Scared Panthers. Guns." But Brown did return, and eventually she stopped taking the medicine the doctor had prescribed to her. In 1968, J. Edgar Hoover, head of the FBI, announced a directive to obliterate the Black Panther Party. COINTELPRO, an acronym for Counterintelligence Program, was the weapon with which Hoover waged his war against the Panthers. COINTELPRO engaged in arrests, infiltration, beatings, and raids on the homes and offices utilized by Panthers. Some thought the COINTELPRO was simply a conspiracy theory. But the program was real and had previously been implemented against various organizations, like the Ku Klux Klan, and individuals, like Malcolm X and Dr. Martin Luther King, Jr., Brown, and the other Panthers had to face the gritty reality of the COINTELPRO attack, and the daily series of arrests, beatings, and raids. The tumult affected Brown, but she held on and did not recoil as she had before. The financial strain of securing bail money and rebuilding after raids nearly destroyed the Los Angeles chapter. On January 17, 1969, the L.A. Panthers lost more than their property and their freedom. Brown was there when, following a black student union meeting at UCLA, violence erupted, suddenly, and without warning. Karenga and U.S., the Panthers, and the BSU had called the meeting to discuss the role of students in the Black Power movement. Essentially, the BSU wanted to inform Karenga that they did not want to be a part of his Black Power program. Before the meeting, Brown had given Bunchy Carter, whom she idolized, a poem she had written for him. Brown still wrote poetry, though she restricted her topic to her favorite Panthers and their struggle. Bunchy was impressed by the poem. He always acknowledged Brown and her talents, and her importance to the organization. After the meeting, Carter saw one of Karenga's men threatening Brown because of something she had said, though Brown would not tell Carter what he had said. Carter reproved her, telling her, "As long as you live, don't let another nigger talk crazy to you or put his hand on you." 39. Minutes later, as the attendees were departing the campus building, Karenga's men shot and killed Carter and John Huggins. The rivalry had turned deadly. Police rounded up Brown and several other Panthers, arrested them, and charged them with conspiracy. Brown believed that they did this to prevent them from retaliating against Karenga's group. Brown and the other women were sent to Sybil Brand Institute. Brown's mother raised her daughter's $600 bail. In her anguish and anger, Brown turned to Jack Kennedy. Brown had not seen Kennedy for some 2 years. Kennedy was supportive, and he agreed to help the Panthers secure legal defense and help in the reconstruction of the organization. The legal defense program was indispensable, though the attorneys who provided assistance were white. The few black attorneys in the area, Brown contended, were too afraid to help them. In the months following Brown's release, the Panthers focused on regrouping themselves, raising awareness, and implementing an unprecedented campaign to provide aid to the community. Party newspapers were sold, rallies protesting police brutality were staged, and leaflets were distributed throughout the black neighborhoods. The Black Panthers enlisted support from whites, such as Hollywood celebrities. With the money they raised, weapons were purchased and community programs were financed. They established a free breakfast program, a free clinic, and a busing to prisoners program that provided free transportation to people in the community who wanted to visit their imprisoned friends and family. The Panthers waged another, less visible, campaign during this period, one that underscored the militant character of the Panther organization. Brown admitted that some of the weapons the Panthers accumulated were stolen. The fact that the Panthers were a paramilitary organization was no secret. The Panthers were highly organized, disciplined, and well-trained in the use of weaponry and guerrilla warfare. They had a training base in the Mojave Desert. Their rigorous training was directed at confrontations with us and defense against the police, and the Panthers engaged in several skirmishes with us during this time. Homes and facilities were targeted on both sides. Brown attended the funeral for Carter in Oakland, the birthplace of the Panthers. Brown was featured at the gathering, singing several songs she had written. The song she wrote for Eldridge Cleaver, called "The Meeting," was made the Black Panthers' anthem. All Panthers had to memorize it. On the recording that was made, Brown's voice comes through with a clear, forceful, folksy quality. Following the memorial, the Panthers retired for an intimate gathering at the local chapter. Brown was again put off when she realized she was expected to help in the kitchen. She complained loudly as she banged dishes into soapy water in the sink. When Brown returned to LA and told the 40 other women what had happened, they were startled. Like Brown, they were adamantly opposed to the sexist treatment of women in their own chapter. Brown explained their philosophy in this way: they were not feminists in the newfangled meaning of the term, which was sometimes translated into misandry or being anti-man. Brown explained that they were not going to take a position against men, they simply had no intention, however, of allowing Panther men to assign an inferior role in our revolution. This was a much-needed voice in the Black Power movement, but unfortunately this closely knit group of women was soon split up. The ensuing years were riddled with crises for the Panthers. They were critical years for Brown as well. She became increasingly entangled in dangerous Panther politics as she wended her way up the ranks of prestige and power. In May 1968, the FBI charged Bobby Seale and Erica Huggins with the murder of a black man, allegedly an undercover agent who had infiltrated the Panther Party. In the same year, Cleaver went into exile in Cuba and later Algiers to escape an attempted murder charge resulting from a shootout with the police. As for Brown, she received orders to produce an album, Seize the Time, for the Black Panther Party. She also fell in love with a Panther named Masai and became pregnant. But shortly thereafter, Masai left Brown and married another woman. Though she was still reeling, Brown was promoted to Deputy Minister of Information and transferred to New Haven, where she led the campaign in support of Bobby Seale and Erica Huggins during their murder trial. Erica Suzanne Brown was just 3 months old in June 1970 when her mother received an invitation from Eldridge Cleaver to join him and several journalists on a tour to Paris, Moscow, Korea, Vietnam, Beijing, and Algiers. Brown would attend as a representative of the Black Panther Party newspaper. David Hilliard, the chief of staff of the Black Panther Party, was suspicious that Cleaver asked Brown to go and not someone else. So was Brown. But it was agreed that she should go. After her arrival in 1970, Cleaver revealed his plan to her and to the other journalists. He wanted to take over the Black Panther Party. Cleaver was outraged by the makeover of the Black Panther Party, which was no longer engaged in patrols and militancy but devoted its energies to community reform. Cleaver, who had originally been seduced by the anticipation of a revolutionary struggle, wanted to create his own group. Some believed Cleaver might have been an agent provocateur in cahoots with the FBI. At first, Brown did not hold back when he insisted that she take part, even when, astoundingly, he ordered her to assassinate David Hilliard, who was keeping the organization together while Newton and Seal were in prison. Brown later said that Cleaver had threatened her life unless she complied. For several weeks, she felt like a hostage to Cleaver, but she covered her feelings, leading him to believe that she would carry out his plot. The other journalists were wary, as well. 41. When Brown's plane landed in America, she felt she had escaped what she described as a madman obsessed with a plot to destroy Newton's Black Panther Party. Newton, who had been released while Brown was away, was one of the first faces she saw in the crowd of Panthers who had come to the airport to show their support. Newton was not what she expected. Until that day she had only known him as the stony face she saw on posters. What Brown saw that day was the radiant good looks of a celebrity. When he saw her, he bowed and held her. "I've listened to your voice and your songs over and over in my prison cell and dreamed of you," he told her. "Welcome home, comrade." Brown's welcome home thus became the prelude to a love affair, and to her swift rise to power. Reign of power. Brown's new influence in the Black Panther Party was linked to the man who ran it. In Brown's autobiographical portrait, A Taste of Power, Brown titled this experience as becoming Huey's queen. Brown described Newton as she and others saw him as a hero and near deity. Newton wielded enormous control and power over his members, his leadership, and Elaine Brown. Her new role as Newton's love interest/Panther partner vaulted her into an entirely new world. Initially, she was one of the few individuals Newton permitted into his private life and trusted. Newton shared with her the ideas that had been percolating in his mind. After Brown had told him all that had happened to her during her tour with Cleaver, Newton devised a media campaign to excoriate him. He also expelled Cleaver and his adherents within the Panther Party. Newton further developed some of his community outreach programs, officially bestowing the title survival programs upon them. It was his belief that it was time to move away from militant tactics and progress to empowering the community. Not everyone was ecstatic about this. It particularly bewildered those who had expected Newton to show himself as their militant leader. It also frustrated some Panthers when Newton withdrew to his new expensive penthouse funded largely by wealthy white friends and supporters. But the move, Brown claimed, was not wholly a selfish one. It was also meant to provide protection for Newton. Newton had many enemies, including Cleaver and his supporters and a dangerous contingent of individuals who dominated criminal activity in the street. Brown was glad that Newton had secure lodging. But even Brown was hurt when Newton started seeing Gwen Fontaine, as well as other women. Newton took an unconventional approach to romantic relationships. Brown was unhappy, even more so when he told her that Fontaine would share his new apartment and become his new secretary. But he, 42, insisted that he had a bigger role for Brown, and promptly ordered her to move to Oakland. The L.A. Panthers were relentlessly targeted by the police, as well as by Karenga's U.S. organization and the Cleaver adherents. One of the tasks Brown performed for Newton was to take over the writing of the Black Panther newspaper. However, Bobby Seale posed a challenge for Brown. After he and Erica Huggins had been acquitted of the murder charges in 1970, Seal came back to Oakland and took charge of the administration of the newspaper. Brown and Seal clashed regularly. From the outset, Seal did not want Brown on his staff. Once, when Brown was late for a deadline, Seal had Brown bullwhipped with 10 lashes. Brown went to Newton, who did not reprimand Seal for punishing Brown. However, he did transfer Seal and put him in charge of the survival programs. Brown was relieved. Brown went to Newton again when she was beaten by a boyfriend who was a member of a covert contingent of the Panther Party. This time, Newton did nothing, telling her that her trouble was a private matter. Brown was under a lot of stress, and this episode only confused her more. She was working on her second album, titled Until We're Free, which was released by Motown under the Black Forum label. Newton had started using cocaine, and its effect on him troubled her. Meanwhile, she felt her own daughter, who stayed with friends or with her grandmother, did not even know her. Brown did not have the instincts of a traditional mother. She described herself as playing more of a father role than anything else. She desired to protect, not coddle her newborn. She was uncomfortable with motherhood, and she was preoccupied with Panther work. Soon Newton would keep her busier than ever. Politics. Brown's entrance into politics was not motivated by personal ambition, it was because Huey ordered her to do it. Brown appeared ambivalent about it, as if it were no different than any number of orders Newton might give any one of the Panthers. At the same time, as the title of her autobiography suggests, she liked the feeling of power that her mounting responsibilities gave her. However, the troublesome part was that she had to run for a seat on the city council with her nemesis, Bobby Seale. They launched their campaign in 1972. Brown appeared constantly irritated by Seale. She did not respect him, because he did not exert the same power, influence, and assertiveness as Newton. And it frustrated her that he insisted upon using black English during their public speeches. Brown wrote that his verbal clowning had always elicited foot-stomping responses from black people, but because of the critical eye of the national media, because political campaigns in America were in truth media events, Bobby's nonsense phrases threatened to make our campaign a sideshow. 43. Brown and Seale propounded an ambitious agenda. They did not represent any of the traditional parties, Republican or Democrat, but espoused a radical doctrine to overthrow the United States government, and replace it with socialism. The Panther nominees were extremely popular within their own community. The media was startled, not knowing what to make of Panthers in politics, constantly barraging them with questions concerning their organization. When they lost the 1973 election, Brown was still pleased, for they had generated substantial approval. Prior to the election, Brown veered from under Newton's thumb to handle some business on her own. For some time, the Panthers had waged a Black English, or African American Vernacular English, also known as Ebonics, is a controversial topic. Its origins extend to the first Africans who arrived in America to toil as slaves. Affecting the English that was spoken by black slaves was the fact that the majority were prohibited from receiving a formal education and thus learned their language skills through socialization and by trial and error in an isolated environment. Some scholars contend that the English that emerged from this history was influenced by West African linguistic constructs. During slavery, the way slaves spoke was ridiculed and thus became one more way in which whites denigrated blacks. This behavior has not stopped, even today. Perceptions of the distinctive rhythm, style, vocabulary, pronunciations, and sentence structure of Black English differ. Some scholars and Black English advocates argue that Black English follows a set of rules, just as formal English does, and as a result feel that blacks should not be discredited for speaking the way they do. In the 1970s, the topic became a popular issue. Dr. Robert Williams, who wrote Ebonics, The True Language of Black Folks, was one of the pioneers on the subject. However, many blacks believe that African Americans should be sensitive to the fact that speech, in any country, marks social class, education, and experience. One solution, as some see it, is to insist that Black English should be spoken only in the context of Black gatherings and not in the public, as it only aggravates racist stereotypes and beliefs. In the phenomenon known as code switching, an African American may use Black English in a Black setting and then switch to Standard English in public situations, like in the workplace or on television. Some, like comedian Bill Cosby, believe that Blacks should strive to speak well and to move away from distinctive behaviors and manners of dressing that prevent Blacks from obtaining mainstream jobs and career advancement due to their inability to express themselves coherently in the language of business. 44. Campaign to free Panther prisoners like George Jackson and Johnny Spain. In an effort to strengthen Johnny Spain's case, Brown engaged in a dangerous, unauthorized undertaking. Brown, leading a crew of 2 other women, burst into the law office of Elaine Wenders, a white attorney who worked with several Black prisoners. She was looking for several poems written by Spain that she thought would help his cause. Wenders had been skeptical of the Black Panther Party, thinking they were more concerned with amassing attention to themselves than the liberation of the prisoners. Wenders told Brown that she did not know where the poems were. There were 2 other white women with Wenders, both of whom were visibly shaken. Wenders, however, kept her cool until Brown roughly slapped her repeatedly. The 3 Panther women then ravaged the office, looking for the poems, but came up with nothing. Before leaving, Brown threatened Wenders, telling her to come up with poems within a day, lest her office be blown off the map. This violent encounter proved to be an epiphany for Brown. The exertion of power was new to her, and it was seductive, although she realized that it was also morally and ethically wrong, and, legally, a crime. Brown wrote, "It is a sensuous thing to know that at one's will an enemy can be struck down, a friend saved. For a Black woman in America to know that power is to experience being raised from the dead." Newton was not angry when he found out about what Brown had done. In fact, he defended her when he received several complaints. He made light of the moment, calling Brown a terrorist. But her action was no less ruthless than Newton's exploits. And when, on the next day, Wendell carried the poems to the Panther office herself, Brown realized the tremendous power she wielded with the ability to intimidate. Chairman. The day Brown became the new chairman of the Black Panther Party, replacing Bobby Seale, the co-founder of the organization, was not a day of rejoicing. Brown's ascension came only days after Seale's expulsion from the Panther Party. Brown blamed drugs for Newton's instability, his sudden rages, his rapid descent into violence and criminal activity, and for his angry dismissal of Seale. The fact was, as Brown explained, Seale was not completely in Newton's favor. Newton questioned whether or not Seale would approve of some of his tactics, and so he kept Seale out of the loop in terms of his covert operations. Brown knew that the rumors were true that the Panthers were operating a nightclub and extorting payoffs from petty criminals and legitimate businessmen, solely to make a profit for ourselves. Newton also felt that Seale was not carrying his weight in terms of the leadership of the Panthers. Newton, perhaps increasingly isolated from his colleagues, felt that he alone bore the weight of formulating. 45. The ideological development of the organization and managing its day-to-day functions. On the day in question, it was Newton's rage over some inconsequential thing that Seale had said that was the final straw. Brown was not the only one who saw what happened as a sign of the burgeoning madness that was settling upon him. Newton expelled others, including his childhood friend, David Hilliard. The fact was that there were not many other choices besides Brown to replace Seale. Newton had expelled a number of the vanguard, and many of the others were in prison serving sentences. And Brown had proven her loyalty, proving that she had the courage and toughness to help Newton lead the Panthers. But her overnight ascension to chairman did not feel secure. She figured she would be next. She might have been right about that, but for an unexpected turn of events. In the summer of 1974, Brown received a call from Newton. He had gone to Cuba to elude charges he faced for an assault on a black tailor and the murder of a 17-year-old prostitute. Brown doubted Newton's guilt in the murder charge, but she had been present when he pistol-whipped the tailor in his penthouse. Newton told Brown that he wanted her to be in charge of the Panthers. Minister of Defense. Brown's reign began that summer. She faced numerous challenges as the first woman to head the organization. She knew full well that most of the male Panthers would be most resistant. The day she made the announcement, she was flanked by bulky and physically intimidating Panther guards who were fully armed. This image lent an air of seriousness to her presence and her words. But even without the bodyguards, Brown, who had roamed York Street declaring "We are rough. We are tough. We are the girls who don't take no stuff," could handle herself. She was forthright in her message, letting the Panthers know that Newton was in exile and that she was the woman in charge, whether they liked it or not. But if they had a problem, she warned, "You'd better run and fast. My leadership cannot be challenged. I will lead our party both above ground and underground. I will lead the party not only in furthering our goals but also in defending the party by any and all means." Brown meant business. And for the next 3 years, she made drastic changes, spearheaded unprecedented growth and influence in the organization, and became the most visible African American woman in town. But her tactics could be as ruthless as Newton's. Among her early tasks included the beefing up of the gun reservoirs and the strengthening of the organization's elite guards. While in Cuba, Newton stayed in daily contact with Brown. Although he may have called the shots, Brown was the one who implemented them. 46. Newton told Brown to run again for a seat on city council in 1975. Brown ran a stunning campaign, procuring endorsements left and right from the city's top organizations, including the Alameda County Central Labor Council, the United Auto Workers, the United Farm Workers, and the Teamsters. Brown's excursions into other political endeavors were plotted by Newton. Brown led the Panther campaign to put Jerry Brown into California's governor's mansion. She also oversaw the campaign to elect Lionel Wilson, a black judge, as the city's mayor. Brown put Phyllis Jackson in charge of that campaign. Originally, Newton thought Brown should run for that office herself, but he changed his mind in light of a grander scheme to put a sympathetic black in that position. He kept Brown as leader of the Black Panther Party, and then embarked on a new plan to restructure the organization. Newton saw the militant aspect of his organization as out of date and wanted to include a powerful social program to benefit blacks, whites, and other races. During this period, Brown put women in the foremost positions in the organization. Phyllis Jackson was in charge of party campaign workers. Erica Huggins was responsible for the Black Panther Party School and its sundry programs. Joan Kelly maintained her role as the administrator of the survival programs and legal issues, and Norma Armour was the coordinator of the Ministry of Finance. When male Panthers openly complained about these changes, Brown dealt with them either directly via an expletive-laden tirade or had her personal guard, Larry, physically discipline them for challenging her authority. Brown was greatly empowered by the fact that Newton permitted these changes. But she was also beset with plenty of problems. One concerned the murder of a white woman named Betty Van Patter. Brown was one of the suspects. In her autobiography, Brown maintains her innocence, stating that she hired Van Patter to do some accounting for the organization on the recommendation of David Horowitz, a liberal who at that time was on the board of the Panther School. After Van Patter was hired, Brown claimed that she started asking too many questions about the expenses and sources of the Panthers' money, and so Brown fired her. Brown said Van Patter's eventual murder was a mystery to her. However, Horowitz claimed otherwise, maintaining that Brown knew full well about the murder, and that Brown and Newton were responsible for the order to kill Van Patter. Brown had another brush with the law when she was found to be in possession of cocaine, which she said belonged to someone she was dating at the time. Brown gives no explanation as to why the serious charges against her were dropped. But dropped they were, and she was able to proceed with her campaigning for city council. The campaign was going so well that Brown felt sure that she had a significant chance of winning. She proudly recounted how my image or voice was constantly on television or radio, in advertisements and interviews. 47. Billboards of the Elect Elaine campaign were everywhere. People were sporting my campaign buttons all over Oakland, their cars flashing campaign bumper stickers. Everywhere, I reminded voters that my campaign represented a new Oakland, a more egalitarian Oakland, an Oakland that would share its reservoir of wealth. Despite her optimism, Brown lost, although she received 44% of the vote. David Horowitz. David Horowitz was born on January 10, 1939, in Queens, New York. He is famously known for his advocacy of liberalism during the 1960s and his subsequent dramatic about-face and embrace of conservatism. During the former phase, he provided significant support to the Black Panther Party for self-defense. Although one might assume that whites were repulsed by the militancy and seemingly racist ideology of the Black Power movement, a number of them were supportive, if not empathetic. Horowitz, a Jew, was one who was drawn for ideological reasons to assist the Black Panther Party for self-defense. His attraction to the organization had as much to do with its leader, the charismatic and intensely glamorous Huey P. Newton, as with the fact that blacks in urban communities were suffering from gross neglect, racism, and police brutality and harassment. Horowitz was one of a number of Newton's liberal, non-black friends. Notably, Newton had many friends in Hollywood, like film producer Burton Schneider and actresses Jane Fonda, Mia Farrow, and Shirley MacLaine. Newton advocated coalitions outside of the black community and welcomed influential and affluent people who helped provide funds for his community outreach programs, and, controversially, for a private home in a safe location. Newton claimed to need his rather luxurious home to protect himself from his numerous enemies. Horowitz helped fundraise for the Black Panther Liberation School, regularly attended party functions, and got to know Newton on a personal level. Inevitably, Horowitz became privy to criminal activities the organization was involved in, most notably the murder of his friend Betty Van Patter in 1974. This knowledge left him frightened and disenchanted. Van Patter, a white woman, helped with the accounting for the organization. Horowitz believed that Van Patter was murdered by the Black Panthers because she uncovered some of their criminal activities. Horowitz has published several books and about his disillusionment with liberalism. He regularly attacks liberalism in academic forums and speaks out against reparations and affirmative action for blacks. 48. After Newton had been gone a year, Brown visited him in Cuba. At first, Brown was uncomfortable and sulky, because Newton and Fountaine had married while in exile. But she eventually warmed to Newton's charm and charisma. And he was calm and lucid, since, during his exile, he did not abuse drugs. Besides, he was visibly pleased with her report of the financial growth of the organization, her headway in the political realm in terms of Brown's ability to articulate the black community's interests in important discussions within the city, as well as her no-nonsense management of the Panthers. The Panther School, which educated some of the children that the public school system had given up on, was ready for expansion. Newton was proud of her and envisioned that when he returned, they would rule together. Before Brown departed for America, Newton gave her the order that would make his comeback possible. He was restless in Cuba and wanted badly to return. He felt the new Democratic governor, as well as the potential election of the black mayor, would help his situation. He wanted Brown, with the support to Lionel Wilson, to talk with them, and to help address some of his legal problems. When Brown returned to Panther headquarters, she ordered one of her bodyguards to oversee the eradication of a cocaine epidemic that was sweeping the community. It was believed that this would not only help avert potential challenges to the Panthers, but would also benefit the campaign to put Wilson in office. Phyllis Jackson's efforts produced an extraordinary 90,000 new black registrants. On election day, the Panthers transported blacks to the polls. When Wilson's win was announced on television, Brown was at his side, smiling broadly. Wilson would serve 3 terms, from 1978 to 1990. Newton's return. Despite these many triumphs, Brown was almost sick with fear by the time Newton returned the summer of 1977. He had been acquitted of all his charges. Horowitz believes that underhanded plotting and intimidation had a lot more to do with that acquittal than justice. Either way, Newton was back and ready to lead the organization, presumably with Brown's help. Brown feared Newton's return and felt it was only a matter of time before he would get back on drugs. She also sensed that the organization's descent into criminal activity was worsening and occurring outside of her control. Brown was further upset when Newton secured the release of Big Bob from jail. Big Bob was one of Huey's personal bodyguards, as his name suggests, was a mountain of a man. He stood well over 6'4" and tipped the scales at around 300 pounds. He didn't walk, he lumbered, from side to side, like a grizzly. 49. Brown felt Big Bob's release was a huge mistake, since he regularly violated every rule of party discipline, and flagrantly jeopardized the organization. Brown failed to see the fairness of Newton's action, especially since a woman Panther had recently been hospitalized after being disciplined for some minor offense. Brown knew her influence was not secured. And though Newton talked as if he wanted her to manage the organization with him, she also knew the Newton that banished Seal and others in a drug-induced rage. Exile. Brown felt that she was waging a losing battle. Not only was her power transient, but the fact was that her power was based on fear of reprisal and threat. She made secret plans to escape from Newton, from the party, and from what she had begun to realize was a nightmarish existence. She and her daughter quietly left the country in 1990 and lived in France for 6 years. Rebuilding a life in the United States. Life in America had changed considerably by the time Brown returned to the United States in 1996. For one thing, she was a published author, having bared her whirlwind life in her autobiography in 1992. For another, she had gone through many years of counseling to come to terms with her past and to face her future. And the Black Panther Party as she had known it no longer existed. Its charismatic leader, Newton, was dead. His fast-paced life came to an end in 1989 when a drug dealer shot him over a quarrel regarding a crack deal. Brown moved to Atlanta, Georgia. Atlanta is considered a mecca for progressive blacks, and it looks and feels nothing like Oakland. Its rhythms are relaxed and slower paced. There is still poverty and crime, but there is a strong presence of upwardly mobile blacks who are concerned with progress and the positive development of their race as a whole. This contingent swells as more blacks move back to the South, in a phenomenon known as remigration. Brown is busy. Upon her return, she established several organizations, including Mothers Advocating Juvenile Justice and the National Alliance for Radical Prison Reform. On the home page of Brown's website, she advocates for the release of black men serving prison sentences. She lectures throughout the country, expounding on topics related to activism, feminism, and the Black Power movement. She is as tough, no-nonsense, and brisque-talking as ever. Stokely Carmichael. Stokely Carmichael was an integrationist when he got involved in the civil rights movement in the 1960s. In 1966, he coined the term Black Power and launched a campaign to advance militancy and separatism. As a young adult in the civil rights movement, Stokely Carmichael was a tall and willowy figure with the quiet, sensitive face of a poet. In those early days, Carmichael was an integrationist with an impressive record in activism. While attending Howard University in Washington, D.C., he joined the Nonviolent Action Group. In 1961, he participated in the Freedom Rides and was arrested many times. In 1964, he served as a regional director for the Student Nonviolent Coordinating Committee during the Mississippi Freedom Summer. He wore overalls as he trained activists to mobilize blacks in the rural South to register to vote. At the end of that summer, blacks and whites challenged the conservative all-white Mississippi Democratic Party at the Democratic Party National Convention in Atlantic City, New Jersey. They were eventually granted 2 nominal seats at the convention, which he and many others regarded as an insult. This was the moment of reckoning. Carmichael felt the path he was on was not leading him where he wanted to go. Leaders like Dr. Martin Luther King, Jr. were not forceful enough. What was needed was something more assertive, bolder, and empowering. Carmichael's answer came in 2 words: Black Power. These were words that he used frequently in his first Black Power speech in 1966 in Mississippi. King and the other conservative black leaders were confounded. But his audience went wild with excitement. The term spread like wildfire across the nation. Black Power organizations and leaders emerged, advancing such concepts as militancy, separatism, and black pride. For the next few years Carmichael was a high-profile leader in the movement he had started. But in 1969 he moved to Africa, because the Black Power movement in America, radical as it was, had failed to meet his expectations. He wanted black organizations to sever all ties with whites. In Africa, Carmichael abandoned Western attire and changed his name to Kwame Ture. His new moniker melded the names of 2 African leaders, Ahmed Sékou Touré, a Prime Minister of Guinea, and Kwame Nkrumah, the President of Ghana. Carmichael married twice and had a son. He continued to lecture, to write, and propound his socialist and Pan-Africanist views until his death in 1998. Childhood. Early years in Trinidad. Stokely Standifer Churchill Carmichael was born on July 29, 1941, in Port of Spain, Trinidad. His parents were Adolphus and Mabel Carmichael. He, 54, had 2 sisters, Umulta and Lynette. The blacks who lived in Trinidad and the other Caribbean islands were, as in America, a product of the slave trade in Africa. When Stokely was born, Trinidad was still a crown colony, i.e., a country controlled by the British government. However, the spirit of resistance in Trinidad was alive and well. Slavery and the system of indentured servitude were diminished by tactics involving nonviolent demonstrations and officially abolished in 1838. Though free, blacks were still oppressed by the colonial rule of England. Carmichael explained how, in the 1930s, the British government attempted to suppress African cultural survivals and decided that the colony would more easily be governable if drums and other traditional musical instruments were outlawed. But when their drums were confiscated and men who played them put under arrest, the black Trinidadians simply became resourceful. They turned 55-gallon steel drums into a new form of musical instrument called, simply enough, the steel drum. Over the years, the instrument has been developed to make the delightful and refreshing sound that is the trademark of the Caribbean islands. The musical genre called calypso was a descendant of the oral traditions of African griots, who served as professional poets, history keepers, singers, and storytellers. The calypso singer was cunning, and his songs contained sly commentary against economic oppression and racism, or about politics and local news. The singers were a popular feature at carnival time, but Stokely and the other children were not permitted to listen to the scandalous, irreverent, anti-establishment tradition. The government tried to quell these songs of resistance, but they were too entrenched in the culture. One individual, a local named Tubal Uriah Rab Butler, organized protests against the local government in Trinidad when Stokely was a child. Butler was a firebrand of the First Order. Born in Grenada in 1897, he was heavily involved in activism at least 5 years before Stokely was born. He spearheaded several labor riots to protest the exploitation of black workers. He formed at least 3 parties, the British Empire Citizens and Workers' Home Rule Party, the Butler Home Rule Party, and the Butler Party. He was arrested frequently. For the most part, Stokely's immediate world was trouble-free and serene in the spacious and dreamy home his father built by hand. Also in residence were his father's mother, Cecilia, and his 3 sisters, Elaine and Olga. Mabel continuously butted heads with the other women in the house. Fed up with the situation, she moved to New York to live with her parents when Stokely was 3 years old. Essentially, she gave Stokely Carmichael 55. Adolphus an ultimatum: choose between her and his mother and aunts. Adolphus chose her, following Mabel to New York in 1945. They would have 2 additional children, giving Stokely a total of 4 siblings. However, the children did not go to New York to live with their parents at that time. Stokely enjoyed living in the matriarchal environment with his 2 sisters and a cousin named Austin. At 3, Stokely was already enrolled in a private school. When he was 7 years old, he attended the Eastern Boys' School, where he gravitated towards the poor children. He often brought food from home to give them. Stokely exhibited another quality not common in children of such tender years, an interest in politics. In 1948, blacks were able to vote in Trinidad, as long as they were 21 years old and owned property. Stokely attempted to register but was turned away. Soon after, he persuaded his Aunt Elaine to vote for the radical Uriah Butler. The days passed harmoniously in Trinidad. Stokely played in the lush green terrain with friends. On Sundays, his grandmother and aunts decked him in striking little suits. Academically, school was a breeze. Stokely was a bright student, though even as a child he sensed the curriculum was not particularly pertinent to his culture and his life in Trinidad. The classrooms were all black, since blacks and whites were segregated from each other in every aspect of life. As an adult looking back over his early life, Carmichael felt that although the blacks had a rich culture that mixed many Africanisms with their new life in Trinidad, they were less nationalistic than other races, such as the East Indians. But this was a consequence of slavery, which had forced Africans from their homeland into a foreign environment where they were prohibited from living in traditional ways. The East Indians who lived in Trinidad had arrived as indentured servants and did not face this loss. They maintained their language, their religious beliefs, and their traditional clothing. Life as Stokely knew it changed following the sudden death of his grandmother from a stroke. Since she was the one who looked after the children while the 2 aunts worked, it was decided that Stokely and his siblings should be reunited with his family in New York. Stokely was 11 years old. To the promised land. The idea of moving to New York was thrilling. Stokely and his siblings envisioned an America of epic opportunity and abundance. But the image did not compare with reality. The Carmichaels lived at first in a predominantly black neighborhood in Harlem. Sometime later they moved to a mostly Italian community called 56 Morris Park in the Bronx. Stokely's parents had to work twice as hard in America as in Trinidad, and they still struggled. His mom was a domestic, while his father worked as a cab driver who went to school during the evenings and was employed by day as a carpenter. He was also the deacon of the church they attended. The home that the Carmichaels lived in paled in comparison to the spacious castle his father had built in Trinidad. The educational school system in America was a shock. In Trinidad, the teachers were strict, and the children were quiet, obedient, and respectful. Stokely never thought it possible to experience a classroom that was as boisterous and unruly as the ones he came to know in New York. Although Stokely did well in school, he quickly adapted to the obnoxious antics of the other school children. Neighborhood life was also completely different. At home in Morris Park adjoined an Italian gang. They called themselves Morris Park Avenue Dukes and amused themselves by stealing and getting into fights. But Stokely's adolescence was not all gangs and trouble. He remained an intensely serious student, so much so that his parents agreed that he should repeat the 8th grade to be better prepared to take the difficult entrance test into the prestigious Bronx High School of Science. That school was as good as it gets, drawing ambitious students, mostly white, from the upper echelon of society. Stokely's repetition of the 8th grade paid off. He passed the test and entered high school in 1956. Although Stokely continued to be active in the Morris Park gang, he absorbed himself in school, adding new interests in classical music and the philosophical writings of Albert Camus, Jean-Paul Sartre, and Karl Marx. The environment at school was conducive to his desire to excel and his insatiable thirst for knowledge. In his first year, he quickly realized how all of his peers outpaced him academically. For example, their summer readings included Ernest Hemingway, William Faulkner, and Karl Marx. Carmichael wrote, "Obviously these kids' parents, like mine, encouraged their reading. Except that their parents, unlike mine, knew where and how to direct their children's reading. But if academic intelligence is, as I do believe, largely a matter of cultural background, I was soon to discover that I too had an advantage over most of my peers when it came to the intelligence tests. This was because of an uncle who told Stokely to study Latin, which, ultimately, gave him an advantage in reading comprehension and vocabulary tests." Stokely thrived in this environment of high achievers, and in so doing he defied the common misconception, which stemmed from negative perceptions of Africans, that blacks were ignorant and uncivilized. In fact, it was racism and the lack of opportunities that prevented blacks from learning and excelling, as the experience of students like Stokely clearly illustrates. Stokely gravitated towards communists at his high school, though he was generally the only black student to appear at the social gatherings, meetings. Stokely Carmichael 57. And activities hosted by the Young Leftists. Later, Carmichael was critical over the fact that although he was learning and developing politically and intellectually, it took him a long time to realize that the revolutionary thinkers were European, or that all their theoretical models were fashioned out of European historical experience. But Stokely did enjoy his white friends, the stimulating conversations, and the fun they had together. At the same time, Stokely was being influenced by individuals who were known at the time as stepladder speakers, who could be found on 125th Street. The stepladder speakers were predominantly nationalists. They embellished their stepladders with the red, green, and black flags of the African liberation movement and dressed to the nines in Afrocentric dress. Carmichael recalled how the male and female orators called for black unity and a return to Afrocentric values. They were, to him, tantamount to the oral historians of the community, our town criers, waking up the sleeping town and bringing news of distant conflicts, keeping the flame of reunion and unity alive, ceaselessly exhorting us to keep historical and revolutionary faith with our ancestors' long history of struggle and resistance. Such was Stokely's initiation into the philosophy of Pan-Africanism. When it came time for juniors and seniors to consider what to do after graduation, college was on most everyone's mind, including Stokely's. But developments in the winter of 1960, Stokely's senior year, had put a new thought in his head. In February 1960, 4 black students from North Carolina Agricultural and Technical State University conducted a sit-in at a lunch counter at a local Woolworth store. Stokely had heard about segregation in the South, even though in New York he did not experience it. That 1960 sit-in was not the first such demonstration. Back in the 1930s, James Farmer, one of the co-founders of the civil rights organization, Congress for Racial Equality, participated a sit-in at a courthouse in Texas with other college students while he was a student at Wiley College in Marshall, Texas. In the early 1940s, CORE conducted several sit-ins. At the end of that decade, individuals like Mary Church Terrell organized sit-ins and pickets outside restaurants and department stores in Washington, D.C. Notwithstanding the importance of the forerunners to the 1960 sit-in, the Greensboro sit-in was solely responsible for the ensuing rush of demonstrations that swept across the South. New civil rights groups, like the Nashville Student Movement, were quickly formed. In April 1960, the Southern Christian Leadership Conference hosted a weekend gathering at Shaw University in North Carolina to help organize the young activists. From this meeting was developed the Student Nonviolent Coordinating Committee. Stokely thought the sit-ins were not real until the television reports showed how racist whites abused and heckled the black and white demonstrators. His 58. interest was piqued. Friends from school and the stepladder speakers had already formulated their own opinions on the civil rights movement, and Dr. King, whose arrival on the national scene had begun during the Montgomery bus boycott back in 1955. Stokely and his friends admired Dr. King, but the nationalists attacked nonviolence, mocked his talk of redemptive suffering, and questioned the feasibility and desirability of integration as a goal. They felt Dr. King was begging white folks to accept us, something white folks had never done in 300 years. During Stokely's senior year, he received scores of invitations and scholarships from colleges and universities. Stokely refused them all, including the one from Harvard University, a predominantly white Ivy League school. W.E.B. Du Bois, the prominent scholar and civil rights activist who became popular as the editor of the NAACP organ, The Crisis, had attended Harvard following his graduation from Fisk University in Nashville, Tennessee. But rather than attend a predominantly white school, Stokely elected to enroll at a historically black institution, Howard University in Washington, D.C. He wanted to be among his own race, and he especially wanted to be close to the civil rights demonstrations taking place in the South. His parents worked doubly hard to finance his education at Howard. Howard University. Howard University, a private institution, was one of numerous colleges and universities established for blacks during the American Reconstruction. Mary Eliza Church Terrell. Born in Memphis, Tennessee in 1863, Mary Eliza Church Terrell was one of the first female African American activists of the early 20th century. Her father, Robert Church, was a former slave who ascended to affluence as a real estate magnate. The family moved to Ohio to avoid segregation. There, Mary Church attended schools operated by Antioch College and Oberlin College. In 1891, after several years teaching French and German at Wilberforce University and teaching Latin at a high school, she married Robert Terrell, an attorney. They settled in an elite black neighborhood of professionals in Washington, D.C. At the end of the 19th century, Mary Church Terrell launched a formidable career in activism. She founded the National Association of Colored Women in 1896, working with white and black women to obtain women's suffrage. In 1909 she helped found the National Association for the Advancement of Colored People. Until her death in 1954, she waged nonviolent demonstrations to protest segregation in Washington, D.C. Founded in 1867, the school quickly developed a name for itself and is associated with a number of prominent black leaders. Alain Locke, the chair of the Department of Philosophy, wrote The New Negro, helping to inspire the Harlem Renaissance of the 1920s and 1930s in New York. Ralph Bunche, the chair of the Department of Political Science, served as a mediator to Palestine in the 1940s, made contributions to the formation of the United Nations, and endorsed the civil rights movement. Charles Houston was dean of the Howard University Law School, a civil rights activist, and attorney for the NAACP. While at Howard, Houston taught the future famous attorney Thurgood Marshall, who would be known the world over for his role in winning the Brown v. Board of Education case in 1954, which dismantled Jim Crow schools in the South. Nonviolent Action Group and Corps. When Carmichael entered his freshman year at Howard in the fall of 1960, he planned on becoming a doctor. In actuality, this was his father's vision. Adolphus wanted the family to return to Trinidad one day and establish a clinic there. But Carmichael's extracurricular interest in activism would route him along an altogether different course. While at Howard, Carmichael made friends with Bill Mahoney, Cortland Cox, and others who joined the Nonviolent Action Group. Carmichael participated in demonstrations spearheaded by NAG and CORE. They staged pickets and sit-ins at lunch counters in local stores in Baltimore, Maryland and Washington, D.C. NAG was not only exhilarating because of the opportunities to engage in protest it presented but also because it offered Carmichael and the other black students the chance to talk forthrightly. Since high school, Carmichael had been known for his outspokenness. In NAG, he met his equal in the other male and female members. Freedom Rides. During Carmichael's second semester at Howard, the first Freedom Ride to challenge Jim Crow in interstate travel in the South was launched. The Freedom Riders comprised black and white activists from CORE and SNCC. The first rides were fraught with violence. Starting out of Washington, D.C., the 13 Freedom Riders ran into trouble in Anniston, Alabama, where a white mob firebombed the bus in which they traveled. The activists were beaten. In Birmingham, Alabama, the Ku Klux Klan brutally attacked riders. After the attacks, CORE wanted to terminate the Freedom Rides, but SNCC insisted on continuing. It was at this point that the zealous Carmichael became a Freedom Rider, knowing full well that he could lose his life. His parents were nervous but gave him their blessing. 60. 2 weeks after the violent reception of the Freedom Riders in Anniston, Carmichael mounted a bus with other riders headed to Jackson, Mississippi. At stops along the way, the Freedom Riders were instructed to challenge the Jim Crow laws on the use of facilities. For example, white riders were supposed to use the black-only restrooms and water fountains, and blacks were to use the white-only facilities. When Carmichael strolled into a white cafeteria in Mississippi, he and the other riders were arrested. They served 53 days in the Parchman Penitentiary in Mississippi. This was Carmichael's first arrest. There would be many more. When Carmichael was released from prison, he resumed his studies at Howard. During the fall of that year, President John F. Kennedy ordered the ICC to enforce the laws prohibiting segregation in interstate travel. The Freedom Rides had been costly, exhausting, and harrowing, but they had achieved a historic victory. Even as activism began to unravel the racist and discriminatory structure of America, it also changed Carmichael. He did not want to be a doctor anymore, he wanted to make a life out of activism. So he began to take courses in philosophy. Philosophy is a study that appealed to many activists, such as Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. and John Lewis. Lewis, who became the chairman of SNCC in 1963, received a bachelor's degree in religion and philosophy from Fisk University in Tennessee. The study of philosophy involved readings and discussions on historic thinkers who tended to challenge orthodox beliefs and traditional conventions, which was what the civil rights leaders also struggled to do. Carmichael also benefited from the study of black culture, life, and achievement, and became engrossed in the history of black resistance. He would not have experienced this sort of education at a predominantly white university in those years. Carmichael graduated from Howard University in May 1964. He chose to begin working immediately as an activist, rather than continue his education. He declined a scholarship from Harvard University for that purpose. Mississippi Freedom Summer. The timing could not have been more perfect. The Council of Federated Organizations was formed in 1962. COFO was an amalgam of several major civil rights organizations: SNCC, CORE, the SCLC, and the NAACP. The council planned an ambitious voter registration drive called the Mississippi Freedom Summer. This summer-long demonstration in 1964 was an unprecedented attempt to address disfranchisement in Mississippi and bring together black and white activists. Carmichael wrote how selective SNCC was in recruiting whites. No missionaries going to save the benighted Negro or martyrs looking for redemption through suffering. Be on the hard lookout for the stench of personal virtue. No mystics. No flakes. No kids in rebellion, looking for attention or to get back at mom and dad. No druggies, beatniks, or immature hippie types too irresponsible. But, for the most part, the whites who poured in eager to participate in the Mississippi Summer Campaign were genuine and altruistic. Carmichael wrote that there were not as many racial problems as the press would suggest, despite the racial and economic differences. Carmichael helped train the new activists, and he was put in charge of the SNCC and COFO offices in Mississippi. He spent the summer going into the communities, talking to the locals, hiring and training activists, and helping blacks to register to vote for the first time. While there, he often wore overalls, as was the custom with black sharecroppers. This training was no easy task. Not only were the local blacks anxious about the outsiders coming into their home state, trying to talk them into registering to vote, but they had to contend with increasingly violent opposition and intimidation from white groups like the Ku Klux Klan, who were fired up by the northern intrusion. One of the most tragic incidents to occur was the Klan murder of 3 activists, Mickey Schwerner, James Chaney, and Andrew Goodman. Those were violent times. That summer was long and demanding. As activists established institutions, called freedom schools, to teach black youths, racist whites tried to pass laws to close them down. When local blacks registered to vote, they were fired from their jobs and evicted from their homes. Fannie Lou Hamer, a local civil rights worker known by all the SNCC activists, was among the casualties of political empowerment in the South. Hamer was born in Ruleville, Mississippi in 1917. In 1962, she responded to the call put out by SNCC volunteers to register to vote. After registering, she returned home only to be told that she had to leave the property where she lived and worked as a timekeeper on Mr. Manslow's plantation. Then she received a barrage of death threats. What Hamer suffered was what many blacks in the South experienced. But the intimidation was not all. Hamer also had to pass the literacy test. It took her several attempts to pass the discriminatory test required for blacks before finally obtaining suffrage. Hamer was in her mid-40s, married, childless, and stoutly built when she accepted a leadership position in Mississippi. She not only galvanized black voters but provided food and other needs for the poor. Her songs, her warmth, and her fierce resolve made her a much-loved figure among the young black activists. She would play a starring role at the forthcoming Democratic National Convention. The highlight of that summer was the announcement of the Civil Rights Act of 1964, which ushered in a new Jim Crow, free era. But the celebrations of joy were ephemeral as white backlash and resistance remained. 62. Strong for several years. Thus, the civil rights struggle in the South continued, with activists and ordinary citizens striving for the integration that had been denied them for so long. Mississippi Freedom Democratic Party. Carmichael helped to organize the Mississippi Freedom Democratic Party, which grew out of the activities that summer. Its purpose was to challenge the jurisdiction of the all-white conservative Democratic Party in Mississippi, since it did not legitimately represent the state. The history of Mississippi politics is a bitter one. During slavery, wealthy white conservatives dominated political life. At the end of the Civil War, the federal government forced Mississippi to integrate blacks into politics. For the first time, blacks enjoyed a taste of political power. Prominent black politicians in that period included B.T. Montgomery, Blanche Kelso Bruce, Hiram Rhodes Revels, and John R. Lynch. This was the beginning of a very important hour for blacks, as the new politicians broke down old racist and discriminatory laws. However, beginning in 1871, whites launched a violent campaign to restore their former power. They backed their political will with a systematic intimidation of the black community. As a result, on Election Day in 1875, no blacks presented a challenge and conservative whites were voted back into office. Since that day, blacks had been barred from political power and the right to vote in Mississippi. This was the backdrop against which the MFDP played out its attempt to defy the history of discrimination in politics. When delegates, including Fannie Lou Hamer and other blacks and whites, went to the Democratic National Convention in August 1964, they were optimistic. The challenge included several testimonials before the Credentials Committee. Carmichael saw Hamer's testimonial on television. Her story of oppression and racial violence was the most moving presentation given. But the outcome of the demonstration was one of the biggest frustrations of the era. Carmichael summed up the situation. The Freedom Democrats, we were told, would be given 2 seats at large, which, as the people were quick to see, represented nowhere and no one. And they pledged never to seat any lily-white delegations in the future. They would create a civil rights committee on the Democratic National Committee to ensure this. That was to be our victory. Our people should take it, express joy and gratitude, and go home. Carmichael continued to help tap into the political potential of the Mississippi Freedom Democratic Party. It was this new approach not working. Stokely Carmichael 63. Through the traditional parties that he believed would yield far-reaching results. While he cast about for strategies, he came up with the idea that there needed to be more examples like the MFDP. He laid plans to go to Lowndes County and establish a similar political model there. But there was other business to be attended to first. Carmichael went to Atlanta, Georgia to attend a SNCC meeting of the Executive Committee. What occurred there portended greater changes to come. Bob Moses made an announcement, stating that he was to be known as Robert Parris, that he was stepping down from his former position, and that he was not ever going to speak to another white person ever again. The room was shocked. However, Moses' response was indicative of the monolithic pressures activists faced. Moses had multiple responsibilities as the director of SNCC's Mississippi Project, co-director of the COFO organization, and one of the main coordinators of the Mississippi Freedom Summer. Racial violence, intimidation, the stress of daily contact with suffering and destitute blacks, and the crushing failure at the Democratic National Convention often resulted in serious burnout. But Moses' disillusionment was so great that it caused him to retreat altogether. In 1969, he moved to Tanzania in East Africa. He taught there for several years, returning to the States in 1975 to attend Harvard. He ultimately settled into the quiet life as a math teacher in a high school in Mississippi. After the meeting, the activists, including Carmichael, turned their attentions towards the next campaign in Selma, Alabama. Selma, Alabama. In 1965, the major civil rights groups rallied together to steer a voting rights campaign in Selma, Alabama. Hundreds of locals standing in line at the courthouse, waiting for an opportunity to exercise their right to vote, were arrested. There were demonstrations going on elsewhere at this time. In Marion, Alabama, on February 18, 1965, black demonstrators marched from Zion United Methodist Church to the Perry County Jail, where James Orange was in jail for attempting to register blacks to vote. The group planned to sing hymns in protest and to encourage the civil rights worker. However, mayhem ensued when police officers descended on the protesters and began beating them indiscriminately. Among the demonstrators was a 26-year-old deacon from St. James Baptist Church named Jimmy Lee Jackson. While trying to protect his grandfather and mother from the police attack, he was shot and killed. 42 years after the crime, Trooper James Fowler was charged. News of the murder of Jimmy Lee Jackson spread quickly. Then, 3 days later, another shocking murder was announced. But it was Jackson's death that inspired the famous Selma March. 64. The first day of the march was horrific. While marchers, dressed in their Sunday best, made their way peacefully over the Edmund Pettus Bridge, they were beaten by state troopers. Carmichael heard about the devastation in Alabama. He was on his way there when he heard the news on the car radio that Malcolm X had been assassinated. King led the marchers on a second attempt from Selma to Montgomery. But since King did not have a permit to march, he was forestalled. That night, Reverend James Reeb, a white minister who had participated in the Selma March, was killed by racist whites. The nation's muted response to Reeb's death angered many SNCC activists. Carmichael pointed out that President Lyndon B. Johnson sent flowers to Reeb's wife but not to Jackson's. On March 21, 1965, King at last led the successful and peaceful march to Montgomery. 4 days later, Viola Liuzzo was shot to death by Ku Klux Klan members while transporting black marchers home. That August, President Lyndon B. Johnson signed the Voting Rights Act of 1965. This was landmark legislation to support the enforcement of suffrage for blacks. But it had been dearly bought. Lowndes County Freedom Organization. After the Selma March, Carmichael headed for Lowndes County, Alabama to initiate his plan for a voting campaign, like the one that was waged in Mississippi. This time, however, SNCC would follow their own rules. They carried guns to protect themselves from racist violence. Progress was slow going in Lowndes. Many local blacks had a difficult time grappling with the idea of challenging the oppressive system of racism in Alabama. Others willingly responded to the tall, charming, and polite stranger named Stokely. Carmichael held meetings in churches, walked the meandering country roads canvassing farms, and gently appealed to the cautious and leery blacks. In the fall of 1965, Carmichael achieved some success with the establishment of the Lowndes County Freedom Organization, an alternative political party in the spirit of the MFDP. Their emblem was a Black Panther. John Hewlett, one-time chairman of the LCFO, said this about the symbol of the panther. "Panther is an animal, as you know. He never bothers anything, but when you start pushing him, he moves backwards, and backwards into his corner, and then he comes out to destroy everything that's before him." Negroes in Lowndes County have been pushed back through the years. We've our rights to speak, to move, and to do whatever we want to do at all times. And now we're going to start moving. Stokely Carmichael, 65. Aside from the substantial number of blacks newly registered to vote, the LCFO experienced no far-reaching triumphs. Still, Carmichael was pleased that he had helped set the foundation for activism. But he wanted more. He wanted to address something that was becoming increasingly worrisome to him, something that had become clear to him during the time he spent in Lowndes County. He began reading more about Malcolm X and his philosophy. He knew he was not the only one feeling the need for a serious change of approach. Bob Moses had felt it when he had decided not to speak to white people anymore. Student Nonviolent Coordinating Committee. The meeting that occurred in May 1966 would change SNCC forever. It centered around people's dissatisfaction with conservatism and integrationism. Carmichael, whose mind danced with the fresh new ideas implanted there by his readings on Malcolm X, suggested that it was high time that blacks do for themselves. He believed that nonviolence should no longer be a part of their ideology. This was something that Malcolm X endorsed in his fiery speeches and criticisms of Dr. King. Indeed, few stood up and attacked King so publicly and so viciously. Malcolm X called him and leaders like him Uncle Toms and said that whites should be excluded from black struggle. The following is a statement that identified how blacks, like Carmichael, saw the role of whites. These things which revolve around the right to organize have been accomplished mainly because of the entrance of white people into Mississippi, in the summer of 1964. Since these goals have now been accomplished, whites' role in the movement has now ended. What does it mean if black people, once having the right to organize, are not allowed to organize themselves? It means that blacks' ideas about inferiority are being reinforced. Shouldn't people be able to organize themselves? Further, white participation means in the eyes of the black community that whites are the brains behind the movement, and that blacks cannot function without whites. This only serves to perpetuate existing attitudes within the existing society, i.e., blacks are dumb, unable to take care of business, etc. Whites are smart, the brains behind the whole thing. Importantly, Carmichael did not advocate racial hatred. Even Malcolm X, shortly before his assassination, regretted calling whites devils. Carmichael simply wanted blacks to construct an entity and identity separate from whites. 66. The consensus was that John Lewis, then chairman of SNCC, had no place in the new format of the organization, since he was against militancy and separatism. Lewis resigned and Carmichael, who was just 25 at the time, took his place. Lewis would eventually become a member of the U.S. House of Representatives of Georgia in 1987, a position he maintains to this day. Other civil rights leaders congratulated Carmichael. This fact challenges the notion that they were surprised or dismayed by Carmichael's sudden awakening to separatism and militancy. Leaders like King and Farmer imparted fatherly advice to him. "You have to be very careful," warned King, "your every word will be magnified, scrutinized, and criticized. By friends as well as by enemies. Farmer told Carmichael that he'd be praying for. Perhaps these men looked upon Carmichael as a son. They had known him when he was a budding youth newly arriving in the movement. And though they did not embrace his new politics, they cared for him unconditionally. To be sure, Farmer and King were completely against violence. King was such a staunch pacifistic that he refused to keep a gun in his own home to protect his family. Farmer and King also objected to separatism. Their approach to the struggle was based on integrating blacks into mainstream society as a way to achieve full civil rights as equal citizens in America. Though Carmichael claimed that he and King remained close while he was chairman of SNCC in Atlanta, Georgia, his politics would become increasingly more radical. Black Power. Carmichael's rise to SNCC leadership signified a shift in the struggle for civil rights throughout the nation, as the new militancy prepared to eclipse the era of nonviolence. It was at the culmination of a march to protest the shooting of James Meredith that Black Power made its entrance into the public arena. Meredith was 29 years old in 1962 when he became the first African American to attend the University of Mississippi. He wore a suit on his historic first day, and entered the university flanked by white deputy marshals, patrolmen, and guards. It took a total of 123 deputy marshals, 316 border patrolmen, and 97 federal prison guards to protect him. 24 federal agents guarded the perimeter of his dormitory. Yet this security was not excessive, as violent riots had occurred to protest Meredith's presence. He was not wanted at the university, but the federal government enforced his right to attend the previously all-white school. Stokely Carmichael, 67. Meredith recorded his experiences, in which he was subjected to ostracism from his peers, at the University of Mississippi in 3 years in Mississippi. He graduated with a degree in political science in 1963. In 2000, his son, Joseph Meredith, was the top doctoral student in the School of Business Administration at the University of Mississippi. In the spring of 1966, a 32-year-old Meredith set out to show the world that Mississippi could be civil towards blacks. He set out alone along the U.S. highway with the intent of crossing the state. He was shot on. Black Power. Black Power is a term that meant many things to blacks during the 1960s and 1970s. When Stokely Carmichael coined the term in 1966, he set in motion a rift between black radicals and conservatives, as well as liberal whites and radical blacks. Needless to say, the term was, in implementation, often vague and mercurial. To the proponents of Black Power, the term represented a renaissance of black pride and empowerment. Black Power could refer to the philosophy of separatism, militancy, Afrocentric cultural expression, or all the above. What most proponents, like Carmichael, essentially wanted was to remove the dependency of blacks on whites and to enable blacks to define their demands, goals, and desires for themselves, as well as assert their right to defend themselves against racial violence. This desire was a response to centuries of forced subjugation to whites, as well as rampant anti-black violence. Carmichael grew disillusioned by the methods of civil disobedience and repeated physical attacks and abuses by angry white mobs. In terms of the Student Nonviolent Coordinating Committee, he was concerned with the roles of whites in the organization and how that presented challenges with regard to leadership and control. For black culturalists, Black Power was largely associated with the concept of black is beautiful through natural hairstyles and Afrocentric clothes and accessories. Blacks affirmed, celebrated, and embraced their racial identities. In this way, they not only demonstrated black pride, they challenged the racist constructions that relegated blackness to inferiority and unattractiveness. They also resisted assimilation, which for many Black Power proponents was a byproduct of integration. The Black Power movement looked nothing like the civil rights movement. Liberal whites were excluded from participation. Anger and militancy replaced the former precept of love and nonviolent resistance. Revolution and liberation became the new expressions of black protest. However, black conservative leaders deplored the philosophy of militancy and separatism, and many whites feared it. 68. June 6, 1966. The photo of him after the shooting won a Pulitzer Prize for photography in 1967. Carmichael traveled to Mississippi to discuss future plans with other leaders, including Dr. King, Roy Wilkins, leader of the NAACP, and Floyd McKissick of CORE. The idea was proposed to continue with Meredith's march. A controversy over the logistics ensued. Carmichael wanted less participation from whites and armed protection for the marchers. But he ultimately compromised, and when the march went forward, the Deacons for Defense and Justice, who provided security, did not carry weapons. The Deacons for Defense and Justice organization was just 2 years old when it was asked to protect the participants in the march on behalf of James Meredith. This was not their first duty. They had always played a controversial role in the civil rights movement. Originally formed by Ernest Chilly Willie Thomas and Frederick Douglass Kirkpatrick in Jonesboro, Louisiana, their purpose was to provide defense against the Ku Klux Klan. 21 chapters emerged in Louisiana, Mississippi, and Alabama. Through their efforts, they successfully undermined Ku Klux Klan activities and attacks. The march started on June 7, 1966. When, on June 17, the marchers convened in Greenwood, Mississippi, Carmichael gave his most infamous speech, titled Black Power. He had just been released from jail after being arrested for marching on school grounds. His words underscored what many young blacks felt: it was time for blacks to do for themselves. The speech made him instantly popular. He would forever after be known as the integrationist who had become a separatist. The implication of black power startled civil rights leaders. It was an offense to everything they had fought and were fighting for. Carmichael's actions increased the polarization among the civil rights organizations. Before long he withdrew SNCC from the White House Conference on Civil Rights, and he influenced numerous other young blacks to make the switch from integrationism to separatism. Floyd McKissick, who replaced James Farmer as the leader of CORE, turned toward the same philosophy. The transition was not seamless. Black power, which meant different things to different people, encompassed a philosophy of social empowerment, separatism, black pride, exclusivity, and to some extent race hatred and militancy. Adam Clayton Powell, a minister and New York congressman, tried to unify the many black power groups that emerged, and so he established the first of several Black Power conferences in 1966. Carmichael was not the focal point at these gatherings. Many whites were offended or frightened by the new philosophy, which grew in popularity daily. White philanthropists who had supported SNCC when it was an integrationist organization withdrew funds. Meanwhile, the FBI began to monitor Carmichael and other newly formed Black Power organizations. Civil rights leaders waged campaigns to denounce Black Power. Stokely Carmichael, 69. Carmichael spent much of his time during this period trying to quell the mayhem his words had created. Still, SNCC lost members right and left. In the South, blacks were less inclined to embrace the radical concept of Black Power, whereas in the North, blacks were more receptive. SNCC leaders pondered their next step. At a meeting in the winter of 1966, members of the SNCC staff voted to expunge all white members, and SNCC began to shift its focus to the North, where the racial problems were volatile. Blacks in the North had already provid back in 1965 the racial explosion coup de Curatana moment. Beginning with what is known as the Long Hot Summer, blacks in cities outside of the South erupted in violence. Unlike the race riots of the past, where whites ravaged black communities, blacks internalized their rage and looted, burned, and destroyed buildings in their own communities. One of the first outbreaks occurred in Watts, Los Angeles. The trouble began on a simmering hot day in August 1965, when blacks congregated at the scene where a black man had been arrested for drunk driving. Police harassment was rampant in the North and was compounded by a host of serious social problems. When police officers at the scene called for backup, the crowd threw stones, bottles, and other objects at them. After 6 days of rioting, 34 individuals were killed, nearly 1,000 injured, and an estimated 4,000 individuals were arrested. Riots like this one and worse occurred throughout the summers into the late 1960s. Carmichael was critical of the weak response of the federal government to the problems in the black communities that caused the riots. Although President Lyndon B. Johnson had created a plethora of social programs as part of his War on Poverty program and other projects, Carmichael contended that those efforts were not adequate. In 1967, Carmichael collaborated with Charles V. Hamilton to publish Black Power, The Politics of Liberation. This book discusses racism and colonialism, as well as reactions to them by blacks, such as accommodationism and urban rebellions. While Carmichael's popularity soared, criticism within SNCC began to mount. Members did not like all the attention he was getting in the media. Other activists complained about the media obsession with King. They were also disappointed that Carmichael paid SNCC so little attention. Carmichael attempted to rebuild the organization, but he was being pulled in several directions at once. In 1967, he toured college campuses to promote Black Power. He also encouraged black students at predominantly white campuses to demand black studies programs and the recruitment of more black students. Carmichael's presence on the campuses worried many. After leaving a lecture he gave at Vanderbilt University in Nashville, Tennessee during a Black Power meeting, a riot broke out. Carmichael was accused by the mayor and the president of Fisk University of inciting the melee. The House of Representatives sought to deport him back to Trinidad. 70. Carmichael was not the only fiery orator in the Black Power movement. H. Rap Brown was as flammable as they come, calling white people honkies, and the police pigs, a term coined by Huey P. Newton, leader of the Black Panther Party for self-defense and regularly employed in the 60s and 70s by black and white activists. In the summer of 1967, Brown told a black audience in Maryland that if America don't come around, we're going to burn America down. Brown was charged with inciting a riot and arson after someone set a local school on fire. The authorities may have worried that Carmichael and the militant Black Power adherents were fomenting unrest, but the riots generally had nothing to do with the Black Power leaders. They were independent reactions to extreme conditions within impoverished black communities. Two of the most intense riots in 1967 occurred in Newark, New Jersey, and Detroit, Michigan. In New Jersey, white officials ignored the problems of unemployment, crime, inadequate housing, and resources for blacks, as well as the mounting incidents of police abuse. On July 12, 1967, white police officers beat a black cab driver. After someone threw a firebomb at the police station, the police officers unleashed their fury on the crowd outside. 4 days of rioting culminated in 25 deaths of blacks as the National Guard enforced order. In Detroit, blacks rioted after white police officers attempted to clear out a club where a celebration for the return of 2 Vietnam veterans was in progress. The riot lasted 5 days. President Johnson ordered 4,700 troops to Detroit to restore order. In the process, 43 blacks were shot and killed by the National Guard. In 1967 alone, an astonishing 59 riots occurred. The riots were on everyone's mind. America was in a state of turmoil. Naturally, the violence frightened and bewildered whites, and some vilified the perpetrators of the violence. To this day, many wonder at the causes. President Johnson and some state officials took a proactive stance, conducting investigations to get at the heart of the problem. What they came up was what conservative and radical blacks already knew: young blacks were fed up with the severe problems of poverty and racism. From the perspective of many militant leaders, the riots were actually rebellions, or revolts. Charles V. Hamilton, the political scientist and academic who worked with Carmichael on his first book, wrote a great deal on the subject of black power and revolts. Through his research and writings, he became a spokesperson and advocate for the disempowered in the nation's cities. He taught at several institutions, including Rutgers University in New Brunswick, New Jersey, Lincoln University in Pennsylvania, Roosevelt University in Chicago, Illinois, and Columbia University in Manhattan, New York. In May 1967, as the race riots, negative media attention, and FBI monitoring of him and his family continued, Carmichael formally resigned as SNCC chair. He continued his involvement with SNCC as an organizer. Stokely Carmichael 71. World Tour. It was a relief in more ways than one for Carmichael to leave the States and travel the globe. Carmichael was well known outside of America, and people looked up to him as a model of leadership for the oppressed everywhere. The Wretched of the Earth. The Wretched of the Earth was written by Frantz Fanon, a psychiatrist and a revolutionary from Martinique, an island in the Caribbean. Books played a pivotal role in African American protest. For example, during the Civil Rights Movement, leaders were inspired and motivated by the writings of Mahatma Gandhi and Henry David Thoreau. Civil rights demonstrations were based, in large part, on many of Gandhi's techniques of civil disobedience and direct action. The leaders in the Black Power movement were equally stirred by books pertaining to militant protest. Whether for nonviolence or violent revolution, books changed lives, sparked callings to lives of protest, and helped develop the ideologies and the tactics of struggle. In The Wretched of the Earth, Fanon advanced the philosophy of violence in the context of African liberation from colonial rule. Born on July 20, 1925, Fanon was an eyewitness to the racism and violence inflicted by French soldiers on the populace in his native Martinique. As a psychiatrist, he made observations on the destructive effects of oppression on the marginalized and surmised that redemption would be found in independence and self-determination, not by assimilating into or emulating the oppressor. Although Fanon's books concerned another continent, individuals elsewhere applied his ideas and observations to their own lives and situations. For example, Fanon inspired Che Guevara, who launched a revolt against the dictator Fulgencio Batista in Cuba. Guevara wrote several books about revolution and guerrilla warfare and in turn inspired Huey P. Newton. Newton was influenced by Guevara's writings, among others, when he constructed an ideology for his organization, the Black Panther Party for Self-Defense. Williams' book Negroes with Guns has been credited for inspiring a number of the Black Power groups that formed during the 1960s. Unfortunately, just as these revolutionary organizations emerged, Fanon was diagnosed with leukemia. He would not live to see the revolutionary struggle as it developed in Africa, America, and other countries. He died on December 6, 1961, at age 36. 72. In Puerto Rico, he met with nationalists who wanted to obtain independence from the United States. In Great Britain in the summer of 1967, Carmichael gave a presentation at the Congress of Dialectics of Liberation. In that address, Carmichael's frustration with the situation in America and his growing militancy were obvious. For the past 400 years the African American has tried to coexist peacefully inside the United States. We have never lynched a white man, we have never burned their churches, we have never bombed their houses, we have never beaten them in the streets. We have been lynched, our houses have been bombed and our churches burned. Now we are being shot down like dogs in the streets by racist policemen. We can no longer accept this oppression. We understand that as we expand our resistance and internationalize the consciousness of our people we will get retaliation from the government. After several fiery speeches that riled up black youths, Great Britain prohibited Carmichael from returning. Over the next 5 months, Carmichael visited several locations, including Havana, Cuba, Paris, Guinea, Tanzania, Egypt, Algeria, Spain, Czechoslovakia, and North Vietnam. As he traveled, Carmichael became increasingly more interested in Pan-Africanism. Discussions with W.E.B. Du Bois' widow, Shirley Graham Du Bois, and with President Sékou Touré of Guinea and Ho Chi Minh, political leader of North Vietnam, confirmed his belief in the subject. Like Marcus Garvey in the early 20th century, who was born in Jamaica and committed himself to the task of building a nation for all descendants of Africa, Carmichael began to conceptualize a plan to unite the descendants of Africa. His travels proved to him that there were leaders around the globe willing to provide him with assistance. The late W.E.B. Du Bois and his wife had been among the pioneers of Pan-African thought in the United States. Shirley Graham Du Bois had coordinated several Pan-African conferences. In Cuba, Carmichael met Fidel Castro, who had successfully waged a militant revolution to overthrow the dictator Fulgencio Batista. Castro, who had subsequently established a communist government, was an enemy of America, but militant blacks venerated him because he had dared to challenge the opposition and win. Ho Chi Minh was the revolutionary leader of the Viet Minh independence movement, an uprising against French colonial rule that culminated with his ascent to power as chairman of the provisional government in 1946 and president in 1955. President Sékou Touré accomplished the colossal task of ushering his country into independence after Guinea opted out of colonial rule by the French. Both Castro and Touré offered Carmichael residence in their countries. Stokely Carmichael 73. Black Panther Party for Self-Defense. After Carmichael returned to the United States, he found his status in SNCC faltering. The existing leadership did not embrace his Pan-Africanism. Carmichael reviewed the situation and considered working with a new upstart organization. In 1966, Huey P. Newton and Bobby Seale co-founded the Black Panther Party for Self-Defense. In doing so they were inspired by Carmichael's own LCFO. They were intrigued by the powerful symbol of the Black Panther and used it for their own organization. But there was little if anything else the two organizations had in common. The LCFO was strictly a political organization, created in the South to empower blacks to vote and to participate in the political process. The Black Panthers, as they were sometimes called, were located in Oakland, California, and became the foremost proponents of the tactic of armed self-defense during the Black Power movement. Newton, who set the goals and the program for the organization, was born in Monroe, Louisiana but raised in Oakland. The main impetus for the founding of the Black Panthers was to resist racist police officers. The Black Panthers was one of the first Black Power organizations to launch armed patrols to monitor the interactions between cops and blacks in the community. This landed Newton in jail more than once, but it made him a local folk hero. And Newton's plans did not stop there. He implemented survival programs to address the immediate social needs of the community. These programs included free breakfast for children, clothing distribution, free medical clinics, testing for sickle cell anemia, etc. In 1967, with Newton again in jail for allegedly shooting and killing a police officer, Carmichael agreed to speak at one of several Free Huey rallies. Soon after, Carmichael and James Forman were invited to join the Black Panthers. Carmichael became the honorary Prime Minister of the Panthers, and Forman became the Minister of Foreign Affairs. H. Rap Brown, who had taken over SNCC after Carmichael resigned in 1967, also joined, becoming the Minister of Justice. Marriage and change. The year 1968 was destined to be one of great change. It started out with Carmichael seeking a merger between the Black Panthers and SNCC. But events quickly overwhelmed his plans. His home life was also disrupted. Unbeknown to many, Carmichael had found happiness in a relationship with a beautiful South African singer named Miriam Makeba. Though he met her for the first time in Guinea during his world tour, Carmichael had had a crush on her when he was an 74. Adolescent in New York. Theirs seemed a perfect match. Makeba was also something of an activist, protesting the system of apartheid in her country to the United Nations. Apartheid was very similar to Jim Crow in the American South, in which races were socially segregated. In South Africa, the major races were classified as either white, black, colored, and Indian. Blacks were at the very bottom of the social structure. The system was established in 1948. Nelson Mandela is perhaps the most famous symbol of the struggle to end apartheid. He was a leader in the African National Congress, an organization founded in 1912 to advocate civil rights for black South Africans. As thanks for his activities, Mandela served 27 years in prison. However, during that time he garnered much support throughout the world, including in America. In 1990, he was released. Following 4 years of negotiations, apartheid was abolished in 1994. Mandela served as President of South Africa from 1994 to 1999. He published his autobiography, Long Walk to Freedom, in 1994. Carmichael and Makepeace started dating shortly after his trip to Guinea and were quietly married in March 1966. But as news of their wedding spread, Makepeace got her first glimpse of the powerful forces arrayed in opposition to Carmichael. She received a call from her manager who told her that all her engagements had been cancelled. The tumultuous events of 1968 moved quickly. On April 4, Dr. King was assassinated. Riots ensued. SNCC backed out of the Black Panther merger and then expelled Carmichael from the organization, feeling he no longer represented their philosophy. A year after Carmichael had begun working with the Black Panthers, he began to reconsider his involvement in that organization. He went to Washington, D.C. to help start up the first branch of the All-African People's Revolutionary Party, a Pan-African organization that would work toward the liberation of all descendants of Africa. Makepeace's troubles continued. Singing was to her as activism was to Carmichael, but no one in America would give her a stage on which to perform. As for Carmichael, he felt increasingly displaced and alienated and thought more and more about Touré's invitation to live in Guinea. He also wanted to go to Africa to study, to regroup, and to construct a solid plan for the future of his movement. Though he was denounced by some blacks for running away, he and his wife reviewed their options and decided to move to Conakry, Guinea. Stokely and Miriam arrived in Conakry in the spring of 1969. Carmichael was just 27 years old. It was a busy time. He learned how to speak French, dressed in West African attire, changed his name to Kwame Toure, and began to study with Dr. Kwame Nkrumah. Stokely Carmichael 75. Dr. Nkrumah was a leader in exile in Conakry, but Toure had made him honorary co-president of Guinea. Born in 1909 in the Gold Coast, Nkrumah was educated in Accra, Ghana. He received a Bachelor's of Sacred Theology from Lincoln University in Pennsylvania and a Master's of Science in Education and Arts in Philosophy from the University of Pennsylvania. In 1947, he returned to Ghana and waged a campaign for independence from colonial rule. In 1950 he launched civil disobedience demonstrations and was sentenced to 3 years in jail. Before the British relinquished control in Ghana, they held elections for seats in the Legislative Assembly in 1951. Nkrumah was in jail at the time, but he won a seat in the Legislative Assembly. In 1952, he was elected Prime Minister. In 1953, Ghana finally received its independence from Britain. However, in 1966, while he visited Vietnam, his government was overthrown. Thus, he settled in Guinea. Nkrumah published several books, including Ghana, the autobiography of Kwame Nkrumah, I Speak of Freedom, and Revolutionary Path. Following liberation from France in 1958, Ahmed Sékou Touré became the first African president of Guinea. He was a gleaming example of strength and heroism to other Africans and black leaders in America because he succeeded in leading his country without relying on its former colonial power. Born on January 9, 1918 or 1922 in Guinea, a country located in West Africa, Touré grew up under the colonial rule of France. Early on, he resisted the notion that Africans should be under foreign rule and control just as his great-grandfather had. His great-grandfather, Samori Touré, was a legendary war chief who led a formidable resistance movement against the French from 1882 until he was captured in 1898. France colonized Guinea in 1890. In the classroom, Touré gave his French teachers trouble. And when he grew up, he became a voluble critic of colonization and joined political groups dedicated to the struggle of liberation. In 1945, he helped found a labor union. In 1952, he became the leader of the Guinean Democratic Party. 4 years later, he was elected deputy to the French National Assembly and mayor. In 1958, the French government gave Guinea's African leaders the option to vote for independence or to stay under colonial rule. Touré's group voted for independence. His country was the only one of France's colonies to do so. Touré then boldly ushered his country into self-government without any assistance from France. Touré was a controversial figure. Although he was a generous leader who maintained contact with civil rights leaders, as well as militant black leaders like Malcolm X and Stokely Carmichael, and was concerned about the plight of the descendants of Africa, he was a socialist dictator criticized for harsh censorship of his opposition. 76. When Carmichael left the United States, he formally dissolved his relationship with the Black Panthers. There were many reasons for this decision. In his words, "I thought there was real potential there, valuable initiatives that deserved to be defended and advanced, if possible. When I concluded that this wasn't about to happen, I left." Others have claimed that Carmichael left because Newton formed coalitions with whites. But a third reason reflects the escalating criminal element within the organization. Carmichael described how, one day, Black Panthers from the West Coast threatened Jim Foreman's life. Shortly thereafter, Foreman left the organization. The 1970s began with the publication of Carmichael's second book. This one was titled Stokely Speaks, Black Power Back to Pan-Africanism. For his next project, he hoped to support Nkrumah in reclaiming his position as Prime Minister in Ghana. But Nkrumah was more interested in developing the rest of young Carmichael. Miriam resumed her singing career, and Stokely worked for Touré, a job that often had him traveling across the continent. Carmichael also kept in touch with developments in America, returning periodically for visits. These appeared to be tranquil years. In 1972, Nkrumah died from skin cancer. The following year, Carmichael and his wife separated, divorcing in 1979. In 1980, Carmichael met Marley Tabar, from the Fulani tribe, at a wedding in Conakry. They married the same year and she gave birth, in 1982, to their only son, Boubacar Biro. But that marriage failed, too. Carmichael blamed himself, writing, "I was incapable of giving my energies equally to both the revolution and the family. One had to be sacrificed, and in my case, that ended up being family." For revolutionaries, family often has to be sacrificed to struggle. On March 26, 1984, Touré died of a heart attack. Over the years, Carmichael continued lecturing and advancing Pan-Africanism. But pain in his hip slowed him down considerably during the 1990s. He felt exhausted, and finally, at the insistence of friends, went to see a doctor. He was diagnosed with prostate cancer in 1996. He underwent 2 years of treatment in New York, but died in Conakry, Guinea, on November 15, 1998. He was 57 years old. See also W.E.B. Du Bois, James Farmer, Marcus Garvey, Fannie Lou Hamer, Martin Luther King, Jr., John Lewis, Malcolm X, Thurgood Marshall, Huey P. Newton, and Roy Wilkins. Further resources. Carmichael, Stokely. The Basis of Black Power History Archive, A History of the Revolutionary Working Class. http://marx.org/history/USA workers/Black Panthers/unknown date/blackpower.htm. Carmichael, Stokely. Black Power American Rhetoric. http://www.americanrhetoric.com/speeches/Stokely Carmichael blackpower.html. Carmichael, Stokely. Ready for Revolution, The Life and Struggles of Stokely Carmichael. New York, Scribner, 2003. Stokely Carmichael 77. Carmichael, Stokely, and Abu Jamal, Mumia. Stokely speaks, From Black Power to Pan-Africanism. Chicago, Lawrence Hill Books, 2007. Eyes on the Prize 2, The Time Has Come. Directed by Judith Vecchione. PBS, 1989. Fanon, France. The Wretched of the Earth. New York, Penguin, 1976. Hamilton, Charles V, Tour, Kwame, Carmichael, Stokely, and Hamilton, Charles. Black Power, The Politics of Liberation. New York, Vintage, 1992. Hine, Darlene Clark, Hine, William C., and Harold, Stanley. The African American Odyssey. Upper Saddle River, New Jersey, Prentice Hall, 2000. Johnson, Jacqueline. Stokely Carmichael, The Story of Black Power. Englewood Cliffs, New Jersey, Silver Burdette Press, 1990. 78. Angela Davis. Library of Congress. Angela Davis is a professor, author, and activist. She is most known for her involvement in the Black liberation movement in the 1960s and 1970s. Her FBI poster became a status symbol in the summer of 1970 when she became the third woman to be listed on the FBI's list of most wanted over allegedly abetting a rescue attempt at the Marin County Courthouse. Angela Davis metamorphosed into a household name when, in 1969, she was fired from her job as an assistant professor of philosophy at the University of California, Los Angeles, because she was a member of the American Communist Party. Shortly thereafter, the law that prohibited the hiring of communists was eliminated, and she was rehired. Afro. The afro, or natural as it is sometimes called, was a symbol of Black pride and resistance in the 1960s. The trend continued through the 1970s until afros gave way to the processed jerry curl hairstyle. An afro is formed when black hair in its natural state is allowed to grow. Generally, the hair is picked with an afro pick to form a full, oval-shaped style. Afros range in size either according to one's ability to grow the hair out or by preference. Sometimes, an afro wig is worn to achieve the same effect. The picks used to comb the afro were designed to look like those that were used traditionally in Africa. The afro was more than a fashion trend when it emerged in the 1960s, it was a challenge to centuries-old negative stereotypes toward African Americans as well as a political statement. Even before slavery, whites denigrated Africans, in large part because of their physiological differences. This persisted during and after slavery with no noticeable let-up. Whites attributed black physical traits with ugliness, inferiority, and evil, while they attributed attractiveness, superiority, and goodness to their own physical traits. This sort of thinking caused havoc for many blacks, whose internalized negative self-concepts manifested into self-hatred and excessive adoration of whiteness. Angela Davis' FBI Most Wanted photo helped to amplify the craze for afros so much so that whites began growing their hair out and emulating the style. In the 21st century, Davis continues to be pelted by questions over her afro. She is constantly amazed by the preoccupation over her former hairdo. But the apparent obsession with the style can be attributed to the fact that her hair was more than a style, it signified defiance, resistance, and pride. 80. Davis reached even greater notoriety when she was accused of taking part in an ill-fated prisoner rescue at the Marin County Courthouse in 1970. Because she was a radical activist, a vocal advocate for prisoners' rights, and the legal owner of one of the firearms used in the rescue attempt, she was charged with kidnapping, conspiracy, and murder even though she was not present at the courthouse during the incident. A captivated world watched the dramatic events that followed. Angela Davis went into hiding, then, following her capture, spent 16 months in jail awaiting trial. The words "Free Angela" were emblazoned on signs at demonstrations around the globe. Her face stoic, intelligent, handsome, and framed by her trademark dark brown afro flecked with copper was displayed on posters, T-shirts, buttons, and other paraphernalia. Davis became a huge iconic symbol which popularized the gestures and cultural trappings of the Black Power movement as well as the revolutionary struggle for justice and freedom in mainstream America and abroad. Davis proved her innocence during the trial and was acquitted of all charges in 1972. Following her highly public ordeal, she resumed her activities in the fields that were of the most importance to her, particularly with regard to black feminism, prison abolition, and liberation for all who were oppressed. She ran unsuccessfully for the U.S. vice presidency in 1980 and 1984 on the American Communist Party ticket. She helped establish Critical Resistance, an organization committed to abolishing the prison system. She became a favorite on the lecture circuit at academic and non-academic venues. Scholarly interests have played a key role in Davis' life. In addition to teaching at several universities, she has published a number of books, such as If They Come in the Morning, Voices of Resistance, Frame Up, The Opening Defense Statement Made, Women, Race, and Class, Blues Legacies and Black Feminism, Gertrude Maroney, Bessie Smith, and Billie Holiday, and Are Prisons Obsolete? Davis is currently a professor of the history of consciousness and feminist studies at the University of California, Santa Cruz. Childhood. Angela Yvonne Davis was born on January 26, 1944. Her father, B. Frank Davis, was a high school teacher and later owned a service station. Her mother, Sala Davis, was an elementary school teacher. When Davis, her parents, and her baby brother, Benny, moved to a predominantly white neighborhood in Birmingham, Alabama in 1948, they were the first African American family to do so. At first, their white neighbors just glowered at them. But as more black families moved in, their tactics turned violent. Whites bombed some of the Angela Davis 81 homes owned by black families. The bombings became so frequent that the neighborhood was known as Dynamite Hill. Davis, however, was resistant to the intended effect of the bombs. She refused to become fearful, docile, and complacent to the inferior, browbeaten role Southern society would have relegated her to. This neighborhood was very different from the one Angela had come from. In the black projects, everyone was friendly. Unfortunately, that was about the only benefit. The minuscule yards had been bereft of grass, blossoming flowers, or any garden for growing vegetables. Everything that was constructed for African Americans was substandard. The movie theaters did not show up-to-date films, schools were dilapidated, and textbooks were old and tattered. In those days, African Americans did not even have their own libraries, but had to enter the white-only library from the rear via a labyrinth-like maze. Once inside, the black patron requested a book, and an African American librarian went on a search for it. By contrast, the white world was brighter, shinier, and bigger. White schools, with their immaculate lawns, were impressive looking. White children had amusement parks. White families had homes that were spacious and surrounded by wild plants and trees in abundance. This was the type of neighborhood Angela Davis moved into. It would have been a veritable dream home if it had not been for the racists. Despite her parents' efforts to prevent the inevitable, Davis grew up a rebellious child in this tumultuous environment. Her mother had been an activist while in college and had worked shoulder to shoulder with white activists. She tried to persuade Davis that not all whites were like the ones who maliciously attacked and humiliated African Americans in her hometown. Encased in this nightmarish world, however, Davis made up her own mind on this subject. Davis described the games she and the other children played as a form of resistance. One pastime she enjoyed immensely involved her and her friends standing in the front yard and yelling at whites who drove by. They would hurtle names like redneck and cracker at unsuspecting strangers with all the intensity they could muster, and then burst into peals of laughter to see the startled expressions on their faces. At other times, they would play dare, challenging one another to touch the porch of some white homeowner. The biggest dare was for those who would actually ring the doorbell or knock on the door and then hide in the nearby bushes. Davis was one of those who accepted that challenge. It was a game, but underneath she felt the gravity of what she was doing. Davis had another game she liked to play, a fantasy game in which she imagined she wore a white mask and entered a white-only place, unveiled herself, and then laugh wildly and call them all fools. But Davis decided she would never succumb to wanting to be or act like a white person, like others did. She had too much self-esteem for that. She took 82 pride in her race, as was evident in her annoyance when other kids pointed out her naturally wavy hair and light complexion. And it bothered her that the children would call one another nigger, as the whites routinely did. Racism was not the only part of Davis' life that she found exasperating. Poverty was another issue that struck her to the core. The Davises were not wealthy, but they lived fairly comfortably and better than most other blacks. Her mother was an exemplar of generosity, who often took their clothing to school and gave it away to children who badly needed it. Davis suffered to see her friends with no food to eat during lunchtime. She once stole money from her father to help feed her hungry classmates. During a visit to California, she witnessed the poverty of her aunt, uncle, and cousins, and pleaded with her father that he might give them money to buy food. Davis' tendency for rebellion was fueled by many persons and events in her life. Davis' great-grandparents had been slaves, and her grandmother used to tell her stories about slavery. When Davis learned about the abolitionist Harriet Tubman in school, she personalized her by imagining that Tubman was her great-grandmother. That her mother had been an activist must have also have had an impact on Angela. Thus, it was that given her imagination, games of resistance, her mother's activism, and observations of racism and poverty, the young Davis was positioned to be a leader among female activists. Trips to New York, where she spent many summers between the ages 6 and 10, intensified Davis' distaste for the Jim Crow South. They stayed with Angela's aunt and cousins, as her mother was enrolled in a graduate program at New York University. In New York, Angela liked sitting in the front seat of the bus, going to the zoo, and eating in a restaurant. There were no colored-only or white-only signs to be seen. When, upon returning from New York one time, she insisted upon sitting behind the bus driver, her cousin, mortified, drew her away to the black section in the back of the bus. Davis was confounded. Though she loved life in the big city, Davis also relished trips to her grandparents' farm in Marengo County, Alabama. The country presented a welcome retreat from the confines and tumult of Dynamite Hill. Feeding the chickens, riding horses, and frolicking in the fields were a far cry from the angry stares, the racial signs designating where she could and could not go, and the charred remains of homes that belonged to black people. Montgomery bus boycott. Davis was 10 years old when African Americans just 100 miles away banded together for a singular purpose, to protest segregated seating on public buses. Before that demonstration, no one had heard of Rosa Parks, the diminutive member of the NAACP who became famous for not giving Angela Davis 83 up her seat on a segregated bus. Parks' defiance gave impetus to the Montgomery bus boycott, led by Dr. Martin Luther King, Jr. King, a 26-year-old Baptist minister from Atlanta, Georgia with a riveting and sonorous voice, was unknown outside his local community prior to that demonstration. He went on to lead several prodigious campaigns under the aegis of the Southern Conference Leadership Conference. Davis was moved by the boycott and was impressed by the fact that King had mobilized the complete support of blacks in Montgomery. Davis was disappointed that African Americans in her community appeared to kowtow to discrimination and racism. No one rallied behind the black teacher who lost his job for insisting that he be treated with respect. Davis recalled that there were others who were affected by the boycott. She and a few of her friends were inspired to sit at the front of the bus, however, there was not a big enough following to make an impact in their Birmingham neighborhood. Small random shows of protest did not produce the sort of results the Montgomery boycott was making. Davis was not allowed to participate in other demonstrations because she was considered too young, and a girl at that, to be exposed to the billy clubs and violence of the police. Given the times, Davis' parents, who were members of the local NAACP chapter, would have been considered radical activists. The NAACP was outlawed in Birmingham. They received bomb threats, but their home was never attacked. When the local chapter eventually foundered, another organization was constructed to take its place, the Alabama Christian Movement for Human Rights. Early education. Davis could already read, write, and do arithmetic when she entered Carrie A. Tuggle School, an all-black school in Birmingham. In addition to the basic curriculum, the primary grades were taught African American history and sang the Negro National Anthem at school assemblies. In recollecting that song, Davis wrote that although my singing voice was nothing I wanted to call attention to, I always sang the last phrases full blast, facing the rising sun, till a new day is born, let us march on till victory is won. During these years, Davis enjoyed reading. As it was her parents' desire to give Davis a well-balanced education, they enrolled her in dance classes and gave her piano lessons. In contrast, the students' behavior at Davis School reflected the violence that permeated their surroundings. Fights were constant and vicious, and the situation worsened in high school. Davis later came to realize that violence was one way in which the children vented their frustration at the social conditions and their sense of powerlessness. This situation was 84. Compounded by the fact that the education itself, particularly the history classes, was execrable. She learned nothing about African American history to supplement what she had learned during elementary school. Racism was rampant in Davis community. One teacher Angela knew lost his job because he corrected a white visitor when he called him by his first name. When a police officer stopped Angela and some school friends while driving in a car because he thought one of the black passengers looked white, upon finding out that the passenger was indeed black, he did not leave them alone, harassing with foul language, hitting some of the boys, and searching every inch of the car for some excuse to take us to jail. Davis explained that this was a common practice in Alabama at that time. On one occasion, Angela decided to challenge Jim Crow laws, and she recruited her youngest sister, Fania, to join her. For years, Davis had imagined wearing a white mask and entering a white-only establishment. But when the time came to make the fantasy a reality, the only ruse she and her sister employed was a fake identity and a made-up accent. With this guise, they tricked the white workers and manager in a downtown shoe store into thinking they were not ordinary Birmingham blacks, but French. Davis recalled how they were directed to the white section and treated like dignitaries. Davis and her sister could hardly stop laughing when they revealed to the manager and the other workers their true identities, and ran out of the store. Davis was anxious to get out of the South. In her junior year, she looked over her options for an early exit, attend Fisk University in Nashville, Tennessee, where she could study to become a pediatrician, or seek acceptance to a program specifically designed to allow African Americans in the South to attend an integrated high school in the North. Davis chose the latter and was admitted to Elizabeth Irwin High School in New York. The location of the school was a big draw for Davis. As a child, she had delighted in the expansive feeling of being able to go wherever she wanted to go. Fisk University, an all-black institution, could not offer her that. But by choosing the high school over Fisk, she abandoned her dream of becoming a pediatrician. And she felt more than a little apprehensive at the prospect of being in an all-white environment. As a child, Davis found whites objectionable, and her feelings had simmered since those days. Davis' move to New York was illuminating. To her relief, her white host family was kind, and this greatly helped her transition into her new world. She liked them, and she appreciated that they lived in a black neighborhood. She made discoveries about both the whites and the blacks in New York. The whites were extremely informal. Teachers were called by their first name and dressed in jeans. One male teacher wore his hair long and disheveled. On the other hand, while blacks in the South were warm, friendly, and hospitable, in New York they were aloof and suspicious. Angela Davis, 85. While in New York, Davis stayed abreast with events in the South. She badly wanted to be a part of the mounting demonstrations, and was furious to the point of tears to see in the news how African Americans were hosed down with fire hoses and attacked with police dogs and cattle prods. Whenever her emotions got the better of her, she concealed herself in her room. Davis flourished intellectually in this environment, with its progressive teachers and inquisitive peers. She was not the anomaly she had been at the high school in Birmingham, for radicalism at Elizabeth Irwin was encouraged. Upon reading Marx's The Communist Manifesto for the first time, Davis was changed. At long last, she had found the solution to her inner turmoil over class differences. Angela Davis had found her calling. Davis quickly linked up with a friend whose parent was a communist, and they both attended meetings of Advance, an organization affiliated with the American Communist Party. In 1960, Davis engaged in her first organized protest. This occurred during the start of the sit-in movement, which was launched by college students at a Woolworths in Greensboro, North Carolina. Davis and her friends brandished picket signs and urged pedestrians not to patronize the five-and-dime chain until the F.W. Woolworth stores in the South hired African Americans. Notwithstanding the thrill of being a part of something greater than herself, Davis longed to be home, in the South, in the heat of the action. At the same time, she wanted to continue her education. Thus, although she engaged in demonstrations as often as she could, she did not participate in the epic demonstrations in the South during the Civil Rights Movement. Davis chose education, thus equipping herself for the battle that lay ahead. Brandeis University. In her freshman year at Brandeis University, Davis could be found, on any weekday, striding alone, in the jeans she habitually wore, across the Brandeis University campus in Waltham, Massachusetts, to class or to the library, her arms wound firmly around books by existentialists like Albert Camus and Jean-Paul Sartre. At first, it was not easy being alone all the time. Davis was one of only 3 blacks on campus in 1961. It helped to try to convince herself that being alone was cool, that she was making a statement. She would meander into formal dances without a partner, leggy in her favorite jeans, scanning the crowds, content in her independence. But Davis did eventually make friends. While participating in rallies and demonstrations in support of communist countries like Cuba, she befriended other radicals. She also made friends with a few of the foreign students on campus. She dated a German exchange student and admitted a selection of eclectic friends from India, the Philippines, and South Vietnam into her 86 private circle. One friend from India, Lalit, helped understand concretely the interconnectedness of the freedom struggle of peoples throughout the world. Davis was profoundly moved when he talked about the incredible misery of his people in India. Such experiences, she recalled, were none too different from that of blacks in America. Listening to the stories of others was inspiring, but Davis wanted to experience the world for herself. At the end of spring semester in 1962, she and a friend attended the 8th World Festival for Youth and Students in Helsinki, Finland. Organized by the World Federation of Democratic Youth, an anti-imperialist and leftist organization, the festival was held periodically in countries that were sympathetic to communism. The slogan for that year was "For Peace and Friendship." Although she accepted the ideology of communism, Davis had not yet officially become one. Davis and her friend were free-spirited adventurers. They traveled around Europe hitchhiking and camping out in empty fields. In this way, Davis visited locations such as London, England, Paris, France, and Geneva, Switzerland. In Davis' second year at Brandeis, in which she majored in French, she attended a Malcolm X lecture. During this time, Malcolm X impressed numerous African American college students across the nation. They liked his militant speeches, in which he denounced white racism and advanced black pride and black nationalism. Davis, however, felt mixed emotions as she sat in a mostly white audience. She felt a kind of morbid satisfaction listening to Malcolm reduce white people to virtually nothing, but did not relate to his endorsement of the Muslim religion. Her analysis of how whites reacted to Malcolm was pointed. Most of them, she wrote, were so bent on defending themselves and on distinguishing themselves from the slave master and the Southern segregationist, it never struck them that they themselves could begin to do something concrete to fight racism. In this way, Davis felt that Malcolm was further polarizing blacks and whites. Sorbonne. Angela Davis spent her junior year at the Sorbonne, also known as the University of Paris, in France. Davis, who had for so much of her short life struggled with a sense of guilt for being removed from the heart of the struggle for civil rights, had to read in the newspaper of the infamous Birmingham bombing of the 16th Street Baptist Church. This was a devastating blow. She knew all four of the young girls who died in that explosion. Carol Robertson was her sister's best friend, her mother had taught Denise and Addie Mae Collins, and Cynthia Wesley was a neighbor. Davis could not stop talking about what had happened, but she was frustrated that no one seemed to comprehend that this was not just an isolated. Angela Davis, 87. Tragedy but a symptom of the racism problem that permeated American culture. When news broke out on the assassination of President John F. Kennedy on November 22, 1963, Davis wondered how many of them had shed tears or had truly felt saddened when they read the Herald Tribune story about the murders of Carol, Cynthia, Addie Mae, and Denise. As the tumultuous events of the 1960s unfolded in the States, Davis pursued her studies. But living in France did not make her less affected by the violence and injustices against blacks. She felt the sting of the movement as if she were in the midst of the turmoil. And she reacted by plunging into her academic work with fierce intensity. She wanted to be ready when her time came. Participation in the struggle was the obvious purpose for her life. Through education, she sharpened and readied herself, to make herself useful to the struggle. With this aspiration, Davis nursed no dreams of individual heroism, she wanted to be a part of the collective. Back to Brandeis and the University of Frankfurt. During Davis' last year at Brandeis, she completed her preparations for graduate school. She wanted to study philosophy and enlisted the help of a Brandeis professor, Herbert Marcuse, who would become her advisor. Marcuse, a Jewish sociologist and philosopher, suggested she attend the University of Frankfurt. Davis went to Germany on scholarship in 1965 to attend graduate school. The area in which she lived was not progressive when it came to racial tolerance, but the family with which she lived was kind. They empathized with the historical and extant conditions faced by blacks. Moreover, they never failed to draw the appropriate parallels between the Nazi oppression of the Jews in their country and the repression of my people in the United States. After a while, Davis moved into a tattered apartment. It was more affordable, gave her more freedom and privacy, and was the only other place that admitted blacks. Davis' friends included Haitian students, a few American students, and some Cubans who lived in the same building. Davis resumed her activism while attending the University of Frankfurt. She participated in the protest demonstrations that abounded in opposition to America's involvement in the Vietnam War. As she studied, protested, and made frequent visits to Berlin, Davis became aware that a Black Power movement was emerging in America. Unlike the civil rights movement demonstrations that were defined by passive resistance to white violence, this movement believed in armed resistance to oppression. Davis found that she related to this burgeoning militant stance. 88. Black Power organizations multiplied exponentially in America during the mid-1960s. They comprised mostly young, dynamic, and assertive individuals, but each group represented varying degrees of radicalism and advocated an assortment of ideologies. Davis was intrigued by these exciting times. She wanted to explore the various groups and find a home among them. After 2 years in Germany, she decided to return to America, stopping off in London for a conference. Michael X and Stokely Carmichael were present. Michael X was a half-Portuguese and Bajan revolutionist based in London. Like many black converts to Islam, he changed his last name from De Freitas to X to abandon his slave name. During slavery, blacks were given the surname of their slave owners, and their true names were lost. Michael X was so radical that he advocated violence against black women in relationships with white men, for which he was sentenced to prison for 18 months. Carmichael was once a protege of King's philosophy of nonviolence and direct action. In the early 60s, he participated in the Freedom Rides. As a student leader of SNCC, he participated in various demonstrations protesting segregation. Disillusioned over time by the violent backlash against himself and other demonstrators and by the conflict and competition between black and white activists, Carmichael chose to embrace self-defense and black separatism. In 1966, he coined the term Black Power at a rally. He served as one of the fieriest leaders in the new movement and contributed to the radicalization of SNCC. Davis listened to Michael X and Carmichael as they spoke about the Black liberation movement, but it bothered her that militants did not see the destructive role the system of capitalism played in the lives of blacks. She also felt that too much hostility was focused towards whites. One could sense that Davis saw an opportunity to help steer the ideological stance of this fledgling movement toward a greater appreciation for and understanding of communism. University of California, San Diego, and the Black Power movement. Birth of a Black Student Union. Ever since Davis left her home in Birmingham, Alabama, she had lived in environments where blacks were a minority. This experience, in addition to her longing to join the Black Power movement, undoubtedly affected Davis' initial feelings of alienation when she arrived on the campus at the University of California, San Diego, in the fall of 1967. She longed to find others who not only shared her racial heritage, but were involved or interested in participating in the Black Power movement. Davis scoured the campus as Angela Davis 89. Well as the nearest black community for blacks who shared her desire, but her search was fruitless. Davis turned to the predominantly white radical activist groups on campus. In this way, she could best utilize her restless need to do something productive. Davis participated in demonstrations against the war and was even arrested. Following her release, she attended a meeting where she met two African Americans named Liz and Ed. Liz and Ed agreed to join her attempt to organize the campus' first Black Student Union. Their search turned up between 15 and 20 students, university staff, and 2 black professors. 10 attended the first meeting. Davis, who by this time wore her trademark afro, was delighted. She explained, rather self-effacingly, that she became the leader only because she was the most experienced among them. Hippie movement. The hippie movement occurred between 1960 and 1969, spanning both the civil rights movement and the Black Power movement. Angela Davis undoubtedly knew many hippies while she attended college in California and participated in anti-war protests, demonstrating right alongside many of them. But she was not a hippie. Nor were many other African Americans. The hippie movement was a conglomeration of many influences. It originated with the Beat Generation, a subculture formed in the 1940s. The Beatniks, as they were called, comprised young whites disillusioned by society who created a subculture based on anti-materialism. These men and women developed a specific look. The men wore goatees and berets, while the women wore black leotards and let their hair grow out long and unadorned. In the 1960s, the emerging culture of the hippie grew to encompass Native American and African clothing, long, unkempt hair, and a certain naturalness and earthiness. New Age Native American religions were sometimes stressed, as were communal living, psychedelic drugs, and free sex. A large number of hippies were involved in various protests, the most well-known being demonstrations against America's involvement in the Vietnam War. Others participated in civil rights demonstrations and were empathetic to the Black Power movement. Like the Black Power proponents, hippies regularly castigated American institutions, racism, and sexism. The term pig was created by Huey P. Newton of the Black Panther Party for self-defense to refer to police officers. The term was adopted by and wildly popular with hippies. 90. Ed Lin. Davis established the new BSU with the agenda of making it not just another nominal campus organization but one that was involved in the community and the Black Power movement. One of the first projects concerned a campaign to support an African American seaman named Ed Lynn, who had protested racism in the Navy. He had gone as far as to accuse President Lyndon B. Johnson of knowing about the racial problem and doing nothing about it. Lynn was rewarded with a court-martial. Davis helped coordinate a large community rally on Lynn's behalf. Many of the major leaders of the movement were present and gave speeches. There was John Floyd of the Black Panther political party, Ron Karenga of the U.S. organization, and leaders of the Black Congress and the Community Alert Patrol. The rally was a success, but some were openly critical of Davis' role as a leader in the movement. Individuals from the U.S. organization complained that Davis was doing a man's job. They were not the only ones who had a problem with female leadership. A common opinion among members of many black organizations was that women should be behind the scenes, supporting men. Davis was put out by this sentiment. To her, gender was a non-issue. What mattered was that someone, whether male or female, did what was necessary to get the job done. This issue was not the only problem Davis had with the Black Power organizations. She was frustrated by the overall disdain of blacks, in general, with regard to socialism and the vilification of the white race. But there were aspects of these organizations that Davis found provocative. When, in the winter of 1967, she attended a black youth conference, which gathered an assortment of Black Power organizations, she was in awe. A number of the participations were clad in ethnic garments and had exotic tribal names. Davis liked the fact that, for once, blackness among blacks was something to be venerated. She also liked their solidarity, as demonstrated by their elaborate handshakes or by calling one another brother and sister. But the cohesion between the disparate groups had its limitations. Each leader or representative of an organization stood up and gave a presentation. Some were interested in the expression of cultural identity and nothing else. Some advocated a Back to Africa movement. Others endorsed black separatism, revolutionary violence, armed self-defense, or some combination thereof. Frequently, these differences disintegrated into a competitiveness over territory or something as seemingly insignificant as a name of an organization, putting groups at odds with each other. Davis saw a frightening example of this aspect of the movement at the conference when a fight erupted between the United Front and U.S. Gunshots pierced the air, shattering the positive tone of the gathering. This conflict was a microcosm of the hostility that Angela Davis 91. Many organizations felt toward each other. It represented the violence that so many of the participants had experienced at one time or another during their lives, or sometimes a violence that was provoked through clandestine workings of the FBI, as agents infiltrated the groups. Davis was troubled by the violence. She always had been, ever since she had to endure the constant fighting that flared among blacks in Birmingham. But Davis also saw beyond the violence. Not every organization was hostile, and she was convinced that the movement was critical to black liberation. Overall, Davis felt that the Black Panther political party was far more sophisticated and more satisfying than the others. When she was invited to join that group, she seized the opportunity. Black Panther Political Party. Both the Black Panther Political Party and the Black Panther Party for Self-Defense took their names from the sobriquet that was given to the Lowndes County Freedom Organization, which originated in Alabama. Its symbol was a Black Panther. Davis Group, the BPPP, purposely added political party to its name to differentiate itself from the Black Panthers, which was headed by Huey P. Newton and Bobby Seale in Oakland, California. The close resemblance of the names of the two organizations caused tension. One day, while visiting the Black Congress building, where a coalition of organizations held meetings, a member of the Black Panther Party for Self-Defense threatened Davis with a gun. He wanted her to relay a message to her organization, change its name or else. Later, it was found out that that individual was an undercover agent. But at the time, Davis turned to James Foreman for help, She also obtained a gun to protect herself. Like Carmichael, Foreman was a former integrationist turned radical militant. He was also an experienced leader, having been the executive secretary of SNCC between 1961 and 1966. Davis admired his work, and so she turned to him in her moment of crisis. Foreman suggested that the Black Panther political party merge with SNCC. Davis and the other members of the BPPP agreed. However, Davis Group maintained an agenda and program that were independent of the national organization. A subsequent meeting with Black Panthers helped to mitigate any hard feelings. Student Nonviolent Coordinating Committee campaigns. There was nothing that could surpass the excitement of getting out into the community, talking to everyday people, and working to address their needs and concerns. The response was extremely positive. Davis kept a demanding 92 schedule, attending classes, studying, canvassing neighborhoods, and working on the weekends at SNCC headquarters in Los Angeles. She recalled that she and her colleagues felt we had the energy of stallions and the confidence of eagles as we rushed into the neighborhoods of LA, and that they experienced the heights of brotherhood and sisterhood doing something openly, freely, and above ground about our own people. A significant part of Davis' responsibilities included campaigning on behalf of political leaders who were in trouble with the law. Davis helped coordinate a rally for the large-scale Free Huey campaign. Huey P. Newton, the co-founder of the Black Panther Party for Self-Defense, was in jail facing charges for allegedly murdering a police officer. He was freed after serving 2 years. Davis was not completely happy with the rally. For one thing, not one of the speakers presented a plan of action on behalf of Huey's campaign. For another, some of the speakers actually threatened violence if Newton was not freed. Not to mention the fact that Carmichael denounced socialism. A subsequent bail campaign for H. Rap Brown was more gratifying for Davis, who preferred action over talk. H. Rap Brown was the scalding-mouthed chairman of the radicalized SNCC. He wore shades and a moderately sized afro. Davis wrote that Brown was a frequent target of the FBI because of his speeches and radical politics. In 1967, following a speech he gave in Cambridge, Massachusetts, Brown was charged with inciting a riot. In 1968, Brown again faced multiple charges. He was arrested, and Davis Group canvassed black neighborhoods with a petition to lower Brown's bail and to collect donations to go toward his release. As a result of this campaign, a number of individuals joined SNCC. When an 18-year-old from the neighborhood named Gregory Clark was senselessly shot by a cop, SNCC was quick to respond, and Davis participated in the investigation. Clark's brother was with the victim that day and told SNCC that they had been stopped by an officer who accused them of stealing the car they were driving and of drinking while driving. But the car was not stolen, and it was soda pop, not alcohol, that they had covered with brown paper bags. It was unclear what led to the brief scuffle that ensued, but the cop put Clark in handcuffs and then pushed him down to the ground and shot him in the back of the head. SNCC's campaign was comprehensive. Davis was in charge of producing propaganda to protest the actions of the officer who had shot Clark. She made posters and leaflets that were distributed to the community. A People's Tribunal Committee comprising members of the community was established. Historically, blacks had not played significant roles in the justice system. By creating this committee, blacks empowered themselves. They launched a mock trial at which the officer was pronounced guilty. After that mock trial, SNCC advocated that the tribunal lead a march to City Hall. To their dismay, the community objected, crying out for violence. Angela Davis 93. Instead, Davis credited Franklin Alexander, a friend and participant in the SNCC chapter to which she belonged, for cooling down the precarious emotions. He persuaded the residents to march peaceably to City Hall to state their demands that Clark's death be investigated and that justice be carried out against the cop who killed him. However, violence broke out in other areas following the assassination of Dr. King on April 4, 1968. Davis and her SNCC colleagues worked overtime to prevent riots in Los Angeles. To be sure, Davis and others were not fans of Dr. Martin Luther King, Jr., they had severely criticized for his rigid stance on nonviolence. Davis' stance was this: violence for self-defense was appropriate, but not the senseless and random violence that blacks had employed during the riots. Part of SNCC's plan was to divert the community's attention to positive, grassroots activities, such as rallies, while at the same time imparting the message that violence was not the answer. Violence, however, was what SNCC got. While SNCC members were away from headquarters, several cops broke into the local SNCC office and wreaked havoc. The printing press was destroyed, the furniture was overturned, and papers and office equipment were strewn about the floor. Nails were put in several bowls and a pot of a leftover spaghetti dinner. This unexpected attack did not discourage SNCC. Indeed, the organization was flourishing. Within 2 months of its inception, the Los Angeles SNCC chapter had a strong presence in the community, a youth corps, as well as a new liberation school. Davis was the director of that school, and she took the opportunity to implement courses on communism. A representative from the national SNCC office paid a visit in late 1968. Davis and the others hoped his arrival would bring some resolution to an internal problem they had been experiencing regarding the men's frustration with the role women played on the staff. Of the 6 men and 3 women on staff, only 2 men chose to be actively involved. All 3 women filled in roles as they were needed. But the men complained bitterly that the women were trying to take over the organization. But the SNCC representative was not concerned with the gender conflict. He informed them that they needed to organize more fundraising events to meet the needs of the national SNCC. He criticized the chapter for not conducting itself in a professional manner and for not conforming to the procedures and practices of the national office. The other issue involved the Liberation School, particularly Davis' management of it. He wanted Davis to restructure the curriculum of the Liberation School to include, exclusively, practical skills, like typing. And he wanted Davis to take communism out of the curriculum entirely. His belief was that black people were afraid of communism, they would be alienated from the organization if they thought communists were around. Not surprisingly, given this agenda, shortly after the arrival of the SNCC representative, Davis Group began to unravel. Cops confiscated all the 94 money that was raised from a fundraiser and all the guns that were stored in an apartment. They also arrested everyone that was in the apartment at the time and arbitrarily charged them with robbery. Alexander, who was due to speak the following day at a rally, was one of those arrested. Media coverage had a field day with the fact that Alexander was a communist. This attention unnerved the national office. Shortly thereafter, the national office expelled anyone affiliated with or supportive of the Communist Party. When Davis was let go from her position of director of the Liberation School, she left SNCC altogether. Shortly thereafter, the L.A. SNCC chapter was no longer in operation. Che Lumumba Club. Davis needed to fill the void that had been created by parting ways with SNCC. Her desire to be a part of the collective was still as strong as ever, but this time she wanted to find an entity that was a better ideological match. The Che Lumumba Club was founded in 1967 by black communists who, like Davis, were not accepted by most black liberation organizations or by ordinary communist organizations where the agenda did not include or was not adequately inclusive of racial matters. After much discussion and introspection, Davis joined both the Che Lumumba Club and the American Communist Party in the summer of 1968. In that same year, she received her master's degree and began taking classes toward her doctorate degree. She also continued teaching and helped manage an office established by the Black Panther Party for self-defense. Davis and Deacon Alexander volunteered to operate the Che Lumumba Club office on the West Side. The office was a seminal resource for black residents and was particularly popular with junior high school students. Davis and Alexander gave workshops on the Black liberation struggle in the United States, the movement in the Los Angeles area, strategy and tactics in community organizing, and Marxist-Leninist theory of revolution. When an owner of a liquor store killed a young black man after he kicked over his garbage can in anger over not being allowed to buy any liquor without identification, Davis and Alexander helped coordinate a demonstration against the owner. There were marches, rallies, meetings at the office, and a boycott of the liquor store. As the office burgeoned, the Black Panther Party for Self-Defense launched a purging campaign, targeting anyone deemed a detriment to the organization, suspected agent provocateurs and communists. After Alexander was let go, Davis withdrew to campus activism. Back on campus, Davis helped lead a campaign, through the Black Student Council, to demand that one of the newly constructed colleges be devoted to marginalized groups, including people of color and working-class whites. The campaign was a success. Angela Davis, 95. Going to Cuba. In midsummer 1969, Davis went to Cuba for a cultural immersion experience. Davis and her friend Kendra Alexander toiled in the coffee and sugar cane fields under a bright and unmerciful sun. They worked beside Cubans, who were friendly and extraordinarily patient with them. Communism and African Americans. Communism is an ideology based on a classless society that advances the collective over the individual in society. Its antithesis is capitalism, which is based on private ownership and opportunity to unlimited economic power, where the individual is stressed over the collective. For blacks, communism has long been a controversial topic, especially during the height of tensions between America and the communist countries. Two terms are used to describe these times of tension: the Red Scare and the Cold War. The Red Scare was divided into two distinctive periods, 1917 to 1920 and 1947 to 1957. Both periods overlapped major wars, World War I and World War II. The Cold War described the period of conflict and contention during peacetime. Many African Americans were drawn to communism during the early 20th century because they were prohibited from participating in so many aspects of mainstream American life. According to the philosophy of communism, life was not a struggle between races, it was a struggle between classes. African Americans could relate to this issue, since they were so often relegated to the lower classes. Communists allowed blacks to join the party, even allowing them to hold influential positions. Communists played a role during several high-profile cases involving blacks. For example, the International Labor Defense, a communist organization, was the first to assist the 9 young black men accused of assaulting 2 white women on a freight train during the famous Scottsboro case of the 1930s. Their contribution gave the Communist Party clout in the African American community. However, many African Americans denounced communism, some of them former members of the party. Acclaimed writer Richard Wright, whose native son was one of his most critical works, joined the party in 1932 but then left it in 1944. He became disillusioned when he learned that placing the emphasis on class rather than race posed a problem, as he felt that both race and class were serious issues faced by blacks in America. Indeed, most blacks were repelled by communism, because they embraced America's capitalist structure, and because Karl Marx, a founding philosopher of communism, denounced religion. 96. Davis' first impression of Cuba was a good one. After the revolutionist Fidel Castro ousted Cuba's longtime dictator, Fulgencio Batista, in 1959, he implemented many changes. He aligned the country with the Soviet Union, which was then an enemy of the United States, instituted a communist system, and made significant steps toward racial progress. Davis was impressed to see blacks in positions of power and to learn that, in Cuba, discrimination, segregation, and racist language were forbidden. Something else that struck Davis was the fact that, in Cuba, everyone seemed to adore Castro. In America, he was vilified, as were communists in other parts of the world. The fear was that the communists were out to spread their beliefs and conquer the world. When Davis and her colleagues arrived in Guadeloupe on the way back to the States, they ran into trouble because some of them carried communist literature. Davis tried to explain to the colonials, in French, that they were not seeking to convert the locals to communism. With the help of an attorney, the group was permitted to continue the journey home. But they had to leave their literature and books behind. The first Free Angela campaign. Davis returned to the University of California, San Diego, renewed and ready to return to the struggle. She was also eager to continue and complete the requirements for her PhD and to become a faculty member in the philosophy department at the University of California, Los Angeles. Davis was well known on campus and popular with the students. Her lectures were stimulating. The fact that she wore an afro made her stand out and proved that she was in touch with the times. Her future seemed set until she received a letter that threatened to undo all that she had worked for and planned. The letter was from the government body of the university. It was authorized by California Governor Ronald Reagan, former Hollywood actor turned conservative politician. The university wanted to know whether or not she was a communist. According to an old law, anyone declared a communist was not permitted to join the staff. Davis replied in the affirmative, though she knew her job was on the line. From that day on, Davis' life would not be the same. Not only was her career in jeopardy, but her very existence was too. Her life, which had been private, was no longer her own. The media became obsessed with her, and she became the target of adoration by numerous individuals who rallied in her defense. Because of the harassing phone calls and bomb threats, she required protection around the clock. The campus police, as well as armed members of Che Lumumba, guarded her during the day. At night, someone stayed with her for added protection. Angela Davis, 97. Davis was moved and overwhelmed and somewhat embarrassed by the massive display of support on her behalf. Faculty in her department were outraged by the posture of the university against Davis and publicly stood behind her. The black faculty were particularly ardent in their protests, as were the Black Student Union, the Black Professors Organization, and the Che Lumumba Club, which helped organize a campaign on her behalf. Her attorney, John McTernan, was indispensable. Davis worried about the effect of her notoriety on her family, and her anxieties proved warranted. Everyone but her brother, a professional football player, had been impacted by the scandal. Her father was losing customers at his service station. Her mother's friends had stopped coming by. And the house of her sister and her husband, Sam Jordan, had been stormed by police officers during the night. Both were charged with the attempted murder of a police officer when they tried to defend themselves. A year later, the charges were dropped, but in the interim, the incident was portrayed by the media in a way which further exacerbated Davis' troubles. For a short time, Davis was fired from her job. But after a trial, a judge ruled that the law prohibiting the hiring of communists was unconstitutional. Davis returned to campus, but her crisis was hardly over. Raid on Panther headquarters. On December 8, 1969, the telephone jolted Davis out of a sleep that had eluded her for weeks as she had fought to save her job at the university. The caller was frantic. 11 Panthers were surrounded by cops at the Black Panthers headquarters in Los Angeles. They were armed. Some were hurt. Davis raced to the nightmarish scene. She counted perhaps 100 officers. Helicopters hovered menacingly. Bombs had been dropped down on the office, and gunshots pelted the building and shattered windows. Explosions lit up the quiet, early morning sky. A mother, her face contorted with terror, paced nearby. Davis tried to calm her. Her daughter, possibly wounded or worse, was inside. Davis told her that help was on the way. Davis knew the men and women held up inside. She was scared for them too. Reinforcements arrived, not the cavalry, but regular civilians from the neighborhood and beyond. Men, women, grandparents, children, and many involved in the movement poured into the street in front of the Panther office. Their purpose was not to fight off the police but to stand as witnesses, offering some sense of protection against a possible massacre. The danger of retaliation, however, was very real. The community was concerned, angry, restive. Anything might set off the men and women, causing them to turn and attack the police. Rumors circulated through the community, further agitating the tense situation. 98. Thanks to the presence of the crowd, the Panthers agreed to leave the building. Davis described the men and women as they filed, one by one, out of their headquarters. Their stoic faces were soiled with soot from the explosions, perspiration, and blood from their wounds. Blacks burst into thunderous applause. That same night, a rally was held at Jefferson High School, and Davis was one of the speakers. By now, everyone knew Angela Davis. Her voice was low, steady, and urgent. This was a rally that made Davis proud. Out of that gathering came plans to stage a walkout at City Hall and a coalition between the Black Panther Party, the Black Student Alliance, and Che Lumumba Club. Davis was heavily involved in the preparations for the walkout. Literature was printed, and she assisted in disseminating the leaflets throughout the Jordan Down projects in Watts. As uncomfortable as Davis was with publicity, she utilized her newfangled notoriety to publicize an upcoming rally. The night before the rally, hearing that the cops intended to return and inflict more damage, a vigil was organized at the office to defend it from another attack. The cops arrived and threatened to arrest everyone for illegal assembly instead of arrests. The cops proceeded to beat the crowd, including Senator Mervyn Dimley. Even Davis was struck and fell to the ground. She and the others managed to escape running through the community, finding refuge in the homes of those residents brave enough to hide them. The next day, the rally went off splendidly. Davis asserted that there were some 8,000 to 10,000 participants. Individuals displayed banners. Songs were sung. Speeches were given, one of them by Davis. And the protesters circled the jail where the Black Panthers were held. Prisoner rights. Davis knew, from myriad personal experiences, that the prison system was fraught with problems. What vexed her, particularly, was the disproportionate number of blacks in prison and the complicating factors of racism and poverty that figured into this statistic. Davis' first opportunity to put the prison system on trial came when a man named Hickama, on trial for murder, asked her for help. Hickama had heard of Davis through the media. She was intelligent, concerned, and credible. He did not want her to rescue him personally. As Davis explained, he wanted to point the finger at the real criminal, a society which keeps black people imprisoned in such atrocious conditions of oppression that too often it is a question of stealing or going under. Davis spent a lot of time with Hickama, but she was never permitted. Angela Davis 99. To testify at his trial. She instead helped him in other ways, doing tasks for him that he could not accomplish while confined behind bars. This experience had a life-changing effect upon Davis. From that moment on, she decided to commit herself to protest for the release of prisoners and, eventually, to advocate the abolition of the prison complex altogether. In another campaign, Davis made a Herculean effort to release 3 black men imprisoned in the San Quentin State Prison in Soledad, California. Soledad brothers. At a Che Lumumba meeting, the mothers of 3 prisoners from Soledad, George Jackson, John Clutchette, and Fleta Drumgo, requested help for their sons, who had been accused of murdering a guard. The mothers feared that the 3 men were being set up, largely because they were known, in jail, as leaders in the liberation movement. The 3 women found a receptive audience, including Davis, who became the chair of their defense committee. The 3 men were referred to as the Soledad brothers. The objective of the Soledad campaign was to mobilize supporters and publicize the case through newspaper and television coverage. There were rallies and dissemination of literature and other propaganda materials such as posters and buttons. Booths were set up at events in the black community to seek support and donations. Davis gave public presentations on behalf of the three men at various venues and donated the payment she received to the Defense Committee. The campaign eventually expanded to include a defense committee for Bobby Seale and Erica Huggins, who faced a charge of conspiracy to commit murder in the case of a Panther suspected of being an FBI agent. An unexpected consequence of the campaign was Davis' involvement with George Jackson and his family. Davis found herself spending more and more time with Jackson's mother and his 16-year-old brother, Jonathan, an earnest, bright, and sensitive youth whose young life had been traumatized due to his brother's imprisonment. Jonathan was only 6 years old when his big brother was taken from him over a robbery that Jackson alleged he did not commit. Jackson was sentenced to 1 year to life as a result, and had been in prison at that point for some 10 years. Jonathan became like a little brother to Davis and George began to develop romantic feelings for one another. In the midst of the struggle, Davis was informed that the university would not renew its contract with her. Davis was crushed, but her personal troubles were overshadowed by the events of August 7, 1970. 100. Marin County. At first, Davis could not believe what had happened. Jonathan, recently turned 17, along with 2 others, entered a Marin County courtroom, brandished a weapon, and held a judge, an attorney, and several jurors hostage in a van outside. Police officers shot Jonathan and one of the accomplices during the shootout that ensued. During the fray, the attorney was shot and paralyzed as a result. The judge died from a gunshot wound that came from the gun that was taped to his throat. Davis learned that Jonathan had intended to hold hostages in exchange for the release of the Soledad brothers. She also found out that the gun Jonathan had used belonged to her. Davis was charged with conspiracy, kidnapping, and murder. Davis was innocent, but she chose to elude capture. Ironically, the woman who had launched campaigns for others was herself now the focal point of an intensive campaign. But this one was larger than anything she could have possibly imagined. On the run. Running from the law was far from glamorous, although the public would glorify and idolize Davis' actions. Her face became a symbol of so many things: of rebellion, of defiance to oppression, of assertiveness, of strength, of a tough woman victim who outwitted the man and, naturally, of the Black Power struggle. Her other attributes: intellect, beauty, even her afro, and the fact that she was a communist added to her mystique. Though Davis was hidden from sight by friends and by people recommended by friends, she was numbed by all the attention. It was surreal for her to see her face on television and in the newspapers. She did not want this. She wanted to be a college professor and to pursue her political ideals and to contribute to the movement. Her thoughts whirled not so much about her own life but about what was going on with the Soledad brothers. How were they doing? How was Georgina, George's mother? How was George? And, as with her first experience as a cause célèbre, she worried about her family. Davis did not like living in secrecy, creeping in the shadows, having to withdraw from her normal life. In the opening of her autobiography, she tells of how she wrestled with an ill-fitting mask and a wig to cover up her trademark afro. She was overcome by the kindness of the strangers, notably the African-American couple who allowed her to stay in their home until she made her next move. She missed the freedom of being able to roam about under the open sky. Angela Davis. 101. Traveling grew more dangerous all the time. She flew from Las Vegas to Chicago to rendezvous with a man named David Poindexter, with whom she planned to travel to Miami. They got as far as New York where, under the cloak of darkness, they risked a visit to the movies. Back at their hotel, she entered an elevator with a man she knew instinctively was an undercover agent. When the elevator stopped at her and David's floor, the agent got off too, and 2 months of hiding, uncertainty, and dread came to an end. Jail. Her experience in jail increased her resolve to fight for the abolition of the prison system. She wrote critically of the inhumane conditions in the jail, the lack of nutritional food, squalid jail cells, and lack of adequate psychological and medical care for the prisoners. While in jail, she learned of George Jackson's death in 1971 during a prison riot. Davis was kept away from the general population most of the time, to prevent her from influencing the other prisoners. When she did engage with them, she made the most of every moment. She talked to the others about communism and led karate classes. While Free Angela Davis demonstrations were conducted outside the prison, Davis and the other inmates joined in yelling in unison slogans that they had carefully prepared. Davis protested once by fasting, surviving on juice a few times a day and exercise to keep her mind and body strong. The other prisoners, and even some of the guards, showed their support for Davis. Davis endured 18 months in jail until her trial in 1972. She was acquitted of all charges. Since freedom. Immediately after obtaining her freedom, Davis launched several speaking tours to locations such as Los Angeles, Chicago, Detroit, Dallas, and Atlanta in the United States and to Bulgaria, Czechoslovakia, and Cuba. Since then, her busy schedule of speaking engagements has not waned, nor has her involvement in academia and activist organizations. In 1973, Davis was instrumental in founding the National Alliance Against Racist and Political Repression, which advocates for the release of prisoners. In 1980 and 1984, Davis tried her hand at politics, making an unsuccessful bid for Vice President of the United States on the Communist Party ticket. Also in 1980, Time announced the marriage of Davis, then 36, to Hilton Braithwaite, a colleague at San Francisco State University, where Davis began teaching shortly after her acquittal. The marriage dissolved several years later. In the late 1990s, Davis founded Critical Resistance, a grassroots organization dedicated to the abolition of the prison system. 102. In the new millennium, Davis continues to be immensely popular both with those who lived in the 70s and with the younger generation as well. During Black History Month in 2008, Davis appeared before a packed auditorium at the University of Puget Sound, a predominantly white private institution in Tacoma, Washington. At age 64, Davis was radiant. She wore minimal makeup on her honey-colored and lightly freckled face and stood with impeccable posture, svelte in a black pantsuit, at the podium. Her hair was a full mane of froth and coils. What was most striking about this living legend was the texture and rhythm of her voice, and, naturally, her message. Her voice undulated and pulsed with urgency and then dropped to a gentle lilt that hinted at her Southern Baptist upbringing. She fused the presentation of an urban poet, an academic, and a radical orator. Davis covered a broad spectrum of topics in her lecture. Although she is primarily associated with Black resistance, she is equally concerned with the exploitation and oppression of women, the working class, people of color, and homosexuals, as well as with the environment. She continues to be a staunch prison abolitionist. She made a number of references to contemporary racial incidents that have sparked much controversy, such as Don Imus and his racist and sexist comments directed at black basketball players and at Stanley Tookie Williams. Davis asserted the need for communities of struggle, and yet, she contended, these communities need not be structured by any singular identity such as blackness, but by a shared commitment to a common objective. When Davis addressed her own role as an icon in radical resistance, she was self-effacing. Her position stems from her belief that most people overemphasize the importance of individuals in society and can become preoccupied by messiah figures. She believes that by idolizing individuals we give up our own power, our collective power. As for her own prominence, Davis demurred. She became famous not because of what I did but because people responded to my predicament, she said, referring to the dramatic worldwide attention she received during her controversial imprisonment. Davis appears to be a reluctant legend, but she does not hide from the attention. Indeed, she uses it to carry on her continuing struggle to make America a better place for all. She continues to teach at the University of California, Santa Cruz, where she is a professor in the History of Consciousness department. See also Stokely Carmichael, Martin Luther King, Jr., Huey P. Newton, Malcolm X, and Rosa Parks. Further resources: Collins, Patricia Hill. Black Feminist Thought, Knowledge, Consciousness, and the Politics of Empowerment. New York, Routledge, 2000. Critical Resistance. http://www.criticalresistance.org. 104. W.E.B. Du Bois. Library of Congress was a prominent scholar, intellectual, writer, and editor. Born and raised in a predominantly white community in the North and educated at Fisk, Harvard, and the prestigious University of Berlin in Germany, Du Bois was a prodigy among African Americans in the early 20th century. He utilized his talents and influence to combat racism, segregation, and anti-black violence and promote the advancement of African Americans. Du Bois helped organize and participated in organizations such as the African American Council and the Niagara Movement. The National Association for the Advancement of Colored People was his greatest undertaking, and as editor of its organ, The Crisis, Du Bois became the foremost agitator, influential thinker, and commentator of his time. Through the written word sociological studies, essays, articles, and books, Du Bois expressed himself freely, breaking down the Negro problem and its various solutions, and displaying unprecedented knowledge of the social conditions, history, and culture of African Americans. He also lashed out with sharp criticism. His prolific and seminal writing reflected a complex man who espoused a broad array of methodologies. Among these were his advancement of the talented 10th, Black self-defense, Black capitalism, integrationism, Pan-Africanism, socialism, and communism. Above all else, he was unapologetically controversial. With the worsening of conditions for African Americans, Du Bois became progressively more radical and disillusioned, to the point that he moved to Ghana in 1961. 2 years later, he renounced his American citizenship. On August 27, 1963, he died at the age of 95. Childhood. W.E.B. Du Bois began the chapter My Birth and Family in his third autobiography with the statement, "I was born by a golden river and in the shadow of two great hills," 5 years after the Emancipation Proclamation, which began the freeing of American Negro slaves. How appropriate was the emphasis on the description of his home, the town of Great Barrington, Massachusetts, cradled in an idyllic valley, and on the emancipation of African American slaves. His hometown and the concept of freedom were integral to his development. As he eloquently mused in a subsequent chapter, without either, the course of his life would have been much different. His words also carry a secondary meaning. The golden hue of the river turned out to be the result of waste and sewage and not nature. This reflects Du Bois' rude awakening to the realities of life as an African American adult in Great Barrington and beyond its pristine borders. The freedoms he 106 enjoyed growing up in Great Barrington were a will-o'-the-wisp. The reality was that African Americans, especially in the South, were denied the full freedom, rights, opportunities, and resources enjoyed by whites in the North. To the young boy who went by Willie, these inconsistencies were not even a thought. He felt as free, and his potential appeared to be as illimitable, as his white peers. Du Bois flourished in this atmosphere, and as a result, he thrived, especially academically, surpassing his schoolmates and unwittingly debunking the fallacy that blacks were mentally inferior to whites. William Edward Burghard Du Bois was born on February 23, 1869, to parents who were destined to share a brief marriage. According to Du Bois, Mary, his mother, was a stunning beauty, mainly of African heritage with some Dutch and Indian. His mother's people had lived in Great Barrington for some 200 years. They lived comfortably and modestly, keeping to themselves. Their relationship with their white neighbors appeared amicable and tension-free. Mary was 35 when she met the white-looking Alfred Du Bois. Du Bois' grandfather was a French Huguenot who had 2 sons with a black woman from the Bahamas. His mother was a woman of possibly Haitian descent. William's birth roused the curiosity of the whites of Great Barrington, who wanted to see what the child of an African American and a man who was so fair he could pass for white would look like. In a photograph of the 4 or 5-year-old Willie, he is small with long curls and delicate features, appearing almost princely in his formal-looking clothes and bright white stockings. The happiness of Willie's birth did not alleviate the drama that was generated by Mary's marriage. Her family did not like Alfred. They distrusted the young man's fair skin and the fact that he was jobless. Moreover, his people were unknown to them. These bitter facts compelled Alfred to look for work in Connecticut to make a new life for his family. But Mary did not follow him, choosing instead to stay with her family and keep the peace. Willie never did get to know his father. With the help of family members and white neighbors, William had a happy and smooth life. That he was African American being raised by a single parent did not make him feel disadvantaged in any way. Financially, they might have been considered poor, but to the young Dubois it seemed that the family always had what it needed, and he never felt deprived. Their acceptance was due in large part to the prevailing culture in Great Barrington. As was the custom, the residents did not place great distinctions on affluence, race, or, for that matter, difference of opinion. Above all, Dubois had love. He adored his mother, with whom he walked arm in arm wherever they went, escorting her daily from work to home. 107. Dubois distinctly remembered that he experienced no racism or discrimination as a child, for the people of Great Barrington prided themselves on their abolitionist stance. Slavery had been prohibited in Massachusetts since the Revolutionary War. Even though there were only some 50 blacks out of a population of 5,000 in Dubois Town, he did not feel self-conscious, only mildly aware that the color of his skin and the texture of his hair riveted attention upon himself. He was immersed in white New England life. He had a number of friends, with whom he embarked on various high adventures and played marbles, I Spy, Duck on a Rock, and other games. He visited their homes and frequently spent the night or weekends with them. On Sundays, he worshipped at a white church. Dubois had limited interactions with the few other African Americans living in Great Barrington. Apparently by choice, the small black community lived in another part of town, where they had established a Negro Methodist Zion church. It was the Irish, not the African Americans, who were at the bottom of the social structure in Great Barrington. It was the poorer class of that segment of the population that was ridiculed. Dubois avoided the poor Irish as much as possible, particularly as it had been someone from that group that first called him a nigger. Among the more well-off individuals of this ethnic group, Dubois made friends. At an early age, Dubois sensed that it was education that set individuals apart. He developed the idea that the secret of life and the loosing of the color bar lay in excellence, in accomplishment. Academically, Dubois climbed to the top of his class quickly and effortlessly. He was the favorite of his teachers, and he enjoyed competing with his peers, even in his pre-high school years. Dubois' education extended beyond the classroom. From his mother, he was taught to avoid the local taverns, the locations of which were a source of trouble, idleness, and harmful distraction, the certain downfall of wayward youth and adults. He quickly absorbed the ways of the people of Great Barrington, who prized thriftiness, industriousness, taciturnity, undemonstrativeness, and free speech concerning civic matters. Dubois, who regularly attended the local Congregational church, was an active participant in Sunday school. High school. Immediately upon entering high school, Dubois found himself firmly on track for success. The principal of his school took a personal interest in him and made sure he was enrolled in college preparatory classes. A friend's mother paid for the books required for his Greek class. As usual, he was the 108th only African American. He was also one of only 2 or 3 other students bound for college. Dubois was industrious, self-assured, a high achiever, and curious. While in high school, he made his move toward earning a wage by chopping firewood, mowing lawns, and performing other laborious chores. The money he made in the evenings and on weekends helped relieve the burden on his mother, who continued to work even though she was disabled. Dubois' schedule was not so hectic that he could not pursue his interests in writing, observing the world around him, and learning about local town politics. In addition to contributing articles to the New York Age, a prominent black newspaper, he was co-editor of his high school newspaper, The Howler. At the insistence of Johnny Morgan, who owned the bookstore Dubois frequented, he mailed off a few articles to the prestigious Springfield Republican. Morgan also permitted Dubois to peruse the books he had for sale. Through these books, Dubois expanded his exploration of the world. One of his favorite childhood memories was of being allowed to buy from Mr. Morgan his first encyclopedia, a 5-volume set of Macaulay's History of England, on installment. In the springtime, Dubois went to town meetings. What amazed him was the climate of openness at these meetings. Although most locals endorsed the Republican Party, anyone was allowed to speak freely on any issue even if their thoughts diverged from the majority. These were pivotal moments, wherein Dubois got to see for himself the true application of freedom of speech. During his high school years, Dubois had little time or inclination for a social life. Among the reasons for this was the fact that there were no fraternities, there were no school dances, there were no honor societies. Dubois was occupied with writing, studying, and working. He was at ease being alone with his thoughts. In this respect, Dubois was very much like the locals of Great Barrington who sustained a culture of quietude and introversion. Given the confidence and support of the white townspeople, along with Dubois' extraordinary pride in his academic prowess, Dubois felt he could do anything. He did not appear conscious of the fact that his was a privileged life, or aware of the fact that, in the South, he would have been abused or worse for befriending whites and endeavoring to equal or better them. Likewise, it was impossible to imagine that whites who supported the advancement of blacks faced dire consequences including ostracism or worse. In this world of illimitable possibilities and freedom, Dubois throve. The fact that he moved so comfortably and confidently in this white world would benefit him in his adult years. But that fact also posed a potential 109 challenge. With limited contact with other blacks and a strong association with white culture, he could easily have become alienated from, or disdainful of, his own race. But this would not happen to Dubois. 2 encounters with blacks outside of his hometown triggered in Dubois an insatiable interest and pride for his own race. Dubois called his visit to see his paternal grandfather in New Bedford at 15 years old his greatest boyhood trip. During this trip, he experienced for the first time the culture of the African American elite. His paternal grandfather was a man with money, formality, and refinement. Dubois eagerly observed this strange new elegant world and was impressed. On his way back to Great Barrington he had another moving encounter when he crossed paths with a large group of African Americans who had gathered for a yearly picnic on Narragansett Bay. Dubois had never seen so many African Americans in one place. The moment filled him with much pride and excitement. He was struck not only by their physical beauty but their behavior, the laughter and gaiety, the unhampered self-expression which was so different from what he had known. When Dubois graduated from high school in 1884, he was one of 13 graduates, the only black, and only one of 2 or 3 with plans to go to college. All those headed to college were required to give speeches. He gave his on Wendell Phillips, an abolitionist. Betwixt and between. Upon graduation, 2 principals and 1 religious leader from Great Barrington decided that Dubois should wait a year to prepare for entrance to Fisk University, an African American institution in the South. Dubois' own family revolted at the idea of sending me to the former land of slavery and felt they should have been preparing me for work and giving me an opportunity right there in my own town and state, not bundling me off to the South. Although Dubois' heart was set on attending Harvard, he was actually thrilled with the idea of being around other African Americans. Besides, he was convinced that he would go to Harvard later. The year that Dubois stayed in Great Barrington before trekking off to school was fraught with unexpected change that challenged him to the core. The first jolt occurred in the fall of 1884 when his beloved mother died. Dubois' response was dramatic. He felt an immediate sense of release that his mother was spared from her difficult life and that he was free to leave Great Barrington. He felt he might not have had the courage to leave his mother alone in the world. The fact of the matter was that he was alone without his closest and dearest friend. 110. Another change was Dubois' position in Great Barrington. As a child, the town had coddled him. As an adult, he was suddenly conscious of the color of his skin and aware of the fact that he did not fit socially or politically in his town. Even school friends suddenly felt embarrassed or compelled to make explanation for their old friend, who would be the only black, in the presence of strangers, visitors, newcomers. Dubois spent his last months in the town of his youth feeling somewhat ostracized and alienated, which made him look forward all the more to going to Fisk. Fisk University. Between 1885 and 1888, Dubois attended Fisk University in Nashville, Tennessee, his first experience in the South. He was only 17 when he entered the university as a sophomore and the only student from a New England state. Most of his other classmates hailed from the South. Dubois described himself as being bright, but sharp-tongued and given to joking hard with my fellows. Generally, his classmates did not appreciate his humor. Despite Dubois' flair for the obnoxious, he made many friends among his classmates, from the extremely wealthy to the abjectly poor. As for Dubois, he had very little means. His education was made possible by the kindness of 4 congregations from his hometown. Fisk was truly an inspirational voyage of self-discovery and purpose. Dubois enjoyed the cultural and academic immersion and was inspired by the talent that surrounded him. Many of his classmates shared Dubois' burgeoning altruism with regards to eradicating segregation. In this stimulating environment, he forged the idea of the Talented Tenth, a group that would embody the best and the brightest of the African American community and lead the way in the struggle for progress and the eradication of discriminatory laws and social practices. Dubois, who had lived a sheltered existence in Great Barrington, continued to feel detached from the greater portion of his race, who were less privileged than himself and his classmates. He desired to both understand what he called the real South, as well as to give back to his people. He decided that the way to do just that was to teach in the impoverished rural communities. No one had ever done that before, more than likely, because this segment of the race epitomized all that they, the upwardly mobile achievers, strove not to be. They were ashamed of the poverty and old-fashioned customs. But Dubois persisted. He lived 2 summers in the country and taught children without the luxury of books, chalkboards, or other necessary amenities. The summers Dubois spent teaching were grueling but rewarding. He observed what he perceived to be a rich and fascinating culture. He heard for the first time soul-stirring spirituals, not the polished, modernized versions that the university choir, the world-renowned Fisk Jubilee singers, sang. 111. But ones that had been passed on by slave ancestors, uttered with a depth he had not heard before. He also observed the animated worship styles of the black country churches. Other experiences while in the South awakened Dubois to the realities of racism, Jim Crow laws, and anti-black violence and other crimes. He learned with astonishment that murder, killing, and maiming Negroes, raping Negro women in the Southern South, was not even news. It got no publicity, it caused no arrests. Dubois graduated from Fisk in 1888. He left his mark on the university as the editor of the Fisk Herald and as one of the students who had helped raise funds for the new gymnasium. Early on, Dubois realized that he was not interested in becoming a minister like so many other African American men. Moreover, he gradually turned away from organized religion altogether. From my 30th year on, he wrote, I have increasingly regarded the church as an institution which defended such evils as slavery, color caste, exploitation of labor, and war. Nor was he consumed with materialistic aspirations. He wanted to pursue serious academic study on African American culture, history, and social conditions, what is now known as African American studies. In the late 19th century, there was no such thing. Thus, Du Bois would be a pioneer in what was a very unpopular, neglected, and misunderstood area of study. He applied to Harvard University with aspirations of obtaining a philosophy degree. That summer Du Bois earned money by managing a singing group, comprising several young men, which performed for white audiences. He worked for a brief and unsuccessful period as a busboy at one of the resorts where the singing group appeared. The money he accumulated would augment the scholarship he had been awarded. Harvard University. Fortunately for Du Bois, Harvard was giving serious consideration to diversifying its campus at the time that admissions received his application. According to Du Bois, it was a piece of unusual luck, much more than my own determination, that admitted me to Harvard, since he had received a New England education and had studied in the South and was colored. Because Fisk University was not considered to be on par with Harvard, he was accepted on condition that he would enter as a junior. Du Bois wrote that this was not altogether unfair, since my own high school in New England was somewhat behind Harvard's requirements and Fisk, because of the wretched Southern common school system, still further behind. Then as now, a Harvard education was the best to be found. But in 1889 there was no serious course of study focusing on African American studies. 112. Nor did the social life on campus even acknowledge its black students. Fortunately for Du Bois, he brought a unique perspective to this situation. While his black classmates suffered and protested the lack of racial diversity on campus, the normally outspoken Du Bois was unusually silent. In fact, he was having a grand time despite the fact that he was an outsider on campus. His secret was in his acceptance of racial segregation. Fisk had taught him that he could find camaraderie among his own people, so he survived his years at Harvard by seeking no friendships among white fellow students, nor even acquaintanceships, and he asked nothing of Harvard but the tutelage of teachers and the freedom of the laboratory and library. For friendship and recreation, Du Bois immersed himself in the local African American community. He enjoyed going to dances and courting African American women. Du Bois received his bachelor's degree in philosophy from Harvard in 1890. A year later, he received an M.A. in history. Shortly after that, Du Bois packed his meager belongings and headed to the University of Berlin in Germany, where he had received a fellowship to pursue his doctoral degree. University of Berlin. Europe in 1892 was an eye-opening experience. Du Bois was so accustomed to viewing the world through race that it took him some time to adjust to the fact that Europeans did not see the world in the same way as Americans. In Europe, Du Bois felt that he could let down his guard and cease being, as he later wrote, regard, as a curiosity, or something subhuman. While in Europe, he dated a German woman and would have married her if it were not for the fact that he knew he would one day have to return to America. Interracial relationships were, in the South, illegal, and even in the North were controversial at best. Living in Europe transformed Du Bois into a late 19th century cosmopolitan. Besides studying and taking challenging courses, Du Bois was introduced to a rich repertoire of music, such as operas and symphonies. He acquired the Van Dyke manicured beard and slightly flared mustache that he wore until his death, and took to using a fashionable walking cane. During his vacations, Du Bois traveled extensively, sometimes with friends he met at the university. He traipsed throughout Germany, Italy, Vienna, Hungary, France, and England. Du Bois had hoped to obtain his doctorate at the University of Berlin, but dwindling finances would not allow it. He returned to America in 1894, a man of the world determined to begin a life work, leading to the emancipation of the American Negro, through writing and research. Du Bois had concluded that through scientific knowledge, he might eradicate racism and discriminatory laws. Thus, he directed his future studies, academic work, and publications to that end. It was his belief that a lack of knowledge was the root of America's race problem. Du Bois, the social scientist. Wilberforce University, Ohio. Upon his return to America in 1894, Dubois accepted the position of Professor of Classics at Wilberforce University, an all-black institution in Wilberforce, Ohio. He was in for a rude awakening. Not everyone tolerated his free-spiritedness and frankness. Some saw his confidence, quiet dignity, and cultured mannerisms as self-conceit and arrogance. Admittedly, Dubois was, at that time, extremely sure of himself. Dubois inevitably clashed with individuals on campus. One such person was Bishop Benjamin Arnett. As Dubois put it, what Arnett said went, and furthermore, no one stayed at Wilberforce long whom he did not like. Dubois bluntly disagreed with Bishop Arnett on more than one occasion and shied away from the religious traditions of the campus such as leading prayer. This made for a challenging stay. Dubois did not imagine he would stay long at Wilberforce. For the time being, he was productive, teaching several language classes. In 1895, he became the first African American to receive a PhD from Harvard University. By 1896, Dubois was ready for a change. He married his first wife, Nina Gomer, resigned from his position at Wilberforce, and published the first of numerous books, The Suppression of the African Slave Trade to the United States of America, 1638 to 1879. When he accepted a position as an assistant instructor in the psychology department at the University of Pennsylvania, he did so with a greater purpose in mind. University of Pennsylvania. The truth of the matter was that the temporary assistantship in psychology position was a demotion. Dubois' credentials were long, and superior, in most cases, to those of the white professors there. Dubois pointed out that he was given no real academic standing, no office at the university, no official recognition of any kind, no contact with students, and very little with members of the faculty, even in own department. This was Dubois' cold reception into white academia on a predominantly white campus. But Dubois tolerated the discriminatory treatment for the sake of a rare opportunity to conduct an unprecedented study of African Americans in the 114 Philadelphia slums. The work was hard-going. White critics felt this was not a serious study, blacks did not like the idea of being studied, and he had to carry out the study all by himself. At the end of a year and a half, Dubois' term at the university was completed. In 1898, he finished the Philadelphia study, and in 1899 he published it under the title of The Philadelphia Negro. The work was well received. American Negro Academy. Dubois was not the only one to have the idea of mobilizing the greatest minds of the African American population to produce information that would help uplift the masses. Alexander Crummell, the first president of the American Negro Academy, outlined his organization's objective as being devoted to literary, statistical, ethnographical, folklore investigation, pertaining wholly and entirely to Africa and to the worldwide Negro race. This group was in sync with Dubois' own plan. Not surprisingly, Dubois was invited to join this exclusive group. In 1897, he was elected the organization's first vice president. He served as president in the following year. In addition to his involvement with the American Negro Academy, Dubois canvassed universities and the federal government to initiate studies such as his Philadelphia Project. The Labor Bureau showed some interest, culminating in a prodigious 2-month study Dubois conducted of rural blacks in Farmville, Virginia during the summer of 1897. On October 2, 1897, his wife gave birth to their first child, a son they named Burghardt. The new addition to the family was a source of immense joy to Dubois. Atlanta University. At age 29, Dubois was nearing the top of his game. With a PhD in history from Harvard and 2 Vanguard research projects under his belt, he was fast becoming the foremost African American intellectual in America. In 1897, Dubois began what he called his real-life work at Atlanta University, where he remained for 13 years. These years were complicated, both wonderful and traumatic, satisfying and trying to his very soul. To Dubois' delight, he had classrooms of his own and was placed in charge of the university-sponsored annual studies conferences, which investigated and addressed issues facing African Americans and then published the results. These studies spawned several reform efforts, such as kindergarten programs and business leagues. The conferences increased his popularity and kept Du Bois so busy that he had to resign from the American Negro Academy in 1903. But no matter how much acclaim Du Bois received, many freedoms were denied him and his family. In Atlanta, Du Bois was denied the right to vote. 115. And forced to follow Jim Crow laws, a situation that made him loath to venture off campus. In 1899, Du Bois faced both methodological and personal challenges. When Du Bois heard that a black man named Sam Hose had been accused of murdering his landlord's wife, he composed a logical and well-reasoned letter, which he took to the office of the Atlanta Constitution. Hose was lynched at the hands of a mob before Du Bois reached his destination. The result of this ghastly crime jolted Du Bois into rethinking and, ultimately, restructuring his life's work. One could not be a calm, cool, and detached scientist while Negroes were lynched, murdered, and starved, Du Bois wrote. But before Du Bois could further process and develop this revelation, he and his wife were struck by a terrible loss, the death of their son. At only 2 years old, Burghard was a tragic victim of the sewage pollution in the city's water system. The death wrecked Nina. As for Du Bois, he mourned deeply, eventually finding relief by turning all the more fervently into his work. Du Bois, the intellectual activist. In 1900, Nina gave birth to a daughter, Yolanda. During the same time, Du Bois resolved to remake himself. Formerly he isolated himself in the enclave of books, research, and academia. Producing scholarly work was important, but to effect change Du Bois felt that he needed to be on the front line, actively pressing for improvement in the conditions that he arduously studied and about which he had written. The change appeared as early as 1900, when Du Bois traveled to Europe for the Paris Exposition to present an award-winning exhibit on African American achievement and the dire conditions African Americans faced in America. He also attended a Pan-African conference in London. Back in America, he testified before the House of Representatives Industrial Commission on the results of his studies on rural blacks in the South and endorsed education for poor African Americans. He also joined with local leaders to stem the popular movement toward black disfranchisement and Jim Crow. In 1903, Du Bois scaled to even greater heights of success and controversy. He published one of his most famous works, The Souls of Black Folk, and embarked in a highly public fight with Booker T. Washington. Booker T. Washington. In the beginning, Booker T. Washington and W.E.B. Du Bois were not enemies. Du Bois' first contact with Washington occurred following his return. 116. Booker T. Washington. In the late 19th and early 20th centuries it was virtually unheard of for a black man to have white friends in high and influential places in the North as well as the South. It was even more unorthodox for a black man to exhibit power and influence. And yet Booker T. Washington's influence among blacks and whites was unequaled. In a historical paradox, he used his high profile to promote accommodationism, the very antithesis of agitation. Some scholars assert that the Times would only accept an accommodationist as the first high-profile black leader. While accommodationism is now universally condemned, it is true that he paved the way for black leadership. Born into slavery on April 5, 1856 in Franklin County, Virginia, Booker Taliaferro Washington started life at the bottom rung of society. His mother Jane was a black slave. His father was a white man he scarcely knew. Eventually, Jane married a man named Washington Ferguson. At the end of the Civil War, the family, including a half-sister and half-brother, moved to Malden, West Virginia. Washington worked several jobs, such as in salt and coal mines. He went to school for the first time and learned how to read and write. When he was 16 years old he attended an all-black school, Hampton Institute in Virginia, where he worked as a janitor in exchange for room and board. Washington was widowed twice before marrying his third wife. He had one daughter from the first marriage and two sons from the second union. Washington impressed nearly everyone he met. His charm opened doors that might otherwise have been closed to him. Such was the case when a white man named Samuel Chapman Armstrong got him hired as the principal for a school in Tuskegee, Alabama. Though the title of principal was impressive, the reality was that the school was located in a shack. But in a short period of time the school grew and prospered, mirroring Washington's own rise to success, which he detailed in his autobiography Up from Slavery. Washington was 25 years old when he started at the all-black Tuskegee Normal and Industrial Institute. After 7 years, the institute had gained a good reputation, new modern buildings, and substantial property due to Washington's charisma and leadership skills. As the school flourished, so did Washington's reputation and influence. Whites were enamored with him because he did not demand that they change the social, economic, and political structure of the world they dominated. Washington subscribed to separatism and excoriated the concept of protest. His school reinforced the idea that blacks should be subordinate to whites. Thus, black students were restricted to learning about farming, carpentry, and other trades, as well as teaching. Despite the fact that Washington acquiesced to discrimination, he himself was endowed with much power. His friends and sponsors included 117. From Europe in 1894, when he was looking for work. Most everyone knew of Booker T. Washington, the first principal of Tuskegee Institute. Du Bois applied for work there, as Tuskegee represented one of the best opportunities around, largely because the institute was so heavily funded due to Washington's appeal to wealthy and powerful whites. But Du Bois was accepted at Wilberforce, and his thoughts turned away from Tuskegee and its grand leader for that time. Du Bois was just beginning his career when, in 1895, Washington made his famous Atlanta Compromise speech and consequently became the most powerful and influential African American man in the nation, largely because so many blacks and whites were in agreement with his program of accommodationism. But to most black radicals, this speech was a shocking admission of white supremacy and black inferiority and acceptance of the system of segregation. Du Bois' response to Washington's speech was surprisingly positive. He perceived the underlying message of black empowerment. It was possible, he believed, to bring about progress by going along with the system rather than fighting against it. Du Bois wrote to the New York Age suggesting that here might be the basis of a real settlement between whites and blacks in the South, if the South opened to the Negroes the doors of economic opportunity and the Negroes cooperated with the white South in political sympathy. After leaving Wilberforce in 1896, Du Bois sent off another letter of inquiry to Tuskegee before accepting a position at the University of Wealthy Magnates. He advised Presidents Theodore Roosevelt and William Taft. His word was law, whether to make or break a career. He controlled most conservative black presses in America. His few dissenters were easily crushed by the powerful publishing network known as the Tuskegee Machine. Washington was not only the leader but virtual guru of blacks in the South when it came to self-improvement and the moral development of the modern, distinguished, and virtuous self-made man. Washington's philosophy was much more easily digested than that of the other black personalities such as the radical and scathingly critical W.E.B. Du Bois. To protest brought forth disastrous and fatal consequences. And yet, after Washington died on November 14, 1915, it was Du Bois, who had already achieved some status through the National Association for the Advancement of Colored People, who became the new major icon of protest for African Americans. 118. Pennsylvania. In 1897, when Du Bois joined the American Negro Academy, Washington was among the organization's first members. In 1899, Du Bois publicly defended Washington at an Afro-American Council meeting, particularly concerning his endorsement of black businesses. When a position as superintendent of Negro schools opened up in Washington, D.C., Washington contacted Du Bois, suggesting that he was a strong candidate, even though he was, ultimately, not offered the position. but they met for the first time to discuss the job opportunity. In the summer of 1903, Du Bois lectured at Tuskegee. The two men did not click during their encounters. Washington was perhaps the most powerful, influential, and calculating African American man in his day. Like many, he probably considered Du Bois an upstart in the realm of black leadership. While Du Bois chattered aimlessly with an unsuspecting openness, Washington was reticent and reserved, a man who observed the world from behind an unreadable mask. Circumstances contributed to the growing Du Bois and Washington rivalry. Du Bois was not altogether in agreement with Washington's opposition to black advancement in education and professional careers, or to his policy of non-interference, especially when it came to anti-black violence and the problems of suffrage and Jim Crow. In fact, since the lynching of Sam Hose and the Atlanta riot in 1906, Du Bois had become more radical and outspoken. That Washington was evasive and accommodating made a coalition between the two nearly impossible, as did the fact that Washington could not control or censure Du Bois. Washington was accustomed to getting his way, as well as to using his influence with the black press and powerful white individuals to destroy an opponent. The defining moment of the famous Du Bois-Washington conflict occurred in 1903, when Du Bois came to the defense of William Monroe Trotter, an ardent critic of Washington. That summer, Washington gave a presentation in Boston, Massachusetts. In attendance were the ultra-radical William Monroe Trotter and some associates who carried out a disruptive demonstration at the presentation. When Du Bois defended Trotter, Washington was not appreciative. When it became clear to Du Bois that he could not support the ultra-conservatism of accommodationism and was not welcome in Washington's crowd, he retreated to mobilize a plan of attack. It made no difference to Du Bois that Washington would be a formidable enemy. Meanwhile, Washington worked behind the scenes to discredit and demolish the young scholar's career, and he came close to succeeding. The Niagara Movement. The Niagara Movement, founded in 1905, was as much a reaction to Washington's tyranny as it was a campaign to alleviate the conditions facing 119 African Americans. Du Bois, William Monroe Trotter, and a handful of Washington opponents comprising intellectuals, ministers, and other middle-class professionals held their first meeting in Canada, near the Niagara River. Du Bois was elected the general secretary of the group, preferring that role to that of the president. As strident as his writings and speeches were, Du Bois remained an introvert at heart. All in all, the organization's success was limited. The Niagara Movement engaged in very little protest. Its two organs, the moon and the horizon, were too radical for, and thus unpopular with, most African Americans. Worse still was the fact that Washington and his so-called Tuskegee machine hounded them relentlessly. Anti-black incidents, such as the Atlanta riot in 1906, were on the rise. Fearing for the life of his family, Du Bois guarded his home with a rifle in his hand. Within a few years, Du Bois was scampering to find ways to save the floundering movement. He approached the American Negro Academy, the Afro-American Council, and the National Negro American Political League with the suggestion that they combine forces. The groups were not interested. It appeared that Du Bois was a marked man. No one wanted to be associated with him or with the Niagara Movement as long as Washington was at his heels. The Niagara Movement, riddled with internal problems and unable to withstand Washington's opposition, folded in 1910. In that same year, Du Bois faced problems of his own at Atlanta University. The state of Atlanta did not like the fact that white students were admitted there and that whites and blacks sat down at the same table and ate meals together. Adding to the institutional problems was a lack of monetary support. Behind the scenes, Washington was effectively strangling out his opposition. In the spring of 1910, Du Bois felt he had no other recourse than to submit his resignation. "I insist on my right to think and speak, but if that freedom is made an excuse for abuse of and denial of aid to Atlanta University, then with regret I shall withdraw from Atlanta University." But he was not done fighting. The NAACP years. Anti-black violence, not Booker T. Washington, was the primary motivation behind the establishment of the National Association for the Advancement of Colored People. In 1909, Du Bois and most of the members of the soon-to-be extinct Niagara movement joined an interracial group of scientists, philanthropists, attorneys, and social work professionals who came together to discuss ways to combat the eruption of anti-black riots, such as the one that occurred in the scorching summer of 1908 in Springfield, Illinois, and the general climate of racism that prevailed in the early 20th 120th century. Not everyone, for example William Monroe Trotter, was comfortable with the idea of working with whites. That Du Bois agreed to join this organization was a noble gesture, for at this stage, the organization was grassroots, penniless, and experimental, a far cry from the powerful institution that would eventually emerge. The NAACP had a rough start, but it did have some early successes, thanks in large part to Du Bois' contributions. Du Bois was elected Director of Publications and Research and editor of The Crisis. In 1910, he moved his family to New York. Establishing the magazine was not easy, for most members did not think it would be worth the time or the money. But Du Bois insisted upon it, and was thus forced to back his belief at his own expense. Initially, Du Bois financed the publication of The Crisis. Ultimately, the magazine more than paid for itself, for it was an overnight success. The first publication sold 1,000 copies. By 1918, it would sell more than 100,000. With the increasing success of The Crisis, NAACP membership soared. With the soaring popularity of Du Bois and the NAACP, Joel Elias Spingarn. American Jews have played an essential role in the historic struggle for civil rights for blacks. Prior to the civil rights movement of the 1950s and 1960s, which is so well known today, Joel Elias Spingarn made the courageous decision to help found an organization dedicated to eliminating Jim Crow laws. He targeted anti-black violence and tried to empower blacks with laws to enforce and protect their rights as citizens of the United States. Spingarn was one of many diverse individuals, such as W.E.B. Du Bois, Ida B. Wells Barnett, William English Walling, Mary White Ovington, and Oswald Garrison Villard, who formed the National Association for the Advancement of Colored People in 1909. Spingarn was born in New York City on May 17, 1875. While attending Harvard University, he met W.E.B. Du Bois. Upon graduation, he pursued two interests, literature and activism. He taught comparative literature at Columbia University in New York from 1899 to 1911. In 1919, he co-founded Harcourt, Brace, and Company, the renowned publishing firm. After helping to found the NAACP in 1909, he became its second president. He served as chairman of the board from 1913 until 1939. In 1913, he instituted the prestigious Spingarn Medal, awarded annually to honor extraordinary achievement among African Americans. Noted recipients of the award include activists W.E.B. Du Bois, Mary McLeod Bethune, A. Philip Randolph, Thurgood Marshall, Martin Luther King, Jr., Roy Wilkins, Rosa Parks, Jesse Jackson, Dorothy Height, and John Lewis. Spingarn died on July 26, 1939. 121. Booker T. Washington's stronghold on African American opinion weakened. As the NAACP evolved, it focused its efforts on an anti-lynching crusade and on targeting segregation in the nation's courtrooms. Although the crisis was Du Bois' main focus, he spread his energies toward other independent projects. In 1911, he participated in the National Race Congress in England. The objective of this culturally and racially diverse group was to debunk racist beliefs that were perpetuated by so-called scientific proof. In the same year, Du Bois became a member of the Socialist Party. Like a number of radical African Americans, socialism was appealing because it espoused an inclusionary philosophy. The traditional parties Democratic and Republican excluded, neglected, and in many ways reinforced racism and discrimination. However, Dubois left the Socialist Party a year later, since it seemed to him that it did more preaching than practicing when it came to the race issues. The crisis. It was in the massively popular NAACP organ, The Crisis, that Dubois wielded his broadest and most effective attack against racism and discrimination. The Crisis covered many issues affecting African Americans and Africans. It also treated its readership to a lighter fare, offering features on culture, religion, education, literature, and music. The views of the magazine were largely those of Dubois, whose treatments varied along with the vicissitudes of his opinion as events unfurled in the nation and the world. In 1911, Dubois, normally a pacifist, urged blacks to use self-defense in response to racist attacks. "If we are to die," he wrote, "let us perish like men and not like bales of hay." In subsequent editions, he promoted racial consciousness, protested against lynching, endorsed women's suffrage, and continued his criticism of Booker T. Washington. In 1912, during the so-called Bull Moose campaign, Dubois endorsed Woodrow Wilson, a Southern Democrat. Historically, African Americans had supported the Republican Party. Of the three prospects, Dubois held out more hope for Wilson, particularly when the candidate gave the impression that he would address the Negro problem. Dubois' endorsement was strong enough to persuade a number of African Americans to vote for Wilson. However, following Wilson's election, Dubois and many others were disappointed to see the creation of bills against intermarriage and for other discriminations in 8 states, and that while most of the proposed legislation in Congress was kept from the statute books, the administration carried out a segregation by color in the various departments which we had to fight for years. Racial antagonism increased when in 1915, D.W. Griffith's Birth of a Nation was released. Whites thronged to see the movie, while African Americans were outraged. The film was, in short, a propaganda film for the 122 Ku Klux Klan. Dubois and the NAACP led a public protest against the film. In the same year, Dubois argued against America's occupation of Haiti. As a Pan-Africanist, Dubois staunchly supported the independence of African countries. That fall, Dubois' arch-nemesis, Booker T. Washington, died. Dubois wrote a generous eulogy in The Crisis. The following year Dubois represented the NAACP in an attempt to unify the various African American protest organizations. The Armenia Conference was held in Armenia, New York. Swastika. The swastika is the emblem of the Nazi Party and the Third Reich, and also a term used to refer to Germany during Adolf Hitler's dictatorship from 1933 to 1945. The swastika is shaped like a cross and turned at each end in a right angle. It's considered a symbol of race hatred and invokes the ghastly horrors of the Holocaust. However, originally, the swastika was used by ancient cultures in China, Japan, India, and Europe as far back as 3,000 years ago to symbolize good luck, power, and strength. The bearers of the swastika and the dictator who led them were to Jews and other marginalized groups as white supremacist organizations, like the Ku Klux Klan, were to blacks in America. This comparison is dramatized compellingly in the 2000 documentary, From Swastika to Jim Crow. Hitler's reign was based on a diabolical philosophy in which the Aryan, or white, race was axiomatically superior to all others. Anyone who did not fit his perception of a perfect Aryan was not welcome in his country. This included Jews, the disabled, homosexuals, and all ethnic groups. He conducted horrific medical experiments on some minorities whom he took prisoner. Through the horrific action known as the Holocaust, a systematic genocide or mass murder, he massacred some 6 million Jews. He launched a military campaign against his neighbors to eliminate any opposition to his plan to conquer the world. However, his plot was thwarted when the Allied forces, including America, won World War II. Hitler committed suicide on April 30, 1945 rather than face capture. Some white supremacist groups in America have emulated the ideology and symbols of Nazi Germany, bearing the emblem of the swastika and mimicking the Nazi salute, the right arm extended out at an angle above the head. These organizations target blacks, Jews, and other groups. Members of the group known as the neo-Nazis, which formed after World War II, can be found almost anywhere in the world. In the United States, they go by one of several names: the American Nazi Party, the National Alliance, the National Socialist Vanguard, the Aryan Nation, and the United National Socialist Movement. In the modern world, wherever the symbol of the swastika is found, there follows a philosophy based on race hatred and white supremacy. 123. Beginning in 1917, the involvement of America in World War I against Germany and its allies consumed Du Bois' writings in the crisis. Personal health problems and subsequent surgeries did little to slow him down. Although Du Bois opposed war, he was intensely patriotic, encouraging African Americans to enlist. This stance caused one of his rivals, A. Philip Randolph, to criticize him, imploring why, considering the abuses and hostilities toward African Americans in their own country, they should participate in the war. Du Bois, however, saw the greater good in fighting for democracy abroad that would help the racial struggle at home. Du Bois and Randolph exchanged sharp blows in their respective newspapers throughout the course of the war. Most African Americans rallied behind Du Bois. In supporting the war, Du Bois made it clear that he was opposed to the practice of segregation and the abusive treatment of African Americans in the military, and he led protest efforts in support of that position. Military units did not integrate until 1948. At the end of the war, and despite the efforts of blacks in the war, African Americans fared no better than before. W.E.B. Du Bois did not lose heart, but went on to campaign for Wilson and in 1918 was offered an army commission in charge of dealing with race relations. Du Bois accepted but failed his army physical and was unable to serve. Du Bois carried on with his work. Roaring Twenties. In 1919, he was elected Executive Secretary of the First Pan-African Congress in Paris, France. Between 1918 and 1919, Du Bois wrote his first of 3 autobiographies, Dark Water, Voices from Within the Veil. It was published in 1921 at the start of an exciting time for African American culture, art, and literature. The 1920s was a bustling decade of African American creativity and race consciousness. Du Bois was at the heart of the action, publishing new African American authors and poets like Langston Hughes and Gwendolyn Bennett in the crisis. The aspect of race consciousness in the artistic explosion was especially appealing to Du Bois, who had celebrated African American culture before it was popularized by the Harlem Renaissance movement. Another newfangled development had captured Du Bois' attention. At first, when the short, stocky West Indian man arrived in town in 1916 and, in the following year, founded the Universal Negro Improvement Association division in New York, Du Bois paid no attention. When Garvey took to wearing a swashbuckling uniform and an outlandish plumed hat, Du Bois was mildly amused. When the stir Garvey created grew into a full-blown storm, Du Bois grew concerned. The charismatic Haitian, Marcus Mosiah Garvey, soon became the object of Du Bois' incisive, highly public scrutiny. The criticism was mutual. 124. Garvey accused Du Bois of being an elitist. Du Bois lambasted Garvey for what he considered to be his lofty and absurdly impractical dreams and his overly ambitious ventures. Garvey, however, was able to succeed where few leaders could. He mobilized the black working class under a radical program of black nationalism and race consciousness to a degree that astounded practically everyone. But Du Bois was of the opinion that Garvey's eventual failure, culminating in his deportment in 1927, was due to his own mismanagement of his organization and financial ventures. Du Bois had been interested in Africa for a long time, and in 1923 he was finally able to travel there. He went to the inauguration of President Charles D.B. King of Liberia to deliver a message on behalf of the American president. On his return to America, he led the campaign to fire Fayette McKenzie, then president of Fisk University, whom he felt was not adequately representing the race. 3 years later, Dubois went abroad again, visiting the Soviet Union, Germany, Turkey, and Italy. Following the Great Depression in 1929, the crisis suffered financially. As a result, Dubois found himself in an undesirable position. He would have to rely financially on the NAACP. This meant that his control of the political and radical direction of his paper would be compromised. Dubois stated that he realized his views were out of touch with my organization and that the question of leaving it was only a matter of time. He resigned in 1934. Returned to Atlanta University. In a fortunate turn of events, Dubois was welcomed back to Atlanta University in 1934, with a guarantee of leisure for thought and writing, and freedom of expression. This was an offer Dubois could not turn down. He was appointed to teach undergraduate and graduate students as professor and chairman of the sociology department. At age 66, Dubois was not ready to give up his work, nor could he afford, financially, to retire. Happily, he was vigorous in both mind and body. One drawback of his return to the socially stifling South was that his wife refused to join him. She moved to Baltimore to be close to their daughter. Dubois was busy during the years he taught at Atlanta University. He protested Jim Crow, taught night classes to African American workers, and started the Negro Book of the Year Club. He even taught on communism. Continuing his lifelong commitment to the written word, he published numerous works, most notably Black Reconstruction, an essay toward a history of the part which black folk played in the attempt to reconstruct democracy in America, 1860 to 1880. Dubois also wrote many weekly articles, such as those that were published in the Pittsburgh Courier. 125. In the spring of 1936, Dubois traveled to his old stomping ground of Germany as well as the Soviet Union, China, and Japan. He was horrified to discover that Adolf Hitler, a tyrannical ruler in Germany, was systematically exterminating anyone who opposed him, mainly Jews, but also communists, homosexuals, the physically handicapped, and anyone else who did not fit his idea of racial purity. During the Holocaust, blacks in Germany were sterilized, incarcerated, and victims of medical experiments. Between 1939 and 1945, Hitler's reign of terror claimed 11 to 14 million human lives. Dubois was one of his earliest and loudest objectors. Nationally, despite the controversial flight from the NAACP, Dubois was deemed a luminary and treated accordingly. He received honorary doctorates of law and letters from Atlanta and Fisk. On his 70th birthday he was honored with a lavish affair. His notoriety increased with the publication of Philon, a scholarly journal, and his second autobiography, Dusk of Dawn, an essay toward an autobiography of a race concept, both published in 1940. Meanwhile, tensions were running dangerously high across the globe. War had erupted on two continents, in Asia in 1937 and Europe in 1939. In the late 1930s, Dubois expressed opposition to America's involvement in the impending global war, particularly against Japan. He felt that racism was at the heart of America's animosity towards the Japanese. But when Japan invaded Pearl Harbor in 1941, Dubois rallied behind America in the war effort with the hope that securing democracy and freedom beyond its borders would aid the struggle at home. The war did not impede Dubois' productivity at Atlanta University in 1938, but growing resistance by the recently hired president and his conservative cronies on campus did. This opposition came at a critical point, when Dubois had several plans in the works, including more historical studies on African Americans and a reinstatement of the conferences he led during his earlier stint at the university. In 1944, a group met behind closed doors to discuss Dubois' future with the university. At the conclusion of the meeting, it was decided that Dubois must retire. A bewildered Dubois reluctantly formalized his resignation, noting that the result of this action was disastrous. Not only did it leave the study of African Americans in the hands of individuals he believed would misrepresent or neglect important facts, but it left him jobless, with only $5,000 in savings at the age of 75. After long and bitter protest, the university did, however, agree to pay him a stipend for several years. Return to the NAACP. In 1944, Dubois returned to the NAACP with the intention of resuming his uninterrupted focus on the crisis. Above all else, he desired the unbridled 126. Freedom to write as he pleased. He humbly requested an office for himself and one for a secretary. His repeated requests were denied. Dubois was a little overwhelmed by the size of the organization. The NAACP had grown significantly since he had been away. Dubois also observed that Executive Secretary Walter White ruled with a heavy hand. White, who had blue eyes and straight blonde hair though he identified himself as an African American, had served as NAACP Executive Secretary since 1931. Much of the success of the organization was due, in a big way, to his unilateral style, through which he unified the organization, prevented potential infiltration from subversive individuals and groups with contrary agendas, and guarded the organization's conservative image. Dubois, however, found White's approach controlling, stifling, and intolerable. He was one of very few who dared to challenge White. Under these dubious circumstances, Dubois forged ahead with multiple projects. In 1945, he was an NAACP representative at the founding of the United Nations and participated in the 5th Pan-African Congress in Manchester, England. He published Color and Democracy, Colonies and Peace, and Encyclopedia of the Negro Preparatory Volume. In 1947, he published The World and Africa, an inquiry into the part which Africa has played in world history. In the same year, he edited and presented an appeal against racism in America to the United Nations. Dubois also lectured, wrote numerous articles, attended conferences, and even taught at the New School for Social Research in New York. Dubois had many responsibilities outside of the NAACP, a fact that escalated the clashes between himself and White. At a board meeting, White called out Dubois for attending a meeting without his approval. For this and similar actions, Dubois felt that anything he did independently was looked at with suspicion. White even wanted to monitor the letters Dubois received from the crisis readers. On another occasion, Dubois was advised to keep out of politics. Dubois insisted that he had a right to attend any event independently of the organization and refused to permit White to read mail that was addressed directly to himself. Dubois finally composed a letter of complaint to the board members, stating as his chief concern what he perceived to be White's stranglehold over the organization and himself. Someone leaked the story to the officers of the organization and to the press. A week after Christmas, 1947, Dubois was fired. Outraged supporters of Dubois rallied behind him. Some suggested that he start his own organization. But Dubois had no interest in engaging in an all-out fight against the very organization he helped establish. 127. On his own. Following his dismissal from the NAACP, Dubois turned his attentions to other civil rights organizations. In 1948, he served as vice chairman of the Council on African Affairs. In 1950, he was the chairperson for the Peace Information Center and a candidate for the U.S. Senate in New York, running on the American Labor Party ticket. In the same year, his wife Nina died. A new era, a fight for his life. The party in honor of Dubois' 83rd birthday was not only an evening of celebration but a marshalling of support. Prior to the event, Dubois had been arrested and indicted for allegedly being an unregistered foreign agent. As a result, the party planners had to switch locations. The plush Essex house, where the party was originally scheduled to take place, did not want to be associated with Dubois. But the owners of a modest restaurant in Harlem were willing to open their doors for Dubois' celebration. But scores of invitees opted not to attend, some with awkward apologies, others in marked silence. This party was different from the one that had taken place more than a decade ago. Dubois' birthday speech incorporated an urgent declaration of his innocence and his resolve to fight the charges laid against him. The money that was collected that night went toward his defense. Dubois, a victim of the Cold War, had for some time been targeted as a communist. Because of heightened tensions between America and the Soviet Union, anyone who was sympathetic or could be linked to the Soviet Union or communism was suspect. The articles Dubois wrote often promoted communism or sympathized with communist countries, like the Soviet Union, and individuals, like Paul Robeson. The main reason for Dubois' arrest, however, was his participation in the Peace Information Center. Other members of the organization were also indicted, simply because the Justice Department had ordered the organization to register as an agent of a foreign principal. The group hoped that by dissolving in 1950 they would obviate their problem with the U.S. government. As far as Dubois' attorneys were concerned, the court system had no case against him, because the organization was not affiliated with a foreign agent, and it was no longer operating. Dubois and 5 others faced a heavy fine and 5 years in federal prison. Dubois, along with a band of his staunch supporters, waged a battle on his behalf. He was acquitted later that year. The indictment, however, proved detrimental to Dubois' freedom, and consequently, his work. During the trial, he was barred from lecturing and publishing in numerous newspapers. He was ostracized by other leaders. 128. And organizations, most painfully by organizations in which he had participated, like his graduate fraternity. Although individuals within the NAACP supported Dubois, the public statement given by the national office was innocuous. Following Dubois' acquittal, his situation worsened. That he could not speak freely at any venue or in any medium, was, to Dubois, most upsetting. Equally distressing was the fact that he was prohibited more than once by the U.S. government from traveling abroad. Still, he wrote. He chronicled his horrific ordeal in Battle for Peace, Black Flame Trilogy, The Ordeal of Mansard, Mansard Builds a School, and Worlds of Color. During this crisis, Dubois found emotional support in his new wife, Shirley Graham, whom he wed shortly after his 83rd birthday. Graham, a multi-talented beauty, had known Dubois most of her adult life. He had been her writing advisor as she toiled over her essays, plays, and compositions. She was also an activist, which added to their compatibility. Although she was some 28 years younger than Dubois, she was convinced that he needed her. Dubois adopted David, her son from her first marriage. In 1958, Dubois was finally permitted to travel abroad. He visited the Soviet Union, England, France, Sweden, and China. Though Dubois was vilified in his own nation, he was a celebrity abroad. In 1961, following the death of his daughter, Dubois accepted an invitation from President Kwame Nkrumah to go to Ghana and work on a grand project, the Encyclopedia Africana, which he had conceived back in 1909. Dubois also joined the Communist Party, though by doing so, he was prevented from ever returning to America, since, as a communist, he was not allowed to own a passport. Dubois became a citizen of Ghana in 1963. Dubois was rejected by his own country, not to mention by a number of African Americans. An emerging generation of African Americans kept in touch with the hoary man, who still wore his mustache and goatee and carried a cane. Illness and advancing age prevented Dubois from completing his Encyclopedia Africana and kept him indoors, away from the public. On August 27, 1963, he died at the age of 95, on the eve of the historic March on Washington. Dubois had known about the march before his death, and he had mixed emotions about it. His life's work was based on the struggle for equality and for civil rights. However, since his days with the American Negro Academy, he had espoused voluntary segregation. Dubois worried about the ramifications of integration on African American life and culture. The 250,000 individuals who attended the March on Washington gave Dubois a moment of silence in tribute to his activism, contributions, and sacrifices. It was an extraordinary gesture in honor of a man whose work helped provide the foundation for the struggle ahead. See also Marcus Garvey, A. Philip Randolph, and Ida B. Wells Barnett. 129. James Farmer. Library of Congress. James Farmer was the celebrated leader of the Congress of Racial Equality and one of the Big Six leaders of the Civil Rights Movement. Before the Montgomery bus boycott of 1955 and the subsequent proliferation of sit-ins and demonstrations that marked the Civil Rights era, there was James Farmer's memo, addressed to A.J. Must, the Executive Secretary of the Fellowship of Reconciliation. Farmer had just turned 22 in 1942 and had been employed by FOR as the Race Relations Secretary for only a year and a half when he composed that memo. Raised in the Jim Crow South and equipped with degrees from Wiley College and Howard University, the altruistic Farmer was intent on eradicating segregation in an aggressive, newfangled way. In the memo, he described a radical, revolutionary, and groundbreaking approach, using such controversial words as non-cooperation, economic boycott, civil disobedience, and mass action to urge the participation of blacks and whites working together, side by side. Farmer had no idea how Must would receive his ideas. FOR was a pacifist organization and concepts such as non-cooperation and civil disobedience had never before been used within the context of African American protest, not at least on the massive scale he envisioned. Unbeknownst to Farmer, his hero A. Philip Randolph conceived and implemented a similar plan when he launched his March on Washington Committee in the same decade. The March on Washington Committee, however, was a brief sensation. Farmer's idea was more far-reaching and would prove to be long-lasting. Must liked Farmer's memo, as did the rest of FOR. As a result, CORE was launched that summer. Farmer served as the national chairman from 1942 to 1944 and 1950. During the next decade, Farmer worked as a labor union organizer, as well as program director for the National Association for the Advancement of Colored People. But in 1961, Farmer was called back to CORE to lead the Freedom Rides. He served as the national director for CORE from 1961 to 1966, during the climactic years of the Civil Rights Movement. As leader of CORE, Farmer dealt with mobs, death threats, and arrests. He added his sonorous bass to the rousing freedom songs and catapulted CORE into the public consciousness as one of the most pivotal organizations in the civil rights movement. Farmer was at his best, or at least most comfortable, in the role of distinguished leader, presiding over a meeting or negotiation far from the frenzied mobs, out of the heat of the conflict. Farmer met often with the other captains of the movement, the other members of the elite Big Six, including Martin Luther King, Jr., Roy Wilkins, Dorothy Height, Whitney Young, and James Forman and John Lewis. He conferred with presidents, and in the late 60s, at the movement's end and after the rioting in the black ghettos of the North had subsided, he accepted a swanky office job in the nation's capital, taught at colleges and universities, and lectured. 132. Childhood. James Leonard Farmer was a smart and mischievous child, the latter being a sore spot considering that he was the son of a preacher. James Farmer, Sr. was an extraordinary man, a decorated scholar who could read, write, and speak Hebrew, Greek, Aramaic, and Latin, not to mention French and German. Pearl, James Jr.'s mother, met her future husband while they both attended Cookman Institute in Jacksonville, Florida. After receiving a teaching degree, she taught in Jacksonville, Florida until James completed the coursework for his doctoral degree. They then moved to Marshall, Texas, where their first child, Helen, was born in 1918. On January 12, 1920, James Leonard Farmer entered the world. When James was 6 months old, his father took a teaching position at all-black Rust College in Holly Springs, Mississippi. Given his father's standing on campus, James was treated very much like the son of a king. Within this environment, James felt safe and special. Life outside this all-black environment was a different story altogether. Remnants of slavery were rampant. A number of sprawling antebellum homes dotted the area, and the attitudes that had sustained the horrific practice were prevalent among local whites. As in many southern towns, there was an active chapter of the Ku Klux Klan. Indeed, the fact that James and his family were required to live in an all-black community and go to an all-black school was the result of Jim Crow law. At only 3 years old, James received his induction into Jim Crow life. James and his mother were in town when he asked for a Coke. His mother told him that he would have to wait until they got home. On seeing a white boy drinking a soft drink in a nearby store, James made another request, not understanding why they could not stop to get him a drink, especially since it was such a smoldering day. It was then that his mother explained to him Jim Crow law. Because they were black, she told him, they could not enter a white-only store. When Farmer was 5 years old, he learned about the strange practice of arranging the seating on a bus by skin color. On a bus ride home, James indicated to his sister and a cousin that he wanted to sit at the front of the bus, an area that was, unbeknownst to him, allocated for whites. James complained when his cousin shook her head no. His sister glared at him and he reluctantly traipsed behind them to the back of the bus. Refusing to let the conversation die, he asked, "Is it like this everywhere?" "No," the cousin replied, letting him know that in the North there was no such thing as Jim Crow. As with the previous incident, this information disturbed him and had a deep and lasting impression upon him. In 1925, James, Sr. decided to transplant the family back to Texas. He accepted a position as registrar and professor of religion and philosophy at James Farmer 133. Samuel Houston College. In Texas, James' boyhood played out like a scene from a Norman Rockwell painting. Despite his father's low wages, they lived adequately. Over the years, they were the proud owners of 2 pet dogs, Frisky and Carl, which made James the envy of other boys on the block. James had many chums and frequently visited the black movie theaters. His childhood heroes were larger-than-life figures such as cowboys, Tarzan, and Rin Tin Tin. Decked in his steel-plated shoes with a metallic click like the cowboys in the movies, James brought some of that movie magic to his own reality. Norman Rockwell. Parts of James Farmer's life conjure a nostalgia that was handcrafted in the paintings by Norman Rockwell. Not all of Farmer's life was terrible or burdened by daily racism or anti-black violence, as were the lives of the majority of blacks growing up in the 1920s and 1930s. Farmer enjoyed many simple, carefree days in his innocent boy's life, the type of image that was regularly studied by Rockwell. However, the reality was that Farmer lived in a segregated world, and he had to struggle to obtain the inclusion of African Americans into mainstream American life. For much of the 20th century, Norman Rockwell was famous for his depiction of wholesome and dulcet scenes from Americana. Born on February 3, 1894, in New York City, Rockwell started his career as an artist early, at age 18. His rise was steady and remarkable, and he was soon providing illustrations for a variety of mainstream publications. Over the course of his life, he married several times and had 3 sons. In 1963, during the climax of the civil rights movement, Rockwell departed from his former benign scenes and delved into more serious topics, including poverty and civil rights. His new work was famously featured in Look magazine. Rockwell never lived in the South, but he was aware of the civil rights movement, for their demonstrations were reported in newspapers and on television. Civil rights leaders were profiled in Time and other premier magazines. Rockwell produced riveting paintings, one called The Problem We All Live With, which depicts a young black girl named Ruby Bridges joined by federal marshals as she marches to integrate a school in New Orleans, Louisiana. Southern Justice chillingly portrays the death of 3 civil rights activists. Another painting, Negro in the Suburbs, depicts a black family integrating a white suburban neighborhood. The pictures were a remarkable contribution to the movement and showed the depth and character of a man touched by the world around him. Rockwell died on November 8, 1978. 134. James was a top student, but his behavior was hardly what was expected from the son of such a highly respected father. James was a fast study, but besides school smarts, Farmer was clever in ways that conjured images of Brer Rabbit, one of the most notorious trickster figures in African American folklore. Farmer disrupted class by projecting spitballs at classmates and got into fights that he could not win unless his sister was there to fight for him. In the one fight he managed to win on his own, he used the steel of his cowboy shoes to execute his decisive victory, although he later regretted the pain he caused his victim. Another time he turned the hefty school bully named Nelson into his personal bodyguard in exchange for doing his school work. Whites rarely penetrated into that forced all-black world, and African Americans infrequently crossed into the white world. This made for strange relations, as James later reflected when he saw the situation through adult eyes. Farmer described the whites he saw like those who owned the grocery store on the black side of town as figurines or robots. Having so little interaction with whites made them appear all the more mysterious to him. He longed to have a closer glimpse into their lives. Despite the misgivings of his parents, who wanted to insulate him from the potential dangers that could so easily erupt between the races, James' opportunity came when he took a job with a friend who was a caddy at the local country club. The job was problematic from the start. The unspoken rule at the golf club was that the white and black caddies occupied separate benches. One day, James sat in the white section not to cause trouble, though a brawl ensued nonetheless. A white caddy elbowed him until Nelson, James' friend and guardian, exchanged seats with him. The white boy outfaced Nelson, who stood his ground, and the subsequent fight was taken to a nearby lot. In a desperate move, the white boy brandished a knife, but his friends dragged him away, preventing a disastrous outcome. That was the end of James' career as a caddy. In the summer of 1927, James relished the chance at another glimpse into the mysterious white world when he briefly stayed with the son of a friend of the family who was recuperating from an illness. The mother of this household worked for a wealthy white family. Many days she would return home with her arms filled with treasures. James was exposed to sundry foods he had never heard of before, like durian fruit, Limburger cheese, and caviar. He was shown pictures of the white family's lavish home, containing luxuries he had only seen in movies. As payment for taking care of the convalescing son, he was given a sweater that belonged to the wealthy family. This sweater made James feel set apart from the rest of his neighbors. That winter brought forth more happiness with the birth of a brother Nathaniel and the acquisition of a new Dodge sedan for the family. However, one day when James was out for a drive in the new Dodge with his father behind the wheel, the vehicle struck and killed a pig along a country road. The owner of that pig confronted James' father. The white man toted a shotgun, greatly adding to the sinister tone of this encounter. He also purposely dropped the check James Sr. handed to him in payment for the pig, then commanded him to retrieve it, calling him a nigger in the process. This sort of behavior was not uncommon in the South. It was supposed to teach blacks their place. But for James Jr., it magnified his antipathy towards racism and the cowardly submission to it. James Jr. did not see that by picking up that check his father was saving himself and his family from unnecessary harm. He saw instead a practice he would never abide by. This experience and others like it had the opposite effect from what white supremacists wanted. In James' own words, it fostered the spirit of rebellion. Wiley College. In 1934, James Jr. entered Wiley College where his father taught. Though James was a mere 14 years old, he was a towering 6 feet tall, and awkward. He occupied himself with manifold activities, including the debate team, where he took part in lively critical discussions on the status of African Americans and was mentored by Melvin B. Tolson. James became captain of the varsity debate team, chairman of both the Chemistry Club and Dramatics League, and class president. He briefly joined the Omega Psi Phi fraternity, but later quit in protest when members of a fraternity were found to have cheated during the voting for homecoming queen. James and another student formed the first ever anti-Greek association. In the South in those days, almost everyone was a member of a fraternity or a sorority. It was considered unthinkable to challenge this long-standing tradition. While attending Wiley, James took 2 trips that had a lasting impact on him. One of them was a trip to Oxford, Ohio, where he was handpicked to represent a youth group of the Black Methodist Episcopal Churches at the Interracial National Conference of Methodist Youth at Miami University. Being one of the few blacks at a predominantly white conference was at first unsettling to James. He felt acutely self-conscious. But when the topic of a proposed federal anti-lynching bill was broached, he could not sit idly by. He was startled that some of the individuals present believed that legal action against lynching would be an offense to whites. James, who had been shy, suddenly spoke up, asserting, among other things, that the motion seeks not to whip the South or hurt its people. The purpose of this motion is to stop lynching now. His impromptu speech elicited an ovation. The second trip undoubtedly opened James' eyes to the possibilities of interracial understanding and cooperation. A white student named Cy Record from the University of Texas wanted to go to the National Negro Congress and Southern Negro Youth Conference meeting in Richmond, Virginia. He, 136, sought to travel with black students under the guise of being a black man, planning to pass through the most intensely racist route, possibly as a cross-cultural experiment. White Southerners were accustomed to the fact that some blacks, because of interracial mixing, simply looked white. James and another member of the debate team, Hamilton Boswell, agreed to go with Cy. For Cy, the experiment was humbling and more difficult than he had imagined it would be. During the course of the journey, he used the Black Conley water fountains and restrooms. He was speechless when he and James were refused dinner when they stopped at a restaurant, and endured the vulgarity of a racist deputy when he questioned why they were sleeping in the car. Cy remained quiet for much of the road trip. James sensed that he was laden with feelings of shame, guilt, and terrible fury. When they finally arrived in Virginia, James was starstruck by the presence of great leaders like A. Philip Randolph, of the Brotherhood of Sleeping Car Porters, and Dr. Ralph Bunche. At the conclusion of the trip, James related Cy's poignant epiphany: "I am not blind and I'm not insensitive. How could I possibly have grown up and lived in the South all these years without seeing, without knowing, the hell that we put you through every day of your lives?" V.F. Calverton, whom Farmer described as a literary critic, scholar, lecturer, writer, editor, hedonist, and bon vivant, was another white man who exhibited unusual empathy for and interest in African Americans. Farmer and Calverton met when Calverton was invited to critique one-act plays that had been written by the Wiley Drama League. Calverton was put out when he found out that he would not be staying on campus, telling the Drama League to invite me at some future date when you find the guts to fight those barbaric customs. Calverton's response thrilled Farmer. From that moment on, Calverton became a role model. Farmer idolized Calverton's liberality and outspokenness. Seminary school. Farmer was uncertain what to do upon graduation. He thought about becoming a doctor, but the sight of blood made him squeamish. He really wanted to make a career out of fighting against segregation, but he did not think that any job like that existed. He instead chose to follow his family to Washington, D.C., where his father took a job at the Howard University School of Religion. Farmer was admitted there in 1938. Critical to this stage of Farmer's life were his burgeoning relationships with Calverton and his favorite professor, Howard Thurman, his growing interest in politics, and his induction into the Fellowship of Reconciliation. Farmer spent many of his weekends with Calverton, who lived nearby in Baltimore. James Farmer, 137. Maryland. Calverton was influential in other ways besides his progressiveness. He was the antithesis of James' strict and puritanical father. Through their friendship, Farmer became more of a man of the world, distancing himself from the regimented spiritual world of his father. Indeed, Farmer would eventually break away from the religious traditions of his father. Professor Thurman, who took Farmer under his wing, guided him through meditations on Gandhi. Farmer embraced Gandhi as a solution to the racial ills of America. Through his understanding of his hero Gandhi, Farmer became a pacifist. Farmer augmented his coursework by dabbling in politics and joining for. He campaigned for a socialist candidate while he worked on his thesis. A critical analysis of the historical interrelationship between religion and racism, in which Farmer presented his criticisms on segregation, including his assertion that segregation perpetuated racism. He had aspirations of publishing his thesis in book form, but this goal did not come to fruition. When graduation day came, Farmer matriculated with exciting plans. He would not be a minister, instead, he was going to be an activist. He had found out that employment in activism was after all a possibility, a living could be made doing his dream job. With a race relations secretary job lined up in Chicago, Farmer's future was secure. As the national chairman of the Youth Committee Against War, Farmer was among many student leaders invited to attend a dinner with President Franklin D. Roosevelt on June 5, 1941 at the White House. Farmer was possibly the only black on this occasion. Also present was Eleanor Roosevelt, the tall and bespectacled sharp-minded and sharp-tongued progressive, one of the most important political allies of whom African Americans could boast. When she sat at Farmer's table, it was, undoubtedly, not on a whim. Farmer's first encounter with the president was not as gallant as he had hoped it would be. He felt he came across as too brash when he challenged the president to acknowledge the hypocrisy of identifying Britain and France as champions of freedoms despite their oppressive colonization of Africa. The president avoided Farmer's question. Eleanor Roosevelt tried to stick up for Farmer, to force her husband into addressing his point, but the president was too clever. Fellowship of Reconciliation. Farmer arrived in Chicago in the summer of 1941. His new life was thoroughly different from the one he had left behind in the South. Chicago's towering concrete buildings and lively metropolitan tempo, along with the fact that there were few places Farmer was denied access to, thrilled the young activist. But aside from the excitement of living in the progressive North, Chicago was far from perfect. Farmer found the dilapidated slums, where most of 138 the African American population barely maintained themselves, disturbing. A great percentage of these residents had come during the Great Migration, lured by the surge of new jobs created by the war. Since slavery, African Americans had idealized the North as a haven for the downtrodden and oppressed. But for many, even in the century of industrialization, the North was a will-o'-the-wisp. The fact that blacks faced dire poverty and had to compete for jobs and living space with whites and immigrants exacerbated racial tensions. This situation frequently produced violent encounters. Despite the grim realities of early 20th century America, Farmer had a solid and luminous start to his early adulthood. One of his duties was to lecture in other parts of the country. Farmer traveled to places most African Americans would never have the privilege to see. He enjoyed his job immensely. Fellowship of Reconciliation. The Fellowship of Reconciliation is a pacifist and Christian-based organization founded in 1915 in Cambridge, England. An American for group was started in the same year by 68 pacifists. Many of them were Quakers or members of the Society of Friends, who, since the 17th century, had promoted pacifism as well as gender and race equality. This translated into an easy transition when FOR took on a major role during the burgeoning civil rights movement. In 1947, FOR staffers James Farmer, George Hauser, and Bernice Fisher established the new civil rights organization, the Congress of Racial Equality. Eventually, CORE became an independent organization, and as such, launched radical direct action demonstrations throughout the South. In the same year, FOR participated in the Journey of Reconciliation. This little-known demonstration was launched to test the Supreme Court ruling that prohibited Jim Crow in interstate travel. This demonstration ended without sensation, in large part because the media did not cover it. Media coverage was essential to the success of the movement. In 1955, FOR assigned a white Methodist minister to aid Dr. Martin Luther King, Jr. during the Montgomery bus boycott in Montgomery, Alabama. The contribution of FOR was laudatory, particularly since the organization was pacifist and many of the demonstrations were considered controversial, because force was used, however indirectly. The organization wanted to steer as far away as possible from any appearance of violence. FIR's contributions are significant because it was one of the few predominantly white organizations to assist other civil rights organizations. James Farmer 139. Farmer surrounded himself with white friends, most of whom were pacifists, like himself, and socialists. Their eagerness to listen to Farmer's thoughts and frustrations with racism and their enthusiastic encouragement of his ideas provided a nurturing environment in which he thrived. There was Bernice Fisher, a spirited rebel and college student adamantly opposed to racism, and Ben Siegel, a Jewish intellectual who was in charge of the regional office of the Keep America Out of War Committee. Siegel was not only a friend, but his roommate, a fact which, even in Chicago, would prove problematic. But it also provided further motivation for Farmer to execute a plan that had been percolating in his mind, to obliterate inequality, once and for all. It took all summer and most of the winter for Farmer to compose the words for what he described as a master plan, a blueprint for winning equality, self-consciously adding that it was the pretentiousness of youth that prodded him steadily forward. This plan was meant to eclipse the strategies of extant organizations like the National Association for the Advancement of Colored People and the Urban League, which Farmer, in his youthful vigor, assumed were inadequate because so little progress had been gained. In hindsight, Farmer acknowledged that he, of all individuals, was hardly equipped for such a colossal and imposing challenge. What he did have was youthful energy, a strong desire, and a revolutionary idea, involving direct action and the practical application of concepts he had learned from his study of Gandhi. He articulated his thoughts to his closest friend, Bernice, who shared his enthusiasm. The form of this plan would not materialize until many months later. Until then, Farmer spent many hours staring at a clean notepad, oblivious to the whirring of automobiles and blaring sirens outside his flat. Occasionally he sprawled a title he had come up with some time ago, Provisional Plans for Brotherhood Mobilization, across a desolate page. But his thoughts drifted between his plan and the image of the lovely woman who worked at the local drugstore. Farmer enjoyed a cigar from time to time, but he was not a voracious smoker. To Winnie, the African-American checker who saw him almost daily, alternately ringing up his purchases of cigars and gum, his motives were suspect. Farmer had fallen hopelessly in love with Winnie the moment he set eyes on her and was certain that she felt the same. But both were too shy to ask the other out. Farmer told Bernice about Winnie, but unlike her reaction to his revolutionary ideas, she was unimpressed. Her main complaint was that Winnie was not like them and had virtually nothing in common with Farmer. She was not an activist. James and Bernice took great pride in being pacifists and activists. They associated with like-minded activists and were always mulling over and discussing worldly matters. There was hardly anything else worth talking about for them. At the heart of their community was an edgy eagerness to voice and demonstrate their opinions, to be actively involved in some meaningful cause. 140. Farmer's chance to demonstrate his objection to the war came in the winter of 1941, when he received a draft letter shortly after America entered into the Second World War. Farmer was nervous but resolute when he stood before the all-black draft board in Washington, D.C., explained his denunciation of the war, and then handed a document for conscientious objectors and his personal statement to the chairman. When the chairman chose to defer Farmer not for the reason he gave but because he considered him a minister since he had a theology degree, Farmer was shattered. He thought that the conscientious objection was a noble stance. Besides, he was not even an ordained minister. Nor did he share the faith of his father any longer. The chairman explained that he wanted to keep down the number of objections, it was nothing personal. Farmer reluctantly accepted the explanation. Farmer finished off the year with 2 trips, first to New York to attend a for-staff conference and for a meeting with A.J. Must, the executive director of the organization, and then to visit his family who still lived in Washington, D.C. In his New York office, Must was far from receptive as he listened to Farmer eagerly describe the idea for the provisional plans. Must impressed upon Farmer that he should focus on galvanizing new members. As for provisional plans, he requested that Farmer put something together on paper and send it to him. When Farmer arrived at his family's home in Washington, D.C., he took off his suit and relaxed. It was good to see his family again. At only 14, Nathaniel stood nearly as tall as Farmer. The two brothers boxed and played ping-pong, while his sister, a graduate student, questioned the practicality of Farmer's career choice. Why could he not get a sensible job, she asked him. She did not understand why he accepted a low-paying job that might occasionally result in imprisonment. But the highlight of the winter of 1941 had nothing to do with the war, or the lackluster but pivotal meeting with Must. Rather, it was the letter he received from Winnie. Unable to bring himself to ask her out directly, he had written Winnie a letter, asking if she would go on a date with him. The date with Winnie occurred shortly after his return from lecturing in Pittsburgh, Cleveland, Detroit, Madison, and Milwaukee. Farmer was the first to arrive. He felt surprisingly confident and revealed his feelings to her. She felt the same but had bad news: she was married, though in the process of getting a divorce. Farmer would wait for her. In the meantime, he had enough to keep him busy. He had that memo to write and send to Must. Farmer worked feverishly on the memo. At last the words streamed effortlessly from his hand. When he had completed the last sentence with a flick of wrist, he typed it up and mailed it to Must. It was dated February 19, 1942, and contained a summary of his plan to combat racism, discrimination, and segregation by utilizing nonviolent mass direct action demonstrations involving blacks, whites, and Jews. In other words, this was to be a racially inclusive undertaking. James Farmer 141. While Farmer waited for Must's response, he had the opportunity to put his plan into action. Bernice gave a copy of Farmer's memo to a white graduate student and pacifist at the University of Chicago, Jimmy Robinson. Jimmy told Farmer of his own idea to challenge segregated housing. He wanted a group of blacks and whites to live together in a house in a predominantly white neighborhood. The name of this house would be the Boys Fellowship House. He asked Farmer if he would be interested in participating when they met for coffee at Jack Sprat Coffee House. Farmer gladly accepted the invitation. But he was chagrined when the unexpected happened during their conversation. Farmer was caught off guard when the manager of the coffee house told him that he could not serve him because he was black. All his life it seemed Farmer had been waiting for the chance to challenge racism, and then when the opportunity came, he was speechless. Robinson was the hero during the subsequent exchange, pointing out to the manager that Jim Crow was illegal in Illinois. The manager relented and served Farmer. But he charged Farmer more than the regular cost of the donuts. Robinson again took the initiative and told the manager that Farmer was going to pay the regular price, then suggested they make the Jack Sprat Coffee House the first test case for his direct action idea. Farmer and a group of black and white youths returned to the coffee house for what would be the first unofficial interracial sit-in. Winnie, visibly uncomfortable, was there too. Farmer, Bernice, and Jimmy instructed the activists on what not to do: no loud talking or abusive language or otherwise unruly behavior. It was Bernice who had a hard time staying calm. She was ready for a fight. "Unclench your fists and ungrit your teeth," Farmer warned playfully. "If you slug this man, you'll blow the whole thing." For all their trouble, the group was served dinner with no incident. When they departed, the manager threw out the money they paid for the meals. The change clattered noisily on the empty street. No one returned to retrieve it. The small band of activists returned to the Boys Fellowship House, which by then was up and running, where they processed what had just happened and what to do next. The meeting affirmed much. For one, Jimmy and Bernice would share leadership with Farmer. However, the ideology of the group belonged solely to Farmer. Also, the lack of African American participation needed to be remedied. They all agreed that the coffee house had not seen the last of them. Not only that, but they wanted to stage more demonstrations at other venues. For the Jack Sprat campaign, Farmer suggested that he pursue negotiations with the manager. The excitement and newness of this venture was stimulating to Farmer, but it did not mitigate the pain he felt when Winnie broke up with him. Bernice had warned Farmer that he and Winnie were a poor match and pointed out that Winnie was the only one at the Jack Sprat demonstration not to participate in the discussion back at the boys' house. Bernice was right. 142. Winnie was not an activist. The demonstration at the coffee house overwhelmed and frightened her, and she left Farmer because of that. Farmer's self-prescribed remedy was to work. There was much to do. In addition to the ongoing coffee house demonstration, the residents of the Boys Fellowship House were being threatened with a lawsuit by the owner of the house. A third campaign to integrate a popular local skating rink was in the works. In response to the pending lawsuit against the Boys Fellowship House, Jimmy suggested that they refuse to leave the premises. Legally, the owner did not have a case. Segregated housing was not lawful in the state of Illinois. However, the young men at the boys' house were forced to move to a different neighborhood when the owner opted not to renew the lease. The White City roller skating rink campaign, in which Farmer played a substantial role, fared little better. For years, the owners of the skating rink skirted around the issue of admitting blacks by claiming that the rink was a private club. Not so ironically, this club was all white. To challenge this, white members of Farmer's group paid for tickets and entered the skating rink. Both Farmer and another African American were refused tickets and told that the skating rink was for private club members only. Farmer told the manager that there were whites who were admitted into the skating rink without membership to any private club. On Farmer's recommendation, the group chose to challenge the skating rink by utilizing the legal system. 3 White City employees were arrested but were let out on bail raised by Farmer's group. When the case came to trial, the judge acquitted the 3 employees but not before admonishing them for excluding blacks and also recognizing Farmer's effort. When Farmer traveled in the spring to a FIR meeting in Columbus, Ohio to answer questions about his memo, he took Bernice and 2 other white friends with him. Farmer borrowed a car from an individual who resembled, in spirit and appearance, a hippie before the subculture came into existence in the 1960s. On one side of the garishly decorated car were the words "Peace is God's way," and on the other "War is Satan's way." Swelling with idealism and promise, the small band of crusaders traversed the open highways. At the meeting, Farmer was luminous as he spoke before the council members and staff. He talked about his memo and reported on the Chicago demonstrations, which were essentially trial runs of the formal program outlined in his letter. His audience had many questions. Of paramount concern was the fact that the demonstration seemed to them a form of force. They also did not like the fact that arrests had been made. These methods conflicted with FIR's stringent opposition to any form or appearance of violence. Nonetheless, it was agreed that Farmer was onto something. Perhaps a program should be created that was not associated with FIR. Farmer would have to wait longer for final authorization. James Farmer 143. Back in Chicago, momentum was building. Bob Chino came up with a name for Farmer's group. The name, core, would refer to the literal meaning of the word, the central or essential part of something. It was determined that the acronym for CORE would stand for Committee of Racial Equality but later be changed to Congress for Racial Equality. Farmer was elected chairman, Bernice secretary, and Jimmy treasurer. In May 1942, CORE launched its first sit-in, a reprisal of the Jack Sprat Coffee House demonstration. On the day of the sit-in, the servers were up in arms, especially since the demonstration caught on with customers who were not members of CORE. Many of the unsuspecting diners pushed their plates away and refused to eat their meals when black activists were denied service. A server called the police, who had already been notified by Farmer about the scheduled sit-in. When the police arrived, they confirmed that the restaurant legally could not deny blacks the right to eat in the coffee house. The activists ate well that night. While CORE flourished, Farmer's love life was going nowhere. Winnie reappeared in his life, then, without warning, she left Farmer for a second time. She married another man and moved to Detroit. Farmer contacted her, and Winnie promised to dissolve the marriage and marry Farmer as soon as the divorce was final. Core was taking off with considerable speed, although it was not yet in the limelight. In those early years, Farmer wrote, most of the world knew. V for victory. The V for victory sign is made by raising a hand, palm out, and holding the index finger and the middle finger to form a V shape, while the other fingers are clenched together. During demonstrations waged by the Congress of Racial Equality, the sign was used among activists. The gesture signifies not only solidarity toward a common goal but encouragement during adversity. While jailed on one occasion, a white activist made the V for victory sign and everyone responded immediately with joyous acclamation and singing. Gestures and singing were important symbols of the civil rights movement, and were employed regularly to maintain the momentum of activists to help prevent fatigue or emotional weariness. The origins of the V sign are explored in Gestures, The Origins and Distribution, written by Desmond Morris. Notwithstanding its use during the civil rights movement, the gesture is most known to have been used during protests against the Vietnam War by hippies. However, their use of the V sign did not refer to victory, rather, it signified peace. 144. Nothing about it? There was no television to catch the drama, and the press largely ignored it. When CORE became a national organization, Farmer was elected the national chairman. CORE moved Farmer to its New York office. Although Farmer had been authorized to establish CORE as a separate organization from FOR, he still received a FOR paycheck. At that time, members of CORE did so voluntarily, without receiving payment. Farmer felt that the move to New York was to make sure that FOR would remain his priority. Farmer had always wanted to live in New York, which in the 1940s was a hub for intellectual, artistic, and literary African American life and talent. Farmer desired to be a part of the excitement, but there were drawbacks. He was far away from his friends and his beloved CORE. This distance proved to be problematic. Between lecture tours and other FOR commitments, Farmer was hard-pressed to find time for CORE. Like many American leaders, Farmer feared, during the period of the Red Scare, that his absence left his organization vulnerable to attack. In June 1943, James married Winnie. 2 years later, he resigned from FOR. Must was unhappy with Farmer's performance. So was Farmer. The strain of working two organizations was too much. Farmer wanted to continue working with CORE, but he felt he had to look for paid work now that he was married. With CORE and FOR seemingly behind him, he looked for work elsewhere. The job opportunities that propelled Farmer into uncharted territory as a labor leader were a financial relief but not completely satisfying. At first, his life appeared to be moving upward, with Winnie's announcement of her pregnancy and employment as an organizer for the Upholsterers International Union of North America in Martinsville, Virginia. Farmer gave lectures on soapboxes and mobilized African American participation in the union. Historically, African Americans had been extremely leery of joining labor unions. Experience had taught them that the assertion of rights, demands, and complaints and organizing offered only strife, firings, and violence. The other issue was that the labor unions were notorious for snubbing and discriminating against African Americans. When 81 black workers from the Stanley Furniture Company sent in their membership cards to the union, Farmer promised them that he would keep those cards in a secure place. But 78 of those men were fired shortly thereafter. Farmer promptly filed a lawsuit. On the home front, Farmer was losing ground. Winnie found a love letter from another woman in his coat pocket and confronted him on it. Emotions flared. With the situation still unresolved, Farmer left town for business. During his absence, Winnie miscarried. Farmer returned home to be with Winnie. She recovered, but the relationship proved to be irreparable. In 1946, Farmer was still wrestling with his marriage troubles when he received an invitation to participate in the journey of reconciliation, a James Farmer 145. Collaborative demonstration between FOR and CORE to test the Supreme Court ruling that desegregated interstate travel in the South. With deep regret, Farmer had to decline. He could not afford to take time off work to venture on another civil rights crusade, no matter how badly he wanted to do it. In that same year, James and Winnie divorced. In 1947, Farmer lost his job due to cutbacks at work, precipitating a return to New York. Farmer met the fair-haired and blue-eyed Lula Peterson at a dinner date with friends shortly after his arrival. They had first met at a CORE fundraiser a few years prior, when she was a senior at college and a member of CORE in Evanston, Illinois. Farmer later revealed that Lula was the woman who had written the letter Winnie found in his pocket. Lula now lived in New York and worked as a secretary while aspiring to be an actress. Lula and Farmer faced challenges from the start. Although they traveled in liberal circles, there were many who opposed their marriage, including Winnie. Upon hearing of the forthcoming wedding, she wrote Farmer, pleading that he not marry Lula and to give her another chance. Farmer wrote her back, telling her that he was going ahead with the marriage. The other challenge was that Lula had Hodgkin's disease, and she did not know how much time she had to live. What she did know was that a pregnancy could be fatal in her condition. And they both wanted children. Despite these obstacles, the two married in 1950 and settled into their new jobs. James was hired on as a field secretary with the League for Industrial Democracy. Lula became the director of program budget for the Institute of International Education. His responsibilities included organizing college student groups. Farmer found that he enjoyed working with young adults. This discovery helped make up for the unimpressive pay. In that same year, the Farmers devoted as much time as possible to the local CORE group. For Farmer, the latter seemed to make all the difference in the world. While married to Winnie, he felt as if he had to choose one or the other. With Lula, they shared a love for the struggle. By now, Farmer's old friend Jimmy Robinson was in charge of CORE. Lula helped with the accounting. Their home, in Greenwich Village, was a meeting space for frequent CORE gatherings. Nonetheless, Farmer was open to other employment opportunities and pursued the various job offers that came his way, although the outcome was always the same. The United Auto Workers Union withdrew their offer when it was found out that Farmer was married to a white woman. The offer extended by Roy Wilkins at the National Association for the Advancement of Colored People presented an intriguing opportunity, being that the NAACP was the strongest, longest-running, and most prestigious civil rights organization in the country. When Wilkins asked Farmer to consider a position working with young adults, Farmer drew up a program akin to CORE that included a litany of direct action programs, such as sit-ins by the association's youth and student chapters at lunch counters and 146 restaurants, stand-ins in cafeteria lines, wait-ins at hotel registration desks, ride-ins in non-Jim Crow coaches on trains and front seats of buses, and wait-ins in public beaches and swimming pools. Farmer was again passed over. Undoubtedly, his program was too radical for the notoriously conservative NAACP, which favored negotiations, court cases, and occasional marches and picketing over direct action demonstrations. In 1955, Dr. Martin Luther King, Jr. piloted the first major demonstration of the modern civil rights movement with the Montgomery bus boycott. A. Philip Randolph called a meeting with Farmer and Bayard Rustin, who had been one of the foreplanners of the journey of reconciliation in 1947. On the agenda was how to provide support to King, a newcomer to high-profile leadership. Farmer suggested that Bayard Rustin be the one to go to Alabama to help advise King. Privately, the success and publicity that surrounded the boycott pained Farmer a little. It was clear that he would not be sharing the limelight at this historic hour. His wife tried to soften the blow. "You tilled the field, Jim. I know you'll share in the harvest. I know you will." Roy Wilkins's second invitation to Farmer to join the NAACP staff provided some consolation to his wounded pride. Wilkins was now the executive director. Walter White, under whose authority he had previously been, suddenly died in March. Wilkins hoped Farmer would accept the position of activities coordinator. It was not long before Farmer regretted his decision. The others were suspicious of Farmer, the newcomer. He was never made to feel a part of the team. Hemmed in by politics, ideological differences, and iron-tight wills, Farmer was unable to execute his program. The birth of Tammy Lynn Farmer on February 14, 1959 was a joyous moment for the Farmers. It presaged another birth that was taking place throughout the South. In 1960, Farmer, along with the rest of the world, watched in suspense as the sit-in movement unfolded following an unexpected demonstration by college students, unaffiliated with any organization, at a Woolworth store in Greensboro, North Carolina. King's Southern Christian Leadership Conference immediately stepped in to help mobilize the young adults, resulting in the formation of the Student Nonviolent Coordinating Committee. Many of the youths who did not join the new organization opted to sign up with CORE. The leaders of the NAACP harbored mixed emotions. Sit-ins represented a rash form of activism that could potentially compromise the movement. As for Farmer, the excitement the sit-ins created conjured up the thrill of his youthful forays in Chicago. In 1961, the opportunity of a lifetime to be the national director of CORE was presented to Farmer. But it came with a price. It was felt that the current director, Jimmy Robinson, was not forceful enough to lead the organization forward into the final phase of the civil rights movement. The other issue was that he was white, and it was believed that it was time an African American should lead the organization. Notwithstanding his own James Farmer 147 desires to head CORE, Farmer believed the reasons for Robinson's dismissal had merit. But Jimmy was an old friend, a co-pioneer in the initial formation of the organization. In the end, Jimmy remained on staff, under Farmer, as the organization's fundraiser. Freedom Rides. Farmer promised CORE activists that he would be a hands-on leader, not one to hide behind closed doors, flanked by stacks of papers. Shortly after starting his new job, Farmer was catapulted into the historic Freedom Rides, which, like its forerunner, the not-so-well-known Journey of Reconciliation, would challenge the Supreme Court ruling that prohibited segregation in interstate travel. Only this time the activists would challenge Jim Crow bus seating as well as the use of facilities at the terminals, and they would travel through the notorious nether regions of the South where anti-black sentiment ran high and vicious. Not everyone was gung-ho over the Freedom Ride idea. Roy Wilkins tried to persuade Farmer against it, but Farmer could not be convinced that the Freedom Rides were a foolhardy plan. Wilkins, however, offered his support during the volatile Freedom Rides, particularly providing the bail money when arrests were made. In preparation for the upcoming rides, Farmer required that activists, including black and white members of CORE and SNCC, undergo an intensive orientation and training program. The training comprised various talks by professionals on the legal aspects of the challenge and on the dangers the Freedom Riders would face as well as role-playing sessions. On May 4, 1961, 13 Freedom Riders solemnly set out from Washington, D.C. on 2 separate buses. The plan was to arrive in New Orleans, Louisiana on May 17. Farmer was unable to join the first stage of the trip from Atlanta, Georgia to Montgomery, Alabama, because he had to attend his father's funeral. He thus narrowly missed what turned out to be a violent confrontation throughout. No one escaped unscathed, but there were no deaths, not yet, at least. The photo of the riders' burning bus emblazoned the Washington Post, and it became the quintessential symbol of freedom. The two blended symbols implied a profound message, that freedom would come about through nonviolent struggle and violent backlash. The formula was right on, and in the months and years to come, pugnacious whites unwittingly helped speed the process towards civil rights legislation with their vicious opposition. Farmer arrived in Montgomery just in time to get caught in the riotous mob that besieged the Freedom Riders and supporters at the First Baptist Church. Martin Luther King, Jr., who was on CORE's National Advisory Board, facilitated the rally. He called Attorney General Robert Kennedy for help. Kennedy asked that the ride stop, at least temporarily, to cool the 148th situation. King turned to Farmer. Even if Farmer had wanted to stop the freedom rides, the indomitable spirit of the movement had a force of its own that could not be extinguished, and the freedom riders were in no mood to turn back. The crisis at the church impelled the government to respond, whether it wanted to or not. It took hundreds of U.S. Marshals and armed National Guardsmen to quell the fire the freedom rides had stoked. Farmer had made up his mind, at least he thought he had, to not join the freedom riders in Mississippi. It would be suicide. The recent death of his father was emotionally difficult, and the thought of facing his own mortality was unnerving. But on the day of the departure of a bus carrying freedom riders, Doris Castle, a 17-year-old CORE activist, beseeched Farmer to join them. Farmer climbed into the bus. When the freedom riders reached Mississippi, everyone was arrested. Farmer stayed 40 days in jail. During that time, the activists were severely tested. They would have to endure execrable meals, abusive treatment, and humiliation. Because Farmer was the leader, he was treated with a modicum of respect. He tried to use his influence to improve the conditions during their time in jail, but there was little even he could do. To strengthen each other's courage and to frustrate the guards, they sang protest songs. Farmer observed that imprisonment had a strange effect on the activists. It impacted individuals differently. The younger ones had left a little of their youth in the prison cells, they had aged, matured. The older were surely younger now, more enthralled with freedom, imbued with its quest. It also served as a badge of honor, a rite of passage. The benefits of these sacrificial imprisonments were myriad. They brought attention the struggle for civil rights. They helped propel a resistant national government to action, resulting in the enforcement of the ruling that barred the practice of Jim Crow on interstate buses and facilities, beginning on November 1, 1961. When Farmer was released from the Parchman State Penitentiary in July, he was rewarded with instant celebrity and entrance into the vanguard of civil rights leadership. Council on United Civil Rights Leadership. The Big Six was a term used to describe the collaboration of the top leaders of the civil rights movement. Stephen Currier, a wealthy philanthropist, was instrumental in putting these individuals together. Officially, they became known as the Council on United Civil Rights Leadership. The leaders included Farmer, Dorothy Height, Martin Luther King, Jr., Roy Wilkins, and Whitney Young, with John Lewis and James Forman alternating to make up the six. Currier met regularly for the purpose of discussing strategy, participating in fundraising campaigns, and keeping the lines of communication open, which James Farmer 149 was no easy task, as Farmer later observed. Disagreements flared frequently, particularly because of ideological conflicts, personality differences, and competition for funds, attention, and recognition. Due to their reliance on nonviolent direct action and civil disobedience tactics, John Lewis and James Forman's SNCC and King's SCLC were most similar to CORE. But Forman was contentious and obstinate while Lewis was quiet and had an easygoing manner. King was by far the most popular leader with the media and the public, but away from the adoring crowds he was demure. On the conservative side were the other leaders. Wilkins, leader of the longest-running civil rights organization, the NAACP, was, in Farmer's words, acerbic and caustic, while his alter ego, Young, of the Urban League, which was primarily a social service organization and a well-funded one at that, was the quintessential negotiator and peacemaker. Height, the head of the National Council of Negro Women, maintained an air of professional poise. At the end of the day, the leaders all recognized the important contributions of each organization and attempted to support one another. The power and influence that these leaders wielded individually and collectively, through KRL, is evidenced by the fact that U.S. presidents took notice of them and invited them regularly to the White House. Tête-à-têtes between civil rights leaders and presidents were crucial to the gains that were made during the course of the movement. Nevertheless, most, if not all, of these leaders were under surveillance by the FBI. So too were the leaders of the nascent Black Power movement. But these leaders were excluded from presidential gatherings. Instead, they were marked as vicious rabble-rousers and menaces. Malcolm X was one of those militant leaders on the rise. James Farmer met Malcolm X during a public debate that was broadcast on a radio station. Farmer was the only leader in the exclusive leaders club to agree to debate with Malcolm X. But he and Farmer got along, despite their differences of opinion, in large part because Farmer was willing to break bread with him. Farmer and Malcolm X debated more than once and had more than one casual conversation over coffee. Following one televised debate, Malcolm insisted they stop the public debates, feeling that their exchanges were nothing more than sensationalized entertainment. Farmer and Malcolm maintained their relationship through the latter's ideological metamorphosis following a trip to Mecca in 1964, which aligned him closer to Farmer and the other integrationists. Farmer was the only civil rights leader of the Big Six to attend his funeral when he was assassinated in 1965. Core challenges. During the tumultuous 60s, Farmer kept himself and Core in the thick of action. A steady stream of sit-ins, marches, and other demonstrations. 150. Kept him in tune with his members and also kept him spry and youthful. Core was an outlet for spirited, idealistic youths and a resource for blacks and whites working side by side to challenge Jim Crow and the racially hostile climate it bred. That they worked together was daring and radical. However, conflict smoldered beneath this smooth surface. One of the first serious moments of strife occurred early on at the annual convention in 1961. Jimmy Robinson and a woman named Gladys Harrington were part of a plot to remove Farmer from his position and replace him with Reverend Fred Shuttlesworth of SCLC. The plot failed. In the aftermath, Jimmy resigned and Gladys conceded that she had been in the wrong. According to Farmer, she told him that she thought going to be just a blackface. She assumed that his marriage to a white woman would somehow compromise him and, subsequently, Core. Leadership, black or white? Racial tensions were a continual theme within Core. In the late spring of 1963, Core's National Action Council was split on who would take Charlie Oldham's place as the national chairman. When Oldham recommended a white man, whom he deemed the best qualified for the job, Farmer bristled. There is no way that a white man can be titular head of what Louis Lomax has called the Negro Revolt at this point in history, he explained, and was called a racist, a black nationalist, a Garvate, a black Muslim for it. To be sure, and everyone in Core knew this, an emerging black consciousness was sweeping over the nation, and it was feared that it would destroy Core. In the end, Farmer got his way when his endorsement, Floyd McKissick, was elected. March on Washington for Jobs and Freedom. McKissick was also Farmer's pick for his replacement at the legendary March on Washington that took place in August 1963. Farmer's absence at the massive demonstration irritated the leaders of KRL. Everyone but Farmer and Dorothy Height gave speeches at the podium on the steps of the Lincoln Memorial. Farmer felt obligated to choose jail time over attending the march. He had been arrested following a march in Plaquemine, Louisiana. But he and the other jailed activists watched the historic moment on a television that was carried into their cell. A few days after Farmer was let out of jail, pandemonium ensued. Situated between acres of farmland and swamps, with few roads leading out, Plaquemine became a scene of inescapable horror. Troopers attacked the activists who had participated in the march with tear gas, billy clubs, chains, and ropes. No one could get a call through for help. Most of the James Farmer 151 marchers ran to the nearby Plymouth Rock Church. The screams from the injured and cries that pierced the air mingled with prayers and protest songs. Farmer himself hid in the church, which offered little refuge. Farmer, a mob target, had to be secreted away in the back of a hearse. Mississippi Freedom Summer. Undaunted by the dangers and hazards of an activist's life, Farmer authorized Corps' involvement in the Council of Federated Organizations. COFO included the NAACP, SCLC, and SNCC. In 1964, COFO launched the Mississippi Freedom Summer Project, which incorporated a voting registration campaign, the establishment of freedom schools, and support for the Mississippi Freedom Democratic Party. In June, 2 Jewish staff members, Michael Schwerner and Andrew Goodman, and 1 black, James Chaney, went missing. The investigation into their disappearance was initiated by Farmer with the assistance of comedian and activist Dick Gregory. Daring Corps activists scoured the town searching for clues, questioning edgy locals. What they found out, they passed on to the FBI, who, in early August, discovered the bodies. Chaney had been beaten to death, while the others had been fatally shot. Klansmen were responsible for the ghastly crimes. Arrests were made that October. Violence studded the summer of 1964, and at its end, many of the activists were spent and frustrated. Power conflicts arose between white and black activists, as well as resentment over the fact that the killings of whites received more public reaction than that of blacks. Shifting focus to the North. Beginning in 1964, race riots in the cities in the North made the world take notice. While the media portrayed the rioters as hoodlums and criminals, civil rights leaders believed that the underlying causes of the riots were more complex. What they surmised was confirmed by President Lyndon B. Johnson's Kerner Commission report, which pointed the finger at racism and poverty. Grim conditions compounded by police brutality turned more than one city into a blaze of fury, compelling civil rights leaders like Farmer to redirect their energies from the South to the North. On July 18, 1964, Farmer was in Harlem when a riot broke out. An officer had shot and killed an unarmed teenager who had been playing with a garden hose. Farmer moved in quickly to try to prevent the impending riot. Initially, he tried to reason with the residents, informing them of the accomplishments Corps and SNCC had made in the South. The crowd was unimpressed. When he mentioned that he was bringing Corps to the North, they paused. Joe Overton, president of the New York branch of the NAACP, suggested that Farmer lead the group in a spontaneous march. The March 152 started, but a riot broke out anyway, tellingly foreshadowing how the tactics that were used in the South were miscast in the North. Lyndon B. Johnson. In the beginning, Lyndon B. Johnson appeared as if he would be responsive to the plight of the neglected, impoverished, and frustrated ghettos. Back when he was vice president to Kennedy, he had been receptive to one of Farmer's ideas and had even come up with a catchy name for it: affirmative action. Following the signing of the Civil Rights Act of 1964, Johnson singled Farmer out as someone he wanted in his corner. Farmer noticed that Johnson's interest in him began to decline during the 1964 presidential election after he refused his request to refrain from demonstrating. America's increasing entanglement in the Vietnam War also upstaged problems at home and diverted Johnson's attention. Closing of an era. By 1966, with the demise of Jim Crow, the actualization of strong voting rights legislation, and the realization of many other of its goals, the civil rights movement was winding down. The epic demonstrations, majestic oratory, and media coverage waned. The struggle for civil rights was reduced to a simmer. Taking center stage were the swashbuckling radicals of the Black Power movement, who wore afros and Afrocentric attire and harbored palpable disdain for civil rights leaders like Farmer. Farmer sensed the end of the era and of his diminishing influence over his own organization. Black separatists, nationalists, and militants were overtaking Corps. Farmer knew his days were numbered. At one point it appeared that Farmer might be able to run a national adult literacy program, but the opportunity did not come through. Farmer resigned from Corps in 1966. McKissick took his place, ushering the organization into a program of separatism and militancy. SNCC made the same transformation. Farmer taught for a few years at Lincoln University and New York University, lecturing on American social movements, as well as the civil rights movement. In 1968, Farmer ran for U.S. Congress as a Republican. Another African American, Shirley Chisholm, won. Richard Nixon hired him shortly thereafter as the Assistant Secretary of Health, Education, and Welfare. Farmer expressed various reasons why he was not really cut out for Hugh. For one, it was too bureaucratic, and he did not always agree with government politics. Farmer retired in 1971 and continued lecturing. Between 1975 and 1999, he led Open Society, a program to help diversify neighborhoods, which he co-founded with Morris Milgram. James Farmer 153. In 1976, Lula Farmer had died. Farmer's health began to decline, and by 1983, he was blind. In 1998, President Bill Clinton awarded him the Presidential Medal of Freedom. Neither blindness nor age could keep him down, and he taught a course on the civil rights movement at what is now known as the University of Mary Washington in Fredericksburg, Virginia. He died in 1999. See also Dorothy Height, Martin Luther King, Jr., John Lewis, Malcolm X, A. Philip Randolph, Roy Wilkins, and Whitney Young. Further resources. Arsenault, Raymond. Freedom Riders, 1961 and the Struggle for Racial Justice. New York, Oxford University Press, 2006. Congress of Racial Equality. http://www.core-online.org history/James_Farmer_bio.htm. Farmer, James. Lay Bare the Heart, an autobiography of the civil rights movement. Fort Worth, Texas Christian University Press, 1985. Fund for an Open Society Toward Thriving and Integrated Communities. Open Society. http://www.opensoc.org. The Great Debaters. Directed by Denzel Washington. Harpo Productions, 2007. Sridharni, Krishnalal. War Without Violence, a study of Gandhi's method and its accomplishments. New York, Harcourt, 1939. Washington, Robin. You Don't Have to Ride Jim Crow. http://www.robinwashington.com/jimcrow/1_home.html. 154. Louis Farrakhan. AP Photo/Scott Stewart. Louis Farrakhan is the Minister of the Nation of Islam. By and large, Farrakhan's supporters constitute the loyal members of his religious organization. Although to meet him, one would find Louis Farrakhan to be mild-mannered, extraordinarily polite, and self-contained, he is most well known for the vitriolic statements he makes. His bow tie and immaculate suits, the trademarks of all males in the Nation of Islam, can be disarming. But the fact is that Jews call him anti-Semitic, and his message of black separatism befuddles and exasperates conservative black leaders. Farrakhan is an anomaly these days, a throwback to the radical black protest exhibited by Marcus Garvey's sensational movement of black pride, economic empowerment, and black nationalism in the 1920s and 1930s, and by the widely popular ideology of black separatism and militancy of the Black Power movement in the 1960s. Among the proponents of the latter were myriad controversial leaders who were nationally known. But in the late 20th and early 21st centuries, there are few who can provoke such negative attention, as well such large-scale devotion and admiration, as can Louis Farrakhan. Farrakhan's rise to leadership began shortly after he joined the NOI in 1955. Between 1965 and 1975, he served as the minister of the New York Mosque. After the death, in 1975, of the Honorable Elijah Muhammad, successor to NOI founder Wallace Fard Muhammad, The NOI went through a dramatic restructuring under new leadership. In 1977, Farrakhan disassociated himself with the newfangled organization and 3 years later, re-established the original NOI, as it remains to this day. As the Honorable Minister of the NOI, Farrakhan is lauded by the members. They commend him for the strides he has made within their spiritual community, as well as for his efforts to address the problems of racism faced by blacks in America. NOI members follow a rigorous set of rules which emphasizes the importance of discipline. Only blacks are allowed membership. The men and women who do join must submit to stringent gender roles, dress codes, and rules such as no smoking, no dancing, and no drinking alcohol. The religion is primarily based on Afrocentric precepts, but also melds parts of the Quran and the Holy Bible. Many blacks outside of the NOI like and respect Farrakhan's brand of rhetoric, a point proved in 1995 by the fact that close to 1 million or more men responded to his invitation to join the Million Man March in Washington, D.C. His views on racism and his blunt criticism of the problems that afflict blacks, problems he believes to be largely self-inflicted, resonate with many black men and women. Whether or not they agree with his religious beliefs or fully embrace his politics, Farrakhan strikes a chord as he brazenly expresses the frustrations that might otherwise not be voiced or heard. Put another way, Farrakhan 156 exposes the realities of the marginalized, calls to task racist behavior, and challenges blacks and perpetrators of racism and discrimination to take responsibility. Whenever Farrakhan speaks, he is certain to draw a crowd and generate an uproar. Compared to other radicals, such as Malcolm X, another famous leader in the Nation of Islam who was assassinated in 1965, there are few book-length treatments on Farrakhan. Arthur J. Mageddon, a Jewish journalist, was the first to undertake a serious work on Farrakhan's life in an unauthorized biography. Through the course of the book, Mageddon expresses frustration with Farrakhan's racist remarks and his refusal to apologize for them. But he also expresses his respect for and fascination with him. Julian Bond, former politician and black civil rights legend, wrote the foreword, in which he articulates how, love him or despise him, his life and works can be our mirror. In Prophet of Rage, A Life of Louis Farrakhan and His Nation, Mageddon paints an intriguing portrait of a man whose life began unassumingly in a West Indian community in Boston, Massachusetts. Childhood. Louis Eugene Walcott was born on May 11, 1933, in the Bronx, New York, and raised in Roxbury, a neighborhood in Boston, Massachusetts. He was born to West Indian parents, Sarah May Manning, from the island of St. Kitts, and Percival Clark, a cab driver from Jamaica. He had an older brother, Alvin, who had a different biological father. Farrakhan's biggest influence in his early life was his mother, Sarah May Manning. Sarah Manning was a strong-minded, handsome woman who brought her children up single-handedly after she and her husband permanently separated. She believed in hard work, and she set a fine example for her children. Like most black women in those days, she was poor, but she provided for herself and her family by working as a domestic for several families. Most of her employers were wealthy Jewish families. She also believed in discipline, religion, and protest. She talked to her boys about social justice and raised them to be confident. Although Manning did not grow up in the United States, conditions in the West Indies were not altogether different with regard to race relations from those in her adopted homeland. Slavery was practiced in both the West Indies and the United States, with slaves imported from Africa to St. Kitts as early as 1649. The major staple on the island was sugar cane, and the slaves and their descendants labored in the fields for affluent European landowners. After slavery was abolished. Louis Farrakhan 157. In St. Kitts in 1834, race relations were still based on centuries-old constructions of white superiority and black inferiority. Sarah May was too strong-minded to accept that sort of thinking, a perspective she carried with her to the United States. Luckily for her, she arrived at a time when Marcus Garvey, the flamboyant, uniform-wearing black nationalist from Jamaica, gained a foothold among working-class blacks in major cities throughout the United States. His headquarters were in New York. If Sarah May herself was not a follower of Garvey, she would certainly have been surrounded by numerous Garveyites who walked tall as a result of the charismatic Garvey's rhetoric of black pride and the stunning exhibition of his black-run shipping line and other never-before-seen black-owned and operated businesses. In Boston, Sarah May read magazines like the NAACP's Crisis. The Crisis was considered radical literature as it regularly featured articles that exposed atrocities against blacks and also reported on prosperous and successful African Americans. In the early 20th century, this sort of news contradicted the anti-black climate prevailing in the United States, especially in the South where Jim Crow laws and racial violence were the norm. The NAACP was considered so radical that the organization was prohibited from establishing chapters in certain southern states. Farrakhan recalled nights when he listened to his mother and her friends talking about the condition of black people, about the suffering of our people. I would wonder why, if God had sent a deliverer to an oppressed people in the past, why that same God wouldn't send us a deliverer. I couldn't understand why we would have to be buried in a separate cemetery if we were all going to the same heaven. I couldn't understand why it was an honor to go downtown to sing with a white choir in a white church. These late-night conversations made the young Farrakhan cry. Though he suffered in private, these moments undoubtedly led him to eventually aspire to a life of leadership, dedicated to righting a great wrong. Community. Almost everyone in Jean's neighborhood was West Indian. There were various reasons for this. Among immigrant populations, especially the early generations, families gravitated among their own if not for comfort, preference, safety, and practicality, then because such populations treated one another like family, whether they were related by blood or not. In communities such as Jean's, everyone helped everyone else, reaffirming daily their shared beliefs and culture. Many cities in the North were separated by race and ethnicity, and sometimes this phenomenon produced strife, rivalry, and violence. 158. Outside of Roxbury, blacks were not always treated with respect and kindness, so they tried to stay out of certain neighborhood or parts of town to avoid trouble. Jean was not prone to violence. In fact, he recalled getting into only one fight. He punched a Jewish boy because of peer pressure. He regretted it as soon as he had struck the youth and vowed never to inflict physical harm on anyone ever again. St. Cyprian's Episcopal. Jean enjoyed attending an all-black church, St. Cyprian's Episcopal. One might assume that this church was a black nationalistic or social activist institution, along the orders of an African Methodist Episcopalian church. But it was not, even though it was founded under circumstances that, in those times at least, were considered revolutionary. Images of Marcus Garvey and the founders of the AIM Church, Richard Allen and Absalom Jones, were featured in the building's stained glass windows. Like the AIM Church, St. Cyprian's Episcopal was established to protest against racial discrimination in predominantly white churches. For example, Allen and Jones were inspired to leave the white-controlled Methodist Episcopal Church and found the AIM Church because blacks were not allowed to lead general worship services that were attended by whites, and during general worship services blacks had to sit in the back row, separately from whites. Before 1925, some blacks shared the same church building as whites, such as in Roxbury, Boston, but held separate, black-only services. When, one day, a black man returned to church to retrieve an item he had forgotten, he found the whites fumigating the church, an action they regularly performed after blacks concluded their church service. This St. Cyprian's Episcopal Church was built as a result of black outrage over that incident. Jean believed in Jesus and the Bible with all his heart, and was actively involved in his church. At the age of 6, he began violin lessons and played concerts at church. He also sang in a choir. Education. Jean was a serious student of the violin, practicing up to 4 or 5 hours a day as he got older. His attention to his studies was just as pronounced, quiet, intelligent, and well-liked would best describe Gene during his school days. Gene was one of those students who made his teachers proud and never gave them trouble. He was also admired by his peers. He had Jewish and black friends. One person, fatherless and without a strong role model, recalled how he heard about how smart was in school, watched how he walked, how proud he was of himself. I thought, I want to be just like him. Louis Farrakhan 159. If Garvey had been alive and his UNIAACL organization still going strong, one could easily see an enthusiastic Gene joining the youngsters on parade, proudly waving the red, black, gold, and green flag. Parades were part of the stunning visual propaganda Garvey used to excite blacks. When, during a visit to see a relative in New York at age 11, Gene saw a picture of Garvey for the first time and on the same day learned of his death in 1940, he was heartbroken. Garvey, who represented a savior figure for blacks, was gone. Though Gene may not have known at the time, Garvey's last years had been tragic. His burgeoning empire floundered due to overly ambitious goals, lack of business savvy, and legal problems. After Garvey was indicted for mail fraud and deported in 1927, he was never able to resurrect the fame he had experienced in the 1920s. Except for the time he punched the unfortunate Jewish boy, Gene was a good, obedient student. Playing the violin and studying filled his days for the next several years. It would not be until high school that he would find himself out of his element. In 1947, Gene entered the Boston Latin School, where only students with stellar grades were admitted. Gene had no trouble keeping up with the academic demands of the school, but socially he felt uncomfortable as one of very few black students. After only 1 year, he transferred to the English high school. At English, blacks made up 15% of the population. This was not a high percentage, but it did provide Gene with a greater sense of comfort. Gene was one of those students everyone liked and admired. Teachers raved about him. The track coach was pleased to have him on his team. Gene performed well on the track team, and he easily made friends with his teammates. He and one of his Jewish friends regularly visited one another at each other's homes. Gene was also an altruistic and sensitive youth. For several summers, he worked as a counselor at Camp Breezy Meadows in Holliston, Massachusetts. The black girls and boys who attended this camp were from disadvantaged communities. At 14 or 15 years old, when he attended a fundraising concert for a football team, Gene discovered the tantalizing music of calypso. The history of calypso is rooted in traditions of resistance and empowerment. It was established in the beginning of the 20th century by African slaves brought to Trinidad and Tobago. The plantation owners prohibited these slaves from talking to one another to prevent a slave uprising. However, the cunning slaves found another way to communicate through song. After a time, these songs were used in other ways, for example to spread news. The lyrics of the calypso melodies could also be used to express protest in certain situations. But the songs Gene heard that day and soon after learned for himself were not intended for protest. On the contrary, these songs used with what he referred to as double entendres, underlying messages that were seductive and mature. By age 16, Gene was a student and regular 160 performer of these songs. His stage name was The Charmer, and he was well known at popular black nightclubs. His mother did not approve, nor would she have approved of his habit of drinking alcohol and smoking marijuana. It appeared that Gene's childhood. Harry Belafonte. Most know Harry Belafonte for his lilting calypso songs or his starring role in the musical Carmen Jones. Belafonte's persona is jovial, warm, and festive, and yet in his other life he has been one of the most pivotal supporters of the civil rights movement. He was one of a long list of celebrity activists, including Sidney Poitier, Charlton Heston, Shirley MacLaine, Ossie Davis, Ruby Dee, Marlon Brando, Joan Baez, and Dick Gregory, who lent their support to the movement. Harold George Belafonte was born in Harlem, New York, on March 1, 1927. His father was from Martinique, and his mother was from Jamaica. Between 1935 and 1939, Harry lived with his grandmother in Jamaica. When he returned to New York, he attended George Washington High School. He enlisted in the Navy during World War II. In the late 1940s, Belafonte pursued an acting and singing career. He sang in New York nightclubs to pay for acting classes. Belafonte's musical styles include pop, blues, gospel, show tunes, as well as calypso. His meteoric rise to success with his album Calypso was the launching pad to worldwide recognition. Belafonte went on to receive numerous awards for his music and acting. In 1959, he was the first African American to receive an Emmy with his solo TV special Tonight with Belafonte. Belafonte's activism was inspired in large part by the robust singer, Paul Robeson. Robeson was a controversial figure, because he empathized with communists, but he was also a staunch civil rights activist. Belafonte played a significant role during the civil rights movement, fundraising for and contributing his own funds to organizations such as the Southern Christian Leadership Conference and the Student Nonviolent Coordinating Committee. He helped provide bail for Martin Luther King, Jr., and numerous students who were arrested during civil rights demonstrations. Belafonte spoke at the March on Washington for Jobs and Freedom in 1963. Belafonte's commitment to activism was reflected in his career, as well. Between 1954 and 1961 he refused to perform in the South, where Jim Crow laws kept blacks and whites in separate worlds, and where blacks were subject to social, economic, and political oppression. He also refused to perform in the musical Porgy and Bess, because of the racist characterization of Porgy. Belafonte continues to live a rich and active life. He has been married twice and has 4 adult children. Louis Farrakhan 161. Longings to save his race were, for a time, overshadowed by his dreams of stardom as a calypso star. During this period he appeared on the Ted Mack Original Amateur Hour, though he was featured as a classical violinist, not a calypso singer. Upon graduation, Gene hoped to enroll in the Juilliard School of Music in New York, but went instead to Winston-Salem Teachers College in North Carolina on a track scholarship. Curiosity had compelled him to find out what black life was like in the South and how different it was from his experiences in the North. It was a revelatory experience. He confounded whites and blacks accustomed to the culture of the South when he drank out of white-only fountains. He was bemused by the directive that he was not to speak with whites at a sports events, when some of his closest friends back home were white. There were other reasons why Gene considered dropping out of college. He longed to perform for a living. He was also homesick, especially after he met Betsy Ross during a visit home. In 1953, Ross became pregnant, and that settled the matter. Gene dropped out of school and returned home. They married on September 12, 1953 at St. Cyprian's Church. They would have a total of 9 children. In that same year, Gene's up-and-coming alter ego signed his first contract with a record label. Shortly thereafter, the rich, smooth, lilting voice of Harry Belafonte was made famous. Belafonte became known as the Calypso King. Gene sulked somewhat over the other West Indian success. It was his face he had envisioned on stage and television. He tramped from one venue to another to make that dream come true, but success came from an unexpected direction. Introduction to the Nation of Islam. In 1955, a friend who was a member of the Nation of Islam, invited him to a NOI meeting. The Nation of Islam was shrouded in mystery. Few knew the details of the organization's ideology, but everyone in the neighborhood could pick a Muslim out of a crowd. They stood out. They were not given to loud, coarse joking, talking, or demonstrativeness. Nor did they loiter on street corners, smoking cigarettes, or playing any of the gambling games. The men wore suits and boadies every day and did not wear their hair in the processed doughs that were fashionable among black men. They sat, moved, stood, and carried themselves in a singularly poised fashion. If Gene Walcott, who continued at this time to smoke marijuana and was still intensely pursuing fame, felt any interest as he sat in the auditorium of Temple No. 2 of the Nation of Islam. It was very mild. When a man who called himself Elijah Muhammad spoke that day, Walcott was underwhelmed. 162. Muhammad was a small, unassuming, light-complected man who wore a truncated cone-shaped hat called a fez, and he did not speak well. Muhammad's manner of speaking, in particular, bothered Walcott. Muhammad's speech was a product of his humble beginnings and the oppressive environment in which he lived. He was born Elijah Poole in Sandersville, Georgia in 1897, a period referred to as the nadir of black life. His parents were sharecroppers who endured segregation. He completed only 3 years of education. Poole witnessed the lynching of at least 3 black men. At only 16, he traipsed alone across the United States. In 1917, he married Clara Evans and settled in Detroit, Michigan, where he had a life-changing encounter with a man named Wallace Fard Muhammad. Wallace Fard Muhammad's background was dubious. He reportedly had several aliases and was frequently in trouble with the law over drug offenses and subsequently served 3 years in prison. Muhammad founded the first temple of the Nation of Islam in Detroit, Michigan in the summer of 1930. He was responsible for the new religion's distinctive tenets, such as the idea that blacks were the first peoples on the earth, and that whites were created later by a scientist. He called whites devils, insisting that they were inherently malevolent. He claimed that Islam was the natural religion of blacks, and that the identity of blacks had been purposely hidden to further subjugate them. He condemned the United States for its miserable treatment of blacks. Muhammad. Bowtie. For centuries, the bowtie has symbolized style, civility, and power. In the 20th century, the bowtie has become an identifiable marker for male members of the Nation of Islam. Louis Farrakhan asserts that for black men in the Nation of Islam, the bowtie is symbolic of self-empowerment. To be sure, the men are instructed to follow an extremely austere life, no dancing, no alcohol, no drugs, and no excessive demonstrations of emotion. In almost every way, they aspire to transcend the degradations that entrap many African American males. Even members of the NOI's military arm, called the Fruit of Islam, wear bowties. While guarding various speakers, they stand posed with arms behind their backs, and feet shoulder-width apart. They carry no guns but are well trained in combat forms such as karate and are instructed to not kill unless in self-defense. Because the bowtie is so heavily associated with the NOI, it has also become a symbol of other things, like exclusivity and cult-like extremism, as well as, in the NOI's case, radical black pride and black power. Louis Farrakhan 163 taught these ideas and more, though, ironically, historians have speculated that he might not have been African American at all. Some believe his ethnicity might have been a mix of European and Polynesian, Indian, or Persian. He posed at various times as any number of different races. Poole and Wallace Fard Muhammad forged a close bond in a short period of time. Poole became what Muslims refer to as his disciple or apostle, example someone who follows a spiritual leader. In 1934, Poole, who changed his name to Elijah Muhammad, further developed the Nation of Islam. For one, he declared that Fard was Allah incarnate, coming down to earth to deliver blacks from oppression and despair and to empower them. He also established the 10 demands of the Muslim program, including reparations, racially separate schools, a territory for blacks only, justice, and the end of anti-black violence and miscegenation, or race mixing. Spiritually, the Nation of Islam operated on a philosophy of black separatism, racial consciousness, and the Islamic precept of Allah or God. It also incorporated the Christian and Islamic texts. Black males responded positively to this Afrocentric religion. They also were drawn to Muhammad, its leader. During the 1940s, when Muhammad served 4 years in prison for instructing NOI members to ignore the draft, his reputation only grew. Becoming Louis X. In 1955, Walcott's wife joined the Nation of Islam. His uncle, who attended the meeting with them, also joined on the same day, pressuring Walcott to do the same. Walcott liked the part of the message that involved decisive criticism on American race relations, but he was not yet ready to relinquish his Christian beliefs or embrace the radical blend of faith that Muhammad presented. Nevertheless, he soon joined and changed his surname, like other members of the Nation of Islam, to X to signify his rejection of the name that originated from his ancestor's plantation owner. In the final developmental stage of an individual in the Nation of Islam, Muslim names are bestowed. Louis X eventually perceived the Christian faith as a hypocrisy, stating that I hated the fact that, as a Christian, we talked about the love of Christ, but I didn't feel the love of white Christians toward black Christians. And that the church was unwilling or unable to address the concerns of black people. Malcolm X had a lot to do with that transition from a lukewarm convert to a zealot. It was the red-haired, bespectacled Malcolm X whose shrewd criticism of the historical oppression and status of blacks opened Louis X's eyes. Louis X became fully committed to the Nation of Islam. 164. Malcolm X was a charismatic young minister of Islam with a painful, volatile past. His father was murdered in Michigan by white racists who laid him on train tracks to be severed by a train, because they did not like that he went around town trying to convert local blacks to Garveyism. After his violent murder, Malcolm's mother was institutionalized in a mental hospital. At age 13, he was sent to live with a white family. He later dropped out of high school and moved to Boston to live with his half-sister. He lived life fast and hard until, in 1946, he was arrested for robbery while living in New York and served 6 years in prison. A large percentage of the NOI were men who, like Malcolm X, had humble, violent, and troubled beginnings. Eventually, Malcolm X presented himself as forceful, intelligent, shrewd, and courageous. Louis X's future as a leader was secured when he was made captain of the Fruit of Islam shortly after becoming a member. The Fruit of Islam is the paramilitary arm of the organization. They are the ones who stand in statuesque poses, guarding NOI ministers and, sometimes, other famous personalities during presentations. Only a few months later, Muhammad promoted Louis X again, making him minister of the temple at the Boston Mosque. The job was a huge challenge, for the mosque had no more than 100 members at the time, fifth most across the country. Malcolm X's mosque in New York had 350 members, second most, and the Chicago mosque had the most members, with 600. Louis X was up to the challenge. One of his first projects was to purchase a new building. The one he had his eye on and eventually bought was, ironically, an Orthodox rabbinical seminary. Louis X went to his former preacher, who donated 50 chairs and gave him a list of 24 men to seek out as potential converts. Historically, black churches largely comprised black women, older men, and families. Younger men, at least those not intimidated by the austerity of the Nation of Islam, flocked to Muhammad's teachings. 20 of the men Louis X contacted became members of the Boston Mosque. During the late 1950s, Louis X recorded 2 songs. One, "A White Man's Heaven is a Black Man's Hell," became the anthem of the Nation of Islam. The other, "Look at My Chains," was a hit with the black community. Louis X also wrote 2 plays that included musical performances, The Trial and Organa. But Muhammad soon put a stop to Louis X's diversions. Although his performances made him a local celebrity, which helped attract new members, it was, ultimately, behavior that was strictly out of the scope of Elijah Muhammad's teachings. All members were forbidden to perform on stage, play music, or dance. Despite this restriction, Louis X made a good start with the Boston Mosque, though he did not come close to achieving the frenzied notoriety that Malcolm X garnered, beginning in 1959. Louis Farrakhan 165. Malcolm X brought the Nation of Islam to public awareness, not Elijah Muhammad or Louis X. Malcolm X got his start in the New York Mosque in 1954. Thanks to sheer charisma, his name quickly made the rounds. At an early demonstration, 50 composed, silent, and suited NOI members stood outside a hospital after one of their members was beaten by cops during an incident and sustained serious injuries. The mainstream media obsessed of this type of spectacular demonstration, and word of the NOI spread quickly. The media would go on to play a similar role during the civil rights movement. The media were in a large way responsible for the fame that myriad civil rights organizations, leaders, and campaigns achieved. The same was true for Malcolm X and the Nation of Islam, but mostly for the man himself. The organization came across almost as an accessory to Malcolm X. As Malcolm X's notoriety increased, and membership of the temple he managed in New York grew, a television documentary about the Nation of Islam called The Hate That Hate, produced by Mike Wallace and Louis Lomax, was aired in 1959. Few, if any, could match the malignancy of Malcolm X's speech, the cool delivery behind the stony, unemotional countenance. Not even Garvey, who represented the early 20th century's most radical black leader, had approached Malcolm X's invective. Garvey bolstered his presentations with large helpings of black consciousness and black pride, inserting bodacious comments such as Jesus was a black man. But attacking other races was not part of his program. As Malcolm X became the massively popular face of the Nation of Islam and the civil rights movement's greatest foe and critic, Elijah Muhammad stayed out of the limelight, directing the workings of his religious organization, restricting his comments to occasional objections of conservative leaders. Louis X remained a young upstart without notoriety, at least at that moment. As the civil rights movement gained speed, Louis X remained focused on the development of his mosque, and on forging a program with unique differences from the traditional African American religious experience. Civil Rights Movement. The civil rights movement came about to challenge the segregation laws of the South. The NOI of Malcolm X and Elijah Muhammad was dedicated to forming a separate settlement. According to Nation of Islam creation stories handed down from Fard to Elijah Muhammad, blacks were good and whites were innately evil. Since the malevolent whites would never change their laws, the obvious solution was for the entire black population to leave and found a new and pure nation of its own. 166. Louis X diligently propounded this doctrine to his members. He pointed out that whether in the years of slavery or the decades of subsequent oppression, whites and blacks could never live harmoniously with each other. Members of the Nation of Islam, in Boston and elsewhere, sold their newspapers to blacks in the community and donated the money to local mosques so that businesses and other ventures could be established to ultimately break their dependence on the mainstream economy. The Nation of Islam owned numerous restaurants, stores, and property. All the leaders, including Louis X, saw the civil rights leaders as disloyal to the race. Elijah Muhammad and Malcolm X were known during the 60s as harsh critics of the civil rights movement, and of Martin Luther King, Jr., the most famous advocate of nonviolence and integration, who ascended to the highest ranks of civil rights leadership during the first campaign he ever led, the Montgomery bus boycott in 1955. King was frequently excoriated and called an Uncle Tom. Malcolm X, in contrast, espoused armed self-defense and violent revolution. This sort of rhetoric frightened progressive whites and conservative blacks alike. But racist whites in white supremacy organizations, who also espoused the separation of the races, responded differently. They respected the message of the NOI, and saw that both had the same vision. A large percentage of civil rights activists came from the Christian black churches, particularly the Baptist denomination. The influence of King, a Baptist preacher, extended to black and white Christians of all denominations and sparked an unprecedented movement of Christian activists. But the Nation of Islam had very little resemblance to the traditional black church. Louis X fashioned his mosque to fit Elijah Muhammad's rigid guidelines. For one thing, there were dress codes. During meetings, the women wore white head coverings and white smocks that covered their bodies from the neck to the ankle. They were not allowed to wear makeup, and men wore jackets and ties. Men and women sat in separate sections inside the mosque. Unlike the familiar animated services in black Christian churches, mosque meetings were staid and businesslike. Members comprised mostly fringe members of society, ex-convicts, former street thugs, pimps, and drug users. From time to time, the Boston Mosque was visited by Malcolm X, whose notoriety had a positive effect on membership growth. Many blacks were enticed by Malcolm X's fiery rhetoric, the same rhetoric that repulsed most liberal whites. For Louis X, Malcolm X, who was 8 years his senior, was a mentor and a big brother. In the study hall of Louis X's mosque, there was no picture of Christ on the cross, as would have been found in most churches across the nation. Rather, there was a picture that depicted a black man hanging from a tree. This picture, depicting a lynching. Louis Farrakhan 167. Served as a reminder for NOI members of the legacy of white oppression and spurred feelings of animosity against whites. In the NOI, constant vigilance was superimposed upon the conduct and reputation of the members. One way the NOI reputedly exacted chaste behavior was by invasive monitoring of each member's personal life, family, and relatives. Sometimes the fruit of Islam physically punished wayward members. For civil rights, 1963 was a landmark year, mostly because of the success of the March on Washington for Jobs and Freedom. Malcolm X publicly remarked snidely that it was more like the farce on Washington. Many dangers lay ahead for civil rights activists in that year, as forthcoming campaigns in volatile locations like Mississippi and Selma, Alabama provoked a violent backlash from police officers and racist white mobs. The Nation of Islam would also face sweeping challenges that year, but for different reasons. On the surface, Malcolm X appeared to maintain his radical beliefs during interviews and in speeches made at the behest of a number of groups. But his cool self-assuredness covered up serious doubts that had arisen early in the year. Wallace Muhammad, Elijah Muhammad's son, was in the precarious position of being both his father's favorite and a close friend of Malcolm X's. The problem between Wallace Muhammad and his father was significant. He no longer believed in the authenticity of the Nation of Islam. He confided to Malcolm X his feelings, and also revealed the shocking news that suspicions about affairs his father had had with several female members of the NOI had just been validated. In truth, Elijah Muhammad fathered 13 children outside of his relationship with his wife. Malcolm X was shocked almost beyond belief. He personally interviewed the women who had accused Elijah Muhammad, and they all affirmed that he was the father of their children. Some even claimed that they were Muhammad's other wives. A bewildered Malcolm X, who, in his autobiography, portrays himself as one of Elijah Muhammad's sincerest devotees, took this news to Louis X, but Louis X's response was unexpected. When Malcolm X asked Louis X what he thought about the situation, Louis X responded, "All praise is due to Allah," and indirectly suggested that he would go and tell Elijah Muhammad about the accusations. But instead he granted Malcolm X time to break the news to Elijah Muhammad himself. After talking with Malcolm X, Elijah Muhammad devised a way to legitimize his indiscretions. "I am David," he told Malcolm. "When you read about how David took another man's wife, I'm that David. You read about Noah, who got drunk, that's me." By aligning himself with figures from the Bible, Elijah Muhammad tried to make it appear that he was no different from biblical legends. This was his justification for his indiscretions. 168. In 1963, Louis X watched from the safe distance of his Boston mosque as Malcolm X made the mistake that cost him his revered position within the NOI. After John F. Kennedy was assassinated on November 23, 1963, Elijah Muhammad instructed all the NOI leaders not to make any derisive remarks about it. But Malcolm X, whether deliberately or not, told a reporter that he never foresaw that the chickens would come home to roost so soon. "Being an old farm boy myself, chickens coming home to roost never did make me sad. They've always made me glad." For this comment, Malcolm X was silenced by Elijah Muhammad, then further disgraced when he was removed from his position as the NOI's main spokesperson and minister of the New York Mosque. Shortly thereafter, Malcolm X confided to friends that he believed that his life was in jeopardy. He claimed members from the NOI were plotting his assassination. In a dramatic turn of events, the Nation of Islam suddenly became Malcolm X's enemy. It was a time of turmoil and change for all concerned. Malcolm X, the Nation of Islam, and Louis X were about to face enormous challenges, mainly from within, that threatened to undo what Elijah Muhammad had created. The first crisis occurred when Elijah Muhammad's son, Wallace Muhammad, was expelled from the NOI because of his public criticism of prevarications his father perpetrated through his organization. Wallace was not the only one made to leave the NOI over this issue, and some who were disillusioned by the situation simply resigned. Malcolm X further distanced himself from the NOI after going on a pilgrimage to Mecca in 1964 and subsequently becoming a Sunni Muslim. He eventually formed two organizations, Muslim Mosque Incorporated and the Organization of Afro-American Unity. In an extraordinary about-face, he began to publicly endorse the very civil rights organizations he had once condemned. This transformation was undoubtedly influenced by Wallace Muhammad, whose experiences in Egypt brought him to the reality that the Nation of Islam did not follow the Orthodox Islam faith. Malcolm X was deeply impacted by the demonstrations of racial harmony he saw during his pilgrimage, or Hajj, which every follower of Islam undertakes at least once in life. When Malcolm X returned to the United States, he was vocal about his change of heart and had visibly softened his perspective on both mainstream civil rights leaders and whites. It is reported that civil rights freedom songs were sung during one of his meetings and that he desired to reach out to civil rights leaders. The change was epitomized in the new name he chose to be known by, Malik el-Shabazz. Needless to say, Malcolm's new rhetoric inflamed the Nation of Islam. Following Shabazz's fall from grace with the NOI, Louis X launched a vicious verbal campaign against him, primarily through the NOI's popular organ, Muhammad Speaks. Louis X accused Malcolm X of wanting to take control of Elijah Muhammad's NOI, and, worse, declared that the die is cast and Malcolm shall not escape. Such a man as Malcolm is worthy of death, and would have met death if it had not been for Muhammad's confidence in Allah for victory over his enemies. One NOI cartoon image depicted Malcolm X's head rolling down a street. The smear campaign to denounce Malcolm X exacerbated the anti-Malcolm climate within the NOI. On February 21, 1965, Shabazz was assassinated in full view of 400 people as he was giving a presentation in Manhattan, New York. 3 members of the NOI were charged, arrested, and convicted. Louis X recalled that when he was told of Shabazz's death, he walked the streets alone, paralyzed by what transpired. But the media alluded to his possible involvement in the murder. Louis X denied the allegations, as he does to this day, claiming that his only fault was publishing the malevolent pieces about Shabazz in the NOI's magazine. But these suspicions never went away, and they continue to bolster the negative image that still envelopes Louis X today. After Malcolm X becoming Louis Farrakhan. After the assassination, Wallace Muhammad returned to his father and begged forgiveness for his disloyalty to him and the NOI. Muhammad welcomed his son back. He also bestowed 2 promotions to Louis X, whose name was changed to Louis Farrakhan. Farrakhan was given Malcolm X's position as minister of the New York Temple in 1965. A few years later, he was made the NOI's national representative. Troubles in the NOI. Beginning in the 1970s, the Nation of Islam gained a notorious reputation due to a string of murders. Majidah claims that this epidemic was cultivated by a combination of the sort of men who had joined the nation, by emerging fringe groups that were challenging Elijah Muhammad's version of Islam, by Muhammad's top aides refusing to give younger members a voice or a stake in financial policies, and by an erosion of muscle at the very top of the nation's power pyramid. Most of the murders involved attacks by dissident groups that emerged within NOI temples and retaliatory attacks by the NOI on those groups. In 1971, Raymond Sharif, Elijah Muhammad's son-in-law and bodyguard, survived an attack on his life after being shot 5 times. 2 known dissidents who were believed to be a part of that attack were later found dead in their homes. More murders followed. A NOI guard was killed at a 170 restaurant in 1972. 7 dissidents from an organization that called themselves Hanafi Muslims were murdered in Washington, D.C., and several children who belonged to the leader of that group were murdered. In 1973, James Shabazz, the minister of Temple No. 25 in New Jersey, was shot and killed. More brutal murders were averted when police apprehended 11 dissidents calling themselves the New World Order of Islam. Although Farrakhan was not directly affected by the murders in New York, he did comment on them at least twice during the radio broadcasts of his sermons. After one NOI member out of Philadelphia was to testify against his fellow conspirators, Farrakhan issued a warning to those of you who would be used as an instrument of a wicked government against our rise. Be careful, because when the government is tired of you, they're going to dump you back into the laps of your people. Have no forgiveness in them for traitors and stool pigeons. And they will execute you, as soon as your identity is known. On the following day, that man's body was found hanging in his jail cell. In another instance, Farrakhan encouraged retaliation after the murder of Shabazz. Growing status and financial woes. An incident occurred at his mosque in 1972 that greatly contributed to Farrakhan's growing reputation within the NOI and the black community. Allegedly, police had received a distress call from within the New York mosque. NOI members fought off the police as they tried to enter. When more police arrived, more than 1,000 individuals from the general population came down to the mosque, yelling obscenities, throwing bricks and bottles at the cops, and setting one unmarked police car on fire. From atop a car, Farrakhan spoke to the crowd and calmed them down, averting a riotous situation. Mainstream news reported on the event, and Farrakhan's name was spoken with pride among the NOI. At the end of 1973, rumors that the NOI was in financial trouble became public. A New York Times article alluded to the fact that the NOI's problems were largely due to incompetence. Yet Farrakhan and the ministers at other temples continued to prosper. Farrakhan and his family lived in a lavish house, complete with a maid, in the white suburb of Queens, New York. Dressed in fashionable, expensive clothes and owner of several flashy cars, Farrakhan exuded the aura of someone who was rich, famous, and powerful. He was on salary, which was drawn largely from sales of the NOI magazine, membership dues, donations, and numerous NOI businesses. After the FBI started to pay closer attention to the organization's financial situation. Louis Farrakhan 171. Muhammad instructed all the ministers to scale down expenses and keep receipts for purchases. In time, the NOI would rebound from its financial troubles, but bigger issues loomed in the future. Elijah Muhammad died from congestive heart failure on February 26, 1975, and the leadership of the NOI was passed on to his son, Wallace Muhammad. Restructuring the NOI. If Farrakhan was upset about the rise of Wallace Muhammad, the son who had condemned his father and the NOI, he did not show it at the 1975 Savior's Day event. Savior's Day is an annual NOI holiday that commemorates the birth of founder Wallace Fard Muhammad. That year, Jesse Jackson was one of the featured speakers. Jackson, a former aide of Dr. King, was a black leader on the rise. 4 years prior, he had been a member of the Southern Christian Leadership Conference, but by 1975 he was running his own organization, Operation Push, in Chicago. Jackson was a dynamic amalgamation of civil rights and black power rhetoric. His ties to the NOI were not the scandal the media made them out to be. Jackson and the organization shared a mutual respect. They were both concerned with elevating the esteem and the social, economic, and political power of blacks. Jackson was complimentary in his remarks on behalf of the deceased Elijah Muhammad. All the ministers present that day showed deference to the new leader of the NOI, Wallace Muhammad. Farrakhan cried at the podium when he spoke about Elijah Muhammad and pledged his loyalty to Muhammad's son. Wallace Muhammad initiated huge changes to the organization. Among the numerous reforms was the dismantling of the strict rules of behavior. NOI members were permitted to smoke, dance, and dress in any way they desired. Wallace Muhammad also disassembled the ideology of the organization. No longer would the NOI pursue a separate state for blacks. In fact, he opened the door to anyone including whites who wanted to join, eradicated NOI doctrine, and ushered in the Orthodox Islamic religion. In 1976, he gave his organization one of many new names, the World Community of Al-Islam in the West. Farrakhan was dismayed by the changes, but he said nothing until Wallace Muhammad took the step of publicly denouncing his father. Farrakhan then warned him that he was alienating members who were still devoted to Elijah Muhammad and, worse, putting himself in a precarious situation. But the radical changes continued, and they began to affect Farrakhan's position in the organization. He was moved to the Chicago Mosque and made spokesperson in charge of the counterattack on Wallace Muhammad's critics. Farrakhan did his job well, but that did not stop others from asserting the belief that he was the organization's only hope of rescue from 172. Wallace Muhammad. Farrakhan was not the only member unhappy with the changes. Eventually, Farrakhan's turmoil began to show. He appeared uncharacteristically lifeless and spiritless to others. But becoming a radical voice of protest against Wallace Muhammad was not an option to him, perhaps because of his intense devotion to Elijah Muhammad. Farrakhan was a sincere follower of Elijah Muhammad, following his precepts to the point of putting away his dreams of being a calypso singer and playing the violin. It is inconceivable that he would challenge Elijah Muhammad's son, since his father had made him leader. Farrakhan chose to handle the situation in another way. He quietly left the temple. In 1979, he established the Final Call to replace Muhammad Speaks, and at the 1981 Savior's Day Convention, he announced the rebirth of the former NOI. The Honorable Minister Louis Farrakhan. The ascension of Farrakhan as the Honorable Minister of the Nation of Islam gave him instant notoriety. But his fame was due not only to his title and leadership role, but also to his bold and shocking criticisms and his high profile in the mainstream media. To members of the Nation of Islam, Farrakhan is largely embraced because of what he has done for the organization. If it were not for him, the NOI as it was during the days of Wallace Fard Muhammad and Elijah Muhammad would have been obsolete. When Farrakhan resurrected the NOI, he did so with the help of only two leaders who defected with him from Wallace Muhammad's organization. Farrakhan toured the nation, mobilizing former members and attracting new converts. He reinstated the organization exactly as it had been before, with the same rules and ideology. He purchased its first temple in Chicago, where he still resides. He also established many NOI business ventures, such as food industry services, restaurants, and the NOI's Muhammad Farms in Georgia, which harvests and sells produce and grains. Under Farrakhan's leadership, the NOI became noted for its many social reform programs that helped to alleviate problems in black communities such as gangs and drug use and to transition convicts released from prison. Farrakhan also re-established Elijah Muhammad's 3-year economic savings program, which called for black people to pool their resources by contributing $10 a month to help fight against poverty, want, unemployment, abominable housing, hunger and nakedness of the 30 to 40 million black people in America. Lingering criticisms. Farrakhan still lashed out verbally at Jews and white America, but he also had issues with middle and upper class blacks. In 1979, at a conference of black leaders, he criticized privileged blacks for neglecting the majority of the black population that remained downtrodden. Among the labels he used to describe them was house nigger, a term derived from slavery days. During slavery, two classes were created when light-skinned blacks worked in the plantation owner's home. These blacks wore the hand-me-down clothes of the affluent families, ate leftovers from their meals, mimicked white mannerisms, and frequently felt contempt for the coarse, darker-skinned field slaves. As much as Farrakhan criticized white America for slavery and the contemporary condition of blacks, he also held blacks themselves responsible for their woes. He asserted the following in a speech he gave in 1979, saying that, "Have fallen short of the glory of God. My people are not dying from skinheads. They're not dying from the Ku Klux Klan. They're dying from their ignorance and self-hatred that has us destroying one another. We have to blame ourselves, because we've been offered the chance to go to the best schools to get an education, but we have not come out and used that education to provide the goods and education that our communities need." In response to Farrakhan's criticism of blacks, many nod in affirmation. His words may provoke uncomfortable feelings, but, at the end of the day, the consensus among blacks has increasingly been that there is truth in what he says. Farrakhan surprised everyone in 1983 when he accepted an invitation to speak at the Lincoln Memorial to commemorate the 20th anniversary of the March on Washington for Jobs and Freedom. Back in 1963, Malcolm X, representing the NOI, had roundly bashed the demonstration. During his speech, Farrakhan spoke in King's terms, denouncing racial and spiritual divisiveness and calling for a coming together of the groups he regularly criticized, whites and Jews in addition to other races. Farrakhan thus demonstrated a new open-mindedness by including the plight of other marginalized groups. Conservative blacks remained apprehensive of Farrakhan because of his notorious attacks on Jews, as well as the anti-American displays that highlighted his career then and for the next 2 decades. During Jesse Jackson's 1984 presidential campaign, Jackson referred to New York City by the racially derogative term Himmiatown. After Jackson received several death threats, Farrakhan came to Jackson's defense, sending out an indirect warning to anyone who would harm Jackson. Nathan Perlmutter, the chair of the Anti-Defamation League, called Farrakhan a black Hitler over Farrakhan's defense of Jackson, since it implied that he endorsed an attack against Jews. When, in the same year, Farrakhan went with Jackson on a mission to Syria to facilitate the release of an African-American lieutenant, he received little, if any, public accolade for his role. Yet Farrakhan's fluent Arabic was extremely beneficial to that mission. 174. Farrakhan exacerbated the situation when, during a radio interview, he called Hitler a great man, wickedly great. The term great seemed to indicate Farrakhan's positive opinion of the megalomaniac who was responsible for the Holocaust and other brutalities during World War II. Farrakhan's main issue with the Jews can be summarized by the following. Citing the New Testament section of the Bible, Farrakhan faults Jews. Anti-Defamation League. In 1913, B'nai B'rith, a Jewish service organization, established the Anti-Defamation League in the United States. The primary aim of this organization is to fight anti-Semitism, bigotry, and racism. The impetus for the founding of this organization was the lynching of a Jewish man, named Leo Frank, who was convicted of rape and murder in Georgia. While in prison, he was kidnapped and lynched. This grisly narrative had long been familiar to African Americans who live in the South. As a result of Frank's violent murder, the ADL maintains vigilance over anti-Semitic and racially motivated crimes. Among those on whom the ADL keeps close watch are white supremacist groups like the Ku Klux Klan, the Nazis, the Christian Identity Movement, neo-Nazis, white power skinheads, as well as Louis Farrakhan, the leader of the all-black Nation of Islam. The ADL maintains a comprehensive website, which includes extensive information on Farrakhan and the Nation of Islam. One page, entitled the ADL Farrakhan Library, permits web browsers to access a wide range of articles on Farrakhan and his organization. One page features quotes from Farrakhan that the ADL deems to be anti-Semitic. Another link leads to a page entitled Travels with Tyrants, Minister Louis Farrakhan's 1996 anti-American tour, which traces Farrakhan's Middle East tour, including his activities, who he met with, and comments he made. Other links from the homepage offer information on such topics as civil rights issues, education, the Holocaust, Israel, and combating hate. In an article posted on the finalcall.com website, titled Beyond the Mask: The ADL Spy Scandal, updated on November 24, 2006, Sheikh M. Muhammad reports on allegations that the ADL had been unlawfully spying on thousands of organizations and individuals. Muhammad includes claims that the ADL is controlling and does not hold themselves responsible for erroneous reporting and attacks on others, such as Farrakhan. The ongoing conflict between the Nation of Islam and the ADL mirrors tense relations between blacks and Jews, particularly in New York, where differences in religious beliefs, as well as in social and economic status, are, in part, a source of hostilities. Louis Farrakhan 175. For their major role in the persecution and death of Jesus Christ. He believes that by establishing the New Testament, God dissolved his former relationship with the Jews, extending a new covenant to all who accepted him, including Jews and Gentiles. Farrakhan also blames Jews, whom he asserts dominate the media and control many businesses in black communities, for contributing to the oppression of blacks. Blacks who lived in urban cities and deal frequently with racially tense relations with Jews in their community felt validated by Farrakhan. Farrakhan has made many controversial remarks since then. He has been accused of calling Judaism a gutter religion, and he used the term satanic Jews, for example, but Farrakhan asserted that his words were misinterpreted. One explanation he has given is that he denounces those Jews whom he associates with the oppression and exploitation of blacks or who advocate homosexuality. He believes that he speaks the truth. In an online self-improvement course, Farrakhan writes the following. Now, what I am saying to you, when I speak to the Jews, is not hatred. I am concerned that you do not end up being destroyed by God. I am saying to you, that what you have done to the Palestinians is wrong. You don't like me. What did I do? I say, you're wrong. I didn't do anything against you. I am like your mother. A good Jewish mother will spank you when you are wrong. Whether you like me or not is irrelevant and immaterial. Jewish leaders have long wanted Farrakhan to stop what they call hate-filled messages in his speeches and interviews. They have tried to sit down with Farrakhan in his home to hash out a solution, but the meetings always prove fruitless, as Farrakhan feels he is within his rights to speak uncensored. During Jackson's 1984 campaign for the Democratic nomination for president, Farrakhan endorsed him. But due to public outrage, Jackson rejected the endorsement and denounced Farrakhan and his ongoing controversial remarks. In 1985, Thomas Metzger, the leader of a white supremacist group called the White American Political Association, attended a rally coordinated by Farrakhan in Los Angeles. His presence at the rally and his donation of $100 sparked another scandal. The same thing happened with Marcus Garvey, who once notoriously held a meeting with the Ku Klux Klan. The meeting begs the question, what possible relationship could a white supremacist group have with a black nationalist group? But they did. For one thing, both groups denounced interracial relationships. For another, they both believed in separation of the races. Some white supremacist groups also liked the fact that Farrakhan publicly castigated Jews. The issue of racial separatism, however impractical, lingers in the NOI doctrine. Farrakhan's nostalgia for the days of segregation confounded black. 176. Integrationists, progressive whites, and other civil rights supporters alike. But Farrakhan's stance was not new. During the period of the civil rights movement, there had always been blacks who did not want to integrate with whites. In an interview, Farrakhan described what he called the benefits blacks enjoyed under Jim Crow. On the black side of town there were black gas stations, black hotels, black motels, black insurance companies, black bus companies. We pooled our resources, and we began to grow and expand economically. This, says Farrakhan, changed after the Civil Rights Act of 1964 that desegregated society in the South. For the next 10 years, Farrakhan continued to develop his organization. He kept a high profile during this period, and continued to give interviews and make speeches. At a public meeting on May 6, 1995, the widow of Malcolm X, Betty Shabazz, and Louis Farrakhan reached out to one another, extending the olive branch. After Malcolm X's death, relations between Farrakhan and the Shabazz family were strained as a result of Farrakhan's criticism of Malcolm X, his chilling warning to Malcolm that the die cast and not escape shortly before his death, and the claims that he was directly involved in the assassination. This antagonism climaxed earlier in 1995, when Quibla Shabazz was arrested on charges of allegedly conspiring to assassinate Farrakhan. But Farrakhan immediately spoke out on Quibla's behalf, asserting his belief that her arrest was part of an FBI conspiracy. And in fact it turned out that the man who was believed to have framed Quibla was an FBI informant, and the charges against her were dropped on May 1. This led to the reconciliation between Farrakhan and Betty Shabazz, who was grateful for his support, which drew to a close many years of pain and contention. The 90s opened with offers from a slew of mainstream television shows competing for Farrakhan's attention. He appeared on The Phil Donahue Show in March 1990, on the Arsenio Hall Show in February 1994, and on ABC's 20/20ths in April of the same year. The glaring difference in Farrakhan's reception underscored how his appeal was split racially. Arsenio Hall, a black comedian, exuded warmth, admiration, and respect, perhaps, according to critics, to the extreme. During the 20/20ths interview, however, Barbara Walters, at the other end of the spectrum, was aggressive and on the attack. Million Man March. The Million Man March, which occurred on October 16, 1995, in Washington, D.C., was one of the most talked about and anxiously awaited events. Louis Farrakhan 177 of the decade. Because Farrakhan was behind it, skeptics feared that he would use the press and the public stage to further his hatred for America and Jews. Conservative blacks who agreed to speak at the event were criticized for doing so, the critics claiming that to participate was to inadvertently endorse the most radical and offensive man on earth. Some black women were put off by the fact that they were asked to not attend the event. Others were simply proud of the fact that black men were gathering for the purpose of self-empowerment. The Million Man March was not, as some claimed, a protest event. Farrakhan called it a day of atonement, in which he and the other speakers would address the problems and failures of the troublesome state of black men in America and make recommendations on how to remedy them. A number of high-profile blacks showed their support on that day by their attendance or by speaking from the podium. The list included Stevie Wonder, Dick Gregory, Marion Barry, Kwasi Mfume, Cornel West, James Bevel, Martin Luther King III, Dorothy Height, and Rosa Parks. For the men in attendance, who came from across the U.S., the day was profoundly moving. The various speakers sent forth messages of healing to address long-standing pains and frustrations, and appealed to black men to be responsible, positive, and spiritual leaders in their homes and communities. In the aftermath of the march, Farrakhan for once basked in the glow of a positive response. It was reported that 1.5 million black men registered to vote, and 13,000 blacks applied to adopt black children. The Million Man March inspired other marches, such as the Millions More Movement and the Million Woman March. The original march also kindled renewed interest in Farrakhan, making him an icon of popular culture. But the gains Farrakhan achieved with his Million Man March were overshadowed by a tour to, of all places in that time of hijackings and hostage-taking, the Middle East. He traveled with a delegation of 30 individuals to 23 countries in less than 30 days. Perhaps his most controversial stop was his meeting with Muammar Gaddafi in Libya, who donated $1 billion to Farrakhan to galvanize voting power among marginalized groups. In Baghdad he met with Saddam Hussein, the dictatorial Iraqi president. The Anti-Defamation League reported on several other happenings during Farrakhan's tour and published them on their website under the title Travels with Tyrants. Minister Louis Farrakhan's 1996 anti-American tour. Notwithstanding the scandal, a 1996 poll found Farrakhan rated high among blacks. It was reported that 70% of blacks affirmed that he was saying things the country needed to hear, 63% said he spoke the truth, and 53% called him a model for black youth. Only 34% considered him a racist or bigot. In the spring of 1996, the NAACP invited Farrakhan to its first National African American Leadership Summit. This was an unprecedented move for 178. The NAACP, a notoriously conservative civil rights organization. Although Farrakhan attended the meeting, the major differences between him and conservative black leaders remained. The 21st century began busily for Farrakhan. It began with a CBS 60 Minutes interview and a JET interview in which he explained that he was not responsible for Malcolm X's death. Farrakhan responded to the September 11, 2001 terrorist attack on America, in a letter to President George W. Bush in which he told him that the world is with you to pursue those who perpetrated this act of war against America, and your pursuit of the guilty parties is right and proper. However, Mr. President, it will take great courage on your part to look at America's policies with a critical eye, and it will take even greater courage to break from the policies of the past and make a new beginning for this nation and the world. In effect, Farrakhan blamed the United States for provoking terrorist attacks because of its Middle East policies. In recent years, Farrakhan's battle with illness has frequently kept him out of the limelight. In 2003, Farrakhan was diagnosed with prostate cancer. In that same year, he announced his recovery, as well as established a prostate cancer foundation. In 2005, blacks voted Farrakhan Person of the Year in a Black Entertainment television poll. In the following year, Farrakhan announced that he was recovering from an illness caused by an ulcer and subsequent infections. And in 2007, Farrakhan had abdominal surgery, brought on by complications from his treatment for prostate cancer. However, by 2008, Farrakhan had rebounded well enough to cause a predictable stir when he endorsed Barack Obama, the black Democratic presidential nominee. The fallout was a repeat of the events that transpired in Jesse Jackson's campaign in 1984. Criticism abounded, and Obama rejected Farrakhan's endorsement, denouncing the controversial philosophies of one of the most radical and divisive figures of the century. See also Marcus Garvey, Dorothy Height, Jesse Jackson, Martin Luther King, Jr., Malcolm X, and Rosa Parks. Marcus Garvey. Library of Congress. Marcus Mosiah Garvey, Jr. was the founder of the Universal Negro Improvement Association. So large was Garvey's influence as president of the UNIA that an entire movement was named after him. The Garvey movement, executed through the UNIA and the African Communities League, was a sweeping plan to unite African descendants across the globe and to foster racial pride, empowerment, advancement, and self-determination, and to develop Liberia, located in West Africa, as a national homeland. A bold visionary, Garvey's goal and passion was to do the unthinkable, forge a black-controlled national identity in Africa. Garvey's work centered around an illustrious struggle for the victims of racism and social, political, and economic injustice around the world. Early on, Garvey demonstrated a deep compassion for the downtrodden. Beginning in his teens, Garvey observed firsthand the trials and tribulations of black workers in his native Jamaica and even took part in a strike for black laborers. Traversing Central America, Garvey was horrified to discover that conditions were just as bleak. Garvey chose to fight back through radical journalism, though he did not find a ready audience in his home country or in the Latin American countries. He found inspiration through Booker T. Washington's Up From Slavery and responded to the call to become a protest leader. Though Garvey established the first UNIA branch in Jamaica, it was in America, in 1916, that he and his UNIA achieved glittering success. African Americans marveled at the remarkable demonstrations of achievement and power, such as the establishment of multiple black-owned businesses, a shipping line known as the Black Star, and fantastic parades. These parades featured uniformed Garveyites, undulating flags in the UNIA colors, and Garvey himself sitting proudly, like a king, in the back seat of his open-top car. Garvey's massive appeal gained a worldwide membership for the UNIA. Although most of the members were from the working class and the poor, Garvey's movement did not lack for funds or resources during its peak. To his admirers, Garvey was a superhero. He seemed to accomplish the impossible at every turn and rebounded from each setback all the stronger. Nevertheless, Garvey was not invincible. In the end, he could not withstand the large-scale attacks against him by those in America and abroad who wanted to crush him. Garvey's reign in America began its descent when he was charged with mail fraud in 1923 and ended when he was deported back to Jamaica in 1927. But jail and deportation did not quell the indomitable spirit of Garvey. He continued to canvass for support in various countries in aid of various causes and to protest the gross wrongs against peoples of African descent. Following a debilitating stroke in 1940 while living in England with his second wife, Amy Jacques Garvey, Garvey proceeded with plans to revive his movement and to build a new and liberated Africa. Upon reading an article that stated he had died from the stroke, Garvey suffered another stroke. This time he would not recover. Garvey died at 53 years old. 182. Childhood. Marcus Mosiah Garvey was born on August 17, 1887 in St. Ann's Bay, Jamaica. He was the 11th child, though only he and a sister named Indiana survived into adulthood. This and the fact that his mother presumably named him after the biblical Moses, who led the enslaved Israelites out of their life of bondage in Egypt, presaged his future. Moses. Moses is a religious prophet whose narrative is contained in the book of Exodus in the Old Testament of the Bible. Moses is a seminal religious figure in many faiths, including Christianity, Judaism, and Islam. To African Americans, Moses plays an especially key role with regard to activism and protest. According to the book of Exodus, Moses, of the Levite tribe of Israel, was born to Amram, his father, and Jochebed, his mother in Egypt. At that time, the Israelites were in bondage to the Egyptian Pharaoh. After Moses' birth, his mother hid him in a basket and sent him adrift on the Nile River to escape Pharaoh's edict that all male children born among the Israelites be killed. This was done to suppress the Israelites, who were growing in strength and in numbers, for Pharaoh wanted to maintain his oppressive rule over them. Moses was found by Pharaoh's daughter, Thermothes, who raised him like one of her own. However, when Moses grew to be an adult, he rebelled against Pharaoh and led the Israelites out of bondage to the land that God had promised his people. In the Bible, Moses was a chosen prophet of God, and through him was the conduit of many fantastic signs and miracles that brought forth the freedom of the Israelites. During slavery, Moses became one of the most important symbols of resistance. The biblical narrative of Moses affirmed and gave confidence to the conviction of black slaves that it was right to want freedom and to actively seek it. Many spirituals or spiritual songs were created based on Moses' life. They served to reinforce and augment the belief that freedom was possible and that God could also raise up among them a chosen one to lead them out of bondage, misery, and injustice into a land of promise. Whether that meant a physical escape or the eradication of laws and customs in the places they lived, did not matter. Leaders who emerged during slavery time and after often personified the Moses symbol. The symbol of Moses was empowering in that it served to amplify a leader's persona and deeds and augment his drawing power among blacks. Marcus Garvey 183. As a dynamic leader determined to bring blacks out of social, economic, and political oppression. Unlike America, Jamaica was not governed by the laws of segregation and Jim Crow. However, there was de facto segregation, discrimination, and little opportunity for blacks. The social structure was such that whites, who were in the minority, were at the top of the strata, the mulattoes were in the middle, and the unmixed blacks were at the bottom. Unaware of this stratification, Marcus grew up thinking he was no different from anyone else. He was privately tutored for a time, then went to school with whites. He counted his white neighbors among his closest friends. In actuality, Marcus exhibited dominance over his peers, white or black. This was because Marcus' father was domineering, as well as extraordinarily stubborn. He did not let anyone, white or black, with or without authority, take advantage of him or force him to do anything that was not to his liking. In this he was much like the fierce Maroons, of whom he was reputedly a descendant. During slavery times, the Maroons were shipwrecked in Jamaica and fought successfully against the British for their independence. This legacy was undoubtedly a point of pride for Marcus Sr. and won him the respect and admiration of the locals. The fact that Marcus' father owned property was an enviable status symbol. Unfortunately, his stubbornness got the better of him and brought an end to his position of superiority. He refused to pay for a newspaper subscription that he had received for some 20 years at his home, thinking that it had been a gift. The courts confiscated all but a small plot of his land. This loss might have been the reason that he subsequently withdrew emotionally from his family, preferring to build his world around his books and his thoughts. Marcus' mother, Sarah, was the antithesis of her husband. She was passive and peaceable, religious and tender-hearted. She displayed her entrepreneurial spirit through various money-making ventures, as a domestic worker, as a tenant farmer, and by selling her home-baked goods. It was Sarah that Marcus Mosiah was closest to. Like her, he was religious and had an entrepreneurial spirit. Garvey was small but feisty and high-spirited. When he was not hard at play in the open air, effortlessly commanding the respect of his peers, or blithely swimming in the shark-infested sea, he was reading. Like his father, he was an avid reader, and there were scores of books in the family library. He approached reading and word mastery with the same heartiness with which he approached his play in the outdoors. When he was not reading, he dreamed of grandeur, of becoming a man of great importance. Garvey's childhood was full of adventures, but the carefree and free-spirited years led all too quickly to a more constrained adolescence. At 14, Garvey received the jolt of his young life when the parents of his white 184 neighborhood friends forbid him to play with their children. Garvey had never before had any experience with racism. He had never been called a nigger, and the word stung him deeply. Moreover, he had to leave school and was apprenticed to his godfather, who worked in the printing business. While he worked to help make ends meet for his family, his white friends continued their education in white schools. When he met them later on in life, they would either not recognize him or, because of social expectations, ignore him altogether. However, the apprenticeship turned out to be a good experience for Garvey. Garvey read from his godfather's ample library, was taught much about world affairs, and learned about journalism. His time in the print shop prepared him for his future role. The burgeoning activist. Labor protests and political organizing in Jamaica in 1906, Garvey moved to Kingston, the capital of Jamaica, in search of better opportunities for work. But he was not the typical laborer who submitted to harassment and poor pay without complaint. When he protested about poor or unsafe conditions in which he worked or low pay, he did so to not only look out for his own best interests, he had a bigger picture in mind. Garvey was only 19 when he accepted a job with one of Kingston's most prestigious employers, a printing shop run by the P.A. Benjamin Manufacturing Company. Garvey advanced quickly from laborer to foreman and was soon placed in charge of men triple his own age. He was a natural leader and the men respected him, just as his friends and acquaintances had done in his childhood. When Garvey had saved up enough money, he moved his mother from her winsome rural home in St. Anne's Parish. The farm where she made her living had been destroyed by a hurricane. The move had a drastic effect on his mother, who was not accustomed to life in the city and did not like it. The loss of her home compounded with her unhappiness at living in Kingston was believed to have contributed to her early death in 1908. Alone, Garvey faced the grim realities of black life in the early 20th century. Among the issues that disgruntled the workers at the P.A. Benjamin Manufacturing Company was low pay. When they went on strike, they naturally turned to Garvey to lead them. He accepted. But the consequences of standing up in protest on behalf of the workers cost him his job, he was not among the strikers who were invited back to work when the strike ended. The strike made a lasting impression on Garvey. It gave him an idea of what labor organizing was like, although he soon realized that labor. Marcus Garvey 185. Organizing was not particularly gratifying. Perhaps this was because labor only addressed one aspect of the myriad troubles that blacks faced. More significantly, his interest in black issues, in protest, and in the possibility of leadership was piqued. Garvey found himself drawn to individuals who were socially aware and as vocal as himself. He immersed himself in the development of his leadership abilities, particularly as a speaker and a writer. On Saturday nights, he met with friends to discuss matters that affected them as well as workers around the world. In his spare time, he took elocution lessons from Dr. J. Robert Love, a Pan-Africanist, newspaper owner, and politician. He visited churches to study the speech-making of preachers. He practiced presentations in front of a mirror. Garvey paid attention not only to the words he used but also to the presentation of the words, focusing on intonation, facial expressions, and body movements. Garvey's efforts resulted in his becoming a confident and popular speaker around town. Given Garvey's background working in his godfather's printing shop, he turned to writing. In 1910, he established his first newspaper, The Watchman. But Garvey's fellow Jamaicans were not as radically minded as he was, and the paper floundered. Garvey's spirit was not easily dampened. He next established his first organization, the National Club, and its organ, Our Own. Desiring to devote more time and energy towards activism, Garvey quit his job and traveled to Costa Rica, where he planned to save money working on a banana farm to aid his organization and newspaper in Kingston. This was the first of Garvey's many peregrinations in which he learned about the struggles of blacks elsewhere in the world. Central America. Garvey found a job as a timekeeper on a farm in Costa Rica, where a large number of blacks worked. The experience appalled Garvey. It angered him to see the black workers exploited. Between 1910 and 1912 Garvey traveled to at least 8 other countries in Central America, finding the same dismal conditions in all of them. Through radical newspaper writing, Garvey tried to incite black workers to protest their treatment and poor pay. In Port Limon, Costa Rica, he established La Nación and made complaints to an unresponsive British consul. In Colon, Panama, he founded La Prensa. But he was unable to galvanize black protest or obtain help through either his personal or journalistic efforts. Nonetheless, Garvey's zeal intensified. England and Europe. In the spring of 1912, following a brief trip home to Jamaica, Garvey traveled to London, England. This trip contributed greatly to his growing fund. 186. Of knowledge as well as to the formation of his philosophy. While there, he formed a relationship with Duse Mohammed Ali, a journalist for the Africa Times and Orient Review. Garvey worked for him for a time, and also contributed articles to his publication and others. He made contacts with a motley group of black college students, sailors, and dock workers. He attended lectures at Birkbeck College and gave speeches on soap boxes, as was commonly done in Hyde Park. Back to Africa. Back to Africa is a term that refers largely to a movement in which blacks migrated or attempted to return permanently to their ancestral homeland. Africa is the ancestral homeland to individuals who, largely because of slavery, were dispersed to Europe, Asia, and the Americas. The Back to Africa movement as it pertains to America began on the original slave ships themselves, when Africans tried, through rebellion or by jumping into the waters and swimming, to return home. There were at least 400 documented slave ship rebellions during the 17th and 18th centuries. Most were unsuccessful. The 1858 rebellion aboard the French ship Regina Coeli was one of extremely few revolts that succeeded. After slaves killed most of the crew, they escaped to Liberia. There were also a number of nonviolent attempts carried out by whites and blacks to return blacks to Africa. There were many reasons for this phenomenon. For blacks, whether in the North or the South, the desire to go back to Africa stemmed from the desire to escape social, economic, and political oppressions, as well as overwhelming anti-black violence. Moreover, there was a longing to start anew unhampered by white racism, as well as to return to their ancestral roots even though most blacks could never know where home was, specifically. Records on slaves were not kept, and over time, the language and most of the African culture and customs were lost through acculturation. Many times, Africans were forced into communities where other slaves did not speak their language. A wealthy black man named Paul Cuff was one of the pioneers of the Back to Africa movement. In 1815, Philadelphia Quakers helped him transport 38 blacks to Freetown, Sierra Leone. In 1822, the American Colonization Society, supported by blacks and whites, helped establish the colony of Liberia in West Africa. The blacks who returned to Africa with the help of those like Cuff, the organization ACS, and others, experienced many troubles and trials adapting to a climate and an environment that they had not ever known and adjusting to the ways of the indigenous peoples. The impulse to return home was revived in the 20th century, as leaders like Marcus Garvey strove toward self-determination and self-government for the descendants of Africa. These relationships instilled in Garvey a profound love for his heritage and an intense desire to learn more about the culture and history that bound blacks all over the world together. He supplemented his discussions with trips to the library, where, slumped over a mountain of books, he fervently built up his knowledge of Africa. The information he discovered debunked the prevailing misconception of a barbaric continent. Pre-colonial Africa was home to complex societies and lavish empires with opulent traditions in art, music, dance, and religion. Through colonialization, foreign countries had subjugated the indigenous populations and exploited the abundant natural resources, minerals, precious metals, oil, and timber. During the African diaspora, countless Africans had been scattered throughout North and South America, Europe, Asia, and Australia largely to toil as slaves. Garvey and his family were a product of this diaspora, as were the myriad blacks he met around the world. Garvey realized they were, in actuality, connected by a common oppression, a common cultural identity, and a common homeland. But that homeland was no longer available to them, as it belonged to the people who had remained in Africa. Blacks had been effectively stripped of a national identity. Between December 1913 and January 1914, Garvey visited France, Spain, and other European countries. The trip produced bleak results. Conditions in continental Europe were no better for men and women of African descent, who comprised the poor, the neglected, and the powerless. Garvey could not find any place where blacks exhibited independence and power. He thus famously remarked, "Where is the black man's government? Where is his king and his kingdom? Where is his president, his country, and his ambassador, his army, his navy, his men of big affairs? I could not find them." Upon Garvey's return to England in mid-January 1914, he read Booker T. Washington's second autobiography and national bestseller, Up from Slavery. This was a classic rags-to-riches narrative, chronicling the life of Washington, a slave-turned-powerful race leader and founder of the heavily funded Tuskegee Institute. Washington recounted how he overcame monolithic odds, his ascension to greatness, and his program for black independence from whites through industrial training and development. This book moved Garvey in a profound way, and was in fact what ultimately convinced him to become a race leader. He was 27 years old. While still in England, he wrote that he felt restless for the opportunity of doing something the advancement of my race, and he determined that the black man would not continue to be kicked about by all the other races and nations of the world living as mere peons, serfs, dogs, and slaves as he had seen in his travels. I could not remain in London any more, he continued, my brain was afire. 188. Return to Jamaica. Garvey returned to Jamaica on July 8, 1914. While attending a debate, he met Amy Ashwood. She was only 17, but she had impressed Garvey with the fiery speech she gave, her intelligence, and her beauty. She would eventually become his first wife. In August of that year, Garvey co-founded the Universal Negro Improvement Association and African Communities League. The organization was ambitious. Its objectives were to promote the spirit of race pride and love, to reclaim the fallen of the race, to administer to and assist the needy, to assist in civilizing the backward tribes of Africa, to strengthen the imperialism of independent African states, to establish universities, colleges, and secondary schools. Ironically, Garvey's plan was well received by local whites, while the general population of Jamaican blacks was apathetic. Those who opposed the plan comprised the mulatto class, who could not understand why any man with talent would concern himself with improving the lot of the lower class blacks. Garvey was disturbed to discover that color prejudice was rampant in blacks of mixed heritage. They opposed his use of the word Negro, not wanting to be associated with blackness, preferring instead to pass as white. That September, Garvey wrote to Washington, seeking support for a Tuskegee-like industrial program in Jamaica. Washington, however, died on November 14, 1915, before the possibilities of a relationship and endorsement of Garvey's program could come to fruition. Garvey made the trip to America anyway, under the premise that this would be an exploratory visit, like his other travels, to make comparisons between blacks in America and elsewhere. To America. Garvey arrived in Harlem, New York on March 23, 1916. Harlem was a black urban neighborhood that in a few short years would produce an explosion of black intellectual, literary, and artistic expression known as the Harlem Renaissance. It was also a hotbed for radically minded thinkers and speakers. Black revolutionaries on soapboxes and radical black newspapers proliferated. The discontent among African Americans was like nothing Garvey had ever seen before. The many blacks who had arrived from the South during the Great Migration, beginning in 1900, with the hope of finding work and better opportunities and to flee Jim Crow and racial violence, or had come up from the West Indies, were quickly disillusioned. Poverty, de facto segregation, police brutality, racial violence, racism, and discrimination abounded throughout America. One of the striking differences in the Northern response to these conditions, particularly with white violence, was that blacks fought back and were more inclined to demonstrate and express radical and militant tendencies. In the American South, blacks faced disenfranchisement, lynching, and social, economic, and political oppression. Racist organizations such as the Ku Klux Klan roamed unchecked in isolated rural regions. When Garvey first arrived in Harlem, his reception was unspectacular. Shabbily dressed, short, and stocky, Garvey was aesthetically no charmer. People were accustomed to hearing the West Indian accent, for there was a substantial community of immigrants there, so Garvey did not stand out. Moreover, no one had ever heard of the UNIA, of which this stranger was president. Garvey spoke largely about the conditions of his home country, little of which pertained to blacks in America. However, Garvey did meet with influential African American leaders like Ida B. Wells Barnett and W.E.B. Du Bois. Wells Barnett, a pioneering anti-lynching crusader and women's rights advocate, was impressed with his ideas, but thought they were extravagant. Du Bois, on the other hand, soon became one of Garvey's most staunch critics. Garvey was none too impressed with these black leaders, whom he felt were elitist and were neglecting the masses. Garvey's reputation gradually grew among the general population. His first public lecture at St. Mark's Church Hall comprised a largely West Indian audience. While speaking, he famously fell off the stage allegedly out of nervousness or excitement. He next began a year-long speaking tour of 38 states, spreading his message of unity. Back in Harlem in May 1917, Garvey formed a UNIA branch. That summer in Harlem, following the July 2 outbreak, he delivered one of his most famous speeches, The Conspiracy of the East St. Louis Riot. By this time, Garvey has begun to form quite the reputation as a speaker. His notoriety attracted the attention of the Federal Bureau of Investigation, which closely followed public leaders and their movements. Earlier in the year, America had declared war against Germany, a fact that exacerbated government suspicion of protest leaders. While Garvey's personal popularity increased, his attempts at organizing were less successful. The fledgling New York UNIA branch quickly dissolved following a controversial struggle to discredit Garvey, and to turn movement into a political club. Garvey refused to allow his organization to be associated with any political party, religion, or social reform organization. His second attempt at organizing fared better. This time Garvey, by request of loyal members, was elected president of the new branch of the UNIA, thus inaugurating an unprecedented and extraordinary moment in African American history. The golden days of the UNIA. In the summer of 1918, Garvey tackled the task of building a foundation for his organization. Never a man of small dreams or mediocre pursuits, he 190 purchased a capacious building in Harlem for the UNIA's American headquarters. He named the building Liberty Hall. With a capacity of 6,000, Liberty Hall soon became the location of many spirited and full house meetings. In July, the UNIA published its Constitution and Book of Laws made for the government of the UNIA/ACL. In August, Garvey put forth the first issue of the UNIA's publication, The Negro World. This newspaper fast became one of the world's leading black newspapers. As Garvey's star rose, Amy Ashwood moved to America to be with him. The Negro World. The Negro World was not only vastly popular but enormously radical. In it Garvey detailed his ideas about creating an independent black nation, as well as his desire to liberate Africa from colonial rule. He published articles describing the conditions facing African descendants across the globe, about revolutionary black figures and Africa's grand and glorious past, as well as essays and poetry. He endorsed racial pride, as well as the right to revolt against any system or government that suppressed what he believed was the right to self-determination and independence from whites. The New World was eventually banned in many countries. But by the late 1920s, the UNIA's influence and presence had already taken root in 22 countries. Elaborate means were constructed to smuggle Garvey's message to the people living in countries where his literature was prohibited. For example, in Kenya, children memorized entire issues and then recited them back to the people in their villages. Through this radical medium as well as the branches that sprang up in America, Europe, Central America, and Africa, Garvey became a global figure. Garvey's mass appeal. By the spring of 1919, Garvey with the assistance of key UNIA members had amassed more than 2 million members worldwide. Garvey was the primary reason for the organization's soaring success, and much of his rising appeal can be attributed to pure doggedness. Other contributing factors were a concoction of luck and masterful strategizing. Garvey had tromped across the globe to get the pulse of the black race, to assess the state and condition of the peoples of the African diasporas sprawled throughout 4 hemispheres. Through various unsuccessful attempts to mobilize protest during his travels, Garvey had searched for a location in which to wage his campaign, seeking soil suitable to plant the seeds of black nationalism. If Garvey had allowed disappointment to get the better of him, he would not have witnessed the glittering hour of success that was approaching. Having done his research, Garvey knew that the soil was especially fertile in New York City. The militant climate of city life, compounded with long-held frustrations and unkept promises, had primed the black population to be receptive to organizing and new approaches. Garvey was also aware that the NAACP reigned in the conservative upper and middle classes, while the working-class blacks went without representation and without leadership. This was a fortuitous situation, for if conditions had not been ripe, or if Garvey had faced competition over the leadership of the largest class of African Americans, his movement might have never taken off. Thus, he lit the flame in New York, and it quickly spread from there. An undeniable factor of Garvey's popularity was his marketing ability. Scholars referred to him as a great propagandist. Indeed, his ingenuity was the essence of the movement that bore his name. He constructed an ideology, crafted a public persona, created an ambience of visually stunning pomp, and spoke to fundamental needs of humanity, to have a sense of self-worth. The effect was extraordinary. Only his opponents, who thought him to be delusional or a charlatan, were not swept up by Garvey's magnetism or his spectacular campaign. Multitudes were drawn to Garvey and the philosophy that came to be known as Garveyism. The tenets, including the principles of race first, self-reliance, and nationhood, were simple, direct, sanguine. Like a modern-day self-help guru, Garvey's message was primarily about empowering the victim, not the vilification of the oppressor or a preoccupation with changing the system. He endeavored to solve the problems blacks faced in America and abroad by aiming to change, uplift, and transcend blacks themselves. The ultimate goal was to create an independent nation for blacks. One of the ways he justified this was to point out that most races had their own country to rule and control for their own best interest. It seemed right and good to him that blacks should reclaim a nation for themselves. Blacks were ravenous for Garvey's daily helpings of feel-good oratory and writings. When Garvey told blacks to stop bleaching their skin and straightening their hair to look like whites, he debunked the notion that anything associated with blackness was wrong or ugly. Black features, including wide, flat noses, broad lips, and other physical qualities, were something of which to be proud, not ashamed. As Garvey saw it, white standards of beauty, which affirmed white features and negated black features, were a form of oppression and induced feelings of racial inferiority. Garvey made sure to build up the black self-image at every opportunity. This practice helped to undo and heal much of the damage caused by slavery, Jim Crow, racism, and white supremacy, as well as to endear him all the more to his followers. Garvey's other strategies were just as potent. He carefully constructed both his own public persona and the UNIA demonstrations. Shortly after becoming president of the UNIA, Garvey shed his humble and inferior 192 clothes for extravagant outfits, such as graduation caps and robes, elaborately decorated uniforms, shining swords, and plumed hats. Critics decried the outlandish get-up, particularly since Garvey held no formal or recognized office other than the presidency of his organization. He made himself look like a dignitary or like royalty, when he was not. Nonetheless, his appearance dazzled and impressed his followers, as he knew it would. The UNIA members were also greatly impressed by the massive demonstrations, such as the UNIA marches. The critics ridiculed the flamboyant and gaudy display of uniformed marchers streaming gallantly through the streets, their colorful flags whipping in the wind. These marches infused a sense of pride, confidence, and wonderment in his admirers. If one man could. Pan-African flag. The Pan-African flag, also known as the UNIA flag or the Black Liberation flag, is a tricolor flag that bears the colors red, black, and green in 3 horizontal stripes. The Pan-African flag was designed in 1920 by the Universal Negro Improvement Association and African Communities League, which was founded and led by Marcus Garvey. The flag was an important symbol of black pride, unity, and black nationalism. Garvey's goal was to create a single black identity and government in Africa under the banner of the UNIAACL. Since every nation and country was identified by a flag, Garvey created one for his purposes. Each color on the UNIA flag symbolized Africa or its people. The red represented the blood that united all individuals of African ancestry and the sacrifices that were made for liberation, black stood for the black people or nation, and green symbolized the land and rich resources of Africa. The UNIA flag played an important role in the promotion of Garveyism, and various incarnations of it appeared in the latter half of the 20th century. At public parades and events, Garveyites waved flags in the air, amping up the frenzy over Garvey and his program of black pride and self-determination. The flag next became an important symbol of black pride during the Black Power movement of the mid-1960s, as well as in the resurgence of Afrocentrism spearheaded in large part by scholars such as Molefi Kitasanti, who published Afrocentricity, Asa Hillard, and John Henrik Clarke. African American popular culture was also affected by individuals such as filmmaker Spike Lee, and artists Public Enemy, De La Soul, and A Tribe Called Quest. During the 1980s and 1990s, the colors red, black, and green began appearing on clothes. Red, black, and green flags were displayed on t-shirts, hats, medallions, and other paraphernalia. Marcus Garvey 193. Orchestrate such a dramatic and triumphant display as this, self-governance seemed attainable. Garvey's philosophy and propaganda moved blacks. One witness to this movement related that Garvey took black folk who were, assaulted by a variety of very unfortunately negative images of themselves and made them believe in themselves, made them see physical beauty in themselves, made them see the need to interpret and write their own history. Another recalled how Garvey dispelled the old stereotype that Africans were nothing but cannibals running around in the jungles. Garvey knew that the smallest man in the uniform still looked like a giant. Whites were also affected by the UNIA marches. One woman heard white women fainted, when we had the big parades going down Fifth Avenue, they would just fall out. At the height of Garvey's glory, he and his movement appeared unstoppable. But behind the sunny rhetoric and the sensationalism, there were grave troubles brewing. Garvey's dilemma. UNIA projects and problems. Through the UNIA, Garvey implemented programs with the objective of advancing and empowering blacks economically. He spawned projects, such as investment funds, the Negro Factories Corporation, and his most ambitious enterprise, a black shipping line. He instituted annual UNIA conventions. He also attempted to colonize Liberia. The Negro Factories Corporation involved the establishment of various black-owned businesses, such as stores, restaurants, and manufacturing companies. This venture resulted in at least 1,000 new jobs for African Americans in Harlem alone. The Black Star Line, which Garvey announced in 1919, was based on the Green Star Line and the White Star Line. The Black Star Line would accomplish numerous goals. It would get around Jim Crow laws that reduced blacks to second-class citizenship aboard ships, stimulate commercial trade between Africans around the world, and provide profit-making opportunities for the UNIA and all blacks through the selling of stocks. Garvey hoped to employ an all-black crew for the ships, but that was not always possible, as trained seamen were limited. In response to this program, the African American press and top leaders were especially harsh, accusing Garvey of extorting blacks. But to poor blacks, the shares were more than a financial investment. One father used his hard-earned money to purchase Garvey shares instead of the month's groceries. He instructed his daughter to touch the shares to feel the power. 194. That the black man will someday know. Because of Garvey, financial power was no longer the exclusive privilege of certain classes. On September 17, 1919, Garvey amazed the world, and especially his skeptics, when the UNIA purchased its first ship, the SS Yarmouth. Garvey aptly renamed the vessel, which had formerly transported cotton, the Frederick Douglass, after the former slave and famous abolitionist. Sold to the UNIA for $165,000, the ship was a costly purchase. Garvey boasted of an all-black crew with a black captain and declared that more purchases were in the works. He undoubtedly reveled in confounding his enemies, who were increasing in number as his popularity and influence continued to soar. A near-death experience the following month nearly shattered Garvey's burgeoning empire. George Tyler, a deranged man, approached Garvey with a gun on October 14, 1919. 4 gunshots were fired at Garvey. One grazed his forehead, another blasted into his leg. Garvey survived, and the incident made him into something of a hero. Tyler, on the other hand, went to jail. He died there, either by suicide or murder. Garvey went to Philadelphia the next day for a speaking engagement. The Philadelphia audience was astonished that Garvey had not cancelled. His reputation escalated. Garvey's tenacity would be severely tested over the shipping line's first purchase, the Frederick Douglass. Neither Garvey nor his associates knew much of anything about the convoluted business of shipping. For one thing, they had paid too much for that ship. For another, the insurance was exorbitant. When the Frederick Douglass finally set sail in the fall of 1919, Garvey made sure the UNIA band was in attendance to delight the frenzied crowd. But the Frederick Douglass trip was temporarily halted until the insurance was paid in full. This was not the last of the troubles inflicting the UNIA's Black Star Line, but Garvey made sure not to publicize such problems. They kept up the appearance that Garvey and his UNIA were making an epic ascent to power and influence. Throughout the years, Garvey made enemies with the same intensity as he attracted followers. The integrationists, chief among them W.E.B. Du Bois, one of the founders of the NAACP and the editor of The Crisis, were appalled by Garvey's audacious showmanship and outlandish programs and by his ideology of black nationalism. Du Bois exchanged sharp barbs with Garvey in his speeches and articles, once maliciously calling him a little, fat black man. Garvey was equally unkind when he published an article that headlined, W.E. Berghardt Du Bois is a hater of dark people, calls his own race black and ugly. Garvey, who advocated racial purity, had his own issues with black communities of biracial and multiracial heritage that favored Marcus Garvey 195. Assimilation with white culture, outlook, and prejudices. This caused him to distrust leadership of this sort and think of them as traitors, and Du Bois, with his biracial father, made him a ready target for Garvey's rancor. Garvey's custom of verbally attacking others provoked the attention of powerful adversaries. And since his early days making fiery speeches atop soapboxes in Harlem, Garvey had attracted the attention of the FBI. Comments made on the podium such as "When those crackers lynch a Negro below the Mason-Dixon line, since it is not safe to lynch a white man in any part of America, we shall press the button and lynch him in Africa," incited a long-term FBI mission to deport Garvey back to Jamaica. In the meantime, they looked for a way to convict him of a crime. The inauguration of the Black Star Line presented an opportunity. In the hunt to catch Garvey, the FBI enlisted spies to obstruct his movement, and, for the first time ever, employed a black agent to infiltrate the UNIA. Other Garvey opponents included influential African Americans. In late 1919, Robert S. Abbott, editor of the Chicago Defender, published an article scoffing at Garvey's Black Star Line. Garvey's libel suit against Abbott was unprofitable. In a subsequent counterattack, Abbott may have been the cause of Garvey's brief arrest for the illegal sale of stocks during Garvey's visit in Chicago. Abbott brought his victory to a climax with a successful libel suit against Garvey for his Chicago address and for articles appearing in the Negro World. This would not be the last time that Garvey would be hit with libel suits. The UNIA had internal problems, as well. Garvey's ambition often exceeded his experience and knowledge. Neither he nor the men he put in charge of his ventures, such as the shipping line, had sufficient knowledge to realize that the vessels they purchased were overpriced and in bad shape, requiring repairs that drained the UNIA's finances. Add to that the expense of libel suits and the heavy-duty annual stipends promised to the UNIA leadership, and Garvey's organization began to lose money at a staggering pace. Garvey's mounting problems could possibly have been remedied if he had been open to suggestions, but he was convinced that, in the end, he would triumph. The new decade, the Roaring Twenties, opened up with setbacks, the unraveling of Garvey's marriage to Amy Ashwood, the unfortunate events of the Frederick Douglass, and dissension among the UNIA leaders. The Frederick Douglass was plagued with mechanical problems and actually began to sink on January 19. News that all was not well within the UNIA leadership was publicized, but Garvey continued to put up a good front. Garvey defended the firing of officials in an address at Liberty Hall in March. In April, Garvey Sr. died. Garvey, seemingly unfazed by his organizational and personal problems, announced the acquisition of 2 more ships for the Black Star Line, the 196 Shadyside and the Kanawha. Both ships were exorbitantly priced. The Kanawha, renamed the Antonio Maceo, the sobriquet of a black general in Cuba, was a troubled vessel whose boilers were perpetually giving out, costing Garvey a fortune in repairs. Garvey's goal for the Shadyside was to provide excursions for African Americans. Of course, only families of means could afford the luxury of such trips, and the well-to-do were not exactly fans of Garvey's. This proved problematic. Liberia, a colonization project. In the fall of 1920, Garvey announced a $2 million Liberian construction loan. Garvey hoped to develop Liberia with colleges, universities, industrial plants, and railroad tracks. His ultimate goal was to move the UNIA headquarters there and spur black migration. Liberia is situated along the coast of the Atlantic Ocean, flanked by Sierra Leone, Guinea, and Côte d'Ivoire in West Africa. It was founded in 1822 by the American Colonization Society to provide a settlement for free blacks. Many blacks and whites supported this project. In addition to the ACS-sponsored undertaking, blacks themselves launched efforts to return to Africa in an attempt to control their lives and destiny. These various projects came to be known as the Back to Africa movement. Whites were in favor of transporting blacks to Liberia, because it helped solve the conundrum of how blacks would acclimate into mainstream society, anticipate competition for jobs and resources, and obviate social conflict and tension. Despite the fact that a large number of blacks balked at the idea of returning to Africa, since they felt too far removed from their ancestral homeland and preferred to remain in America, ACS helped transport 13,000 blacks to Liberia within 20 years. Liberia gained its independence from the United States in 1847. At first, the Liberians appeared to welcome Garvey with open arms. They permitted a visit from Eli Garcia, a UNIA delegate, in 1920. Garcia met with officials, observed the country, and composed a secret report on his observations, detailing how the non-native blacks, specifically a ruling class, oppressed the indigenous population. Garcia recommended that the UNIA implement a covered plan to take over the ruling class and liberate the natives. Unaware of this, the Liberian government was excited to accept the opportunity to modernize their country through Garvey's promises. To demonstrate what appeared to be a strong relationship, the mayor of Monrovia, the capital of Liberia, was elected potentate or ceremonial head of the 1920 UNIA convention. Between August 1 and 31, the UNIA made a spectacular show at the first annual International Convention of the Negro Peoples of the World at New York's Madison Square Garden. One morning, a member of the UNIA, Marcus Garvey 197, shined his boots, polished his sword, and headed to Harlem to take part in one of the biggest parades in New York's history. One surviving witness remembered how every window that you looked at, people's heads were out, to see the Marcus Garvey parade. Most of them wanted to see Marcus Garvey, and he was very well decorated, his hats, and the feathers. The day itself was a virtual visual feast, with Garvey masterfully fusing elements of Afrocentric ceremony and Western pomp. The scene was described as follows. Harlem streets rang with stirring martial airs and the measured tramp of smartly uniformed marching bands. The hoarse cries of little black newsboys hawking special editions of the Negro World added to the babble produced by cheering delegates from 25 countries. Garvey became literally the man of the hour. Enterprising Harlem tobacco shops offered special Marcus Garvey cigars, complete with a photograph of the Jamaican race leader imprinted on the band. The magic of Garvey's spell and the power of his organizational ability were never better demonstrated than at this first great international convention. On parade was the uniformed African Legion, the juvenile divisions, the Black Cross nurses, the Universal Motor Corps, as well as the crew of the Black Star Line. In attendance were African nobility, an African prince and several tribal chiefs. The convention was a time for Garvey to not only market the UNIA but to conduct business. The UNIA authorized its symbolic colors, red for the blood of the race, nobly shed in the past and dedicated to the future, black to symbolize pride in the color of its skin, and green for the promise of a new and better life in Africa. An anthem was created to the tune of an Ethiopian song, and a Declaration of Rights of the Negro Peoples of the World was written, including 54 demands affirming their right of liberty and justice for all African descendants, the abolition of the use of the word nigger, and black history instruction for black children. Titles, some elaborate, like the Provisional President of Africa, were bestowed upon the leadership. The UNIA served as the provisional government for the aspiring African nation. Throughout the following year, Garvey maintained his programs in spite of mounting problems and attacks, a wildly busy schedule, and problems in his personal life. His marriage to Amy, which had been problematic from the start, was not getting better, and husband and wife were withdrawing more and more from each other. While in Jamaica during the winter of 1921, the State Department directed the U.S. Consul General to refuse Garvey a permit to re-enter the United States. He was detained by 198 U.S. immigration but eventually was allowed to return to New York in the summer. Money was also a problem. At the second UNIA convention, Garvey had to contend with problems within his organization. One of the executive officers, a secretary general, was charged with misappropriation of funds. In Liberia, money troubles stymied progress. Although money was being raised by the UNIA, funds were being rerouted to save the Black Star Line. Unbeknown to the general membership of the UNIA, the Black Star Line was floundering. Efforts were underway to save it, but while the Garveyites remained loyal to Garvey, his critics, such as Du Bois, publicly questioned the fate of this ambitious and fraud-filled project. All three vessels of the Black Star Line were in serious trouble. The UNIA's unwise purchases of dubious ships at exorbitant prices were a handicap from which even a more soundly managed company would have been hard put to survive. In truth, the venture had resulted in a heartbreaking series of disasters marked by bungling incompetence, individual dishonesty, ever-increasing corporate indebtedness, as well as sabotage. The Frederick Douglass was in constant need of repairs. Eventually, its hapless career was ended at auction, and it sold at an embarrassingly low price. It did not help matters when an engineer, whether deliberately or not, corroded the engines and boilers of the Antonio Maceo with salt water. The shady side made the most miserable ending, sinking to the bottom of the Hudson River. Another individual might have thrown in the towel, but Garvey came up with a plan to rescue his moribund shipping line. His first step was to establish the Black Star Steamship Company of New Jersey in the fall of 1920. With this new shipping line, Garvey embarked on the ill-timed and unwise acquisition of a fourth ship, which he named the Phyllis Wheatley. The plan was for this ship to carry blacks to Africa. This purchase can be attributed to overconfidence or a desperate attempt to save face. The Phyllis Wheatley never made an appearance. Critics, like Du Bois, made sure to openly point out that fact. That Garvey sold tickets for promised trips to Africa and advertised the ghost ship only provided more ammunition to be used by his enemies against him. Bigger problems for Garvey and the UNIA. Garvey's problems culminated with his arrest for fraudulent use of mail on January 12, 1922. Garvey was not the only member of the UNIA to be indicted, but it was clear that he was the target of the charge. Overzealous or desperate, Garvey's preemptive move to advertise the non-existent Phyllis Wheatley was at the center of the trouble. Journalists had a field day bashing Garvey. But the final straw was the accusation that he sent fraudulent circulars through the mail. The journalists went for the jugular in subsequent editorials, but Garvey's membership and supporters were not easily convinced of his alleged crimes. Garvey insisted that he was innocent and pointed his finger at his enemies, who he accused of plotting against him from the beginning. By the end of the year, Garvey's Black Star Line had folded and his marriage had dissolved. The marriage had been a brief one, the divorce finalized on June 15, 1922. The circumstances surrounding the dissolution of what appeared to be Garvey's first love were controversial. It was believed that Garvey himself thought he could not commit himself to both the struggle and his marriage. It was also argued that each accused the other of infidelity, dishonesty, and various other things. Amy bitterly pointed to what she suspected was an inappropriate relationship between her husband and Amy Jacques, Garvey's new secretary. It was known that Garvey and Amy, prior to their marriage, had had a querulous relationship. That Garvey had wholly given himself to his movement was illustrated by the fact that he did not have any social friends and was always working. Marcus Garvey, Jr. asserted that never seemed to relax. He never seemed to take a day off. He always appeared to be dressed ready to work. And he was working at home, he was working at the office. He kept tremendous hours. Garvey married his new secretary, the intelligent and intensely loyal Amy Jacques, 1 month later after his divorce. In July, Garvey arranged a scandalous meeting with Edward Young Clark, Grand Wizard of the Ku Klux Klan. The Klan, the most widely known of the racist white organizations, regularly terrorized blacks and was responsible for countless diabolical acts against them. That Garvey met on friendly terms with the Klan and even allowed a Klansman to speak before his membership baffled the nation, especially African American protest leaders. It was not that Garvey condoned the Klan's activities. Their seemingly bizarre and brief engagement was based upon their mutual desire to preserve their respective races. But the act emboldened African Americans to wage an organized fight, through a Garvey Must Go campaign to get rid of Garvey and shut down the UNIA once and for all. The Garvey Must Go campaign united unlikely leaders in the African American community. Men who had once opposed one another's philosophies and strategies of resistance collaborated in an effort to deport Garvey. Among the luminaries who opposed Garvey were A. Philip Randolph, Chandler Owen, Frank Crosseth, Robert Bagnall, William Pickens, George Schuyler, Joel A. Rogers, and Theophilus Lewis. This group represented a hodgepodge of white socialists, an NAACP academics, and a black labor union leader. The name of the organization, 200, they created was the Friends of Negro Freedom. Its members waged an anti-Garvey attack on the city streets and in their respective newspapers. Garvey, of course, fought back through his own medium and with his characteristic no-holds-barred flair, threatening anyone who would attack him or his organization. When A. Philip Randolph received a dismembered hand and a threat against his life signed by the KKK, he accused Garvey of being the real perpetrator. Garvey denied it. Former members of the UNIA also turned against him. James W.H. Eason was a high priest in the organization when he made his volatile break with the UNIA at the 1922 convention. Garvey and Eason quarreled violently, and at one point the two men almost came to blows on the platform. Garvey accused Eason of double-crossing him, and the Philadelphian thereupon withdrew from the UNIA and formed a rival organization called the Universal Negro Alliance. When Eason was shot on January 1, 1923, 2 Garvey men were arrested. With no solid evidence against them, the charges were dropped. It was alleged that Eason might have been murdered because of damaging information he could have provided against Garvey. A week after the Eason shooting, a letter arrived on the desk of Attorney General Harry M. Daugherty. The letter was signed by 8 African Americans: Robert S. Abbott, Robert W. Bagnall, Julia P. Coleman, George W. Harris, Chandler Owen, Harry H. Pace, William Pickens, and John E. Nail. The letter contains several arguments in support of Garvey's conviction. The letter, as well as the ongoing Garvey Must Go campaign, escalated anti-Garvey sentiment. Garvey was furious. He flailed back, calling them good old darkies, Uncle Tom Negroes, and wicked maligners. He labeled the letter that was meant to destroy him the greatest bit of treachery and wickedness. The trial. Garvey was highly suspicious of the trial, which began on May 18, 1923. The judicial system, since emancipation, had been historically and ruthlessly unkind to African Americans. With racist all-white juries, judges, and attorneys, African Americans rarely experienced justice, and they frequently received harsher punishments than whites. Garvey felt that he stood no chance. The public despised him, and prominent African Americans denounced him. The government was against him. Garvey complained that the judge overseeing his trial was biased against him because he had been a member of the NAACP. The judge was not removed. Garvey dismissed his African American attorney, believing he was not looking out for his best interests. But historians believe that when Garvey chose to represent himself, he made an unfortunate move. Despite Garvey's fears, he actually had a chance to win the case. The evidence, such as an empty envelope with a black star line stamp, concerning the alleged mail fraud was incredibly weak. Although this envelope was addressed to a shareholder, the contents were non-existent and therefore did not imply fraud. Furthermore, the trial exposed how Garvey and the UNIA had actually been taken advantage of by whites who had sold them the doomed vessels. But ultimately, Garvey was his own worst enemy in the trial. He exhibited an unflattering awkwardness, was frequently hot-tempered in the courtroom, and he would not accept advice from anyone. This did much to hurt his chances of acquittal. In the end, the jury pronounced Garvey guilty, and he was sentenced to 5 years in prison. The other defendants were acquitted. Before entering Tombs Prison in New York, Garvey gave a speech, the essence of which was that the UNIA's work was not finished. After 3 months in prison, Garvey was paroled. In the interim, while on parole, Garvey labored on and waited for the results of his appeal. In 1924, he established yet another shipping line, the Black Cross Navigation and Trading Company, to replace the one that had failed. The ships in this line were designated to transport African Americans to Africa, specifically to Liberia, where efforts were still underway to establish a UNIA colony. The line purchased its first ship, named Booker T. Washington. This one had promise. But it only made one voyage, and that one was traumatic. Expenses and racial tensions between the white captain, the white and black workers, and the black passengers resulted in a near mutiny. The ship sailed to Cuba, Jamaica, and Panama but was ultimately sold to pay the UNIA's rising debts. Other projects crumbled. In 1924, the Liberian rulers, suddenly and without warning, changed their mind about opening their doors to the UNIA. It appeared that authorities had gotten hold of the secret letter that contained plans for their ousting. Garvey lost not only an opportunity to stake a claim on African real estate, but he wasted a lot of money on pricey equipment. In the wake of this latest failure, Garvey shifted his attention to politics. He called his new project the Negro Political Union. Garvey began to promote and influence politics on the local and national level. He endorsed Republican candidate Calvin Coolidge during the 1924 presidential election. Coolidge won. Garvey's influence, which was still largely intact, surely contributed to the win. But his political picks were not always popular. The African American press was still on his heels, publishing harsh opinions of him and his organization. In the crisis, Du Bois called him a lunatic and a traitor. To jail again. In 1925, Garvey was arrested and sent to Atlanta Federal Penitentiary. This time the federal grand jury claimed that Garvey had evaded taxes. The 202 problem with this charge was that Garvey had not received as much money as the prosecutors claimed he had, a fact that was presented by an accountant during the trial. But it did not matter. While in prison, Garvey again encouraged his supporters to remember that their fight was not over. He produced the following a message, which pledged his support to black liberation whether in life or death. If I die in Atlanta, my work shall then only begin, but I shall live, in the physical or spiritual, to see the day of Africa's glory. When I am dead, wrap the mantle of the red, black, and green around me, for in the new life I shall rise with God's grace and blessing to lead the millions up the heights of triumph with the colors that you well know. Look for me in the whirlwind or the storm, look for me all around you, for with God's grace, I shall come and bring with me countless millions of black slaves who have died in America and the West Indies and the millions in Africa to aid you in the fight for liberty, freedom, and life. The fight to liberate Garvey was on. His wife Amy, an activist in her own right, published Was Justice Defeated? Garvey's pardon delegation submitted a petition for his release to President Calvin Coolidge, the same man he had helped put into office. Garvey appealed to Coolidge for clemency. When that was denied, Amy rallied for his release. In the early months of 1926, Garvey lost the UNIA office building in New York and was denied parole. In 1927, Earl Little, Malcolm X's father and a Garveyite, asked President Coolidge to release Garvey. Coolidge eventually pardoned him with a catch. Garvey was released in November and deported on December 2. Deportation. Estelle James, who was a member of the UNIA, recalled the day of Garvey's deportation as follows. It was a Monday morning in November, a cold, drizzly, damp November New Orleans morning. It was more like Mardi Gras Day in New Orleans on that particular day. Went out to see Marcus Garvey on this ship. I imagine the conductors got tired of a skin for fares, so some people rode for nothing. And the fare was only 7 cents. They was just packed on top of each on the streetcar going out to the riverfront. Mr. Garvey was not allowed to land. He had to stay on board ship. He did not put his foot on land. As the ship was moving out from the docks, the people on shore were singing the President General's hymn. Virginia Collins described it thusly, but the people in general, they just was wavin', 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 and cryin', and wavin'. Cryin' and wavin'. Marcus Garvey 203. Estelle added, and the waves appeared to have been in harmony with the song as the people were singing and the boat was moving out to sea. It did indeed rain that day, and on the somber brown faces, peering from under open umbrellas, there was a look that said that they would never see the likes of him or the UNIA's proud splendor again. Indeed, Garvey never would set foot on American soil after that day. This concluded his amazing, spectacular, controversial, whirlwind movement of protest in America. Back in Jamaica, Garvey was greeted with much fanfare. It was a far cry from the last time Garvey had been in Jamaica, when neither he nor his message were accepted. But in Jamaica Garvey would attempt to revive himself and his movement. At first, his attempts met with some success. He added many more Jamaicans to the UNIA while keeping in contact with the United States through weekly articles in the Negro World. He established himself internationally with fresh new UNIA quarters in Paris and London. He planned an international convention of the Negro peoples of the world to be held in Kingston in 1929, which would be the grandest spectacle native Jamaicans had ever witnessed. But Garvey was forced to adjust to changes in Jamaica. Given the fact that he could not return to America, Garvey criticized the American UNIA leaders, accusing them of exploiting the organization. And there was contention over where the actual UNIA headquarters should be. This argument caused a split, necessitating Garvey to form a new organization called the parent body of the Universal Negro Improvement Association. He also established a newspaper, the Blackman. After the 1929 convention, which was facilitated by his new organization, Garvey entered Jamaican politics. But scandal and controversy seemed to trail him like a hound. Garvey, who was not gifted with disarming charm or savvy political skills, had a rough time running for the Legislative Council. One of his platforms, a crusade to smite corruption in the judicial system, got him in trouble. The judges fought back by publicly denouncing him and charging him with being in contempt of court. He was sentenced to 3 months in jail and a $100 fine. Over the next few years, Garvey's programs did not do so well, either in Jamaica or in the European locations. His personal life, however, picked up with the birth of a son, Marcus, in 1930, and a second son, Julius Winston, in 1933. In the same year, the Negro World was terminated. In 1935, Garvey moved to London in the hope of salvaging his new organization, leaving his wife and 2 young sons in Jamaica. In England, Garvey's health suffered. The cool, damp climate was deleterious to Garvey's constitution. Garvey had asthma, and in London he suffered from pneumonia on more than one occasion. To Garvey, his London office represented his last hope, and for a brief while, with the opening in 1937 of 204. His School of African Philosophy to develop leaders for his UNIA organization, it seemed that those hopes were justified. But a year or 2 later, his paper, The Black Man, ceased publication. In America, money had streamed effortlessly to Garvey from blue-collar men and women who funded his campaigns. Expelled from America, Garvey no longer had access to that sort of support. Moreover, the people he enlisted in Jamaica and elsewhere did not have the means to match the financial support Americans gave. Garvey suffered a stroke in 1940. This must have seemed impossible to the man who had defied countless naysayers while stubbornly and forcefully making a name for himself, the man who had stayed up countless nights to labor for a cause he believed was righteous, lecturing, traveling the world, organizing conferences, and suffering the bitter weather in London. His right side was paralyzed as a result of the stroke, but he, undoubtedly, planned to make a full recovery. This was just another setback to overcome. That spring, a London newspaper misreported that Garvey had died from the stroke. The world believed this story. Following the shock of reading of his own death, Garvey collapsed. He died on June 10, 1940, and was buried in Jamaica, where he was mourned and celebrated as a hero. He was 53 years old. See also W.E.B. Du Bois, A. Philip Randolph, and Ida B. Wells Barnett. Further resources. Blaisdell, Bob, ed. Selected Writings and Speeches of Marcus Garvey. New York, Dover Publications, 2005. Cronin, Edmund David. Black Moses, The Story of Marcus Garvey and the Universal Negro Improvement Association. Madison, University of Wisconsin Press, 1955. Garvey, Amy Jacques. Garvey and Garveyism. London, Collier Macmillan, 1963. Garvey, Amy Jacques, ed. The Philosophy and Opinions of Marcus Garvey. New York, Arno Press and the New York Times, 1923. Garvey, Marcus. 8 Uncle Tom Negroes and W.E. Burghard Du Bois as a Hater of Dark People. New York, Press of the UNIA, 1923. Marcus Garvey, Look for Me in the Whirlwind. Directed by Stanley Nelson. PBS Documentary, 2001. MarcusGarvey.com. Marcus Garvey. http://www.marcusgarvey.com. Martin, Tony. Marcus Garvey, Hero. Dover Mott, Majority Press, 1983. Martin, Tony. Race First, The Ideological and Organizational Struggle of Marcus Garvey and the Universal Negro Improvement Association. Westport Court, Greenwood Press, 1976. PBS.org. Primary sources, The Negro's Greatest Enemy. chhttp://www.pbs.org/wgbh/amex/garvey/filmer/e/ps_enemy.html. pbs.org. Transcript. chhttp://www.pbs.org/wgbh/amex/garvey/filmer/ept_html. UNIAACL. chhttp://www.unia-acl.org. Marcus Garvey 205. Fannie Lou Hamer. Library of Congress. Fannie Lou Hamer was a sharecropper turned civil rights activist. She participated in the Student Nonviolent Coordinating Committee, the Mississippi Freedom Democratic Party, and many other community and civil rights projects. Most of Hamer's campaigns took place in her home state of Mississippi during the 1960s and 1970s. Voting rights, political power, social welfare, and assistance programs for African Americans were focal points of her career. Following her testimony before the Credentials Committee at the 1964 Democratic Convention, this hometown hero became a nationally known leader who would go on to make significant contributions to the civil rights movement. Fannie Lou Hamer had little in common with the heavyweights of the civil rights struggle such as Dr. Martin Luther King, Jr., Roy Wilkins, James Farmer, and others. She neither looked nor sounded like the typical civil rights leader. She had no college degree, indeed, she had only 6 years of formal education. She came from a severely impoverished family in the Deep South, where racism and anti-black violence were notorious. The world in which Hamer grew up was a harsh one, where local authorities either tolerated, ignored, or abetted atrocities against blacks. From childhood on, she had experienced first-hand racism, violence, and poverty. As a result, she was able to relate to and effectively communicate with downtrodden blacks. This made her one of the most valuable activist leaders in African American protest. When Hamer spoke before an audience, she did so using the vernacular of the rural people. She drew from her religious experiences and knew how to use the soul-stirring old-time spirituals that were an essential part of the movement. Her down-home personality had a compelling and dramatic effect on those who heard her. When she divulged her experiences, some so personal, painful, and alarming as to move many to tears, she both increased her own prestige and lent significant leverage to the civil rights struggle. Some of the major players ridiculed Hamer for her humble credentials and rough-edged demeanor and delivery. But in the end, her tireless work, though not always successful, was the measure of her talent and savvy. Hamer's formal entrance into activism followed a visit by members of SNCC to Williams Chapel Missionary Baptist Church in Ruleville, Mississippi. This meeting inspired her first attempt at registering to vote in 1964, which resulted in the loss of her job and her home. As if that were not enough, she was also relentlessly harassed. But this did not stop Fannie Lou Hamer. Jailed for attempting to get others to register to vote, she and her fellow activists were horrifically beaten, leaving her with a permanent physical mark. But this and other harrowing experiences only added to her stature and increased her ability to combat racism and injustice. In addition to her association with SNCC and the Mississippi Freedom Democratic Party, Hamer ran several unsuccessful political campaigns. She 208 participated in a number of lesser-known but important endeavors, including a self-help organization that enjoyed ephemeral success. Illness cut short her work, and she died in 1977. Childhood. On October 6, 1917, Fannie Lou was born to James Lee and Luella Bramlett Townsend in Montgomery County, Mississippi. She was the youngest of 20 children. When Hamer was 2 years old, the family moved to Sunflower County. Despite steady migration to cities in the South and the North since emancipation, the highest concentration of African Americans was still in the rural South. Fannie Lou's childhood was a microcosm of the life of those African Americans who stayed behind while their friends, relatives, and neighbors yielded to the irresistible allure or rumor of better treatment, illimitable job opportunities, and a higher standard of living. The Great Migration played a pivotal role in changing the racial landscape of the North and the West. It is estimated that some 7 million blacks left the South during two major migrations, 1910 to 1940 and 1940 to 1970. With slavery behind them, blacks were free to start new lives elsewhere. Industrial growth during wartime America promised jobs and opportunity. And the fact that Jim Crow had no legal jurisdiction outside of the South was another draw. But poverty and racism continued to be a problem, and in time, the areas in which blacks found refuge became ghettos. Both urban and rural black communities were fraught with troubles. Life in the Deep South had changed little after the end of the Civil War. Fannie Lou's grandmother had been a slave. She had toiled on the plantations, without pay, rights, or the dignity of a name of her own. As she was traded or sold from plantation to plantation, her surname switched to that of her slave master. Even her body was not her own. She bore 20 children as a result of violent assaults. She had 3 additional children, Luella among them, by a black man with whom she had had a consensual relationship. This grandmother talked often about her life in slavery. Thus, Fannie Lou grew up with the knowledge of the horrors that had defined slavery times and persisted in new forms. Civil rights laws were virtually non-existent, and sharecropping had become the new slavery. 2 generations after the Civil War, African Americans were the most despised and victimized people in the country, ranking below poor whites and immigrant populations. Like most rural blacks, the Townsends sharecropped. Like their ancestors before them, they toiled under the sun picking cotton, a major staple since slavery, for white landowners. The predominantly black tenants rented their equipment and land to sharecroppers, who did all the physical labor. While the tenants hoarded the profits from cotton sales and cheated the sharecroppers at the scales, sharecroppers grew deeper in debt. Fannie Lou Hamer 209. Because the Townsends had 20 mouths to feed and bodies to clothe, they had to find multiple ways of earning a living. James Lee was a Baptist preacher, but he also ran a juke joint and sold illegal alcohol. Luella did domestic work for white families. All the children worked in the fields. Fannie Lou was only 6 years old when she was initiated or wheedled into the world of picking cotton. The landowner promised Fannie Lou treats in exchange for 30 pounds of cotton. Fannie Lou adjusted quickly, becoming sharecropping. Sharecropping is a system of agricultural production that exists in various countries. But, in the United States, it has a unique history. Sharecropping emerged in the South at the end of the Civil War as a way for white landowners to continue harvesting crops on their land even though they could no longer use slave labor. The legal end of slavery did not prevent whites from exploiting black labor, and sharecropping was one of the ways they accomplished that dubious feat. Many whites, but mostly blacks, worked in the South as sharecroppers. There was little else for them to do, since they did not have the education or skills to apply for other jobs. Moreover, the South is largely an agricultural region, and there were few, if any, opportunities in other fields for whites or blacks to pursue in the late 19th and early 20th centuries. The North, with its rapidly growing cities, presented far greater opportunity for careers in industry and other businesses. But for blacks, the color of their skin often barred them from professional careers in the North and from land ownership in the South. Thus, the old racial structure of white supremacy and black inferiority was maintained. As sharecroppers, blacks raised their own crops on land owned by whites, but they lived on the land in exchange for the privilege of selling that crop to the landowner exclusively. The tools and equipment used on that land, as well most of the daily needs of the black family, were acquired on credit. The crop was sold at a fixed price, and usually the profit went toward the credit that was accumulated during the year. But bad weather, no crop, or pest infestation proved disastrous for many sharecroppers. Generally, sharecropping was not a lucrative way to make a living, and it perpetrated an endless cycle of poverty for blacks and provided little if any opportunity for economic advancement. Along with economic hardship, blacks were relegated to second-class status in other areas. Few were able to exercise their right to vote due to discriminatory laws and practices and intimidation. The Ku Klux Klan maintained black submission through terror, intimidation, and violence. It was for reasons such as these that blacks migrated to the North. 210. A good picker and proud of her prowess. She made reference to the fact that women, perhaps children, too, could clear the land as well as any man. Even though the entire family worked, they lived in extreme poverty. For winter shoes, their mother bundled tattered rags around her children's feet. Their beds were makeshift contraptions of dry grass and corn shucks. The usual Townsend family dinner was greens and flour gravy. Sometimes Luella supplemented this meal with what she cultivated in the small family garden or with what could be scavenged from other people's leftovers. Perhaps Fanny Lou's father's nightly jokes and her mother's perpetual singing helped lessen the rumblings of their stomachs. Fanny Lou's formal education was brief. Although blacks were no longer forbidden to learn how to read and write, their educational opportunities were severely limited. Though white schools were open 7 months a year, black schools in Sunflower County were only open 4 months a year. Though she was a promising student, Fanny Lou had to quit school after the 6th grade to work full-time in the field. Fanny Lou was painfully conscious of such disparities. Even as a child, she was a shrewd and critical student of early 20th century life in the American South. She once vowed to her mother that if she ever got a chance to change conditions she would. Later in life, her experiences and observations would become the foundation of her activism. But still the white world looked drastically better than her own, and once in a while she longed to be white. Her mother was relentless in counter-attacking her daughter's poor self-image, which was reinforced by society's denigration of blackness. Luella did her best to bolster her daughter's sense of self-worth. For example, she bought her daughter a black doll. This was a revolutionary act, as most black girls had white dolls. In 1928 or 1929, the Townsends experienced a momentary let-up in their dismal economic situation. The family managed to save enough money to buy their own equipment, wagons, mules, and cows. But economic power among blacks in the South was frequently discouraged with violence. The Townsends gained first-hand knowledge of this fact when whites poisoned their livestock. All the stock, including Fanny Lou's favorite cow, died, dashing any further thoughts about economic improvement. In fact, the family appeared to plunge deeper into poverty. During the next decade and a half, Fanny Lou remained on the plantation with her family. Her toil did little to alleviate her family's financial woes. This fact exacerbated her distress over missing out on getting an education. But this was not entirely the case. Fanny Lou's education came in a different form. In the Townsend family, the concept of resistance, of fighting back, was most exemplified by Fanny Lou's mother. When going to the field, she carried a pen on her head and 2 buckets, one of which concealed a 9mm lugger. She tussled with one white man who struck her son, and when Fanny Lou Hamer 211. Another white man threatened to whip and take her niece, she stood up to him. Fighting back was an oddity among African Americans in Sunflower. Some labeled her as crazy because of her behavior. Luella's fearlessness made an impression on Fanny. When a white boy called Fanny a dirty nigger and proceeded to tell her that she was not allowed to play with her white friend, she pelted him with her fists. Joe Pulliam was another African American who resisted white suppression. Fanny Lou would never forget his mythic ending. When it was found out that Joe had kept the money a landowner had given him, rather than use it to pay for workers he was supposed to recruit, a white mob came after him. Joe collected as much ammo as he could carry and, hiding inside a hollow tree, engaged the mob in a shootout. He killed more than a dozen men and wounded 26 others before he was chased out of his hiding spot by fire. Eventually he was dragged from a car and killed. His mutilated body was paraded throughout the black community and his ears were displayed in a store window. In the South, black resistance often had tragic and brutal consequences. Before activism. In 1944, Fanny Lou, a mature woman of 32, married Perry Hamer, commonly known as Pap. Pap was a sharecropper with a daughter. That same year, Fanny Lou and Pap moved to W.D. Marlowe's plantation, where they worked for several years. For the first time ever, Fanny Lou left home, leaving behind her widowed and disabled mother. Luella had sustained a serious eye injury during a field accident after her husband's death in 1939. Because there was no adequate medical care for blacks, her condition had worsened until she went blind in both eyes. Like most African American women in the early 20th century, Fanny Lou Hamer was not a stay-at-home wife. Hamer worked shoulder to shoulder in the field with her husband. They did most everything together. In their free time, they fished, managed the juke joint that had belonged to her father, prepared and sold bootleg liquor, and went to church for worship or special functions. Hamer also briefly sold insurance to African Americans in her community. For all their toil, the Hamers were no better off than her parents had been. Their home was not their own. They had no running water or other modern conveniences, like a toilet. By comparison, in the Marlowe house, even the family pet dog had a toilet. But Hamer shared what little she had with her aging mother, who came to live with her in 1951. Fannie Lou cared for her until her death in 1961. Despite their meager resources, Fannie Lou set out to bring about change for others, just as she had promised her mother she would during her